Immemorial Dragon Elephant Art Chapter 38-34 to Chapter 39-23. He didn't know the origin of the gourd, but when Lin Feng saw it, he suddenly realized that his great creation technique had activated on its own. Lin Feng was extremely shocked. The great creation technique, one of the 3,000 great Tao, would not activate on its own. But now, the great creation technique had activated on its own, which was enough to show how complicated things were. It's the creation gourd. The demon lord's voice rang in Lin Feng's mind. Hearing the word creation, Lin Feng knew how extraordinary the creation gourd was. However, Lin Feng had never heard of the creation gourd. Lin Feng asked. The creation gourd? What kind of treasure is that? Is it very powerful? The demon lord said, there are some rare immortal roots in this world that can bear some incredible things. Among them, there are 3 great immortal vines. They are the immortal vine of heaven and earth, the immortal vine of creation, and the immortal vine of karma. The immortal vine of heaven and earth has formed the immortal gourd of creation, and the immortal vine of karma has formed the immortal gourd of creation. Among the immortal gourds, the most famous one is the one refined by the Grand Supreme Elderly Lord. It is said that it can contain all the realms in the universe. Among the creation gourd refined by the first immortal king of creation is the most powerful. It is said that it can refine any existence, no matter how strong it is. Once it is swallowed by the creation gourd, it will be refined into a ball of liquid. The first immortal king of creation once refined the ruler of the wasteland to death with that treasure. Among the karma gourd, the one refined by the 7 great ancient Buddhas is the most powerful. It is said that the fall of the great sage, Heaven's Equal, was related to the 7 great ancient Buddhas of Buddhism. Back then, someone saw the 7 great ancient Buddhas of Buddhism take out the karma gourd and fight the great sage, Heaven's Equal. Lin Feng was extremely shocked. Because, his words contained too many secrets about the great sage, Heaven's Equal, and secrets about the 3 gourds. In particular, the great sage, Heaven's Equal, shocked Lin Feng. The great sage, Heaven's Equal, had disappeared without a trace. No one knew where he went. Who would have thought that the great sage, Heaven's Equal, was killed by the 7 ancient Buddhas? Is this true? If it was true, to the demon race, this was a huge blow. Many demons even thought that the great sage, Heaven's Equal, was still alive. Since it's a magic treasure refined from a gourd formed by an immortal vine, does that mean there are many such magic treasures? Lin Feng asked. Not much. Take the Xianxia gourd for example. Apart from the one refined by the Grand Supreme Elderly Lord, there are 3 or 4 other gourds. As for the gourd of fortune, there are a total of 9 gourds refined by 9 generations of immortal kings of fortune. As for the karma gourd, there seem to be 2 of them. They are all controlled by Buddhism. The demon lord said. Lin Feng looked at the gourd of fortune, narrowed his eyes, and said, in that case, the creation gourd inside should have been forged by a creation immortal king, right? That's right. The demon lord nodded. Immortal king creation was a titled god. The immortal king was definitely a top-notch existence in the immortal realm. Therefore, the 9 generations of immortal kings of fortune were definitely extremely heaven-defying experts. The creation gourds they left behind varied in strength. However, the weakest creation gourd was probably extremely terrifying. We found the creation gourd. Let's take it out first. Imperial Lord White Eagle said. The Bloodbird Imperial Lord said, the space-time distortion in this place is extremely powerful. Even with our cultivation base. If we recklessly enter the distorted space, we might die. I'm afraid he's in danger of dying. Since I know that there's a creation gourd here, I naturally know how to take it out. As soon as she finished speaking, she waved her jade-like hand. Whoosh, there was a flash of light, and a magic treasure flew out. It was a jade rui scepter. Jade rui scepter-type magic treasures were very rare, and the jade rui scepter in Lady White Snake's hand was extremely extraordinary. It emitted a shocking wave of energy. Moreover, the jade rui scepter was densely covered with runes. At a glance, it was obvious that the jade rui scepter had an extremely extraordinary origin. This magic treasure can be taken out of the creation gourd? Imperial Lord White Eagle asked in surprise. The creation gourd in front of us was forged by the 5th generation Lord of Creation. After the fifth generation Lord of Creation perished, the creation gourd was lost. It was later obtained by a connate life form. That Xianxia life form perished in the ancient battlefield, and the gourd of fortune was lost in this place. As for the jade scepter in my hand, it was forged by the fifth generation Lord of Fortune in the past, and he gave it to his daughter. Therefore, this treasure is a supreme treasure born from the same source as the creation gourd. After sensing the jade rui scepter's aura, the creation gourd will not reject it. However, it won't be easy to take out the creation gourd from the distorted space. I'll need the help of the two of you, Lady White Snake said. Of course. Imperial Lord White Eagle and Imperial Lord Bloodbird nodded. Immediately after, Lady White Snake's powerful magic power surged into the jade rui scepter. Imperial Lord White Eagle and Imperial Lord Bloodbird's magic power also surged into the jade rui scepter. Under the combined efforts of the three, the jade rui scepter was activated. Lady White Snake held the jade rui scepter in her hand and swept out beams of divine light. Those beams of divine light swept into the distorted space. Following that, those beams of divine light wrapped around the creation gourd. The creation gourd shook gently and scattered the divine light. However, Lady White Snake did not give up. She continued to activate the jade rui scepter, wanting to use the divine light emitted by the jade rui scepter to sweep the creation gourd out. She failed again and again. Perhaps it was because the creation gourd sensed a familiar aura from the jade rui scepter as time passed. After many failures, the divine light emitted by the jade rui scepter finally wrapped around the creation gourd. Then, the creation gourd was pulled out from the distorted space. At this moment, Imperial Lord White Eagle and Imperial Lord Bloodbird suddenly exploded and charged towards Lady White Snake. These people, they were allies before. However, for the sake of benefits, they could turn their backs on her in the blink of an eye. They were extremely close to her. Therefore, in the face of their attacks, Lady White Snake was unable to dodge. Bam! Bam! Imperial Lord White Eagle and Imperial Lord Bloodbird each struck out a palm and slapped Lady White Snake's body. Lady White Snake was sent flying. She spat out a mouthful of blood in midair. Imperial Lord White Eagle and Imperial Lord Bloodbird's palms that were on Lady White Snake's body were pierced. What are you wearing under there? The two Imperial Lords' expressions were gloomy. Lady White Snake sneered and said, I'm wearing the myriad poison armor. Your hands have been pierced and the poison has already invaded your bodies. Hearing that, Imperial Lord White Eagle and Imperial Lord Bloodbird's expressions changed drastically. They quickly took out antidote pills and swallowed them. At the same time, they circulated their magic power to help suppress the poison. While these people were fighting among themselves, Lin Feng quietly came to the gourd of creation and successfully took it away. Brat! You're courting death. Lady White Snake's eyes turned cold when she saw Lin Feng. Previously, when she was chasing after Lin Feng, she was tricked by Lin Feng and suffered a Dao injury. Even though she was a great emperor-level powerhouse and had ways to heal her Dao injury, she still needed time to heal her Dao injury. Lady White Snake naturally hated Lin Feng to the core. However, who would have thought that this guy would appear at this time? Moreover, this hateful guy even took away the gourd of creation. Lady White Snake slammed her palm toward Lin Feng. Blow you up. Lin Feng waved his hand and hundreds of jade talismans flew out. Boom, those jade talismans exploded and the void was shattered. Lady White Snake was sent flying. She already had a Dao injury. She could not even use 10% of her cultivation. Now, she was hit by such a powerful energy. The Dao injury in her body flared up. Lady White Snake spat out a mouthful of blood and her face turned as pale as paper. Lin Feng took advantage of this opportunity to travel through the void and escape. The hatred has been formed. Lady White Snake must die. You go after that brat. I'll kill Lady White Snake. Emperor White Eagle said in a deep voice. He was the king of the Magic Beast Mountain Range. The Bloodbird Overlord was personally groomed by the White Eagle Overlord. Therefore, Emperor Bloodbird naturally obeyed Emperor White Eagle's orders. Of course, Emperor Bloodbird also knew that even though Lady White Snake had suffered a Dao injury, it was still very terrifying. With his cultivation, it was very difficult for him to fight against Lady White Snake. "I'll go after that brat right now," Emperor Bloodbird said, and then quickly chased after Lin Feng. "Lady White Snake, your life. I'll take it today," Emperor White Eagle sneered. Then, he quickly charged towards Queen White Snake. At this time, Lin Feng had already flown out of the abyss, and the Bloodbird Emperor quickly chased after him. "Brat! You can't run away. You are destined to die in my hands." The Bloodbird Sovereign Lord's blood-red eyes stared at Lin Feng, revealing an incomparably cold killing intent. Lin Feng was transformed from a bloodbird, and bloodbirds were extremely fast. Therefore, even though Lin Feng was also known for his speed, Lin Feng was still a bloodbird. However, it wasn't easy to shake off the bloodbird overlord. The distance between the two sides was constantly shortening. Lin Feng began to speed up. But in the end, the Bloodbird Emperor caught up. "Blood Claw destroys the world." The Bloodbird Emperor laughed sinisterly and grabbed at Lin Feng. His right hand turned into a huge claw. That claw was incomparably sharp, and it tore through the void. Lin Feng hurriedly pulled out his ruler's armor. At the same time, he used the Golden Dwarf's power. His battle prowess had greatly increased. Then, a supreme reincarnation fist was thrown at the Bloodbird Overlord. Bang! The two sides fiercely collided, and Lin Feng was sent flying. An Emperor Lord level powerhouse was indeed terrifying. The battle prowess displayed by the Bloodbird Emperor shocked Lin Feng. After the Bloodbird Emperor sent Lin Feng flying, he flew towards Lin Feng like lightning, his sharp claws grabbing at Lin Feng. Dangerous moment. The three-headed viper flew out from Lin Feng's time and space. The three-headed viper's body turned into a black light, like a peerless war spear. It directly stabbed towards the Bloodbird Emperor. This was the three-headed viper's innate ability, and it was extremely powerful. Lin Feng had experienced this move of the three-headed viper before. The Bloodbird Emperor was incomparably tyrannical. But the Bloodbird Emperor was also made of flesh and blood. Of course, he didn't dare to use his body to resist the three-headed viper's attack. So, the Bloodbird Emperor's claw that was originally aimed at Lin Feng changed to the black light formed by the three-headed viper. Bang! The black light formed by the three-headed viper was sent flying by the Bloodbird Emperor. The three-headed viper was beaten back to its original form, and a large number of scales fell off. The three-headed viper. Its entire body was dripping with blood. Slash! At this moment, a blade of domination flew out from Lin Feng's dantian. He activated the Sovereign Emperor blood. He summoned the blade of domination that was condensed when the Sovereign Emperor blood was deeply awakened. The Bloodbird Emperor had just slapped the three-headed viper away. Therefore, it was very difficult for him to resist Lin Feng's attack with all his strength. Lin Feng's choice of attack timing could be said to be perfect. However, the Bloodbird Emperor was indeed too powerful. Even though he was given an extremely short time to react, the Bloodbird Emperor still responded. Dense runes appeared on the surface of his body. When the blade of domination slashed over, it was actually blocked by those runes. But that powerful force, it still sent the Bloodbird Emperor flying. However, the Bloodbird Emperor didn't suffer any serious injuries, which made Lin Feng extremely depressed. "Little bastard. I'm going to tear you into pieces." The Bloodbird Emperor roared, and the magic power in his body began to circulate. Waves of destructive aura surged out from the Bloodbird Emperor's body. Just now, the Bloodbird Emperor clearly didn't use his strongest battle strength to fight Lin Feng. Lin Feng estimated that the Bloodbird Emperor had only used 20 to 30% of his battle strength. Now that the Bloodbird Emperor was serious, the aura emitted from his body made Lin Feng's heart tremble. But at this moment, the Bloodbird Emperor spat out a mouthful of blood. A large amount of black qi appeared on his face. After seeing this scene, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. What's wrong with this guy? It looked like he was poisoned. That's right. Previously, the Bloodbird Emperor and the White Eagle Emperor ambushed Lady White Snake. Lady White Snake, on the other hand, was a scheming person. She had put on her armor with poisonous spikes beforehand. The armor pierced the Bloodbird Emperor's hand, causing him to be poisoned. However, he had taken an antidote before. In addition, he used his profound magic power to suppress the poison in his body. Lin Feng originally thought that the poison in the Blood Bird Emperor's body had been neutralized, but now it seemed that the poison in the Blood Bird Emperor's body had not been neutralized. After the battle, the Blood Bird Emperor had used up too much of his magic power, causing the poison in his body to erupt. Go! Without thinking, the Blood Bird Emperor turned and flew away. Right now, the poison in his body was acting up. Finding a place to neutralize the poison was the most important thing. How could he have the energy to fight Lin Feng? Seeing the Blood Bird Emperor running away, Lin Feng was stunned. Then, he sneered. The Blood Bird Emperor, the current situation was extremely bad, because the poison would definitely cause his cultivation to plummet. It was a good opportunity to convert him. Thinking that he might be able to convert an emperor-level powerhouse, Lin Feng couldn't help but be excited. Lin Feng stepped on the 8-directional world and quickly chased after the Blood Bird Emperor. Edifying an Emperor-Lord level expert was extremely attractive to Lin Feng. After all, it was an Emperor-Lord level existence. It was on a completely different level. Cultivators of this level had already begun to touch the threshold of the immortal Tao. In the future, they had hopes of reaching the immortal realm. Normally, it was basically impossible to edify an Emperor-Lord level expert, but now, Lin Feng saw hope. Lin Feng's speed was extremely fast as he chased after the Blood Bird Emperor Lord. Although the Blood Bird Emperor Lord was poisoned, his speed did not decrease by much, which made Lin Feng quite depressed. Lin Feng chased for a full 6 hours before the Blood Bird Emperor Lord's speed finally began to decrease significantly. It seemed that his body's condition was getting worse and worse. Lin Feng sneered, "Blood Bird Emperor Lord. Don't run anymore. You can't escape. If you know what's good for you. Now, acknowledge me as your master. If you don't know how to appreciate favors, I will edify you. I will make you my slave." The Blood Bird Emperor Lord's expression was extremely gloomy. He, a dignified Emperor Lord level expert, was actually being chased by a young human cultivator. Although the Blood Bird Emperor Lord could not sense Lin Feng's specific realm. However, the Blood Bird Emperor Lord vaguely felt that Lin Feng's realm should not be particularly high. Therefore, being chased by Lin Feng was simply a great humiliation to the Blood Bird Emperor Lord. However, the Blood Bird Emperor Lord's current situation was indeed extremely bad. Therefore, although he was extremely sullen in his heart, he had no choice but to escape. The Blood Bird Emperor Lord originally thought that he could shake off Lin Feng. But he realized that he was wrong. Lin Feng's speed was simply too fast. In addition, the Blood Bird Emperor Lord was poisoned. He was actually unable to shake off Lin Feng. And the poison was constantly corroding his body. His body's condition would become worse and worse. If things continued like this, then. The Blood Bird Emperor Lord knew that he would definitely be suppressed by Lin Feng. The Blood Bird Emperor Lord clenched his teeth. He decided to concentrate his strength and kill Lin Feng. As long as he killed Lin Feng, he would be able to completely get rid of the crisis before him. Thinking of this, the ancestral blood in the Blood Bird Emperor main body began to awaken. He wanted to transform. He transformed into the Venerable One. If he were to fight Lin Feng in his human form, his battle prowess would be suppressed. But if he were to fight Lin Feng with his true body, his battle prowess would be suppressed. Only then would he be able to unleash his strongest combat power. However, when the Blood Bird Emperor tried to transform, he felt a little powerless. Furthermore, the transformation required a large amount of Fa support. The Fa in the Blood Bird Emperor's body was constantly decreasing. The suppression of the poison would become weaker and weaker. Therefore, the poison in his body would spread more and more rapidly. 3 chances to attack. The Blood Bird Overlord estimated his situation. He felt it. After the transformation. Probably. You have 3 chances. They could attack Lin Feng. If they could seize these 3 opportunities, then Lin Feng would die without a doubt. If they couldn't seize these 3 opportunities, he would be in great danger. Of course, the Blood Bird Emperor main body was still very confident in his battle prowess after the transformation. Therefore, the Bloodbird Emperor main body believed that after the transformation, even if he only had 3 chances, he should be able to kill Lin Feng. The Bloodbird Emperor main body channeled all his Fa Li to complete the transformation. His body turned into a huge bloodbird with a wingspan of more than 10 meters. The Bloodbird Emperor main body let out a sharp and ear-piercing cry. The huge wings spread out and shook the void. Suddenly, an endless storm gathered and swept towards Lin Feng. The terrifying storm instantly wrapped around Lin Feng's body. It wanted to tear Lin Feng's body apart. This was the Bloodbird Emperor main body's first attack. This method was very terrifying. The void shattered, but Lin Feng took out the Hurricane Pearl. The Bloodbird Emperor main body's attack didn't cause any damage to Lin Feng. Just as the Bloodbird Emperor main body was about to launch the second wave of attacks, the 3-headed viper had already rushed over. Poison, hail, lightning, all kinds of powerful attacks bombarded the Bloodbird Emperor main body. Lin Feng used the 1 Qi into 3 pure ones. Then, the 9 layers of domineering magnetic field condensed and enveloped the Bloodbird Emperor main body. Under the 9 layers of domineering magnetic field, the Bloodbird Emperor main body's battle prowess was reduced by at least 30%. Moreover, the Bloodbird Emperor main body's movements became extremely slow. Sky Drum, Hell King Bell, Stone Sword, Black Dragon Sword, 9 Devil Diagram, 5 Flame 7 Birds Fan. Lin Feng also took out various magic treasures. These powerful magic treasures all bombarded the Bloodbird Emperor main body. At this time, the Bloodbird Emperor main body realized that he had underestimated Lin Feng's battle prowess. Lin Feng's own strength, his own magic treasures, and the 3-headed viper's help. The battle prowess that erupted was extremely terrifying. The Bloodbird Emperor main body's battle prowess had plummeted due to the poison. Although he had transformed into a bloodbird, Lin Feng's 9 layers of domineering magnetic field had reduced his battle prowess by 30%. How was he going to fight Lin Feng? Facing the joint attack of Lin Feng and the 3-headed viper, the Bloodbird Emperor main body knew that he had lost the upper hand. If he continued to fight with Lin Feng, he would not have a good ending. Therefore, the Bloodbird Emperor main body spat out a ball of blood energy. The ball of blood energy exploded and blocked Lin Feng and the 3-headed viper's attack. The Bloodbird Emperor main body transformed into his human form and fled into the distance. But at this time a cold light flew over from the sky. Lin Feng held the Black Dragon Sword and executed the Man Descends from the Heavens, a sword that can slay immortals. It directly locked onto the Bloodbird Emperor main body, making it impossible for him to escape. The Bloodbird Emperor main body's expression changed greatly. He had no choice but to resist Lin Feng's attack. A light flashed in his hand and a war spear appeared. The Bloodbird Emperor main body held the war spear and stabbed towards the cold light flying over from the sky. Clang! The cold light formed by Lin Feng's Black Dragon Sword collided with the war spear in the Bloodbird Emperor main body's hand. Suddenly, there was the sound of metal clashing. Although the war spear in the Bloodbird Emperor main body's hand was powerful, it was bent under Lin Feng's terrifying attack. In the end, the war spear directly shattered. The cold light formed by Lin Feng's Black Dragon Sword instantly pierced through the Bloodbird Emperor main body's chest. Ah! The Bloodbird Emperor main body screamed. As an Emperor main body, his vitality was extremely strong. So, even though his chest was pierced, the Bloodbird Emperor main body was still alive. Lin Feng transformed into his original body and directly used the Great Suppression Art to suppress the Bloodbird Emperor main body. Even though the Bloodbird Emperor main body was seriously injured, it was not easy to convert him. Therefore, he needed to suppress the Bloodbird Emperor main body first. The Bloodbird Emperor main body seemed to know that he could not escape the fate of being converted. His eyes flashed with madness. His body began to swell. This guy wanted to self-destruct. Not good. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's face changed drastically. He quickly flew into the distance. Little bastard. Let's die together. The Bloodbird Emperor main body roared. In the next moment, with a loud bang, the Bloodbird Emperor Lord's body exploded. Destructive energy surged out. Swoosh. Lin Feng rushed out from the center of the explosion. Wah! He spat out a mouthful of blood. He felt as if all the bones in his body had been broken. If it wasn't for the ruler's armor's defense being strong enough. Just now, the Blood-Bird Emperor's self-destruction was enough to take his life. How could the self-destruction of an Emperor Lord be child's play? But fortunately, Lin Feng survived. He hurriedly activated his immortal divine body and his injuries quickly recovered. When the energy dissipated, the energy source and broken limbs left behind by the Blood-Bird Emperor's self-destruction were still floating between heaven and earth. Great Master! Can I swallow the energy source and flesh left behind by the Blood-Bird Emperor? I feel that if I swallow these things, I might be able to break through to the Emperor Lord realm. The three-headed viper said. Oh? Break through to the Emperor Lord realm? Good, those things belong to you. Go and swallow them now. Lin Feng said. Thank you, Great Master. The three-headed viper was overjoyed when he heard this and hurriedly flew over. He opened his bloody mouth and began to swallow the Blood-Bird Emperor's source and broken limbs. The Blood-Bird Emperor's source could increase one's cultivation and was extremely precious. The severed limbs contained an extremely powerful energy. The three-headed viper would probably store the energy in his body and use it when he broke through. Lin Feng didn't know if the three-headed viper could really break through to the Emperor Lord realm. If it could, it would be a huge help to him. Of course. If it couldn't break through, it would probably be able to break through to the Emperor Lord realm. It wouldn't be a waste of the Blood-Bird Emperor source. Soon, the three-headed viper swallowed all the source and broken limbs. Then, the three-headed viper said, Great Master, give me 3 days. I can break through to the Emperor Lord realm. Good. Let's find a place for you to digest the things you swallowed. Lin Feng said as he flew to the head of the three-headed viper and sat down cross-legged. The three-headed viper soared into the sky and flew into the distance. The three-headed viper stopped in a valley to cultivate. Lin Feng also entered the valley, waiting for the final transformation of the three-headed viper. The advancement of many ferocious beasts is somewhat different from the advancement of cultivators. For example, cultivators often choose to break through to the quasi-emperor realm first, then settle down for a period of time before breaking through to the emperor realm. However, ferocious beasts do not do this. Many ferocious beasts choose to break through to the emperor realm directly. They prefer to wait until after the breakthrough to devour a large number of other creatures to increase their battle strength. The Demon Lord said. Lin Feng couldn't help but nod. The three-headed viper was just like that. 3 days later, lightning flashed in the sky. He really attracted the thunder tribulation. Lin Feng was shocked. The three-headed viper was really going to undergo the Emperor Lord tribulation. But would it succeed? If he failed to transcend the tribulation, he was afraid that he would die. Lin Feng couldn't help the three-headed viper right now, so he could only rely on himself. Hum, 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 the three-headed viper let out 3 roars that sounded like a dragon, yet not a dragon. Then, it charged towards the sky. That huge body stretched out in the sky. The three-headed viper seemed to have transformed into an immortal dragon god. A deep roar resounded through the sky, shaking the void. The first thunder tribulation descended. It was as thick as a mountain, as if it could destroy the world. Facing the might of the thunder tribulation, the three-headed viper was fearless. It directly soared into the sky and resisted the thunder tribulation. Lin Feng said, I wonder if the three-headed viper can resist the danger of the thunder tribulation? The Demon Lord said, the three-headed viper is a primordial beast. Its bloodline is powerful. Moreover, this three-headed viper has cultivated so many divine abilities. Its wisdom is profound, and it might have grasped many powerful techniques that we don't know about. Therefore, I don't find it strange that it can successfully transcend the tribulation. Hearing that, Lin Feng nodded. One after another, the thunder tribulation began to descend, bombarding the three-headed viper's body. Every thunder tribulation was peerlessly terrifying. However, the three-headed viper's accumulation was very powerful. In addition, the three-headed viper had devoured the origin of an emperor-level powerhouse not long ago. These were the three-headed viper's capital for its breakthrough. As for the three-headed viper, indeed, it did not disappoint Lin Feng. The powerful thunder tribulation was blocked by the three-headed viper. Although the thunder tribulation later on caused considerable damage to the three-headed viper, the damage was not fatal. Finally, the three-headed viper withstood the thunder tribulation and successfully broke through to the emperor level. After the breakthrough, the three-headed viper's aura had obviously increased by many times. Lin Feng could not help but become extremely excited. The three-headed viper had broken through to the emperor level. Lin Feng now had an emperor-level mount. If this news were to be spread, it would probably cause a huge uproar. One must know, there were so many powerful forces in the myriad races. If one did not count their foundations, now, the myriad races did not have an emperor-level powerhouse. As for Lin Feng, he actually had an emperor-level mount. This was really shocking. Great Master, this subordinate did not disappoint. I have finally completed the breakthrough. The three-headed viper came to Lin Feng's side and lowered its arrogant head. Not bad. Not bad. Let's leave this place first. You can recover well. Lin Feng said with a smile. Now that the three-headed viper had just broken through, its injuries were more serious and it needed to recuperate. Thank you, Great Master. The three-headed viper thanked Lin Feng and then carried Lin Feng away. In the next few days, Lin Feng fed the three-headed viper a few stalks of immortal medicine to help it recover. As for Lin Feng, he had been studying the Gourd of Fortune. After he refined the Gourd of Fortune, he was unable to open it. This made Lin Feng quite depressed. However, after many attempts, Lin Feng finally opened the Gourd of Fortune. Whoosh! Just as he opened the Gourd of Fortune, an immortal light flew out from the Gourd of Fortune. That immortal light soared into the sky and fled into the distance. You can't escape. Lin Feng directly stretched out his hand and suppressed that immortal light. That immortal light was suppressed by Lin Feng. Lin Feng grabbed the thing inside that immortal light. A pill. Lin Feng looked at that thing in shock. That thing was actually a pill. This made Lin Feng very surprised. This pill was densely covered in runes. The purity of the energy was unimaginable. With one look, one could tell that it was an extremely high-grade immortal pill. However, Lin Feng did not know what kind of pill it was. Demon Lord. Do you know what kind of pill this is? Lin Feng asked. Creation Immortal Pill, it was definitely one of the most mysterious pills, moreover. The effect was astonishing. Seizing the good fortune of heaven and earth. Improving the cultivator's body. Allowing the cultivator to soar into the sky. This was the effect of the Creation Immortal Pill. Lin Feng had once seen an introduction to the Creation Immortal Pill in a Tao scripture. It was said that after consuming the Creation Immortal Pill, one could become a flying immortal. Of course. Lin Feng knew. This statement was actually an exaggeration. And it was seriously exaggerated. No matter how powerful the pill was. It was impossible to directly make a cultivator become a flying immortal. This was very unrealistic. Such a thing only happened in myths and legends. However, even if it couldn't make a cultivator become a flying immortal, the effect of the Creation Immortal Pill was still extremely shocking. It could definitely greatly increase a cultivator's cultivation. If I consume this Creation Immortal Pill, what level will my cultivation increase to? Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. Right now, Lin Feng was at the 5th level of the Imperial Emperor realm. His realm wasn't particularly high. However, Lin Feng was already extremely satisfied with the increase in his cultivation. After all, he was still so young. He had already broken through to the 5th level of the Imperial Emperor realm. This was an achievement that countless cultivators couldn't achieve in their entire lives. However, in just over 100 years, he had already accomplished it. Lin Feng was proud of himself. However, cultivation was always about pursuing surpassing oneself. And now, Lin Feng was also pursuing surpassing his current self. He hoped to reach a better self. If he swallowed the Creation Immortal Pill, perhaps his cultivation would be greatly improved. The Demon Lord said, "You can indeed consume this Creation Immortal Pill." However, after a long time, the immortal power of this Creation Immortal Pill has been lost too much. It's hard to say if it can still have a good effect. Hearing this, Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. He recalled what he had encountered when exploring some ancient tombs or cave abodes. At that time, he had also seen some top-notch pills. But time had passed. Those pills had long been destroyed by the power of time. Although the immortal pill of creation had not been completely destroyed by the power of time, as the demon lord had said, the immortal pill of creation could no longer be compared to the past. But even so what, it was fine as long as it worked. Lin Feng did not expect the immortal pill of creation to have the same effect as before. Lin Feng planned to wait for the three-headed viper to come out of seclusion before swallowing the creation immortal pill. When the time came, the three-headed viper could help guard the pass. After another 2 days, the three-headed viper finally recovered completely. Lin Feng ordered the three-headed viper to protect him. Then, he swallowed the creation immortal pill. Then, Lin Feng started to circulate the archaic dragonesque elephant art. As the archaic dragonesque elephant art circulated, the medicinal power of the immortal pill of creation was gradually refined by Lin Feng. The powerful medicinal power was absorbed by Lin Feng's body. After absorbing the medicinal power of the immortal pill of creation, Lin Feng's cultivation level began to increase. Not long after, Lin Feng's cultivation level increased to the 6th level of the Imperial Emperor realm. And this increase was far from over. Lin Feng's cultivation level continued to increase. A day later, his cultivation level increased to the 7th level of the Imperial Emperor realm. At this moment, the medicinal power of the immortal pill of creation was still very majestic. Lin Feng continued to absorb the medicinal power of the immortal pill of creation. When all the medicinal power was absorbed by Lin Feng, Lin Feng's cultivation level finally completed another breakthrough. His cultivation level finally stopped at the 8th level of the Imperial Emperor realm. He had swallowed the immortal pill of creation, and it was one that had severely depleted its medicinal power. It had increased by 3 levels. It was hard to imagine how amazing the effects of the immortal pill of creation would be at its peak. But no matter how amazing it was, Lin Feng was destined to not be able to obtain a pill of that level. So, Lin Feng would not think too much about it. After Lin Feng came out of seclusion, he sat cross-legged on the huge head of the three-headed viper. The three-headed viper continued to fly deeper into the forest. On this day, dark clouds covered the sky and a torrential rain poured down. Lin Feng found a cave to take shelter from the rain. The three-headed viper circled above the forest, allowing the rain to fall on its body. The three-headed viper was a water-type beast. So, it liked the feeling of being drenched by the rain. When the sky was about to darken, Lin Feng saw a figure flying outside. After seeing that figure, Lin Feng revealed an extremely shocked expression. It was a woman, and it was a woman that Lin Feng knew. It was none other than Lady Whitesnake. Back then, after Lin Feng took the gourd of creation, Emperor Bloodbird chased after Lin Feng. Emperor White Eagle was in charge of dealing with Lady Whitesnake. It seemed that Emperor White Eagle was unable to kill Lady Whitesnake. Lin Feng noticed that Lady Whitesnake's aura was in a mess. Lady Whitesnake had a Dao injury previously. After the battle with Emperor White Eagle, her injuries had probably worsened. Therefore, Lady Whitesnake's current situation was extremely bad. It seems that Emperor White Eagle has been chasing after her for some time. Looking at Lady Whitesnake, who was in a rather sorry state, Lin Feng could not help but think to himself. Emperor White Eagle was extremely terrifying. Of course, Lady Whitesnake was not weak either. In fact, Emperor White Eagle had also suffered a Dao injury, but it was not as serious as Lady Whitesnake's. It seems that Lady Whitesnake wants to leave the Demon Emperor mystic realm. Lin Feng could not help but narrow his eyes. He did not find any trace of Emperor White Eagle. He did not know if Lady Whitesnake had shaken him off. As for Lady Whitesnake, she was flying outside. In addition, her injuries were quite serious. It was obvious that she wanted to leave to recuperate. Should I deal with Lady Whitesnake? Lin Feng could not help but ponder. Even though Lady Whitesnake was severely injured, she was still extremely terrifying. Therefore, if he wanted to deal with Lady Whitesnake, he would most likely have to pay a hefty price in the end. He might even be implicated by Lady Whitesnake. Soon, Lin Feng made a decision. Lady Whitesnake's cultivation was at its weakest now. It was also the best opportunity to deal with her. If the three-headed viper had not broken through to the emperor level, he might have chosen this opportunity. However, the three-headed viper had already broken through to the emperor level. In that case, it would be unwise to give up this opportunity. Therefore, Lin Feng planned to join forces with the three-headed viper to attack Lady Whitesnake. They might be able to successfully suppress or even purify Lady Whitesnake. At her peak, Lady Whitesnake was not someone that ordinary emperor-level cultivators could compare to. She was definitely an extremely terrifying existence. Lin Feng sent a voice transmission to the three-headed viper. Soon, the three-headed viper flew over from afar. Lin Feng stood on the middle head of the three-headed viper. Lin Feng ordered. The three-headed viper spread its wings and quickly chased in the direction that Lady Whitesnake had fled. 2 hours later, Lin Feng saw Lady Whitesnake. Lin Feng leaped up and flew high into the sky. He held the black dragon sword in his hand and used the divine power of man descending from the heavens. Lady Whitesnake's reaction was extremely fast. When the peerless sword gleam that Lin Feng had transformed into slashed over, she raised her head and looked over. Then, she raised her right hand and gently waved it in the void. Buzz, suddenly, a sword aura condensed and collided with the peerless sword gleam that Lin Feng had transformed into. The sound of a collision was suddenly heard. Lin Feng was forced back and then transformed into his original body. Lady Whitesnake stopped in midair and looked at Lin Feng coldly. A dragon-like cry came from afar. The three-headed viper also flew over and floated beside Lin Feng. It flicked its forked tongue. He looked at Lady Whitesnake coldly with his cold eyes. Those were 3 pairs of eyes that made people shudder. Anyone who saw those 3 pairs of eyes would feel their heart palpitate. Lady Whitesnake. What a coincidence, we meet again here. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and looked at Lady Whitesnake. Lady Whitesnake's lifespan was close to 100 million years, now, she had lived for more than 30 million years. If the age of a cultivator was converted to the age of an ordinary person, then the current Lady Whitesnake was equivalent to a young woman in her 30s. Lady Whitesnake was not only powerful. She was also a peerless beauty. However, Lady Whitesnake was too powerful. Therefore, ordinary people did not dare to be presumptuous in front of Lady Whitesnake. They did not even look at Lady Whitesnake. Very few people regarded Lady Whitesnake as a goddess. It was not that they did not want to, but they did not dare to. The so-called goddess could be seen from afar. If they were lucky, they might even be able to catch up. That was a goddess. As for Lady Whitesnake, the cultivators did not even dare to look at her. Naturally, it was difficult for her to become the goddess in the hearts of others. Lady Whitesnake glanced at the three-headed viper beside Lin Feng. The three-headed viper was at the emperor level. Naturally, she could sense it. This made Lady Whitesnake very surprised. This was because the three-headed viper respected Lin Feng very much. Obviously, Lin Feng should be the master of the three-headed viper. Lady Whitesnake had never seen the three-headed viper before. Therefore, this three-headed viper was obviously a mount that Lin Feng had recently tamed. How did Lin Feng subdue the three-headed viper? Lady Whitesnake's heart was filled with doubts. Do you think you can defeat me just because you tamed an emperor-level three-headed viper? Even though I'm injured now. However, if I want to kill you and the three-headed viper beside you, who is at the first level of the martial monarch realm, it will be as easy as flipping my hand. Lady Whitesnake said as she looked coldly at Lin Feng. Lin Feng sneered. He said, Lady Whitesnake. Your magic power is in chaos, your Dao injury is serious, and your soul seems to be injured as well. I admit that you were extremely terrifying when you were at your peak, but how much strength can you display now? You're already at the end of your rope. You're pretending to be calm now. But you can't deceive me. Let's give it a try then. In the end, let's see who will win. Lady Whitesnake said coldly. As soon as she finished speaking, Lady Whitesnake waved her right hand, and a treasured sword appeared in her hand. It was a twisted treasured sword. It was called the Whitesnake sword. It was Lady Whitesnake's natal Dharma treasure. The Whitesnake sword was extremely powerful. Once it was activated, it would become one with Lady Whitesnake's body. It could unleash an unimaginably terrifying power. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he took out the heavenly drum, Hell King's bell, stone sword, and other treasures. At the same time, Lin Feng used the 1 Qi into 3 Pure Ones technique. The 3 Lin Feng clones used 3 layers of domineering aura. The 9 layers of domineering aura magnetic field were successfully superimposed. It directly enveloped Lady Whitesnake. Lady Whitesnake was enveloped by the 9 layers of domineering aura magnetic field. Her combat strength was instantly weakened by 30%. Kill! Shouted Lin Feng in a deep voice. Powerful treasures shot towards Miss Whitesnake one after another. At the same time, the 3-headed viper also attacked Lady Whitesnake. The 3 heads of the 3-headed viper spurted out dense poisonous gas. The poisonous gas swept through the world and enveloped Lady Whitesnake. Then, the 3-headed viper spewed out lightning and hailstones. The 3-headed viper's attack was quite powerful. A white energy surged out of Lady Whitesnake's body. Domineering aura. Lady Whitesnake actually knew how to be domineering. However, Lady Whitesnake's domineering aura was only white. Among the 9 types of domineering aura, the white domineering aura was the 2nd level of domineering aura. Of course, Lady Whitesnake's realm was very high. Even though it was only white domineering aura, however, it also displayed extremely terrifying power. The white domineering aura offset part of Lin Feng's 9 layers of domineering aura magnetic field. Originally, Lin Feng's 9 layers of domineering aura magnetic field reduced Lady Whitesnake's combat strength by 30%. However, after Lady Whitesnake used the white domineering aura, Lin Feng's 9 layers of domineering aura magnetic field only reduced Lady Whitesnake's combat strength by 20%. As for the poisonous attack spewed out by the 3-headed viper, it was blocked by the white domineering aura. However, the 3-headed viper's lightning and hailstones attack bombarded Lady Whitesnake's white domineering aura. The white domineering aura shook violently. Lin Feng took out more than 10 powerful Dharma treasures and attacked Lady Whitesnake. Humph! Lady Whitesnake snorted coldly and waved the white snake sword in her hand. Streaks of sword energy slashed out. The sword energy actually turned into huge white snakes that were more than 10 meters long in midair. Those white snakes stuck out their forked tongues. Then, they quickly rushed towards Lin Feng's Dharma treasures. Sword energy spirit. Good fellow. This Lady Whitesnake has such a brilliant technique. After seeing the white snakes that were formed by the sword energy, Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. He used all his strength to activate more than 10 powerful Dharma treasures, wanting to kill those white snakes. However, those white snakes were very strange. They actually directly entangled Lin Feng's Dharma treasures. This was the ability of a high-level Emperor-level expert. High-level Emperor-level emperors had many unimaginable techniques. Now, Lady Whitesnake's Sword Chi Spirit technique was enough to shock everyone. Now, you can go to hell. Lady Whitesnake leaped up and attacked Lin Feng. She wanted to kill Lin Feng as soon as possible. At this moment, the 3-headed viper turned into a streak of black light. It pierced through the void and stabbed towards Lady Whitesnake. Lady Whitesnake directly waved the white snake sword in her hand and swept it towards the 3-headed viper. Clang! The terrifying attack swept across the 3-headed viper's black light. Instantly, an earth-shattering sound of collision was heard. The 3-headed viper was swept away. Meanwhile, Lady Whitesnake had already quickly arrived in front of Lin Feng. There was a typo in front. He had written Lin Feng's realm wrongly. Lin Feng should be at the 6th heaven of the Imperial Emperor realm. He had refined the creation immortal pill. He had broken through 3 realms. He was now at the 9th heaven of the Imperial Emperor realm. Requesting for another subscription. I hope that everyone can subscribe to the Archean Dragonesque Elephant art officially. This is because Old Man Too has to rely on the royalties to support his family. It's really not easy to earn some hard-earned money. Every month, he had to earn more than 10 yuan, which was the money for a pack of cigarettes. Old Man Too could only earn a small portion of the money. Therefore, it was too tough and life was too difficult. Therefore, I sincerely hope that everyone can support Old Man Too officially. Everyone can download QQ to read and subscribe to the Archean Dragonesque Elephant art officially. Or use QQ Bookstore on your phone to subscribe to the official version. Please support Old Man Too. Lady Whitesnake's attack was fast, accurate, and powerful. If he was not careful, Lin Feng might die under Lady Whitesnake's sword. Lin Feng was very clear about this. However, when Lady Whitesnake's invincible attack came, Lin Feng was already prepared. Seeing that the invincible sword was about to stab Lin Feng, swoosh, Lin Feng instantly disappeared without a trace. He had used the Great Heaven Mending technique to dodge Lady Whitesnake's attack. In the next moment, when Lin Feng reappeared, he was already high up in the sky. Lin Feng's two clones retracted into his body. Lady Whitesnake's sword missed. Her gaze darkened slightly. She suddenly stepped into the void. Then, Lady Whitesnake's body shot up into the sky like a cannonball. She still held the sword in her hand and attacked. The sword in Lady Whitesnake's hand was simply invincible. The sword pierced through the sky. The power was so strong that it was shocking. At this moment, Lin Feng began to walk forward in the void. He began to chant an incantation. The great path of destiny, please descend with the power of destiny. Let me punish this lowly existence who dares to blaspheme destiny. When Lin Feng's voice fell, a long river of destiny instantly condensed. The long river of destiny flowed and fell from the sky. It was as if it had crossed through endless time and space to arrive in this world. The long river of destiny directly rushed toward Lady Whitesnake. It was like a silver stream descending from the sky. It enveloped Lady Whitesnake within. The water in the long river of destiny was formed by the power of destiny. Now, the water in the long river of destiny was constantly washing away the white domineering aura surrounding Lady Whitesnake's body. Crack! Crack! The white domineering aura around Lady Whitesnake's body was cracking. This was the terrifying part of the path of destiny. Almost no magic in the world could resist the great path of destiny. Come quickly, Lin Feng summoned the three-headed viper. The three-headed viper flew over. Under Lin Feng's command, the three-headed viper transformed into a black beam of light. Lin Feng grabbed the black light in his hand. This black light, it looked like a black spear. Lin Feng was holding the three-headed snake which had turned into a black light. Then, he jumped into the air. Lin Feng's body surged with boundless energy. At that moment, Lin Feng seemed to have transformed into a peerless killing god. People came from the heavens. One sword could slay an immortal. Lin Feng let out a long roar and charged towards Lady Whitesnake. His power was completely connected with the three-headed viper's power. Now, Lin Feng used the three-headed viper's black light as a weapon to unleash this peerless attack. Naturally, the power of this attack was greatly increased. Endless immortal light descended from the 9 heavens. Amidst the endless immortal light, Lin Feng transformed into a cold light and instantly arrived in front of Lady Whitesnake. Endless chill. Destroying everything. The white aura around Lady Whitesnake's body, which had already cracked, could not withstand this peerless sharpness. It was directly shattered by the peerless sharpness. The cold light that Lin Feng transformed into instantly collided with the Whitesnake sword in Lady Whitesnake's hand. A powerful force. Lady Whitesnake was forced to retreat. The power of the River of Destiny instantly blasted Lady Whitesnake's body, causing her to suffer countless injuries. Barf, Lady Whitesnake spat out a mouthful of blood. Army Mantra. Lin Feng took advantage of this opportunity to activate the Army Mantra with all his might. Lin Feng's mind was connected to the Whitesnake sword in Lady Whitesnake's hand. The most terrifying thing about the Army Mantra was that it could forcibly seize control of other people's Dharma treasures. As for Lin Feng, he had taken control of the Whitesnake sword from Madame Whitesnake. The Whitesnake sword instantly broke free from Lady Whitesnake's control and stabbed towards her. This was something that Lady Whitesnake did not expect at all. She did not expect that Lin Feng would seize control of her natal Dharma treasure and attack her instead. Lady Whitesnake quickly moved to the left, wanting to avoid the terrifying attack of the Whitesnake sword. Although Lady Whitesnake avoided her vital parts, she was still unable to completely avoid the attack of the Whitesnake sword. The Whitesnake sword tore a wound so deep that her bones could be seen on her shoulder. Blood immediately spurted out. Lin Feng stepped forward and circulated the power of the dragon elephant arm 6 times. Lin Feng threw a punch at Lady Whitesnake. The peerless punch contained shocking power. Lin Feng loved close combat the most. Now, he finally seized the opportunity to do so. Miss Whitesnake hastily moved to block Lin Feng's terrifying punch. Bang, both parties collided fiercely. Lady Whitesnake was sent flying by Lin Feng's attack. Rumble, the three-headed viper's huge tail attacked Lady Whitesnake. Lady Whitesnake's expression changed drastically. She quickly dodged the huge tail that was like a mountain. However, just as she dodged the three-headed viper's attack, Lin Feng attacked again. Lin Feng's peerless punch was once again aimed at Lady Whitesnake. Lady Whitesnake hurriedly attacked and exchanged a second punch with Lin Feng. This time, she was even worse off. When she was sent flying by Lin Feng, she could not help but vomit blood. Her face was as pale as a sheet of paper. Ah! Lady Whitesnake screamed furiously. She was such a powerful figure, but she was actually beaten to the point of vomiting blood by an ant like Lin Feng. She was really mad with hatred. Before Lin Feng attacked again, a terrifying aura surged out of Lady Whitesnake's body. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. That aura was too terrifying. It made Lin Feng feel the threat of death. A terrifying existence like Lady Whitesnake would definitely have some trump cards up her sleeve. Due to her Dao injury and the injury to her divine soul, Lady Whitesnake did not use those trump cards easily. However, now, Lady Whitesnake no longer had any scruples. This was because Lin Feng was giving her too much pressure. If she did not use her trump cards, Lady Whitesnake was worried that she would die in Lin Feng's hands. After Lin Feng sensed the terrifying aura emitted from Lady Whitesnake's body, he did not chase after her. He quickly took out the creation gourd. It was rumored that the creation gourd could refine all living things. Was that true? If that was true, then the creation gourd was absolutely heaven-defying. Lin Feng activated the creation gourd. The stopper of the creation gourd flew out. Then, the creation gourd released a powerful devouring power that surged towards Lady Whitesnake. Creation gourd. Ha 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 ha, Lady Whitesnake, you've been kept in the creation gourd and are now my prisoner. If you submit to me now, I'll definitely treat you well in the future. If you're stubborn, then I'll purify you and turn you into a walking corpse. From then on, you'll be my slave. Lin Feng grabbed the creation gourd and could not help but laugh. It felt so good to suppress such a terrifying existence like Lady Whitesnake. The creation gourd was indeed terrifying. It was worthy of being a supreme treasure forged by the fifth-generation immortal king of creation. Even a powerful existence like Lady Whitesnake could not resist the creation gourd's devouring. If the power of this supreme treasure was gradually developed, Lin Feng believed. This supreme treasure, it would be even more powerful. It would also be more useful. You want to purify me? That's wishful thinking. Lady Whitesnake's voice was cold. Humph. Lin Feng snorted and said, I'll find a place to purify you immediately. Then, Lin Feng and the three-headed viper left. Lin Feng found a valley. The three-headed viper helped Lin Feng guard. Then, Lin Feng entered the time and space. He took out the creation gourd. His divine thought entered the creation gourd and immediately discovered, at this moment, white divine light appeared on the surface of Lady Whitesnake's body. The white divine light seemed to be condensing into a giant white cocoon. Lin Feng frowned. This should be Lady Whitesnake's self-protection method. She wanted to use this method to resist his purification. At the same time, she could also quickly recover from her injuries in the giant cocoon. Lady Whitesnake's wishful thinking was quite good. Lin Feng began to use the great purification technique and surged toward Lady Whitesnake. He wanted to purify her, but the power of the great purification technique was blocked by the white divine light on the surface of Lady Whitesnake's body. The purification power that Lin Feng condensed could not invade Lady Whitesnake's body. If the purification power could not invade Lady Whitesnake's body, there was naturally no need to talk about purifying her. That was simply a pipe dream. Lin Feng frowned. Lady Whitesnake sure had a lot of tricks up her sleeves. Soon, a giant white cocoon was formed, enveloping Lady Whitesnake within. Lady Whitesnake. You are now my prisoner. No matter what method you use, you can't change your fate anymore. Now that I'm in the Demon Emperor mystic realm, I don't have that much time to fight with you. Once I leave the Demon Emperor mystic realm, I will have plenty of time to convert you. Lin Feng said indifferently. Then, he withdrew his consciousness from the Gourd of Fortune. Lin Feng put Miss White Snake in the gourd for the time being. Lin Feng didn't pay attention to her. He put away the Gourd of Fortune and began to recover his dermic powers. After Lin Feng recovered to his peak state, he continued to fly deeper into the forest with the three-headed viper. The three-headed viper was flying at high speed in the sky, the wind whistling. Lin Feng looked into the distance. He saw the surging torrent appear in front of him. The undead army, Lin Feng was surprised. That was an army of undead. The king of the undead was leading the army of undead in the mysterious world. They were looking for cultivators who had come from outside the bestial emperor mysterious world. Then, they killed those foreign cultivators one by one. Lin Feng made the three-headed viper change its direction. They flew in another direction, distancing themselves from the undead army. Dong! 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 The sound of war drums could be heard from a mountain range in the distance. Lin Feng was alarmed. He looked into the distance and saw endless demonic aura rolling. In the demonic aura, there were some figures moving. There seemed to be a great battle going on there. Lin Feng made the three-headed viper shrink. The three-headed viper became more than a meter long. It followed behind Lin Feng and headed toward the place where the great battle was taking place. When Lin Feng arrived, he found that the battle was between a cultivator and a group of powerful guardian puppets. Lin Feng actually knew the cultivator. It was none other than Emperor Jirian of the Dark Ancient Forest. Previously, Emperor Jirian wanted to kill Lin Feng because of Emperor Yinglong. If Ancestor Xianxia had not intervened, Emperor Jirian would have already attacked Lin Feng. Lin Feng did not expect to see Emperor Jirian here. Emperor Jirian's combat strength was very strong. He killed the guardian puppets one by one. Although the guardian puppets were strong, they were no match for Emperor Jirian. Ha 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 ha. What could be in the cave abode of the Yuan Sage Demon King? After killing more than a dozen guardian puppets, the nine-eyed Emperor Lord burst into laughter. Obviously, this guy had obtained information about the cave abode and came to find it alone. He quickly rushed into the depths of the cave abode. Emperor Jirian. Whatever you have is destined to be mine. Even you will become my slave. Lin Feng sneered. Emperor Jirian was only at the third heaven of the Emperor Master Realm. However, he had mastered the Tao of Destruction. His attack power was very strong. Therefore, Emperor Jirian should not be underestimated. However, Lin Feng had now decided to attack Emperor Jirian. He planned to hide and sneak attack Emperor Jirian. Lin Feng and the three-headed viper had joined forces and defeated the Blood Bird Emperor and Lady White Snake. Therefore, now that his confidence had greatly increased, Lin Feng believed that he and the three-headed viper would definitely be able to defeat Emperor Jirian. Moreover, Lin Feng had decided to sneak attack Emperor Jirian. Lin Feng had mastered the Tao of Space. He used the Tao of Space and hid in the void with the three-headed viper. Lin Feng and the three-headed viper. Like a peerless killer, he remained motionless and completely concealed his aura. This was because an Emperor Master Realm powerhouse was not to be underestimated. If he made any movements, it was very likely that he would be discovered. They waited for a full 6 hours. Emperor Jirian rushed out of the cave abode. Emperor Jirian was about to leave when the void in front of him suddenly split open. A ray of black light appeared and pierced towards the nine-eyed Emperor Lord. This black light was formed by the three-headed viper. You're courting death. Emperor Jirian was furious. 9 blood-red lights suddenly swept out from his 9 eyes. The 9 blood-red lights instantly swept across the black light formed by the three-headed viper. Just as Emperor Jirian attacked the three-headed viper, Lin Feng quietly appeared behind Emperor Jirian. He split open the void and stabbed toward Emperor Jirian with the black dragon sword in his hand. Lin Feng hid too well. When the sword stabbed out, it directly stabbed Emperor Jirian's protective light shield. Emperor Jirian's expression changed greatly. He wanted to quickly turn around and send Lin Feng flying. But Lin Feng did not give him the chance. Lin Feng used the power of the ruler's armor and the golden dwarf in his dantian. The power of his sword. It suddenly increased. Pucci. It's you. Emperor Jirian turned his head and saw Lin Feng. His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. If looks could kill, Lin Feng would have been cut into pieces by Emperor Jirian's cold eyes. Emperor Jirian's body emitted a monstrous killing intent. However, Lin Feng's sword had already pierced through his chest. Even though his killing intent was monstrous, it was useless now. That's right. It's me. Emperor Jirian. You've been targeting me. You've treated me like an ant. But you didn't expect this. You actually fell at my hands, didn't you? Lin Feng looked at Emperor Jirian indifferently. I'm going to kill you. Emperor Jirian reached out to grab the black dragon sword that had pierced through his chest. He wanted to pull it out. However, Lin Feng had already made his move. Runes intertwined in the void and wrapped around Emperor Jirian. These were the sealing runes that Lin Feng had condensed. The sealing runes wrapped around Emperor Jirian's body and immediately sealed Emperor Jirian. Emperor Jirian was powerful, but he was severely injured. He had no way of resisting Lin Feng's sealing runes. Break! The nine-eyed Emperor Lord roared, trying to break free from the sealing runes on his body. However, no matter how many times he tried, it was to no avail. These were the sealing runes that Lin Feng had condensed with the 8 God sealing seals. The 8 God sealing seals was an inheritance of the Celestial Master sect. This divine ability was very heaven-defying. Therefore, it was almost impossible to break the sealing runes condensed by Lin Feng's 8 God sealing seals. O great Tao of purification, please send down the power of purification and allow me to purify this sinful person. Yi Futian said. Lin Feng began to chant an incantation to summon the power of purification. Great purification. You actually want to purify me? No, you can't purify me. You can't convert me. Emperor Jirian roared in horror. Once converted, they would lose their sense of self and become Lin Feng's slave. Emperor Jirian knew this very well. An expert like the nine-eyed emperor was used to being free and unfettered. When he thought about how he was about to become a walking corpse, he couldn't help but shudder. Now, there was only fear in his heart. That was something the nine-eyed Emperor Lord absolutely could not accept. Emperor Jirian. You don't have to struggle. No matter how you struggle. They were all useless. You are destined to be converted by me. Lin Feng looked at Emperor Jirian indifferently as the power of purification circled around his palm. Lin Feng slapped Emperor Jirian's forehead. In an instant, the powerful power of purification poured into Emperor Jirian's mind. Ah, Emperor Jirian let out a low roar. I'm willing to recognize you as my master. As long as you don't convert me. I'm willing to recognize you as my master. Emperor Jirian began to beg for mercy. He did not want to be converted. He would lose his sense of self and his desires. In the future, other than cultivation, he would listen to Lin Feng's words. If he recognized Lin Feng as his master, it would not be like this. Although he had to obey Lin Feng's orders, he could not betray Lin Feng. But at the very least, he still had his own thoughts, his own pursuits, and his inner desires. Other than having to listen to Lin Feng's orders, he was no different from a normal person. So, Emperor Jirian would rather choose to recognize Lin Feng as his master than be converted by Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at Emperor Jirian indifferently and said coldly, Emperor Jirian. It's not a matter of whether you want to recognize me as your master or not. It's that I don't want a slave like you. I just want to convert you. I want you to be my slave. As his voice fell, an even more powerful power of purification poured into Emperor Jirian's mind. Emperor Jirian kept struggling. However, Emperor Jirian's struggle became more and more difficult. Little bastard. I curse you to die a horrible death. I curse you that your future will be 10 times, 100 times more miserable than mine. Emperor Jirian cursed loudly. He kept cursing Lin Feng. However, Emperor Jirian's curse had no effect on Lin Feng. Bang! 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 He slapped Emperor Jirian's head 3 times in a row. In an instant, Emperor Jirian's body suddenly froze. He stopped struggling. A serene look appeared in his 9 eyes. Ba. Excellent, excellent. Thank you, Master, for leading this subordinate to good. Emperor Jiuyan put his palms together. At this moment, he seemed to have become a Buddhist monk. Lin Feng also put his palms together and said, since you're able to let go of the butcher's knife, you'll definitely be able to wash away your sins and turn over a new leaf. After successfully converting Emperor Jiuyan, Lin Feng, Emperor Jiuyan, and the three-headed viper flew into the depths of the forest. Do you know anything about Bai Qingqing and Bai Qingqing? Lin Feng looked at Emperor Jiuyan and asked. The nine-eyed emperor said, replying to Master. Not long after we entered the Demon Emperor's secret realm, we were surrounded by an army of undead creatures. Many people died tragically, and we were also scattered. However, this subordinate saw the Bai sisters being rescued by the Black Turtle ancestor. There were also a few other Sage Emperor-level cultivators who were rescued by the Black Turtle ancestor. I don't think the Black Turtle ancestor will allow them to continue staying in the Demon Emperor's secret realm. Perhaps they have already left the Demon Emperor's secret realm. Hearing this, Lin Feng nodded. For the Bai sisters, leaving the Demon Emperor's secret realm was the best choice. If they continued to stay in the Demon Emperor's secret realm, they might encounter a calamity. This place was simply too dangerous. The slightest carelessness could lead to, they would die without a burial place. Do you know the place where Demon Emperor Tai died? Lin Feng continued to ask. This subordinate knows the approximate location. I heard the news from the Black Turtle ancestor. But whether or not the Demon Emperor's secret realm is really there, we need to go to that place to confirm it. Emperor Jiuyan said. Alright, bring me to that location now. Lin Feng said. Yes. Master. Emperor Jiuyan replied. Then, he brought Lin Feng to the place where the Demon Emperor died. Along the way, danger lurked everywhere. Lin Feng and the others were even attacked by a small group of undead creatures. However, in the end, they managed to get rid of those undead creatures. In addition, the three of them were also attacked by a few terrifying berserk beasts. These terrifying berserk beasts were all powerful existences that were born in the Demon Emperor's secret realm. After a fierce battle, they got rid of a few terrifying berserk beasts. 5 days later, they saw a huge ancient city in the distance. That ancient city, it towered over the horizon. It was as intimidating as a primordial beast. Lin Feng and the others flew over. When they arrived, there were already many cultivators there. Eastern Imperial City. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and looked at the 3 words written on the plaque above the city gate. The Eastern Imperial City referred to Demon Emperor Tai. Before Demon Emperor Tai and Demon Emperor Dijun established the Heavenly Court, they built the East Royal City. Many of Demon Emperor Tai's relatives lived in the East Royal City. When Demon Emperor Tai disappeared, he was in the East Royal City. He disappeared along with the city. Emperor Jiuyan said. The demon race was so prosperous in the past. Why would Demon Emperor Tai disappear for no reason? It's really strange. Lin Feng couldn't help but say. This is an eternal mystery. No one knows. Emperor Jiuyan said. Lin Feng nodded. The East Royal City had yet to open, so Lin Feng was still waiting for it to open. More cultivators arrived. Experts from the Magical Beast Mountain Range and Cloud Swamp Ancient Forest had arrived, but Lin Feng didn't see Emperor White Eagle. Experts from the other 2 ancient forests, Devouring Sun Ancient Forest and Purgatory Ancient Forest, had also arrived. In addition, experts from the Sky Ruin Island had also arrived. Among the experts from the Sky Ruin Island, there were 2 Godstones. Among the Godstones, there were obviously self-proclaimed experts. Those were the foundations of the Sky Ruin Island, and now they were here. Those foundations wouldn't awaken easily. They would only awaken when a heaven-defying opportunity appeared. This was because they needed to change their fate, and these heaven-defying opportunities were what they had to fight for. It was just like how Lin Feng had to constantly collect powerful Dharma treasures and divine abilities. Why was that? It was because Lin Feng was preparing for the future. He had to master enough divine abilities and Dharma treasures to constantly increase his foundation. When the Doomsday Battle arrived, he would be able to better deal with those dangers. Lin Feng also saw the experts from the Sea Demon race. The experts from the sea demon race were led by two extremely old cultivators. The two cultivators were as thin as firewood. They looked like malicious spirits that had crawled out of hell. They were extremely eerie and terrifying. However, their strength was incomparably terrifying. The void where they stood was distorted. The experts of the epic Lost Tribe had arrived. This time, the true powerhouses of the epic Lost Tribe had arrived. They were two cultivators who didn't look particularly old. In terms of appearance, he looked like a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s. However, their auras were extremely ancient. An existence that transcended epics. Those two cultivators. He was actually a powerful existence from the epic remnant race who had transcended epics. Just like Tai Dao Honorable Lord and Yuan Tian Honorable Lord. Although their combat strength had been declining as time passed, they were still too terrifying when they were at their peak. Therefore, even though his cultivation had dropped, his combat strength was still heaven-defying. Naturally, no one dared to provoke such an expert. Lin Feng saw Mo Tianxi among the cultivators of the epic Lost Race. Mo Tianxi had one of his arms severed by Lin Feng as he fled miserably. Right now, Mo Tianxi's face was pale. The injury of losing an arm wasn't something that could be recovered so quickly. When Mo Tianxi saw Lin Feng in the distance, boundless killing intent and hatred shot out from his eyes. As the direct descendant of the noble epic Lost Race, he had nearly died in the hands of a human cultivator like Lin Feng. This nearly drove Mo Tianxi insane. To him, this was simply a great humiliation. Lin Feng also saw Mo Tianxi. However, he didn't bother about Mo Tianxi. A mere Mo Tianxi wasn't worthy of his attention. Mo Tianxi seemed to want to seek revenge from Lin Feng. He was whispering something to the two powerhouses of the epic Lost Race beside him. The two powerhouses of the epic Lost Race looked at Lin Feng. They then retracted their gazes. It's not the right time to take action. Let's find another chance, one of the powerhouses said. Mo Tianxi couldn't wait to tear Lin Feng into pieces. However, since the old ancestor had spoken, he didn't dare to disobey the old ancestor. He could only wait patiently. The experts of the Dragon Palace had arrived. They were led by the experts who had sealed themselves in the stone materials. They were the foundation of the Dragon Palace. Lin Feng saw the ninth prince, Ao Shen, among the group of people from the Dragon Palace. This guy was standing beside the stone material with a cautious look. He was waiting for the experts who had sealed themselves in the stone material to give him orders. As for Yao Wuxiu, who he had seen previously, Lin Feng didn't see him this time around. Not long after, the roars of beasts shook the sky. 7 to 8 powerful beasts had arrived. These beasts were terrifying existences in the Demon Emperor's secret realm. Now that they had arrived, they were floating in mid-air. After the arrival of these beasts, a few Emperor-level experts of the Dark Ancient Forest had arrived. The old ancestor of the Black Tortoise saw Lin Feng. The three-headed viper and Emperor Jiuyan were a strange combination. They knew about the conflict between Lin Feng and Emperor Jiuyan. However, the two of them had actually come together. This was really strange. As for the three-headed viper, it had a ferocious aura. It was obviously a beast. Why was it together with Lin Feng, the old ancestor of the Black Tortoise, and the others flew towards Lin Feng? Senior. Lin Feng cupped his fists. Emperor Jiuyan also greeted the group. Everyone exchanged greetings. The other Emperor-level experts were also very curious. They didn't know how Lin Feng and Emperor Jiuyan had reconciled. However, this was a matter between Lin Feng and Emperor Jiuyan. This was someone else's private matter. Therefore, the few of them didn't ask about Lin Feng and Emperor Jiuyan. Lin Feng looked at the old ancestor of the Black Tortoise and asked, "Senior, may I know where the Bai sisters are?" "Brat, you don't have to worry about them. They have already left. I don't think there will be any danger," the old ancestor of the Black Tortoise said. Lin Feng cupped his fists and thanked, "Old ancestor, thank you for taking care of the Bai sisters." The old ancestor of the Black Tortoise said, "If you really want to thank this old man hopes that you can use your body to block in front of this old man when you encounter danger." Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. The old ancestor of the Black Tortoise was really shameless. Such an expert wanted him to block danger for him. This was really shameless. Everyone was waiting for the restriction of the East Imperial Kingdom to disappear. Lin Feng felt that other than these cultivators, there might be other cultivators hiding in the dark. It was just that those cultivators hadn't shown themselves yet. In the next few days, the strength of the restriction of the East Imperial Kingdom continued to weaken. On the fourth day, the restriction that enveloped the East Imperial Kingdom's gate disappeared. However, the restriction above the gate was still there. Moreover, the restriction above the gate didn't seem to have any signs of disappearing. However, this was enough. Some cultivators couldn't wait to fly towards the gate of the East Imperial Kingdom and pushed it open. Then, they entered the East Imperial Kingdom. The rest of the cultivators also entered the East Imperial Kingdom. The streets of the ancient city were very wide and had an ancient aura to them. After entering the ancient city, Lin Feng saw many skeletons scattered on the ground. Many houses in the city were also destroyed. A great battle had taken place here in the past. Moreover, there were many casualties. Could it be that someone sealed the city back then? They made it so that the people in the city couldn't leave and then started killing all the cultivators in the city. In the end, everyone in the city was killed. Were they all slaughtered? Emperor Great Rock said. That. Everyone couldn't help but frown and ponder. Emperor Great Rock's words were indeed very likely. However, the East Imperial Kingdom was where Demon Emperor Tai Yi's clan lived. Demon Emperor Tai Yi spent most of his time in the East Imperial Kingdom. Back then, the East Imperial Kingdom disappeared with Demon Emperor Tai Yi. Who would dare to kill Demon Emperor Tai Yi's clan? Many people had already entered the city to investigate the specific situation of the East Royal City. Lin Feng and the others also rushed in. Many courtyards were extremely dilapidated, and most of the cultivators went straight to the larger courtyards. Those larger residences might have been the residences of experts in the past, or the residences of people who were close to the Eastern Emperor Tai Yi. Therefore, in those courtyards, one could often find some good things. Lin Feng and the others also entered a mansion. It was gigantic. When they arrived at the second courtyard, something terrifying happened. The great array intertwined. An 8 trigrams formation was formed, trapping everyone within. What was shocking was that the 8 trigrams array was quickly operating. He wanted to refine the people trapped in the formation to death. Everyone's expression abruptly changed. Everyone joined forces to resist the 8 trigrams array's refinement. A powerful refining force surged as everyone looked for a way to break the array. Lin Feng had a deep understanding of the 8 trigrams, but the 8 trigrams array here made Lin Feng helpless. In the past, the person who set it up must have had an extremely high cultivation level, far surpassing Lin Feng's own level of array formation. Otherwise, Lin Feng wouldn't have been stumped by the 8 trigrams array here. The Black Tortoise ancestor and the others also had profound attainments in formations. However, there was nothing they could do in the face of the 8 trigrams formation. Many people's faces became extremely gloomy. Now, everyone could only resist the 8 trigrams array's refinement while searching for the array's weakness. Other than that, there was no other way to break the 8 trigrams formation. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was already night time. At that moment, everyone realized that as night fell, the power of the 8 trigrams formation became weaker and weaker. Look, a blood-red moon has appeared. Someone pointed to the sky. Everyone looked over and saw a blood-red moon. The blood moon represented inauspiciousness. Normally, it would only be seen in some extremely dangerous places, such as the land of death. Whenever a blood moon was seen, nothing good would happen. Now, everyone was actually seeing a blood moon. This caused many people's hearts to tremble slightly. When the blood-red moonlight shone on the 8 trigrams formation, the 8 trigrams formation that trapped Lin Feng and the others gradually dissipated. Lin Feng and the others broke free. This made them heave a sigh of relief. The 8 trigrams formation was too terrifying. There was no way to break it. If they continued to be trapped here, they might be refined to death by the 8 trigrams formation. Fortunately, now that they were finally out of danger, everyone hurriedly recovered their magical power. At this moment, the sound of playing the zither suddenly came from the depths of the courtyard. The sound of the zither was very beautiful. The sudden sound of the zither caused everyone's expression to change slightly. The main reason was that the place was wrong. If it was a night with a full moon, everyone would be interested in sitting down and listening to this beautiful zither sound. However, the key point was that this was the East Imperial City, which was full of danger and danger. Now that the blood moon was in the sky, it was eerie and terrifying. No one was in the mood to listen to others playing the zither. Perhaps, the person playing the zither was not human at all. This is too strange. Let's leave here quickly, the Great Dream Emperor said in a deep voice. This woman was very scary. She could sense some things that others could not. Now, after hearing the zither sound, the Great Dream Emperor was very uneasy. No one had any objections. The situation in front of them was indeed too strange. Everyone did not want to stay in this courtyard any longer, even if this group of people had powerful cultivation. However, in the face of this situation, they could not help but feel a little scared. Everyone quickly came to an agreement and planned to leave immediately. However, at this moment, a faint voice came from the depths of the courtyard. Dear guests, please forgive me for not going out to welcome you. Dear guests, could it be that you feel that the zither music I played was not nice? Is that why you are in such a hurry to leave? It was a very pleasant voice. Lin Feng even felt that he had never heard such a pleasant voice. Everyone could not help but stop in their tracks. Everyone looked at each other and saw the gloomy expression in each other's eyes. Now, it seemed that they could not leave even if they wanted to. Let's go in and take a look. There are so many of us. Could it be that we are afraid of a mere human? The Black Turtle Patriarch said. He paused in the middle of his words, probably wanting to say a ghost. However, he did not say it in the end. Now, entering seemed to be the only way. Everyone mustered up their courage and walked into the inner courtyard. After entering the inner courtyard, everyone saw that the lights in the courtyard were lit. In the middle of the courtyard sat a woman in white. In front of the woman in white was a zither. She was wearing a veil and no one could see her face clearly. That pair of delicate hands was now plucking the strings. The pleasant sound of the zither curled up and intertwined with graceful notes. If it were not for the wrong occasion, everyone would have been conquered by the woman in white zither music. There's a shadow. It shouldn't be a ghost, right? Lin Feng saw the woman in white shadow. A ghost. There was no shadow. Whether it was the most ordinary ghost or the most powerful ghost immortal, there was no shadow. However, the woman in white in front of him, she had a shadow. After hearing Lin Feng's words, everyone looked at the woman in white's shadow. After seeing the woman in white's shadow, their expressions seemed to be better. This was a zither music filled with happiness and beauty. The woman in white was completely integrated into it. Lin Feng even felt that he could even feel from the zither music. He could feel every fluctuation in the woman in white's heart. When the zither music ended, a gentle breeze blew, blowing the veil on the woman in white's face into the distance. The woman in white's beautiful face appeared in front of everyone's eyes. What a beautiful woman. When he saw that delicate face, Lin Feng could not help but be shocked. The woman in white was really too beautiful. It was a kind of beauty that could not be described with words. Such a woman was so beautiful that it was suffocating. What was her identity? It really made people curious. Who are you? The Bloodwing Emperor narrowed his eyes and asked the woman. I'm the most beautiful person in the world. The woman said, then stood up and walked toward the crowd. Her words, that was an indescribable confidence. However, the crowd really couldn't refute her words. Because this woman was really too beautiful. Before seeing this woman, Lin Feng had always thought that the Empress was the most beautiful woman in the world. No one could be compared to the Empress. But now, Lin Feng changed his mind. Although the woman in front of him couldn't compare to the Empress's peerless appearance, however, she had a face that was not inferior to the Empress's. She and the Empress, each had their own merits. The Empress was more charming. And this woman was more like a fairy. She was like a fairy floating in the air. She was like a woman who didn't eat the food of mortals. Anyone who saw this woman would be amazed. You are indeed very beautiful. The Bloodwing Emperor said. This was something that no one could refute because this woman was really too beautiful. Of course, the Great Dream Emperor was also very beautiful. She was also a peerless beauty. However, when she saw this woman, the Great Dream Emperor was actually quite jealous of her. No matter how powerful her cultivation was, women were women. And women were always jealous. This was human nature. It wasn't a flaw in character. Women competed with each other in beauty. It was like men competing with each other to see who was more handsome. This was a kind of psychological competition, a kind of psychological pleasure. Do you think I'm beautiful? The woman continued to look at the others. She looked at the Emperor Yunzhe. Yes. The Emperor Yunzhe nodded and said. Then, the woman looked at the Great Rock Emperor. Yes. Too beautiful. The Great Rock Emperor also said. The woman looked at the Emperor Jiuyan. Extremely beautiful. The Emperor Jiuyan replied. Every time someone praised her beauty, the woman would be very happy, and there would be a charming smile on her face. She looked at the Divine Monkey Emperor. As beautiful as a fairy. The Divine Monkey Emperor replied. She looked at the three-headed viper. The three-headed viper kept nodding. Her gaze swept past the three-headed viper and looked at the black turtle ancestor. The black turtle ancestor suddenly grinned and said, Beautiful, you're too beautiful. Too charming. My little heart has been pounding nonstop ever since I saw you. I wonder if I'll have a chance to talk about life and ideals with you. Everyone rolled their eyes in unison. Shameless, how shameless, was this something an ancestor-level expert should say, but this was the ancestor of Black Tortoise, the guy who carried forward the word shameless. In the future, there will be plenty of opportunities, the woman smiled faintly. There was a saying that went, looking back with a smile, 100 beauties will be born. Perhaps this was what the woman was like. The woman's beauty was a kind of beauty that shook one's heart. It was a kind of beauty that was unforgettable. The woman then looked at Lin Feng and asked, Am I beautiful? Yes. Of course. You're the second woman I've ever seen who's as beautiful as you. Lin Feng said. The woman stopped and asked, What's wrong? Is there someone else who's as beautiful as me? Yes, there is. Lin Feng nodded honestly. Where is she? The woman asked. Lin Feng said, Maybe she's in the Undying Realm or somewhere else. I haven't seen her in a long time. The woman nodded, then looked past Lin Feng and at the Great Dream Empress. The Great Dream Empress was the only woman in the group. The Great Dream Empress kept pursing her lips. Even if you're beautiful, there's no need for everyone to praise you, right? Who are you showing off to? The Great Dream Empress was also very beautiful. However, facing this woman, the Great Dream Empress felt a little frustrated. This made her feel very uncomfortable in her heart. Of course, in her heart, she was also a little jealous of this woman. This kind of jealousy originated from the woman's beauty. Am I beautiful? The woman looked at the Great Dream Empress and asked. The Great Dream Empress's face suddenly turned ugly. It's fine if you ask these men if you're beautiful. But now, you're actually asking me, a woman, if I'm beautiful? What's the meaning of this? Are you trying to show off? The Great Dream Empress replied indifferently, No. What did you say? The woman's voice suddenly became cold, and her eyes could not help but reveal a sinister expression. I said you're not beautiful. Don't you understand human language? The Great Dream Empress's temper wasn't small, and she sneered in response. She had long disliked this woman, and now that she had shed all pretense of cordiality, she naturally didn't mind scolding her. How dare you say I'm not beautiful? How dare you say I'm not beautiful? How dare you say I'm not beautiful? The woman let out a series of sharp and ear-piercing screams. Her voice was originally very pleasant to the ears. But now, her voice was becoming more and more unpleasant and hoarse. She roared and screamed angrily. A large amount of corpse chi surged out of her body. Next, a foul stench was emitted from her body. Originally, her body had a unique fragrance that was unique to women. But now, her body was emitting a foul smell. It was really unacceptable. How dare you say I'm not beautiful? You deserve to die. You deserve to die. The woman roared with resentment. Her fingernails began to grow, and soon, they were 1/2 meter long. Her body began to rot. Especially that pair of delicate face that could be broken by blowing on it. At this moment, it was rotting at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, that face that was so beautiful that it took one's breath away, it had turned into a rotten face. It was a face that couldn't be seen clearly. It was simply too ugly. It was so ugly that one couldn't help but feel nauseous. This scene was too sudden, so much so that it was a little hard for everyone to accept. Holy shit. My divine eyes have gone blind. The Black Tortoise Patriarch wailed, recalling that not long ago, he wanted to talk about life and ideals with this woman under the moonlight. Now, he felt a chill. What the hell is this? Her face is rotten beyond recognition. The corpse of a zombie won't rot to this extent, right? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown and say. He had seen many zombies, but those zombies' faces were at least clearly visible. As for this woman's face, it was truly rotten beyond recognition. Am I beautiful? Do you think I'm beautiful? The woman looked at everyone. Everyone couldn't help but roll their eyes. You're so ugly. Even the evil spirits of hell aren't as ugly as you. Don't you have any self-awareness? How dare you ask everyone if you're beautiful? How could you have the nerve to ask that? You're really too ugly. The Great Dream Empress curled her lips. Seeing how ugly this woman was, her confidence as a woman was boosted. Everyone nodded in agreement. This woman, she was so ugly that Lin Feng and the others felt like crying. All of you deserve to die. All of you deserve to die. The woman roared angrily, her sharp claws grabbing at the air. Swoosh! Swoosh! Numerous claw lights flew out, grabbing at everyone. Lin Feng was also locked down by a claw. When he sensed the chi of that claw, he was shocked. When he sensed the claw light, Lin Feng's face turned pale. The claw light's aura was too terrifying. Lin Feng felt a thick aura of death from the claw light. He didn't dare to hesitate and quickly took out the ruler's armor. Then, Lin Feng took out the black dragon sword. Holding the black dragon sword in his hand, he swung it at the claw light. Clang! Lin Feng's black dragon sword collided with the claw light. In an instant, Lin Feng felt as if a primordial immortal mountain had crashed into him. That kind of collision was simply too violent. Lin Feng was sent flying. Barf! He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His face turned as white as a sheet. Lin Feng felt as if his internal organs had shifted. The others weren't in good condition after taking the woman's attack. Large chunks of flesh were clawed off the three-headed viper's body. Blood spurted out. A bloody hole appeared in the nine-eyed Emperor Lord's chest. Half of the Great Rock Emperor's wing was almost torn off. A large chunk of the Bloodwing Emperor's abdomen was clawed off. One of the Cloud Pool Emperor's eyes was blinded. The Divine Monkey Emperor's back had a huge wound. His spine was exposed. It was extremely terrifying. The ancestor of the Black Tortoise was in a better condition. His true body was a sacred beast, the Black Tortoise. His defense was extremely strong. Therefore, the woman's attack was unable to break through the Black Turtle Patriarch's defense. As for the Great Dream Empress, she wasn't a simple woman. Lin Feng saw a claw light about to grab the Great Dream Monarch's body, but who would have thought that the Great Dream Monarch's body would become very illusory? Thus, the Great Dream Emperor Lord successfully dodged the woman's terrifying attack. That's too cruel. Hurry up and run. Ancestor of the Black Tortoise shouted. We can't run away. The 8 trigrams formation is right outside. The 8 trigrams formation must be controlled by this woman. If we run into the courtyard outside and get trapped by the 8 trigrams formation, we won't be able to do anything even if we ask for help. Lin Feng said in a deep voice. Hearing this, the Black Tortoise ancestor's expression changed again and again. It was indeed as Lin Feng had said. It was too dangerous to go out now. None of you can go out. You'll all die here. The woman's voice was hoarse and filled with resentment. A large amount of corpse energy surged out of her body, and the corpse energy covered the sky. It sealed the entire courtyard. The woman wanted to catch a turtle in a jar. She wanted to trap Lin Feng and the others here. Beauty. Let's talk things over. There's no need to fight, right? Lin Feng said as he looked at the ugly woman who was emitting a foul smell. He felt that he was lying when he said the word beauty. However, he had to do this in order to survive. Kid. It's too late to beg for mercy now. All of you deserve to die. The woman's sharp and ear-piercing voice rang out. Then, she pounced on Lin Feng and the others. Right at this moment, the Bloodwing Emperor waved his hand and a treasure flew out. It was a treasure. It was a golden alms bowl. The golden alms bowl was densely covered with runes. It seemed to be a Buddhist treasure. Those runes were also Buddhist runes. The Bloodwing Emperor directly took out the golden alms bowl. The runes on the golden alms bowl awakened. Each rune revealed the figure of an arhat. There were a total of 108 arhats. Those arhats were all sitting cross-legged and chanting Buddhist scriptures. The golden alms bowl continued to grow in size. It turned upside down and trapped the woman inside. This treasure is powerful, Lin Feng could not help but be shocked. Clang, the golden alms bowl fell to the ground. As for the woman, she was trapped inside the golden alms bowl. This forbidden treasure won't last long. Hurry up and leave this place. The Bloodwing Emperor said in a low voice as he turned and fled outside. Lin Feng and the others did not dare to hesitate. One after another, they fled towards the outside. Everyone rushed out of the courtyard. As soon as they rushed out, they saw the Lord of the Undead leading a dozen Emperor-level undead over from afar. Damn. What bad luck. When they saw these people, everyone could not help but roll their eyes. The Lord of the Undead was too powerful. In addition, the subordinates beside him were so terrifying. Naturally, the group of people did not hesitate and fled into the depths of the courtyard. Chase, the Lord of the Undead waved his hand and shouted coldly. He and his subordinates quickly chased after Lin Feng and the others. It was not easy to get rid of these people. Some people chose to leave the group and act alone. However, no matter who left the group, two powerful undead chased after them. Damn. Why do I feel that guy's eyes are staring at you? The Black Turtle Ancestor glanced at the Lord of the Undead and then at Lin Feng. This guy also turned and ran toward another passage. After the Black Turtle Ancestor left, the Great Rock Emperor and the Divine Monkey Emperor also left. In the end, only Lin Feng, the Three-Headed Viper, and the Emperor Jiuyan were left. Why are you chasing after me? Lin Feng looked at the Lord of the Undead gloomily. The Lord of the Undead said coldly, you took something that does not belong to you. Now, you'd better hand it over. Lin Feng knew that the Lord of the Undead was talking about the 3 pure 8 trigrams diagram. The 3 pure 8 trigrams diagram was very targeted, and its power was extremely terrifying. However, to the Lord of the Undead, the 3 pure 8 trigrams diagram did not seem to be indispensable. However, the Lord of the Undead was so interested in the 3 pure 8 trigrams diagram. He did not know the reason. Lin Feng felt that there were many strange things about this. Since I've already taken it, then it's mine. Lin Feng curled his lips and said. You don't know the meaning of death. The Lord of the Undead said coldly. He increased his speed and chased after Lin Feng and the others. There were 5 Emperor-level undead beside him. If these people caught up, the situation would be extremely dangerous. Therefore, Lin Feng, the Emperor Jiuyan, and the Three-Headed Viper also increased their speed. However, the three of them. The Lord of the Undead creature's cultivation was already terrifying enough. Now, in addition to the 5 great undead creatures, Lin Feng, Emperor Jiuyan, and the Three-Headed Viper were naturally in a very bad situation. However, Lin Feng was not without something to rely on. He relied on the 3 pure 8 trigrams diagram. Previously, Lin Feng had relied on the 3 pure 8 trigrams diagram to scare away the Lord of the Undead creatures. Now, would he be able to scare away the Lord of the Undead creatures and the others again? Lin Feng was not sure either. Last time, the Lord of the Undead creatures was alone, and now he had 5 helpers. Of course. What made Lin Feng feel a little more at ease was that he now had the 2 great helpers, Emperor Jiuyan and the Three-Headed Viper. The 3 pure 8 trigrams diagram floated above Lin Feng, shaking out waves of powerful fluctuations. Lin Feng looked at the Lord of the Undead creatures with an indifferent expression, and said, now that I am in control of the 3 pure 8 trigrams diagram, it is a great restraint on you. Could it be that you really want to fight until both sides suffer? Did you give up just now? The Lord of the Undead Creatures said coldly, if you don't want to fight until both sides suffer, you should hand over the 3 pure 8 trigrams diagram. However, you can rest assured that if you hand over the 3 pure 8 trigrams diagram, I will definitely not kill you and can let you go. Lin Feng naturally did not believe the Lord of the Undead Creatures' words. Believing his words was better than believing that pigs could climb trees. Looks like there's no room for discussion between us. Since that's the case, then let's fight. Lin Feng sneered, and a powerful mana poured into the 3 pure 8 trigrams diagram. At the same time, Emperor Zhouyan, the three-headed viper, they all attacked. Powerful mana poured into the 3 pure 8 trigrams diagram. After the 3 pure 8 trigrams diagram absorbed the mana of the three of them, it became extremely powerful, and waves of terrifying fluctuations surged out from the 3 pure 8 trigrams diagram. Those waves of fluctuations contained a power that could destroy the heavens and earth. Shwa. Shwa. Whoosh, the Triclear 8 trigrams diagram each shot out a beam of light. The 3 beams of light fused together, and then shrouded the Lord of Undead and the other 5 undead creatures. Do it. The Lord of the Undead Creatures said coldly as he stepped forward. Boundless corpse chi gushed out from his body. The corpse chi was simply too powerful. It directly blasted towards the light beam that swept out from the 3 pristine 8 trigrams diagram. Bang! The corpse energy gushing out from the main body of the undead creature collided with the light beam from the 3 clear 8 trigrams diagram in midair. The light beam from the 3 pure 8 trigrams diagram gained the upper hand, suppressing the corpse energy gushing out from the main body of the undead creature. At this time, the other 5 creatures also made their moves. Large amounts of corpse chi gushed out from their bodies. The corpse power surging out of their bodies merged with the corpse power surging out of the main body of the undead creature, and all of them blasted towards the light beam emitted from the trigrams. The light beam from the 3 clear 8 trigrams diagram was immediately suppressed after the 5 undead creatures joined the battle. The corpse energy grew stronger and stronger, constantly suppressing the light beam from the 3 clear 8 trigrams diagram. The light beam from the 3 clear 8 trigrams diagram was constantly compressed towards Lin Feng and the others. So, the light beam from the 3 clear 8 trigrams diagram became shorter and shorter. The situation. It was extremely bad. The Lord of the Undead Creatures said gloomily, boy. Despair. Tremble. Soon. You will fall into my hands. When the time comes. Let's see how you die. The Lord of the Undead Creatures felt very refreshed now. Last time, he was forced to retreat by Lin Feng's 3 clear 8 trigrams diagram, which made him depressed for a long time. But now, he could finally take revenge. Lin Feng's face became more and more gloomy. If this continued, the situation would be extremely bad for him. Therefore, now he had to find a way to reverse the current unfavorable situation. If he couldn't find a way to reverse the unfavorable situation, then Lin Feng knew that he was likely to fall into eternal damnation. However, Lin Feng had never thought of a way to reverse the current unfavorable situation. The Holy Monk skeleton in the Demon Palace. At this time, the Demon Lord's voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind. Hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes lit up slightly. The Holy Monk skeleton in the Demon Palace was indeed very extraordinary, and its origin was extremely mysterious. At the beginning, Lin Feng was unable to control the Holy Monk skeleton, and was unable to move it out at all. However, as Lin Feng's cultivation increased, Lin Feng was gradually able to control the Holy Monk skeleton. Of course. At the current stage, Lin Feng could only move the Holy Monk skeleton, but he was still unable to activate it. He wanted to activate the Holy Monk skeleton. Perhaps. He still needed to greatly increase his cultivation to be able to do this. Lin Feng's divine sense communicated with the Holy Monk skeleton. Shwa, in the next moment, a light flashed. The Holy Monk skeleton suddenly flew out. The Holy Monk skeleton emitted waves of terrifying aura. Endless holy light surged out from the Holy Monk skeleton. And those holy lights were dazzling and incomparably gorgeous. The Holy Monk skeleton sat cross-legged in the holy light. Although he was just a skeleton, he gave off an incomparably sacred feeling. After the holy monk skeleton appeared, the holy light spread out in all directions. Those dazzling holy light enveloped Lin Feng, Emperor Jiuyan, and the three-headed viper. At the same time, that holy light also enveloped the Lord of the Undead and the other 5 undead. The Lord of the Undead and the other 5 undead couldn't help but frown slightly. Although they were incomparably powerful, after feeling the aura and fluctuations emitted from the holy light, the Lord of the Undead and the other 5 undead felt that the situation seemed to be a little wrong. This was an instinctive reaction. It was like the ability of a cultivator's sudden inspiration. "Retreat," the Lord of the Undead said in a deep voice. He took the lead to retreat, and the other 5 undead also retreated one after another. Then, they released an even more powerful corpse aura, wanting to use that corpse aura to devour the holy light. However, when the corpse aura came in contact with the holy light, it actually burned fiercely in mid-air. After seeing this scene, Lin Feng's face showed an extremely shocked expression. Those holy lights. They were really different. Soon, the corpse aura was completely burned away. And the speed of the holy light suddenly increased, enveloping the Lord of the Undead and the other 5 undead. One of the undead creatures retreated at a slightly slower speed. Then, something shocking happened. The undead's body actually spontaneously combusted. That undead wanted to extinguish the flames on its body, but it failed. That terrifying undead creature was finally burned to ashes. "It's him, it's his skeleton." After he died, the Lord of the Undead couldn't help but exclaim. He seemed to have thought of the origin of the holy monk's skeleton. Therefore, his gaze towards the holy monk's skeleton was uncertain, and his expression was extremely ugly. Lin Feng's heart couldn't help but tremble. The him that the Lord of the Undead mentioned. The Lord of the Undead creatures had a great background when he was alive. From the moment he transformed into an undead creature and had an army of 100,000 undead creatures under his command, one could tell how extraordinary he was. If it wasn't for the 3 pure 8 trigrams diagram, Lin Feng, Emperor Jiuyan, and the three-headed viper naturally wouldn't be a match for the Lord of the Undead creatures. They would most likely die at the hands of the Lord of the Undead creatures. However, even someone as powerful as the Lord of the Undead creatures showed such a shocked expression when he thought of the holy monk skeleton. There was even a trace of horror in his expression. This was enough to explain too many problems. "Do you know who he is?" Lin Feng looked at the Lord of the Undead creatures and asked. "So what if I know? But it doesn't seem like I have the obligation to tell you." The Lord of the Undead creatures sneered. His mood was quite bad. Because he was about to get rid of Lin Feng. Who would have thought? Surprisingly, Lin Feng had taken out a holy monk skeleton and had turned the tide of the battle. This kind of thing. If it was anyone else who wouldn't be depressed, Lin Feng knew that he couldn't get anything useful from the Lord of the Undead creatures, so he tried to continue to communicate with the holy monk skeleton. In fact, the current Lin Feng could only move the holy monk skeleton. It was difficult to do other things. For example, Lin Feng tried to inject his magic power into the holy monk skeleton's body, but he couldn't do it. The surface of the holy monk skeleton was surrounded by a layer of special power, which blocked Lin Feng's magic power from entering. It could be said to be extremely strange. The only thing Lin Feng could do was to stand aside and watch the holy monk skeleton release a powerful attack. The holy light kept spreading. The undead creatures were known as undead creatures, but it wasn't completely undead. Because between heaven and earth, there were always some special powers that could restrain the undead creatures. So, when those powers that could restrain the undead creatures appeared, there was a high probability of killing the undead creatures. For example, the holy light now. It had just killed an undead creature. The Lord of the Undead creatures and the other 4 undead creatures chose to retreat quickly. They did not dare to let the holy light envelop their bodies. This was a lesson learned from the past. It was right in front of him. How could he dare to take the risk, brat? I have to say, you're really lucky. But you took something that doesn't belong to you. Therefore, this matter will definitely not end here. The Lord of the Undead creatures looked coldly at Lin Feng. Immediately after, he led the other 4 undead creatures and quickly left. After the Lord of the Undead and the other 4 undead left, Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief. Whoosh, the skeleton of the holy monk disappeared on its own. He returned to the Chonglu demonic palace. Lin Feng couldn't help smacking his lips. He couldn't help but feel that the skeleton of the holy monk was a little strange. However, Lin Feng was unable to pinpoint exactly what was strange about it. Lin Feng put away the 3 pure 8 trigrams diagram, then walked into the depths of the forest with Emperor Jiuyan and the 3-headed viper. When the Lord of the Undead and the others had chased after them, the others had all fled. This made Lin Feng fully realize one thing. The so-called allies were the most unreliable. Only his own people, such as Emperor Jiuyan. The 3-headed viper, they were the most reliable. Because no matter what happened, Emperor Jiuyan and the 3-headed viper would never betray him. The streets of the East Imperial City were intertwined and extended in all directions. It was extremely huge. Not long after, Lin Feng saw 4 to 5 cultivators at the corner of a street. At the same time, he also saw a breathtakingly beautiful female cultivator. When he saw the female cultivator, Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. That female cultivator. Not anyone else. It was that extremely ugly and terrifying female cultivator from before. Lin Feng couldn't help but mourn for those cultivators. Those cultivators were really unlucky to have been targeted by that woman. Perhaps they would all be wiped out. Lin Feng and the other 2 hurriedly left. They rushed towards the depths of the forest. Perhaps there would be the opportunity they wanted in the depths. However, the East Imperial City wasn't safe at night. There were vengeful spirits floating everywhere. It was extremely terrifying. Moreover, there were some terrifying corpse demons entrenched here. Ah! A scream came from the street in front of them. Lin Feng and the other 2 were alarmed and quickly rushed over. When they arrived, they only saw a pool of blood on the ground, but they didn't find anything. This caused their hearts to tremble slightly. It was too strange. They didn't know what kind of creature was responsible for this. It was a peerless terror. There were still some cultivators who were attracted over. After arriving here, they couldn't help but frown with solemn expressions. There are some unknown dangers in this ancient city. Perhaps it's even more dangerous than that female cultivator. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. He felt that there might be such a possibility. Lin Feng, Emperor Jiuyan, and the 3-headed viper left. He took out the Buddhist treasure Xianxia. This treasure floated above, protecting the 3 of them. However, Lin Feng still felt a cold aura. In the darkness, it was as if something was sizing him up. However, when Lin Feng used his spiritual will to search, he didn't find anything. This was the strangest part. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. Perhaps it was because of the Buddhist treasure Xianxia, but the existence in the darkness didn't appear. However, Lin Feng felt that the terrifying existence had never left and had always been following him. This made him feel a little uneasy. Finally, Lin Feng and the other 2 arrived at the depths of the city. There was a huge palace here. Inside, there were endless halls. Now, the walls of the palace had collapsed. But it was estimated. In the past, this palace was the palace where the demon Emperor Tai lived. People came here one after another and then entered the palace. Lin Feng and the other 2 were no exception as they rushed into the palace. Most of the palaces in the palace had already collapsed. However, there were still some palaces that were well preserved. Many people came in front of a huge palace. Now, the palace was surrounded by black gas. The black gas turned into mysterious runes. Each mysterious rune contained an extremely terrifying power that made one's heart palpitate. Those runes intertwined together and completely sealed the entire palace. There were already many people who were breaking the restrictions of the palace. They wanted to open the palace and enter to see what was inside. In the end, the restrictions around the palace were broken. Many cultivators entered the palace. The interior of the palace was very large. Lin Feng, Emperor Jiuyan, and the 3-headed viper also entered the palace. After entering the palace, they immediately found that the palace was filled with a rotten aura. On the ground, there were many skeletons. Because the people who died were too long ago, those skeletons would shatter at the slightest touch. Boom! Violent fluctuations came from inside. Some cultivators seemed to have found something good, so a battle broke out. The undying phoenix's body emitted a shocking energy fluctuation. It flapped its wings. The void seemed to be about to split open. Many cultivators rushed out, wanting to catch the undying phoenix. When Lin Feng saw the undying phoenix, he was shocked. When the undying phoenix came out, one of the 9 emperor avatars that Lin Feng had refined, the Holy Phoenix Emperor avatar, started to fluctuate violently. Lin Feng had obtained the refining method of the 9 emperor avatars a long time ago. After refining it successfully, he only needed to find the original spirit of the 9 emperor avatars to awaken them. As he continued to find new original spirits of the 9 emperor avatars, the 9 emperor avatars would become more and more powerful. Once the 9 emperor avatars completed their transformation, their combat strength would soar greatly. The 9 emperor avatars could bring Lin Feng different abilities. In addition, the 9 emperor avatars were related to the legendary 9 emperors painting and the inheritance of the 9 emperors. The 9 emperors of the demon clan were at the peak of cultivation in the past. One could imagine how powerful the 9 emperors painting that they had refined together was. Of course. In addition to the 9 emperors painting, the inheritance of the 9 emperors was enough to make countless people crazy. It was rumored that the 9 emperors painting was the #1 emperor weapon. In fact, this rumor was not accurate because when the 9 emperors painting was first refined, it was the #1 emperor weapon. But the key was that the 9 emperors painting was a treasure with a high growth rate and would continue to evolve. Just like Lin Feng's chaotic ancient lamp, when it was first refined, its level was very low. But now, it was an emperor weapon. In the future, it might become an immortal weapon or even surpass an immortal weapon. Therefore, it was obvious that the 9 emperors portrait, which was ranked first right after being refined, would become a terrifying divine weapon in the future. Lin Feng had always hoped to awaken the 9 emperor avatars as soon as possible because he felt that once all the 9 emperor avatars were awakened, then perhaps he could get some clues about the 9 emperors painting or the inheritance of the 9 emperors. Now, among the 9 emperor avatars, Lin Feng had awakened the avatar of the golden-winged roc, the Xianxia, the white tiger, the heaven-eyed demonic snake, and the great radiant angel. As for the other 4 clones, the black tortoise clone, the Taotai clone, the void divine beast clone, and the undying phoenix clone had yet to awaken. It had been a while since Lin Feng had seen the original spirit of the 9 emperors' avatars. But now, Lin Feng actually saw the original soul of the undying phoenix. The undying phoenix, Nirvana rebirth, this was an almost heaven-defying ability. This ability was different from Lin Feng's immortal bloodline ability. Lin Feng possessed the undying bloodline. If he was killed, there was a chance that he would be reborn. This kind of rebirth was an ability obtained by successfully activating the power of one's bloodline the moment one was killed. However, there was a prerequisite for this sort of rebirth. That was, one's flesh and soul could not be destroyed by the other party. That was because this was the bloodline rebirth technique. If one's flesh and soul were destroyed, one would be completely dead. Therefore, there was a limit to the immortal bloodline's rebirth. The Nirvana Phoenix was another kind of rebirth. Nirvana meant that a ball of flame would ignite one's body and turn it into nothingness. The Nirvana Phoenix did not rely on flesh and blood to be reborn. Instead, it relied on mental strength to be reborn. In other words, it relied on the power of the soul to be reborn. Flesh and soul were the foundation of the physical body. Mental strength, on the other hand, was the foundation of the soul. You could not have your cake and eat it too. Therefore, the rebirth of the immortal bloodline and the Nirvana Phoenix, one relied on the bloodline to be reborn, while the other relied on the spirit to be reborn. Both could be reborn, but there was a big difference. Perhaps everything in the world was like this. There would always be flaws. It was impossible to be perfect. However, if Lin Feng mastered the Nirvana Phoenix of the undying phoenix, then Lin Feng's rebirth technique would be close to perfection. This was because he could rely on his bloodline to be reborn, and he could also rely on his spirit to be reborn. If Lin Feng's flesh and blood were destroyed by others, he could try to carry out the Nirvana Phoenix. If Lin Feng's soul was destroyed, he could try to use the power of his bloodline to be reborn. although the 9 emperors' clones each had their own uses. However, Lin Feng's favorite was actually the immortal phoenix's clone. Because the immortal phoenix's clone could allow Lin Feng to have a perfect rebirth technique. At the critical moment, this was a means to save his life. Of course, even if he mastered the rebirth technique, he could not rely on it. Because the probability of the rebirth technique allowing a person to be reborn was very low. Whether it was the immortal bloodline's rebirth technique or the Nirvana Phoenix, the probability of success was not particularly high. If he was killed by others, the probability of dying was much higher than the probability of being reborn. Perhaps he could only be reborn once after dying 100 times. Of course, as his cultivation level increased, his bloodline became more and more powerful, or his cultivation of the Nirvana Phoenix became deeper and deeper. At that time, the success rate might increase a little. Boom boom boom. All kinds of powerful magic treasures flew out, wanting to collect the immortal phoenix's primordial spirit. This kind of Saint Emperor's primordial spirit was very precious. Even if those cultivators did not cultivate the 9 emperors' clones, the Saint Emperor's primordial spirit could greatly increase the combat power of those cultivators. Therefore, a treasure like the phoenix's primordial spirit was absolutely extraordinary. Anyone would go crazy for it. The phoenix's primordial spirit's cultivation was extraordinary. Its wings flapped in the void and directly shuttled through the void, avoiding the magic treasures one by one. Whoosh! Lin Feng made his move. He wanted to take the initiative to attack. The phoenix's primordial spirit belonged to him. No one could take it away. Lin Feng's speed was very fast. He quickly came in front of the phoenix's primordial spirit and opened his big hand. Monstrous magic power surged out and suppressed the phoenix's primordial spirit. Courting death. Many cultivators revealed murderous intent and attacked Lin Feng. One had to know that the cultivators who came here were all very powerful. They were at least at the Saint Emperor level. There were even Sovereign Lord level experts. Their attacks were naturally extremely terrifying. Even Lin Feng did not dare to underestimate the attacks of those cultivators. However, Lin Feng did not avoid the attacks of those cultivators. He continued to suppress the phoenix's primordial spirit. The phoenix's primordial spirit naturally did not want to be suppressed by Lin Feng. Therefore, it flapped its wings and attacked Lin Feng. The wings of the phoenix's primordial spirit directly swept towards Lin Feng. However, the attack of the phoenix's primordial spirit was instantly broken by Lin Feng. After all, it was only a primordial spirit. Lin Feng attacked with all his strength. The phoenix's primordial spirit could not withstand Lin Feng's attack. The powerful magic power that surged out of Lin Feng's body directly wrapped around the phoenix's primordial spirit and suppressed it. Then, it was kept in the time-space by Lin Feng. Whoosh! Then, Lin Feng used the heaven patching technique and instantly disappeared from the spot. The void distorted. Lin Feng appeared 30 meters away. He met up with Emperor Jiuyan and the 3-headed viper. Kid! Hand over the phoenix primordial spirit. A group of cultivators rushed over, their eyes flashing with coldness. There was no lack of emperor-level experts among them, glaring at Lin Feng. The phoenix primordial spirit made their hearts pound. However, now, the phoenix primordial spirit had been taken by Lin Feng, and these cultivators were naturally unwilling to accept it. Therefore, they wanted to force Lin Feng to hand over the phoenix primordial spirit. Scram! Lin Feng put his hands behind his back and looked at the group of people indifferently. Even the emperor-level experts were scolded by Lin Feng. This was Lin Feng's confidence. He was fearless. Kid! What did you say? Kid, do you want to die? Impudent! Who do you think you are? How dare you be so disrespectful to us? Many cultivators' voices were cold as they looked at Lin Feng eerily. If you want to die, you can come over. I'll chop off your dog head. Then I'll kick you out. Lin Feng said indifferently. He was extremely arrogant, as if he didn't care about these cultivators at all. Many of them looked gloomy and murderous. They wanted to attack. However, at this moment, Emperor Jiuyan and the 3-headed viper emitted a terrifying aura. When the sage emperors felt the terrifying aura from Emperor Jiuyan and the three-headed viper, their expressions changed. Then, the sage emperors looked at the emperor-level experts. If the emperor-level experts didn't attack, they naturally wouldn't dare to. These emperor-level emperors didn't belong to the same faction. Lin Feng saw the emperor-level emperors of Sky Market Island, Devil Beast Mountain Range, and Purgatory Ancient Forest. It was very difficult for them to unite, so it was also very difficult for them to join forces to deal with Lin Feng. Moreover, the strength of Lin Feng's side was also very strong. The Monarch Realm experts looked gloomy and chose not to make a move. Instead, they turned around and walked into the depths of the palace. The Saint Emperors didn't do anything when they saw the Emperor Lords. One by one, they immediately quieted down. He also walked towards the depths. Lin Feng, Emperor Jiuyan, and the three-headed viper didn't stop. They also walked into the palace. The area of the palace was very large, and there was a courtyard in the middle. The upper part of the courtyard was open air. The courtyard was surrounded by long corridors that connected to the palace. The architectural style of the palace was rather innovative. Lin Feng summoned the dragon rabbit. This kind of place was suitable for the little guy to display his skills. The dragon rabbit squeaked and ran quickly in front of him. Lin Feng and the other two followed closely behind Dragon Rabbit. The dragon rabbit stopped in front of a room, and Lin Feng pushed the door open. There was a huge cauldron in the room. Isn't this the purple dragon cauldron? When he saw the ancient cauldron, Lin Feng couldn't help but be very surprised. The purple dragon cauldron was a sacred cauldron for alchemy. Although its attack power wasn't strong, it could help with alchemy. Therefore, the purple dragon cauldron was very attractive to cultivators. Because most cultivators knew alchemy. When Lin Feng first started cultivating, he also came into contact with alchemy. But a person's energy was limited. As time passed, Lin Feng gradually put aside his alchemy skills. Lin Feng mainly used his energy to study formations. Lin Feng had 2 cauldrons. The 4 ferocious cauldrons. It had powerful attack power. The primordial magic cauldron. This cauldron was very special and suitable to be a cage. To imprison some people, the primordial magic cauldron's lid and body were very close. Therefore, once imprisoned by the primordial magic cauldron, it was very difficult to escape. Of course, the 4 ferocious cauldron and the primordial magic cauldron could also be used as alchemy cauldrons, but they were clearly inferior to the purple dragon cauldron, which was more inclined towards alchemy. When the dragon rabbit saw the purple dragon cauldron, it jumped on top of it and started jumping around. Its little paw pointed at the purple dragon cauldron from time to time, squeaking non-stop, as if telling Lin Feng that there was a treasure inside and that Lin Feng should quickly collect it. There can't be an immortal pill in the purple dragon cauldron, right? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. He quickly walked towards the purple dragon cauldron. When the dragon rabbit saw Lin Feng walking over, it jumped onto Lin Feng's shoulder and stood there. Lin Feng opened the lid of the purple dragon cauldron. Crackle, crackle. After the lid of the purple dragon cauldron was opened, lightning immediately intertwined. Within the lightning, there was a purple seedling floating in the air. What is this? Lin Feng looked at the purple seedling and couldn't help but look puzzled. A purple sapling. It contained an extraordinary power. Moreover, Lin Feng discovered that the lightning was actually the power of lightning spat out by the purple sapling. Lin Feng frowned. He had never seen such a plant before. It was really strange. What kind of plant was this? Demon Lord. Do you recognize this sapling? Lin Feng asked. Yao Jun, on the other hand, stared at the purple sapling shrouded in lightning in bewilderment. He couldn't help but frown and say, "This purple sapling looks very much like the sapling of the Grand Firmament purple lightning bamboo. However, this kind of vegetation has already disappeared countless years ago. I didn't think that there would be such a plant here." Lin Feng asked, "What's the use of this Grand Firmament purple lightning bamboo?" The Demon Lord said, "The Grand Firmament purple lightning bamboo is one of the 10 most young plants in the world. In addition, it is a lightning-attributed plant. Therefore, this plant is extremely lethal to evil spirits and ghosts. If it is forged into a supreme treasure, the power of this supreme treasure will be extremely terrifying. Since the lightning-attributed plant is the strongest offensive attribute, and the grand firmament purple lightning bamboo is a supreme treasure, you can imagine how rare a supreme treasure forged from the grand firmament purple lightning bamboo is. Moreover, supreme treasures forged from the grand firmament purple lightning bamboo are the best at restraining evil spirits and ghosts. After hearing the demon lord's words, Lin Feng couldn't help but be slightly moved. Perhaps he could cultivate this sapling and use it to forge a powerful treasure in the future. Lin Feng felt that this method was feasible. Moreover, he really needed to collect more treasures that could restrain evil spirits and ghosts. This way, he could deal with all kinds of evil spirits and ghosts. At this moment, a group of cultivators walked in. This group was actually from the Dragon Palace. Moreover, the leader was the Dragon Palace's ninth prince, Ao Shen. Ao Shen glanced at Lin Feng before looking at the grand firmament purple lightning bamboo sapling in the violet dragon cauldron. After seeing the sapling, Ao Shen smiled. As the ninth prince of the Dragon Palace, Ao Shen was an experienced and knowledgeable person. From his expression, he seemed to have recognized the origin of the grand firmament purple lightning bamboo sapling. The high sky purple lightning bamboo was a priceless treasure. Although he couldn't obtain the high sky purple lightning bamboo, even if he could obtain the grand firmament purple lightning bamboo sapling, he would still be able to obtain it. It was a great harvest. Lin Feng naturally felt the greed that Ao Shen had for the grand firmament purple lightning bamboo sapling. Lin Feng ignored the ninth prince and kept the grand firmament purple lightning bamboo sapling and the purple dragon cauldron into the spacetime continuum. Kid, don't you think that we are enemies on a narrow road? Ao Shen looked at Lin Feng indifferently. That gaze was as if he was looking at an ant. In Ao Shen's eyes, Lin Feng was an ant. From the beginning, Ao Shen had never thought highly of Lin Feng. Enemies on a narrow road? Are you even worthy? Lin Feng curled his lips and said, if you know what's good for you, scram as far as you can. That way, you can still live. Otherwise, no one in this world can save your life. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Ao Shen was stunned. He quickly reacted and sneered, kid. Boasting. You must have the ability to boast. If you don't have the ability, how dare you say such words? Only death awaits you. Why are there so many stupid and ignorant people in this world? Help this young master get rid of these fellows. Lin Feng said impatiently. He had no interest in arguing with Ao Shen. Of course. Lin Feng also had no interest in fighting with Ao Shen and the others. He had the nine-eyed Emperor Lord and the three-headed Viper Emperor Lord by his side. There was no need for him, the master, to make a move. Yes. Master. Emperor Jiuyan and the three-headed viper responded and rushed towards Ao Shen and the others. Now. The three-headed viper's body had shrunk to a meter long. Its movements were extremely fast. Boom. A terrifying aura emanated from Emperor Jiuyan and the three-headed viper. After sensing the terrifying aura emanating from Emperor Jiuyan and the three-headed viper's bodies, Ao Shen's face instantly turned ugly. He was naturally able to sense the aura of an Emperor Lord. However, Emperor Jiuyan and the three-headed viper had just called Lin Feng their master. This caused Ao Shen to reveal an expression of disbelief. What kind of terrifying existence was an Emperor-level expert? Which force wasn't a high and mighty existence? Was there a need to address someone else as master? It was too unbelievable. Only at this moment did Ao Shen realize that the situation was troublesome. Let's not talk about Lin Feng's cultivation. Even the two Emperor-level experts by Lin Feng's side were not people they could contend against. This time around, there was also an expert from the Dragon Palace who had sealed himself in a stone that had come out and entered the Demon Emperor's secret realm. However, that expert wasn't here. Only if that expert was here would they be able to contend against the two Emperor-level experts in front of him. Although Ao Shen was arrogant, he was also an extremely intelligent person. He naturally knew that the most important thing right now was to quickly leave this place. Otherwise, it would be hard to escape this calamity. Stop these two for this crown prince. Ao Shen said in a deep voice. He ordered the others to stop the nine-eyed Emperor Lord and the three-headed viper while he rushed outside. He wanted to escape without a trace. The rest of the cultivators could sense the terrifying aura emanating from Emperor Jiuyan and the three-headed viper. How could they still dare to contend against Emperor Jirian and the three-headed viper? Even if it was Aoshin's order, it was useless at this moment. Many people tried to escape outside. However, it was already too late for them to escape. The terrifying aura of the two Emperor-level experts spread out and enveloped the group of cultivators. Bearing the terrifying aura of the Emperor-level experts, the group of cultivators felt as if their bodies were fixed in the void. They were simply unable to move. On the other hand, Aoshin and Emperor Jirian started a massacre. Puff. Puff. Puff, ripping sounds could be heard one after another. One after another, the Holy Emperor-level experts were killed. These Holy Emperors who were killed were all elite experts of the Dragon Palace. Even the Dragon Palace of the Azure Sea did not have many experts of this level. Therefore, every loss of such an expert was a great loss to the Dragon Palace of the Azure Sea. 7 or 8 Holy Emperor-level experts were all killed by Emperor Jirian and the three-headed viper. The nine-eyed Emperor Lord quickly arrived in front of Aoshin and sent a palm strike towards Aoshin. How could Aoshin be a match for Emperor Jirian? Emperor Jirian hit him so hard that he spat out blood. His face was as pale as paper. Emperor Jirian grabbed Aoshin's collar and lifted him up. Then he quickly came to Lin Feng. "Kneel down," Emperor Jirian said coldly and kicked Aoshin's leg. With a plop, Aoshin knelt on the ground. "Spare me, young master. I have offended young master. I deserve to die. I only have hope. Young master, please spare my life for the sake of the Dragon Palace of the Azure Sea." Aoshin begged Lin Feng for mercy. This was a 180-degree change from his arrogant attitude from before. Right now, Aoshin had already abandoned his so-called dignity, his so-called personality, and so on. Aoshin only wanted to live. Only to live. Only then would there be hope in life. If he died, it would really be over. Aoshin did not want to die. He wanted to live. Aoshin even thought that after he left alive, he would immediately look for the self-proclaimed expert of the Dragon Palace. That expert's strength was too terrifying. He was not someone an ordinary emperor could contend against. By then, when that expert attacked, wouldn't he be able to kill Lin Feng in any way he wanted to kill Lin Feng? Aoshin's wishful thinking was quite good. However, his wishful thinking was destined to not come true. Lin Feng looked at Aoshin indifferently and said, "I gave you a chance to live but you didn't grasp it. Since that's the case, then only death awaits you." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng slapped Aoshin's head and directly shattered his soul. Aoshin died on the spot. The three-headed viper devoured Aoshin and the other experts of the Dragon Palace. After devouring those people, the three-headed viper's strength could quickly increase. Lin Feng naturally hoped that the three-headed viper's cultivation could quickly increase. The stronger the three-headed viper was, the more help it could provide to Lin Feng. Lin Feng and the other two walked outside. At this moment, many cultivators had gathered at the entrance to watch the battle. The 9th prince of the Dragon Palace was killed just like that. This was not a small matter. However, no one dared to provoke Lin Feng and the other two. Lin Feng's two subordinates were too terrifying. They were actually Emperor Masters. They even brought 2 Emperor Masters with them when they came out to explore the secret realm. How terrifying was Lin Feng's identity? How could he be so generous? However, none of the people present knew Lin Feng. So, Lin Feng's identity was simply a mystery. Everyone watched Lin Feng and the other two leave. After they left, the cultivators suddenly burst into an uproar of discussion. Lin Feng, Emperor Jirian, and the three-headed viper continued to walk inside. The few emperor lords who had arrived at this place had already arrived at the deepest room of this place. That room seemed to be the main hall of this huge palace. Above the door, black gas lingered. It was still a rune condensed by the black gas. It was a very strange rune. The several emperor lords' methods were very shocking. They worked together to break the rune. When Lin Feng and the other two arrived, the rune had just been broken. Rumble. The door was pushed open. Several emperor-level experts entered the palace. After that, the sage emperors also entered. And Lin Feng and the other two also entered the main hall. That is, just as he entered the main hall, Lin Feng saw a shocking scene. A cultivator was nailed to the wall by 5 arrows. 4 of the arrows pierced through the cultivator's limbs. The 5th arrow pierced through the cultivator's forehead. He didn't know how long this cultivator had been killed, but his wounds were still bleeding. Only the blood of some extremely powerful beings or ancient gods would not dry up even after countless years. The existence that had been shot to death might have been such a powerhouse. Look at those 5 arrows. They are all surrounded by a very mysterious golden rune, and that golden rune is very terrifying. Just by feeling the aura emitted by the golden rune, it actually made my heart tremble. A cultivator pointed at the 5 arrows and said. Those 5 arrows were indeed very extraordinary. Lin Feng felt that those 5 arrows might have a great origin. Otherwise, they would not be able to kill such an expert. The storage ring is still, someone continued. Looking at the storage ring on the cultivator's finger. That storage ring was very special. There was a divine dragon coiled on it. Could it be the legendary coiling dragon ring? Someone said, thinking of a rumored supreme treasure. Rumor had it that the coiling dragon ring had refined a medium world. This was one of the largest spatial rings known to man. It was unrealistic to think that the coiling dragon ring was so famous only because of its large space. Other than the extremely large space inside the coiling dragon ring, it also had an extremely strong attack power. It was said. The dragon coiling on the coiling dragon ring was made from the bones of the holy dragon. In addition to that, it was said that the soul of the holy dragon was also fused into it. Therefore, the coiling dragon ring was a ring that could not only attack power but also had a large space. The attraction of such a ring was naturally unimaginable to cultivators. God knows how many years ago, he should not be a threat. A cultivator said as he walked towards the cultivator who was nailed to the wall by the 5 arrows. This cultivator knew that the Emperor Lord level experts were hesitant. Therefore, he was definitely going to make the first move. If he could really obtain a fortuitous encounter, then perhaps the fortuitous encounter he obtained would be able to protect him and leave this place. This kind of thing was not uncommon. It was also because of this reason that this cultivator dared to take the risk. Everyone else stood in place and watched the cultivator make his move. If that cultivator succeeded, then, there would definitely be many people, including several Emperor-level experts, who would attack that cultivator. If that cultivator failed, everyone would be able to judge the danger level of approaching the corpse. Then, they would consider whether or not to take action. The cultivator was getting closer and closer to the corpse of the expert who had been killed. What surprised everyone was that he did not encounter any danger along the way. Not only did the 5 arrows pierce through the expert's body, but they also seemed to seal all of his aura. The cultivator's face lit up with joy. He sped up and soon arrived in front of the corpse. Then, he reached out to grab the coiling dragon ring. He wanted to remove the coiling dragon ring from the corpse's finger. Roar, but at this moment, a strange scene occurred. The coiling dragon ring actually let out a high-pitched dragon roar. Then, the divine dragon on the coiling dragon ring actually came to life. That divine dragon actually started to swim around the coiling dragon ring. It was extremely strange. A powerful devouring force surged out. That devouring force directly enveloped that cultivator. That cultivator's body actually began to rapidly shrink. Then, he flew toward the coiling dragon ring and was finally devoured by the divine dragon coiling on the ring. What a strange ring. As expected. Want to take such a treasure? It won't be easy. Many people couldn't help but take a deep breath. Taking the coiling dragon ring was very difficult. It required great strength to suppress the divine dragon coiling on the ring. Look, the coiling dragon ring has turned into a blood-red ring. Someone pointed at the coiling dragon ring and said. Everyone looked over and saw that the coiling dragon ring had indeed turned into a blood-red ring. It was truly too strange. Something's not right, the blood-red energy is flowing into the corpse. Lin Feng's expression turned grave. He felt that something was very wrong. Others might not have noticed it, but Lin Feng did. The blood-red energy was like a tonic that was being absorbed by the corpse. Wang, at this moment, a shocking wave of energy emanated from the corpse. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, the corpse opened its eyes. It was a pair of empty eyes. When Lin Feng looked into those eyes, he felt as if he had been pulled into a mysterious world. There was a flash of light. The scene changed. He realized that he had arrived at a palace. Within that palace, an endless amount of demonic qi was rumbling. A cultivator was covered in blood, and there were corpses all around him. Why did you destroy the Grand Orient bloodline? The cultivator roared. He charged toward the demonic qi, wanting to fight to the death with the existence within. The Grand Orient bloodline. You deserve to die. The being within the demonic qi said coldly. He took out a huge bow and arrow, then pulled the bowstring and shot. The arrow flew out and pierced through the cultivator's left wrist. The powerful force sent the cultivator flying. Puff. Puff. Puff, the being in the endless demonic aura shot out another 3 arrows. The 3 arrows nailed the cultivator's right arm and legs to the wall. Ah, the cultivator roared, his voice shaking the heavens. He tried to struggle, but he couldn't break free. There's no need to struggle. Your fate has long been sealed, the being in the endless demonic aura spoke in a cold voice. You, ungrateful people. You won't have a good ending. He roared angrily, his heart filled with murderous intent, but he couldn't break free from the arrows nailed to his body. Anger and hatred ignited his chest. Puff, another arrow shot out from the endless demonic aura. This arrow pierced through the cultivator's head. Is our clan going to be wiped out? He didn't die immediately. Instead, he murmured. His heart was filled with endless sorrow and hatred. Tears of blood flowed from his eyes. Finally, his aura gradually dissipated. His corpse gradually turned cold. Keek keek. Sinister laughter rang out from the endless demonic aura. The laughter made one's hair stand on end. The endless demonic aura surged out. It instantly left. The scene in front of him quickly disappeared. Lin Feng reappeared in the great hall in the real world. I hate it. My clan. We've done so much for the myriad worlds. Why do you have to wipe us out? The terrifying being roared angrily after being resurrected. Of course, he might not have been resurrected. He might have just become a different kind of living being, a zombie demon, a Yin corpse, or some other kind of Yin spirit. No matter what he was, one thing was for sure. This being was definitely not human. He struggled even harder. The 5 arrows were no longer able to pin him down. If not for the Hoi Bao, how could I have been defeated? The being roared angrily. Lin Feng was shocked. The being in the endless demonic aura had killed the being in front of him with the Hoi Bao? The Hoi Bao was a supreme treasure forged by Hoi. This treasure was also known as the sun-shooting divine Bao. In the past, not only had Hoi forged the Hoi Bao, he had also forged 10 sun-slaying divine arrows. Back then, Hoi had used the Hoi Bao and sun-slaying divine arrows to kill Dijun's 9 sons. One of Dijun's sons had escaped to the top of the Fusang tree. That was why he managed to escape the calamity. Could those 5 arrows be the legendary sun-shooting divine arrows? Rumor had it that the sun-slaying divine arrow itself was a top-notch immortal artifact. That was why he was able to kill Dijun's son. If those 5 arrows were the shooting sun god arrows, then their value would be too great. Moreover, its power would definitely be unimaginably terrifying. Suddenly, Lin Feng thought of something. Back then, Hoi was killed by the demon emperor, Dijun. In other words, the Hoi Bao. It should have fallen into the hands of Dijun. Could it be that the cultivator who killed the existence in front of him was the demon sovereign, Dijun? Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but gasp. Demon Emperor Tai Yi and Demon Sovereign Dijun were brothers who had gone through life and death together. The two of them had supported each other since they were young. They had risen together. The two of them had gone through countless life and death situations together before they finally established the Heavenly Court. Moreover, they had been in charge of the Heavenly Court for so many years. It was only after Demon Emperor Tai Yi had disappeared that Dijun was in charge of the Heavenly Court alone. If the existence in the endless demonic aura was the demon sovereign Dijun, then it meant that the Eastern Emperor's bloodline hadn't disappeared for no reason. Demon Emperor Tai Yi hadn't disappeared for no reason. In fact, he had been persecuted by the demon sovereign Dijun. Even the entire Eastern Emperor's bloodline had been annihilated because of this. If it was as he had guessed, then, this was really a shocking secret. If the demon race knew about it, would they find Di Jun's grave and then dig out his corpse and whip it? Lin Feng felt that there might be such a possibility. Someone would definitely do that. Because, if it was as Lin Feng had guessed, then the decline of the demon race was actually caused by the demon sovereign Di Jun. The demon sovereign Di Jun. He was the eternal sinner of the demon race. The mistakes he had made, as well as the crimes of massacring the demon emperor Tai Yi's bloodline, were too numerous to count. In fact, it could completely cover up his achievements in establishing the heavenly court with the demon emperor Tai Yi. However, Lin Feng felt that things weren't that simple. From the roar of this existence, Lin Feng felt that it was the demon emperor who had annihilated the Eastern Emperor's bloodline. It wasn't just the demon sovereign Di Jun's bloodline. There might be other forces involved as well. It was no wonder that this existence was filled with hatred. After the establishment of the heavenly court, the myriad worlds entered a relatively peaceful environment. In order to establish the heavenly court, the demon emperor Tai Yi and his people had sacrificed too much. However, their bloodline had been mercilessly wiped out. Anyone in their position would be filled with hatred. Is he the demon emperor Tai Yi? Lin Feng couldn't help muttering to himself. He didn't know if this existence in front of him was the demon emperor Tai Yi. He was too powerful. Lin Feng felt that he might really be the demon emperor Tai Yi. No. If he really is the demon emperor Tai Yi, even the Hou Yi Bao wouldn't be able to hurt him. He's probably a direct descendant of the demon emperor Tai Yi. He might even be the demon emperor Tai Yi's son. The demon lord said. Lin Feng felt that this was possible. To be able to live in the palace of the demon emperor Tai Yi, and to have such a powerful cultivation, perhaps, this cultivator in front of him was the demon emperor Tai Yi's son, right? He was roaring. He struggled harder and harder. Finally, 5 arrows were forced out of his body. I hate it. I hate it. All of you will die. All of you will die. He was roaring, his killing intent soaring. The 5 arrows pierced through the bodies of the cultivators. Hurry up and run, many people screamed in horror. They didn't have the courage to fight this terrifying existence. This existence was simply too powerful. His combat strength was heaven-defying. Choosing to fight him was simply courting death. The 5 arrows were too fast. They pierced through the void in an instant and arrived in front of the cultivators. Many of the cultivators' expressions changed. They hurriedly took out their magic treasures to block the arrows. However, something shocking happened. The power of the arrows was too terrifying. Any magical treasure would be like a piece of paper under the attack of those arrows. They were pierced through by the arrows. And then, the arrows pierced through the chests of the cultivators. The cultivators whose chests were pierced by the arrows died on the spot. This existence was simply too powerful. His combat strength was simply heaven-defying. Especially, he could control 5 arrows at the same time to attack everyone. This was the ability to do 5 things at once. It was truly despairing. Puff. 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 Puff, the sound of flesh being pierced rang out one after another. Cultivators were killed one after another. They could not withstand this terrifying existence's attack at all. The power of the 5 arrows was simply too great. Perhaps, those 5 arrows were really the divine sunshot arrows. Lin Feng felt that even if the 5 arrows were not the divine sunshot arrows, they must be closely related to the divine sunshot arrows. Otherwise, how could they be so powerful? Get lost. Don't block the way. Lin Feng shouted in a deep voice. He swung his right fist at the cultivators in front of him. Bang! 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 One cultivator after another was sent flying. He, the 3-headed viper, and Emperor Jiuyan quickly rushed outside. The other emperor-level powerhouses did not dare to stay any longer. They also quickly rushed outside. This existence was too powerful. They could not fight against it. Only by leaving this place could they regain their safety. As for the other cultivators, they continued to die in the hands of this terrifying existence. Soon, the sage emperor-level cultivators were all killed. Only a few emperor-level powerhouses were left. Swoosh! 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 More arrows were fired at them. One of the arrows locked onto Lin Feng. The power of that arrow was so terrifying that Lin Feng felt a sense of horror. Other than Lin Feng, the three-headed viper, Emperor Jiuyan, and two other emperor-level powerhouses were also locked onto by the arrows. As for the third emperor-level powerhouse, he was even more unlucky. He was actually locked onto by the true body of that terrifying existence. That terrifying existence directly pounced on that emperor-level powerhouse. Its ferocious aura filled the sky. Facing the attack of the arrow, Lin Feng waved his hand. The Black Heaven Pagoda flew out. It formed a defensive light shield to protect itself. Puff, however, a tearing sound was heard. The arrow. It pierced through the defensive barrier created by the Black Heaven Pagoda. Clearly. Just how terrifying was the power of that arrow? Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. He hurriedly summoned his ruler's armor to protect himself. At this moment, the arrow was already flying towards him. Clang! The arrow hit Lin Feng's chest. Suddenly, the sound of metal clashing rang out. Although the ruler's armor had blocked the attack of the arrow, the ruler's armor hadn't been able to block it. However, the arrow released a terrifying power. Dozens of bones in Lin Feng's body were broken. The attack power of the arrows was simply too strong. He was so powerful. It was so shocking. Clang! Lin Feng reached out with his right hand and grabbed the arrow. The arrow began to struggle violently. Meanwhile, the other four arrows pierced through the bodies of the other four monarch masters. The three-headed viper's head was pierced, while Emperor Jiuyan's chest was pierced. The heads of the other two monarch masters were pierced. The attack power of these arrows was too terrifying. There was no way to block it. However, the four monarch masters didn't die because of this. The two monarch masters whose heads were pierced didn't die. Although their injuries were extremely serious, they were lucky to survive. The Achilles heel of snake-type creatures was usually above the head. But the three-headed viper was different. Perhaps because it was born with three heads, the three-headed viper's neck was bifurcated. Therefore, the three-headed viper's head was actually a little further back than other snake-type creatures. Therefore, the place where the arrow pierced wasn't the three-headed viper's head. The three-headed viper was lucky enough to avoid this disaster. As for Emperor Jiuyan, although her chest was pierced, Emperor Jiuyan was different from others. Many people's Achilles heel was either the soul or the heart. The soul was the foundation of a person. It was the birthplace of consciousness. The heart was the blood supply center and the source of power. Therefore, if the soul and heart were destroyed, the person would die. However, Emperor Jiuyan's Achilles heel was her 9 eyes. Moreover, Emperor Jiuyan had 9 hearts. Her 9 hearts didn't grow in her chest. Instead, they grew behind her 9 eyes. Therefore, it was rumored that the 9-eyed clan had 9 lives. To a certain extent, this rumor wasn't baseless. In order to completely kill this clan, all 9 eyes on their body had to be pierced. In fact, it was equivalent to destroying the 9 hearts behind the 9 eyes. The monarch master who was targeted by the terrifying existence was in a miserable state. One of his arms was directly torn off. Ah, that monarch master let out an incomparably shrill scream. The terrifying existence wanted to kill that monarch master in one go. At this moment, that monarch master's body actually burned and turned into ashes. That terrifying existence was also slightly taken aback. What was going on? Did he commit suicide because he knew he couldn't escape? In the next moment, that cultivator appeared at the door. Obviously, this was an extremely strange escape technique. That cultivator used this to escape. The three-headed viper, Emperor Jiuyan, and the other 4 monarch masters all fled outside. At this moment, Lin Feng was still grabbing that arrow. This was because the 5 arrows were too extraordinary and their power was heaven-defying. Lin Feng wanted to collect one of the arrows. One rune after another flew towards the arrow, suppressing the runes. With the suppression of the runes, the arrow's struggle became much weaker. In the end, Lin Feng sealed the arrow and kept it in the space-time space. He continued to flee outside. The 5 monarch masters had already escaped. Lin Feng was delayed for a while because he was sealing the arrow. However, he had already rushed to the door of the palace. He was about to rush out. However, at this moment, that terrifying existence chased after him. From behind, a palm struck towards Lin Feng. "Reckless fool, you even dare to covet my things. You can go to hell." A sinister and terrifying voice came from behind, containing endless killing intent. The terrifying palm's power was simply unimaginable. It was so tyrannical that people couldn't help but be shocked. That palm made Lin Feng feel the threat of death. He couldn't resist at all. This was a dangerous moment. Lin Feng used the heaven patching technique. His body instantly disappeared. The terrifying existence's palm slammed into the air. In the next moment, Lin Feng appeared outside the palace. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel happy when he saw that the terrifying existence couldn't come out. Who set up the golden runes? Lin Feng couldn't help but wonder. The power contained in the golden runes was extremely powerful and shocking. Such power showed how extraordinary those runes were. The other party seemed to have set up these runes for a reason. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel suspicious. However, there were no clues about this. If he relied on his imagination, he naturally wouldn't be able to figure it out. So Lin Feng simply stopped thinking about it. Besides, Lin Feng had sealed an arrow. This time, he had gained a lot. Even though Lin Feng had the feeling that the arrow wasn't a godly shooting sun arrow, he needed to study it to be sure. Of course, even if it wasn't a godly shooting sun arrow, he still needed time to study it. The power of that arrow was also powerful enough. Lin Feng even felt that there was a secret behind it. As for what secret it was, Lin Feng needed to investigate it before he could find out. Dong, 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 right at this moment. Bells rang out one after another. It was the sound of the Donghuang bell. When they heard the sound of the Donghuang bell, Lin Feng and the others were shocked. I wonder if Demon Emperor Tai died here as well. Maybe his body is deep inside? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. Although the cultivators in this palace were powerful, they weren't Demon Emperor Tai. Since these people dared to attack the Donghuang bloodline in the past, they must have thought of a way to deal with Demon Emperor Tai. So, Lin Feng felt that in the past, Demon Emperor Tai was most likely dead. Dong, dong, dong. The sound of the Donghuang bell rang again. It sounded like a death knell. It was filled with sorrow. "Let's go and take a look," Lin Feng said. He, the 3-headed viper, and Emperor Jiuyan rushed toward the sound. Almost everyone was rushing towards the depths of the forest. In the deepest part of the palace was a huge garden. The garden covered hundreds of acres of land. However, the garden was now lifeless and had lost all signs of life. In the depths of the garden, there was a mountain range lying in the middle of the garden. It was like a huge dragon resting on the ground. It was majestic and heavy. Buzz. At this moment, the Donghuang bell appeared above the mountain range. The Donghuang bell floated above the mountain range, constantly vibrating with the sound of a funeral bell. This was Lin Feng's first time seeing the Donghuang bell. Previously, he had seen some descriptions of the Donghuang bell. However, after all, those descriptions were not the real Donghuang bell. Therefore, the shock it brought was far from being comparable to the shock it brought now. The Donghuang bell was golden in color, and it was covered with runes. Furthermore, there were 99 golden dragons drawn on the Donghuang bell. Those divine dragons were so lifelike that they looked like real divine dragons lying on top of the Donghuang bell. This was the supreme treasure that Demon Emperor Tai, one of the greatest existences in the history of the demon clan, had spent his entire life forging. The Donghuang bell is Demon Emperor Tai's natal treasure. Now that the Donghuang bell has appeared here, could it be? Could Demon Emperor Tai have fallen in the depths of the mountain range? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. It was indeed very likely. Lin Feng wasn't the only one who thought of this. Many cultivators seemed to have thought of this as well, and they all flew towards the depths of the mountain range. The Donghuang bell rang. The reverberating divine sound was filled with sorrow. Many people were affected by it, and they felt very depressed. The Donghuang bell seemed to be lamenting the annihilation of the Donghuang bloodline and sighing. Dong, 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 the Donghuang bell rang again, this time with a deeper tone. Many people couldn't help but cry. They could feel the sorrow of the Donghuang bell. "Oh my God, look! What is that?" someone exclaimed, then pointed towards the depths of the mountain range. Everyone looked towards the depths of the mountain range, and there was a huge pit there. In the deep pit, there were countless skeletons. Many of the skeletons were separated from each other. "Are they from the Donghuang bloodline?" Many people's voices trembled. It was a pit filled with tens of thousands of people. Countless skeletons were piled up here. Too many people had been killed here. One could only imagine how tragic it had been back then. So many people were buried here. It was truly heartless. The Donghuang bloodline was so powerful. Who was it that wiped them out? Someone asked, puzzled. They didn't know who had wiped out the Donghuang bloodline. How powerful was this bloodline back then? Naturally, there were very few people who knew the truth, and Lin Feng happened to be one of them. "Why do you care so much?" "The most important thing now is to snatch the Donghuang bell," a cultivator said with a cold smile. They didn't care about how the Donghuang bloodline had died. They were only interested in the Donghuang bell. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. One by one, the emperor-level experts flew towards the Eastern Emperor bell, wanting to snatch it away. Lin Feng even saw many familiar faces, such as Patriarch Black Tortoise, Great Dream Sovereign Lord, and others. Even Sovereign Lord White Eagle was there. Besides, Dragon Palace of the Azure Sea, Siren Tribe, 5 Great Ancient Forests, Sky Ruin Island, and the top powerhouses among the wandering cultivators. There was even a group of powerhouses from the Sacred War Alliance. The Sacred War Alliance's West Ox State was adjacent to the Azure Sea. Therefore, the Sacred War Alliance was aware of what had happened in the Azure Sea realm. Therefore, Lin Feng wasn't surprised to see the powerhouses from the Sacred War Alliance. The Sacred War Alliance didn't seem to have any sovereign lords. However, the royal family of the Sacred War Alliance had a very strong foundation. This time, the Sacred War Alliance had sent out a strong foundation. Those terrifying powerhouses who had sealed themselves in the stone materials had come out. Just as these top powerhouses were flying towards the Donghuang bell, wanting to snatch it away. Suddenly, the space beside the Donghuang bell twisted, and in the next moment, a cultivator stepped out. It was a young cultivator who seemed to be very skilled in the Tao of space. Therefore, he traveled through space and arrived in front of the Donghuang bell. The young cultivator put away the Donghuang bell, and his lips curled into a proud smile. "Everyone. It seems like the Donghuang bell is not fated with you. In that case, this Donghuang bell, I'll take it," the young cultivator said with a smile. He was in high spirits. "You're courting death. You're courting death." The group of sovereign lords all had murderous looks in their eyes. Boom, boom, boom. However, the young cultivator remained calm in the face of the emperor's attacks. The space around him began to distort more and more. Lin Feng and the others even saw the space around him begin to fold. This was a powerful ability that could only be displayed when one's understanding of the Tao of space had reached an extremely deep level. When the divine abilities of the Emperor Lord level cultivators arrived in front of the young cultivator, the Emperor Lord level cultivators were stunned. Those divine abilities were all devoured by the folded space in front of the young cultivator. What a powerful technique! Lin Feng, who was watching the battle from afar, couldn't help but be shocked. Lin Feng's use of the Tao of space was also quite profound. However, compared to this young cultivator, he was still lacking by quite a bit. Lin Feng felt that the Tao of space he had mastered was somewhat similar to this young cultivator's Tao of space. Lin Feng couldn't help but wonder if this young cultivator had also mastered the Tao of space passed down by the space god. The 9 generations of the space god were of the same origin, but they were also different. If Lin Feng could obtain the empty space god's legacy, other people could also obtain the empty space god's legacy. This cultivator's cultivation was also not weak. He should be an extremely heaven-defying existence who could challenge those of a higher level. Of course, the real reason he dared to snatch the Donghuang Bell in front of so many emperors was his understanding and use of the Tao of space. Who are you? An Emperor realm expert looked coldly at the young cultivator and asked for his identity. My identity? Is it something you have the right to know? The young cultivator curled his lips and said arrogantly. He didn't take the emperors who asked him seriously at all. This guy is even more arrogant than me. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. There were indeed too many arrogant people in the world. However, arrogance required the strength to back it up. Otherwise, it would be a tragedy. As for the young cultivator, he was clearly very confident in his strength. Junior, how dare you? Die. The Emperor Lord, who was humiliated, couldn't help but roar angrily and send a palm strike towards the young cultivator. That Emperor Master was the #1 expert of the vast ocean realm's itinerant cultivator world. He was transformed from a deep-sea black whale. He was incomparably powerful. After he struck out with his palm, a huge energy palm that blotted out the sky condensed in the void. The energy palm grabbed at the young cultivator. However, when the energy palm flew to the young cultivator's side, the young cultivator was stunned. The energy palm was instantly devoured by the distorted space around the young cultivator. The distorted space seemed to be able to devour all attacks. Everyone felt that it was inconceivable because that young cultivator was simply too extraordinary. At such a young age, his usage of the space Tao had already reached such a profound level. It was truly inconceivable. This young master doesn't have the time to continue playing with you. That young man glanced at everyone with disdain. There were so many sovereign emperors, yet they were nothing in his eyes. So many emperor-level experts had become his targets of disdain. The group of sovereign emperors were naturally extremely angry. Everyone took out their powerful magic treasures and attacked that young cultivator. Now, that young cultivator had already aroused the anger of everyone. If they let him escape, then these sovereign emperors would definitely become a laughingstock. When the magic treasures shot towards the young cultivator was shocked. Something shocking happened. The space around that cultivator was folding more and more. Originally, the space around that cultivator had only folded 8 layers. However, now, the number of layers was increasing. Not long after, there were more than 40 to 50 layers. The most shocking thing was that even after so many layers had been folded, the space was still folding. Those folded spaces blocked the attacks of the expert's magic treasures. As for that young cultivator, his body was becoming more and more blurry. This guy's comprehension of the space Tao has already reached such a profound level? Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. He couldn't help but admire that young cultivator. That young cultivator seemed to only have a lifespan of 1,500 to 600 years. In the world of cultivators, that was naturally an extremely young age. However, his comprehension of the space Tao had already reached such an unfathomable level. This was a height that many people, even if they obtained the inheritance of the space god, couldn't reach in their entire lives. For that young man to be able to reach such a height was enough to show how strong his comprehension was. Everyone, I hope that the next time we meet, you won't be as weak as you are now. Before that young man's body disappeared, he didn't forget to mock those sovereign emperors who attacked him. Some of the sovereign emperors almost vomited blood. Really? That was too much. However, no matter how depressed they felt, these Emperor Lord level cultivators could only keep this depression in their hearts. Because they really couldn't do anything to that young man. The Donghuang Bell is going to be taken by him. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. The Donghuang Bell was too precious. Naturally, Lin Feng also wanted to get the Donghuang Bell. However, from the looks of it, Lin Feng felt that he might just miss the opportunity to get the Donghuang Bell. If there were no accidents, the Donghuang Bell would probably be taken by that young cultivator. Just as that young cultivator was about to disappear completely, everyone saw that an ancient tree flew out from the void. Then, it smashed into the distorted space. That ancient tree was a treasure made of an unknown material. There were countless mysterious runes circling around it. It was obviously an extremely powerful treasure. Bang, the ancient tree smashed into the folded space. What happened next shocked everyone. When the ancient tree smashed into the folded space, everyone saw that the folded space had actually shattered. One had to know that the folded space was extremely terrifying. So many experts' Dharma treasures couldn't destroy the folded space. However, the ancient tree destroyed the folded space with just a light strike. It was truly unimaginable. The folded space shattered, and that cultivator's body returned to the real world. Die. The group of Emperor Realm experts all laughed sinisterly as they attacked the young cultivator with their powerful magic weapons. No. The young cultivator screamed in horror. He wanted to escape, but it was too late. When the magic treasures of the Emperor Lord level experts landed on the young cultivator's body, the young cultivator's body directly exploded. Damn, such a powerful cultivator, and he died just like that? Lin Feng was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe his eyes. That cultivator was someone who gathered the fortune of heaven and earth. Such a person was extremely rare, and such a person would usually have monstrous luck. It was very difficult to kill them. In addition, such people usually had some heaven-defying methods. Therefore, they often had unimaginable fortuitous encounters. They themselves might have risen to the top by cheating all the way. The ability displayed by this young cultivator fit all the characteristics. This person was even toying with a group of Emperor-level experts. Those Emperor-level experts were almost angered to death, but they couldn't do anything to that young cultivator. Such an ability was indeed heaven-defying. However, who would have thought that the end result would be like this? That young master died tragically in the end. It really made people sigh. Of course, it could also be said that that guy was too pretentious. It would be fine if he pretended to be pretentious, but that guy was endless. Especially in front of a group of Emperor-level experts. It was fine if he pretended to be pretentious, took the treasure, and ran away. But he kept on showing off in front of a group of Emperor-level experts. That guy was killed by a group of Emperor-level experts. It seemed like he deserved it. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, at this moment, a group of cultivators flew directly toward the storage ring left behind by that young cultivator. Just then, the Donghuang bell was kept in the storage ring by that young cultivator. That young cultivator was so extraordinary. He must be someone who had many fortuitous encounters. There must be many precious treasures in the storage ring. Therefore, everyone was very interested in that young cultivator's storage ring. They wanted to snatch that storage ring. However, at this moment, the storage ring suddenly shook the void. Then, a bang was heard. The storage ring was instantly destroyed. The Donghuang bell flew out from the storage ring. The Donghuang bell changed. The divine dragons on the Donghuang bell seemed to have awakened from their slumber. The divine dragons circled around the Donghuang bell and let out loud dragon roars. The dragon roars resounded through the clouds and shook the heavens. It was a very terrifying sound wave attack. The Emperor-level experts near the Donghuang bell couldn't help but turn pale. Retreat, many people turned pale and quickly retreated. The Donghuang bell was too scary. It hurt their souls. At this moment, a strange sound came from the Eastern Emperor bell. If one listened carefully, one would realize that the sound was calling for the undead to awaken. The skeletons in the mass grave began to move. Every skeleton contained a power that could destroy the heavens and the earth. My God, those skeletons are coming back to life. Many people's faces turned pale with fright. The sight of the numerous skeletons coming back to life was simply too horrifying. I hate them. I really hate them. Why are the other races treating us like this? How many sacrifices have we, the Eastern Emperor, made for the common people of the world? How much effort? Why do they want to destroy the Donghuang? I can't accept this. I can't accept this. The people of the Donghuang bloodline have died too miserably. They deserve to die. Everyone deserves to die. All the traitors deserve to die. The skeletons let out angry roars, their hatred overflowing to the sky. However, no one could blame them. In the past, the Donghuang bloodline had done too many things for the heavens. However, the Donghuang bloodline was mercilessly wiped out. Emperor Jun's bloodline was naturally one of the leaders. However, it was clear that there were many other major forces involved in this matter. Logically speaking, these major forces shouldn't have taken the risk to destroy the Donghuang bloodline, right? Why did they want to destroy the Donghuang bloodline? The world was bustling with activity. Everyone was here for benefits. Lin Feng felt that there must be some benefits involved in this matter. That was why these major forces had gone crazy and destroyed the Donghuang bloodline. Let's go. We have to leave the Demon Emperor secret realm. Lin Feng looked at the three-headed viper and Emperor Jiuyan. During this trip, Lin Feng's cultivation had improved greatly. He had also obtained the fiery divine tree, the violet dragon cauldron, the grand firmament purple lightning bamboo sapling, the mysterious arrow, and other treasures. This was enough for him. Lin Feng had always been a person who knew when to advance and when to retreat. He, the three-headed viper, and Emperor Jiuyan quickly rushed out. Many people didn't dare to stay and quickly rushed out. The skeletons in the mass grave came back to life. The skeletons' roars shook the sky as they quickly chased after the crowd. A terrifying aura emanated from the skeleton's army, causing one's heart to tremble. I don't see Demon Emperor Tai's corpse. Could it be that Demon Emperor Tai's corpse has been destroyed? Or perhaps Demon Emperor Tai didn't die in the Donghuang city? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. However, it was destined that no one would be able to answer his doubts. The skeleton's army was extremely terrifying. Some of the cultivators were caught up by the skeletons. Those cultivators fought with the skeleton's army and were quickly killed by the skeleton's army. When they passed by the palace where the mysterious existence was imprisoned, a large number of skeletons rushed towards the palace. They wanted to destroy the palace and release the cultivator who was suspected to be Demon Emperor Tai's son. When Lin Feng and the others rushed out of the palace, they were immediately attacked by the undead army. The Lord of the Undead had brought the undead army in at some point. The densely packed undead army charged over, making it difficult for them to move. Many people were trapped. Lin Feng took out the 3 pure 8 trigrams diagram and led the three-headed viper and Emperor Jiuyan out of the encirclement. In the end, they rushed out of the Donghuang city. Lin Feng didn't leave immediately. He lingered in the distance to see if there was a chance to collect the Donghuang bell. Go find the Bai sisters. After finding the Bai sisters, you will bring them back to the dark ancient forest. Then, you will integrate the forces in the dark ancient forest and try your best to rope in more experts. Lin Feng looked at Emperor Jiuyan and said. Now. Lin Feng already had the heart to fight for hegemony. Back then, the myriad races almost destroyed the 9 provinces. And now, Lin Feng planned to establish his own forces in the myriad races' lair and make the myriad races of the Sacred War Alliance unable to sleep or eat in peace. If there was a chance to encroach on the myriad races of the Sacred War Alliance, Lin Feng didn't mind encroaching on them. Yes. Master. Lin Feng and the three-headed viper remained where they were, waiting. Lin Feng let the viper enter the temporal space for the time being. If he summoned the viper during the battle, he might be able to catch his opponent off guard. One after another, some cultivators escaped from the East Imperial Kingdom. Their cultivation bases were definitely extremely terrifying. Sage emperors had a lower chance of escaping, while emperor-level experts had a higher chance of escaping. Roar, a high-pitched dragon roar resounded through the clouds. Within the East Imperial Kingdom, endless golden light illuminated the world. Within the dazzling golden light, 99 divine dragons appeared. Around the necks of the 99 divine dragons was a chain condensed from golden light. 99 divine dragons pulled an ancient bell and flew out. A female cultivator was fleeing in front of them in a sorry state. That female cultivator was none other than the Great Dream Empress. This woman's means were extremely terrifying. Now, she was being chased by the 99 dragons dragging the East Imperial Bell. Lin Feng realized. The 99 dragons were actually the divine dragons branded on the East Imperial Bell. The 99 dragons dragged the East Imperial Bell across the sky and finally caught up to the Great Dream Empress. For some unknown reason, the Eastern Emperor Bell seemed to want to kill the Great Dream Emperor Lord. This woman was a powerful character with terrifying means. She wasn't someone ordinary emperor-level cultivators could deal with. However, this woman had a hard time resisting the East Imperial Bell's attack. Now, the 99 divine dragons branded on the East Imperial Bell were resurrected. The 99 divine dragons were incomparably powerful and connected with the East Imperial Bell. All 99 divine dragons spewed out powerful dragon breaths at the Great Dream Empress. The Great Dream Empress summoned a Milky Way world to block the dragon breaths. However, the combined dragon breaths of the 99 divine dragons were so terrifying that they destroyed the Milky Way world. Then, the powerful dragon breaths bombarded the Great Dream Empress body. The Great Dream Empress was sent flying. Wah! Great Dream Emperor Lord spat out a mouthful of blood, his face as pale as paper. Lin Feng was shocked. The 99 mystical dragons were terrifying. Even a powerful existence like the Great Dream Monarch Lord was injured so severely. Could the Great Dream Monarch Lord have died under the attacks of the 99 mystical dragons? The 99 divine dragons let out a series of dragon roars and continued to spit out powerful dragon breaths to attack the Great Dream Monarch Lord. They wanted to kill him. At this moment, the Great Dream Emperor Lord's body turned into a rainbow butterfly. The rainbow butterfly tore open the void and quickly escaped into the void. Meanwhile, the attacks of the 99 divine dragons ultimately dissipated into thin air. Is that the Great Dream Emperor Lord's true body? A rainbow-colored butterfly? Lin Feng's face showed an extremely shocked expression. Previously, Lin Feng had also guessed what the Great Dream Emperor Lord's true body was. He had also heard of the Great Dream Emperor Lord's true body. However, Lin Feng now knew that the rumors outside were extremely inaccurate. The Great Dream Emperor Lord's true body was an extremely rare rainbow butterfly. It was Lin Feng's first time seeing such a rainbow butterfly. The 99 divine dragons did not chase after the Great Dream Emperor Lord. Endless golden light converged as the 99 divine dragons flew towards the Donghuang Bell. When they arrived beside the Donghuang Bell, the 99 divine dragons turned into 99 divine dragon runes and imprinted themselves on the Donghuang Bell. The Donghuang Bell then flew towards the Donghuang city. Swoosh! At this time, the void tore open and Lin Feng stepped out from the void. He appeared above the Donghuang Bell. With a flash of light, Lin Feng took out the heaven-devouring jar. A powerful devouring force surged out from the jar. The devouring force enveloped the Donghuang Bell. It wanted to collect the Donghuang Bell. Lin Feng's heaven-devouring jar could suppress many magic treasures and forcibly collect them. Now that Lin Feng had finally found an opportunity to collect the Donghuang Bell, he naturally would not let go of this golden opportunity. Of course, it was not an easy task to collect the Donghuang Bell. The Donghuang Bell shook the void. Waves of terrifying energy were released from the Donghuang Bell. The devouring force from the heaven-devouring jar was about to be dispersed by the Donghuang Bell. Seeing this, Lin Feng's face suddenly changed. If the devouring force from the heaven-devouring jar was dispersed by the Donghuang Bell, then it would be impossible to collect the Donghuang Bell. Suppress! Lin Feng raised his right hand and the spiritual power on his palm intertwined to form the word suppress. The word suppress was imprinted on the Donghuang Bell. Lin Feng wanted to use the word suppress to suppress the Donghuang Bell. However, the Donghuang Bell was unwilling to be suppressed by Lin Feng. The 99 divine dragons circled around the Donghuang Bell and let out dragon roars. The 99 divine dragons seemed to want to soar into the sky and transform into giant dragons. Lin Feng finally knew why the Great Dream Emperor Lord was chased by the Donghuang Bell. The Great Dream Emperor Lord probably wanted to collect the Donghuang Bell but was counterattacked by the Donghuang Bell. Once the 99 divine dragons on the Donghuang Bell transformed into their divine dragon true forms, they were too powerful. Lin Feng had already seen how terrifying the 99 divine dragons were. Therefore, it was impossible for him to transform the 99 divine dragons into their divine dragon true forms. If that was the case, it would be troublesome. Lin Feng quickly performed the 8 seals of prohibition. He sealed the 99 divine dragons. Dense runes intertwined and wrapped around the Donghuang Bell. The 99 divine dragons struggled violently. Lin Feng was about to seal the 99 divine dragons in one go when a cultivator stepped out from the void. At that moment, a cultivator appeared in the sky. He was holding a gigantic tree and threw it at Lin Feng. The ancient tree was the one that had broken the folded space. The young cultivator who was proficient in the Tao of space had died tragically because of this person. Lin Feng was extremely shocked when he saw the cultivator who had suddenly appeared. This cultivator was none other than Huangfu Qingtian. Lin Feng was surprised. He hadn't thought he would meet Huangfu Qingtian there. Huangfu Qingtian was Lin Feng's first great enemy. This person's means were heaven-defying and his combat strength was extremely terrifying. After coming back from the dead, Huangfu Qingtian's luck was still very strong. Lin Feng threw a punch at the ancient tree that Huangfu Qingtian was smashing at him. Bang! This is a supreme treasure I got from the primitive secret realm. How is its power? Huangfu Qingtian looked at Lin Feng with a smile. The primitive secret realm was a secret realm left behind by the primeval Lord of Heaven, who was the incarnation of Pangu. Therefore, the later generations were used to calling the secret realm left behind by Pangu the Pangu secret realm. Huangfu Qingtian controlled the secret realm of ether, but he didn't enter the primitive secret realm. Pangu the celestial master of Origin's most powerful inheritances were in the Origin mysterious land. Lin Feng hoped he could go there and steal Huangfu Qingtian's treasures, but now it seemed like he wouldn't have that opportunity. What kind of material is this supreme treasure made of? Lin Feng squinted his eyes and looked at the ancient tree. It was so extraordinary and terrifying that even Lin Feng felt it was unbelievable. You can ask the king of hell. Huangfu Qingtian sneered. He stood in the void and waved the ancient tree. An invisible and intangible strength emerged from Lin Feng's body and exploded around him. The invisible power was so terrifying that it bombarded Lin Feng. Lin Feng was sent flying several times. What a powerful supreme treasure! Lin Feng took a deep breath and took out 3 stone swords. Under his control, the 3 stone swords quickly slashed at Huangfu Qingtian. It's useless. Huangfu Qingtian sneered and continued to wave the ancient tree in his hand. The ancient tree folded the surrounding space. When the space was folded, the folded space blocked the attack of the 3 stone swords. The ancient tree was really a strange magic treasure. It was Lin Feng's first time seeing a magic treasure with such powerful attack and defense. It made Lin Feng very envious. Lin Feng stepped forward in the void. He sneered at Huangfu Qingtian and said, Huangfu Qingtian. The current you. You're not the original you. You're just a soul body created from your past memories. Although your talent and luck are still very strong, the compatibility between your soul and body is far from what it used to be. I was able to kill you before. Do you think that you can challenge me with your current strength? How ridiculous. Huangfu Qingtian sneered and said, I've taken the spirit fusion pill, so my soul won't have any conflict with my body. So, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed this time. As for the matter of me being killed by you, do you have the nerve to bring it up? I should be the one who killed you. You plotted against me. You used despicable and shameless methods to turn defeat into victory, yet you still have the nerve to brag about it? That battle in the past. In the world of cultivators, only the results mattered, not the process. Lin Feng sneered and said, I destroyed your soul openly with a soul secret technique. That's the truth. How can you say I plotted against you? Cultivators need to cultivate their bodies, divine abilities, and many soul secret techniques. But you can't see through that. That's why you're doomed. No matter how many times you challenge me, you'll fail in the end. Lin Feng began to recite an incantation. In the great Tao of destiny, a dead person stole the heavenly will, went against the heavenly Tao, and stole life again. Today, I'll punish this person who should be dead. Lin Feng finished reciting the incantation. In an instant, a river of destiny appeared. The river of destiny shot toward Huangfu Qingtian. Humph. Lin Feng. You've gotten used to everything over the years. That's why you're so arrogant now. Today, I'll show you what I'm capable of. I'll trample you beneath my feet and let you know that you're nothing but a weak and pitiful worm in front of me. Huangfu Qingtian sneered. Then, an extremely terrifying aura emanated from his body. He activated the ancient tree with all his strength and smashed it toward the river of destiny. Bang! The river of destiny collided with the ancient tree in Huangfu Qingtian's hand, and something shocking happened. That ancient tree was actually able to block the attack of the river of fate. It was truly inconceivable. At that moment, the Donghuang bell shattered the seal that Lin Feng had placed on it. Then, the Donghuang bell rapidly grew in size, and soon, it was as big as a mountain. The Donghuang bell was truly unpredictable. Its power was heaven-defying. A powerful devouring force surged out of the enlarged Donghuang bell. The devouring force enveloped Lin Feng and Huangfu Qingtian. The powerful devouring force wanted to suck Lin Feng and Huangfu Qingtian into it. Lin Feng's expression changed drastically. He began to struggle, trying to break free from the devouring force of the Donghuang bell. However, the devouring force of the Donghuang bell was far beyond Lin Feng's imagination. He couldn't break free from it. Huangfu Qingtian, on the other hand, waved the ancient tree and kept whipping away the devouring power that was surging over. However, the ancient tree couldn't break free from the devouring force. Lin Feng and Huangfu Qingtian's bodies involuntarily flew toward the Donghuang bell quickly. Damn it, we're in trouble, Lin Feng's expression suddenly darkened. He didn't know what would happen if he was devoured by the Donghuang bell. Lin Feng knew that the situation was terrible, but he couldn't break free from the devouring force of the Donghuang bell. In the end, Lin Feng and Huangfu Qingtian were both devoured by the Donghuang bell. However, Lin Feng didn't sense Huangfu Qingtian's aura. He and Huangfu Qingtian seemed to be separated by the Donghuang bell. Lin Feng was trapped inside the Donghuang bell. It was pitch black and he couldn't see anything. However, Lin Feng was someone who had been through a lot. Even though he was trapped inside the Donghuang bell, he still tried his best to stay calm. At this moment, a strange force spread out and wrapped around Lin Feng. Then, Lin Feng felt that the force began to pour into his body. The force was very strange. It was trying to dissolve Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng's expression darkened slightly. He knew that it was the refining force that was pouring out from the Donghuang bell. The Donghuang bell wanted to refine him. Lin Feng quickly operated the Archean Dragonesque Elephant skill. He wanted to dissolve the force that was pouring into his body. However, the Archean Dragonesque Elephant skill couldn't dissolve the strange force. To think that the power of refinement is so strange. Yi Futian murmured. When Lin Feng started to circulate his blood, he realized that he couldn't rely on the strength of his blood to suppress the strange strength in his body. This made Lin Feng frown. If even his bloodline power was unable to suppress this strange energy, it would be troublesome. Bloodline power was something that Lin Feng relied heavily on. This strange energy made Lin Feng feel that it was very troublesome. But now, Lin Feng was facing a problem. Since his bloodline power was unable to resolve this strange energy, he needed to find a new way to resolve it. Lin Feng thought of the heavenly fire. The power of the 5 heavenly fire was extremely terrifying. Would it be able to refine this strange energy within his body? Lin Feng began to activate the 5 heavenly fire. Soon, the 5 heavenly fire were activated by Lin Feng. Lin Feng's body was filled with the power of the heavenly fire. The 5 heavenly fire engulfed his body and enveloped the strange energy. The heavenly fire was indeed worthy of its name. When the heavenly fire in Lin Feng's body enveloped the strange energy that Lin Feng was unable to refine before started to burn. Not long after, the strange energy that had invaded Lin Feng's body was burned to ashes by the heavenly fire. Lin Feng could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Then, he took out a luminous pearl. The luminous pearl illuminated the surroundings. Lin Feng saw that he was surrounded by golden rock walls. He was trapped in an independent space. It was like a golden secret chamber. How can I break the Donghuang bell? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He wanted to break the Donghuang bell and get out. Lin Feng stood up and came to a rock wall. He activated the 6-fold Dracophant arm. Lin Feng punched one of the walls of the cave. Bang! 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 He threw out punch after punch. Every punch was powerful and heavy. Its power was astonishing. 36 consecutive punches landed on the rock wall, but he was unable to break it open. There wasn't even a single crack on the wall. It's too hard. It couldn't be broken. I wonder if I can blast open this wall with a magic treasure. Lin Feng could not help but mutter to himself. He took out his Dharma treasure. They began to bombard the rock wall. Bang! 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 After Lin Feng brought out more than a dozen magical weapons, they continuously bombarded the rock wall. However, the magical weapons were unable to break the rock wall. The rock walls were simply too sturdy. He didn't know what material it was made of. Lin Feng put away his Dharma treasure. He felt that if he wanted to get out, he needed to be smart and not rely on brute force. Lin Feng carefully examined the rock walls. These rock walls were densely covered with runes. Lin Feng discovered that some of the runes were twisting and turning. They were connected together like a huge dragon. A dragon tattoo? Lin Feng frowned. He continued to look for similar runes. Soon, Lin Feng found a second similar dragon tattoo. However, it was slightly different from the first one. The structure of the second dragon tattoo was slightly more complicated than the first one. Lin Feng began to look for these runes on the rock wall. In the end, Lin Feng found 99 of these runes. This made Lin Feng think of the 99 divine dragon portraits imprinted on the Donghuang bell. Those divine dragons could transform into real divine dragons and were extremely powerful. He wondered if these divine dragon tattoos were related to the 99 divine dragon portraits. Lin Feng decided to comprehend them first before doing anything. He sat cross-legged and carefully sensed the 99 dragon tattoos. However, the 99 dragon tattoos rejected Lin Feng violently. Therefore, he was unable to communicate with the 99 dragon tattoos. This made Lin Feng rather depressed. Lin Feng suddenly thought of the ancestral dragon fist that he cultivated. No matter what, it was still an ultimate technique passed down by the ancestral dragon. Lin Feng began to circulate the ancestral dragon fist and formed a great formation in his dantian. After the great deployment spell formed by the ancestor dragon fist was activated, Lin Feng immediately sensed that the 99 dragon marks, which had been repelling him, didn't repel him anymore. On the contrary, they felt close to him. This made Lin Feng happy. It seemed that the ancestral dragon fist had worked. Roar! Lin Feng heard a dragon's roar. Then, he felt that he had arrived in a mysterious world. In this world, huge golden divine dragons were flying in the sky. There were a total of 99 golden divine dragons. The 99 golden divine dragons circled around Lin Feng. The golden divine dragons suddenly turned into dragon tattoos. Then, they quickly flew towards Lin Feng and disappeared into Lin Feng's mind. The dragon tattoos formed a chant in Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng's divine consciousness invaded the chant. 99 dragons pulling the ancient bell. Lin Feng saw the name of the chant. This was a great ability that was imprinted inside the Donghuang bell. Lin Feng began to cultivate this great ability according to the cultivation method of the great ability. No one knew how much time had passed. Lin Feng finally cultivated this powerful great ability. He began to circulate this great ability. Suddenly, the roar of a dragon resounded through the sky. Divine dragons appeared one after another. Lin Feng actually condensed a total of 99 divine dragons. The 99 divine dragons circled around Lin Feng. They roared continuously. Lin Feng looked at the 99 divine dragons and couldn't help but feel happy. He had finally summoned 99 divine dragons. However, wasn't this great ability called the 99 dragons pulling the ancient bell? What about the ancient bell? Could it be that this place was too small and couldn't be used, so the ancient bell simply didn't appear? Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive. He didn't know what was going on. Through the 99 divine dragons that he condensed, Lin Feng discovered that he seemed to be able to form a mysterious connection with the 99 divine dragons imprinted on the Donghuang bell. Could it be that I can rely on the connection with the 99 divine dragons to escape? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He continued to try to connect with the 99 divine dragons. The 99 divine dragons circling around Lin Feng instantly merged into the surrounding rock walls. Then, Lin Feng felt a powerful force wrap around his body. In the next moment, with a flash of light, Lin Feng was thrown out by the powerful force. When Lin Feng came out, he found himself in a huge hall. The Donghuang bell was floating not far away. I'm finally out. Lin Feng couldn't help but let out a long breath. However, in the next moment, Lin Feng's face completely froze. Because he realized, the Donghuang bell wasn't the only thing in this hall. Upon seeing the terrifying existences in the hall, Lin Feng's expression turned uglier than crying. He had actually come to the meeting place of these terrifying existences. If he had known this would happen, he would have hidden in the Donghuang bell. At least, he wouldn't have had to face these terrifying existences. Lin Feng wanted to cry but had no tears. Sorry. Sorry for disturbing everyone. Just pretend that I'm not here. You can continue with the meeting. Lin Feng said embarrassedly before slipping out. However, now, Lin Feng couldn't leave just because he wanted to. Someone blocked Lin Feng's path. The Lord of the Undead looked at Lin Feng indifferently and said, I didn't expect you to appear here. Do you know what will happen to you? Lin Feng said. Look at what you're saying. Aren't we old friends? Don't old friends usually drink, chat, and reminisce when they meet? After drinking and chatting, they go back to their own homes. When the Lord of the Undead heard Lin Feng's words, Bufan rolled his eyes. He glared at Lin Feng and said, Who's your old friend? I just want to kill you. I think it's better for me to eat this brat. At this moment, the terrifying woman with a rotten body said. She stood up and stared at Lin Feng with her evil eyes. She was staring at Lin Feng with her evil eyes. Those eyes were definitely a pair of heart-palpitating eyes. They were even scarier than the eyes of a malicious spirit. Lin Feng said, Can I trouble you to become prettier? You're very scary right now. It's fine if you scare others, but it's not good if you scare the plants. You are courting death, the woman screamed in anger. Although she was extremely ugly, she loved to ask others if she was beautiful. Now, Lin Feng was mocking her for being ugly. Naturally, the woman couldn't accept it. She was filled with murderous intent toward Lin Feng. She wanted nothing more than to tear Lin Feng apart. Whoosh, the woman attacked Lin Feng. Her sharp claws flickered with a terrifying cold light as she clawed at Lin Feng. That claw was about to touch Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng summoned the 3 pure 8 trigrams diagram. Women were classified as yin corpses and were perfectly countered by Lin Feng's 3 pure 8 trigrams diagram. Dazzling divine light shot out from the 3 pristine 8 trigrams diagram and blasted toward the woman. Bang, along with the violent sound of collision, the divine light from the 3 pure 8 trigrams diagram collided with the woman, producing a muffled sound of collision. The woman was sent flying. Lin Feng knew how terrifying this woman was. Back then, so many Emperor Lord level powerhouses were no match for her. From this, one could see how terrifying this woman was. However, all things in the world had a counter to each other, and she just had to be restrained by Lin Feng's 3 pure 8 trigrams diagram. Just like how the Lord of the Undead was also restrained by Lin Feng's 3 pure 8 trigrams diagram. Therefore, he couldn't get close to Lin Feng at all. 3 pure 8 trigrams diagram. This thing actually fell into your hands. The woman glanced at the 3 pure 8 trigrams diagram and then looked at the Lord of the Undead. She seemed to know that the 3 pure 8 trigrams diagram should belong to the Lord of the Undead. This boy's methods are a little strange. He took the 3 pure 8 trigrams diagram. The Lord of the Undead said with a gloomy expression. He wasn't embarrassed to say anything. More people, attack him. He's dead for sure. The woman said as she looked at Lin Feng eerily. There were many powerhouses here. In the woman's opinion, Lin Feng naturally couldn't escape. Even if he could borrow the power of the 3 pure 8 trigrams diagram. Lin Feng couldn't escape. Where are my arrows? The son of Donghuang stood up and looked at Lin Feng indifferently. Previously, Lin Feng had taken an arrow, although that arrow was one of the magic treasures that nailed the son of Donghuang to death. But now, the 5 arrows had become the son of Donghuang's magic treasures. Lin Feng took an arrow. The son of Donghuang naturally had a deep impression of Lin Feng. Many people were surprised. They didn't expect that even the son of Donghuang would have a treasure taken away by Lin Feng. This was truly inconceivable. Sold. Lin Feng said. He naturally didn't tell the truth, because the arrow was in Lin Feng's time and space. Lin Feng was just playing with the son of Donghuang. Anyway, the current situation was extremely bad for him. Since it was already so bad, Lin Feng naturally wouldn't beg for mercy. Even if he did, these people wouldn't let him go. Lin Feng was very clear about this. So in Lin Feng's opinion, playing with these people before he died was quite interesting. Of course, there might be a chance for things to turn around. He might not necessarily die in the hands of these people. You're courting death. The son of Dong Huang was filled with killing intent as he attacked Lin Feng with his palm. The ugly woman, the lord of the undead, and some terrifying corpses and undead all stood up and surrounded Lin Feng. These powerful existences attacked together to suppress the 3 pure 8 trigrams diagram. The 3 pure 8 trigrams diagram couldn't block their attacks. Lin Feng knew that the situation was very bad. In this dangerous time and space, he took out the holy monk skeleton. After the skeleton appeared, the holy light surged and rushed out in all directions. Bang bang bang, sounds of violent collisions could be heard. The terrifying light emitted from the holy monk skeleton repelled the terrifying existences. The holy monk skeleton had a great origin. The lord of the undead seemed to have recognized the holy monk skeleton and showed an extremely fearful expression. It's his skeleton. The ugly woman frowned. The ugly woman frowned. She actually recognized the skeleton as well. That's right, the lord of the undead nodded. This kid is extraordinary. The son of Dong Huang sneered. The son of Dong Huang sneered. Lin Feng said, as the saying goes, no discord, no concord. Why don't we become friends? The terrifying existences looked at Lin Feng with ridicule. One of the undead creatures said, ask the Eastern Emperor Bell to make a move. If the Dong Huang Bell makes a move, it can definitely kill this kid. Hearing that, Lin Feng's face turned green. The Dong Huang Bell's power was too heaven-defying. It had never made a move before. If the Dong Huang Bell made a move, for Lin Feng, it could be a disaster. Lin Feng knew this very well. That was why Lin Feng's expression was extremely serious. All right. Then let's ask the Dong Huang Bell to make a move. The son of Dong Huang said. At this moment, a woman walked into the palace. When he saw the woman, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. This woman. In the past, Lin Feng was the Red World Fairy's love tribulation. Although the Red World Fairy used an ingenious method to resolve the love tribulation, she had nothing to do with Lin Feng anymore. However, how could some things, especially karma and marriage, be so easily severed, the master of fate? Lin Feng and the Red World Fairy had been entangled for a long time. Perhaps even the Red World Fairy herself was not very clear. Even if the Red World Fairy's understanding of fate and karma was incomparable to that of ordinary people. But as the saying goes, those involved could not see clearly. Those on the sidelines could see clearly. That was the principle. Who are you? The group of terrifying existences who wanted to ask the Dong Huang Bell to deal with Lin Feng stopped. They looked at the Red World Fairy, the uninvited guest. Someone asked in a deep voice. They wanted to know the identity of the Red World Fairy. The Red World Fairy did not answer the other party's question. Instead, she said, I'm here to take something. Take something? Who do you think you are? You actually came to us to take something? Go to hell. The ugly woman screamed. She was jealous of the Red World Fairy. She was incomparably jealous of the Red World Fairy's beauty. Because she was too ugly. Therefore, she was jealous of all women who were more beautiful than her. When she saw the Red World Fairy, she wanted to destroy the Red World Fairy. Therefore, she did not hesitate to make a move. Her sharp claws were like the sharpest weapons, as if they could tear through everything. The void was instantly pierced through. This woman's cultivation was unimaginable. It was so terrifying that it made people tremble. God said, light will dominate the world, and darkness will fall into the cycle of reincarnation, the Red World Fairy said with an indifferent expression. Which God said that? The ugly woman sneered. Her sharp claws were about to grab the Red World Fairy's neck. I said it myself. Venerable Red Dust said with an indifferent expression. After hearing the Red World Fairy's last sentence, Yi Zichen nodded. Lin Feng almost spat out a mouthful of blood. The Red World Fairy was truly a sentimental person. The corner of the ugly woman's mouth twitched violently. Immediately after, his gaze turned cold, and his killing intent was awe-inspiring. She even felt that her claws had already touched the Red World Fairy's skin. She became excited because she felt that the Red World Fairy was about to be killed by her. But at this moment, a large amount of golden holy light gushed out from the Red World Fairy's body. The golden holy light shone on the ugly woman's body. Chi! The ugly woman's body actually started to burn. This was an extremely terrifying scene. A foul smell was emitted from the ugly woman's body. It was nauseating. The ugly woman had no choice but to retreat quickly. There was no way he could get close to the Red World Fairy. Pure young immortal blood. What a powerful bloodline. The son of Dong Huang showed an extremely shocked expression. Lin Feng's heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. The pure young immortal blood should be a special bloodline. It should be the bloodline of the Red World Fairy. But an existence like the Red World Fairy should have more than one bloodline. At the very least, she should have a twin bloodline. She could even reach the level of four symbols bloodline like him. Of course. This was only Lin Feng's deduction. Lin Feng didn't know the specifics. After all, everything about the Red World Fairy was still very unfamiliar to Lin Feng. I'm here to take something. Don't stop me. The Red World Fairy said coldly. All these years, the Red World Fairy seemed to have been looking for something special. Therefore, she went to many places and appeared in many worlds. Lin Feng remembered that the Red World Fairy even wanted to enter the underworld. He just didn't know if her trip to the underworld was smooth. Back then, Lin Feng had only entered the first layer of the underworld. But the underworld was not just one layer of heaven. The lower one went, the more terrifying it was. He didn't know which layer of the underworld the Red World Fairy went to. Lin Feng felt that what the Red World Fairy was looking for might be related to the 5 decays of heaven and man, the war of extinction, and the collapse of the era. She should be preparing for some upcoming crisis in advance. Then you've come to the wrong place. There's no return here. The Lord of the Undead sneered. Another powerful Yin corpse said, the pure young immortal blood is a good thing for us. We only need to drink her blood, and we can transform from Yin corpses to real cultivators. When the time comes, we will derive new flesh and blood to replace the stinking corpse. All the terrifying existences stood up and surrounded Lin Feng and the Red World Fairy. Now, their target had turned to the Red World Fairy. Then let's kill her together. The son of the Eastern Emperor said. The Red World Fairy's pure young immortal body was the greatest restraint against these Yin corpses. Although these Yin corpses were powerful, they wouldn't dare to approach the Red World Fairy in normal times. But now, they had the advantage in numbers. After joining forces, their magic power was connected, which was where their confidence came from. Waves of terrifying aura spread out. These powerful Yin corpses began to circulate their magic power and display their supreme skills. All kinds of terrifying magic power blasted toward the Red World Fairy. When those magic powers gathered together, they were too powerful and made people despair. At this time, an illusory world appeared behind the Red World Fairy's body. I come from hell. All spirits bow down. Honored immortal Hong Chen's voice was faintly discernible. A mysterious existence appeared in the illusory world behind him. It could be vaguely seen that the mysterious existence was a woman. That woman wore an imperial robe and a crown on her head. She looked like the ancient human emperor of the human race. I am the human emperor, and I will enlighten the people. The empress said. When her voice fell, endless golden light surged out from her body. The golden light instantly dissolved the attacks of a group of powerful existences. Then, the golden light swept across the group of powerful existences. The group of powerful existences was sent flying. Slash! The Empress attacked, slashing out rays of cold golden light. She wanted to kill the group of terrifying existences. The group of terrifying existences wanted to struggle, but they were suppressed in an instant. They couldn't break free at all. They could only watch helplessly as the golden beams of light slashed towards them. Lord Eastern Emperor Bell, save us, the group of people hurriedly begged for mercy. At this time, the Eastern Emperor Bell, which had been motionless, suddenly emitted a terrifying aura. The Eastern Emperor Bell gently shook the void. Suddenly, the attack of the Empress was broken by the Eastern Emperor Bell. A cold voice came from the Eastern Emperor Bell. "You're here to ask for that thing? But you've come too early. You're simply courting death by coming here." Lin Feng squinted his eyes as he looked at the Donghuang Bell that had suddenly enlarged. The existence that had just spoken should be the deity of the Donghuang Bell. However, the deity of the Donghuang Bell had clearly not awakened when it first appeared. Even when Lin Feng planned to collect the Donghuang Bell, the deity of the Donghuang Bell had not awakened. Because if the deity of the Donghuang Bell had awakened, with Lin Feng's ability, it was impossible for him not to sense it. Therefore, Lin Feng was certain that the deity of the Donghuang Bell had not awakened. A supreme treasure like the Donghuang Bell could only be refined before the deity had awakened. Even if the deity had awakened, the deity would have seen that what was done could not be undone. Even if he had any objections, there was nothing he could do. Once the deity had awakened, there was no way to refine such a supreme treasure. The deity was simply too powerful, enough to destroy everything. Moreover, the deity could control the Donghuang Bell. The Donghuang Bell could release a terrifying attack at any time. Donghuang Bell. I'll let you have a taste of the supreme technique of the human race, the human emperor fist. Suddenly, Venerable Hong Chen's voice became faintly discernible, as if it was coming from a place beyond the endless spacetime. The shadow of the Empress behind the Red World Fairy actually merged with the Red World Fairy. At that moment, Lin Feng felt that the Red World Fairy seemed to have transformed into the Empress. He even had a feeling that the mysterious Empress was immortal Venerable Hong Chen. This was an extremely strange feeling, but this feeling was so strong. The Red World Fairy was the Empress, and the Empress was the Red World Fairy. Lin Feng did not know why he had such a feeling in his heart, but he could not get rid of it. Human Emperor Fist. The Red World Fairy's voice resounded in the hall. Endless holy light surged, and the Red World Fairy seemed to have turned into an immortal human emperor. She threw a punch at the Donghuang Bell that was descending from the sky. Dong, an earth-shattering sound suddenly rang out. That voice was so loud that even the apathetic could hear it. The void seemed to be on the verge of shattering. Not only was the Donghuang Bell unable to harm the Red World Fairy, but it was also repelled by the Red World Fairy. "That's impossible." The group of horrifying creatures had a look of disbelief on their faces. They knew how terrifying the Eastern Emperor Bell was. But now, someone had actually shaken the Donghuang Bell. It was unbelievable. It was like a legend. However, all of this had happened before their eyes, so they had no choice but to believe it. The Red World Fairy stepped forward and threw a punch at the Donghuang Bell. Roar. At this moment, a dragon's roar resounded throughout the world. The 99 divine dragons on the Donghuang Bell awakened and started to swim around the bell. When the divine dragons were revived, the power of the Donghuang Bell also increased significantly. There seemed to be a mysterious connection between those mystical dragons and the Donghuang Bell. It could increase the power of the Donghuang Bell. Bang! The Red World Fairy's fist once again landed on the Donghuang Bell. It was a pink fist with fair skin. Immortal Venerable Hong Chen had always had the appearance of a 16 or 17-year-old girl. But who would have thought that she would be so powerful? The Donghuang Bell was once again shaken by the Red World Fairy. The Red World Fairy seemed to have truly transformed into the Empress of the human race. She had mastered the Supreme Tao. She was invincible. Bang bang bang, the Red World Fairy's attacks were relentless. Punch after punch landed on the Donghuang Bell. The Red World Fairy continuously threw out 36 punches. The Donghuang Bell could no longer withstand it. It kept shrinking, and its aura was about to dissipate. "Hand it over. This is the last time I'm warning you," the Red World Fairy said coldly. She was extremely domineering. However, she had the strength to make him so domineering. "All right. I can give it to you," the Donghuang Bell said. The Donghuang Bell said. It chose to submit. It had no choice but to submit. The Red World Fairy was a decisive person. Naturally, she would keep her word. If he dared to go against the Red World Fairy, he would definitely suffer the wrath of the Red World Fairy. When the time came, only death awaited him. Shwa, a ball of light flew out. It was unknown what was wrapped in that ball of light. That ball of light flew toward the Red World Fairy and was collected by the Red World Fairy. At least you know your place, the Red World Fairy said. She turned around and walked outside. Lin Feng hastily followed him. Kid, you want to leave too? Are you dreaming? Some corpses blocked Lin Feng's path. They could not afford to offend the Red World Fairy, but they did not want to let Lin Feng go. Are your eyes blind? This fairy is an old friend of mine, Lin Feng said fiercely. He had almost said the word person. Fortunately, he stopped in time and changed the last two words to friend. Otherwise, who knew if he would be beaten to death by the Red World Fairy? The Ing corpse blocking Lin Feng's way had an unsightly expression. He did not dare to continue blocking Lin Feng and quickly retreated. Lin Feng followed the Red World Fairy and left. They were still in East Imperial City. Back then, the East Imperial Belle had returned to East Imperial City after devouring Lin Feng and Huangfu Qingtian. This time, Lin Feng and the Red World Fairy left East Imperial City together. Where do you plan to go, Venerable Immortal? Lin Feng asked. The Red World Fairy looked at Lin Feng and said, Hell. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and said, Venerable Immortal, what are you looking for in the Netherworld? The Red World Fairy said expressionlessly. You seem to be asking too many questions. She could not help but frown slightly. She had a feeling that the current Lin Feng was different from the Lin Feng she knew in the past. In her impression, Lin Feng did not dare to casually ask questions in front of her. However, this time, Lin Feng asked one question after another. Lin Feng said, Can't I show some concern for Venerable Immortal? The Red World Fairy was slightly taken aback and said, No need. Then, she tore through the void and left. Little girl. You will be conquered by me sooner or later. At that time, I will make you sing conquered in front of me every day. Lin Feng could not help but fantasize in his heart. Lin Feng did not continue to stay here. He quickly left the ancient battlefield and went to the outside world. He summoned the three-headed viper. The three-headed viper carried Lin Feng and quickly flew toward Divine Crow Island. Back then, Lin Feng and Nangong Xian'er had agreed to meet at Divine Crow Island. 3 days later, waves were rolling on the sea. Huge waves that were tens of thousands of feet high rose into the sky. Amidst the huge waves, there were densely packed oceanic species creatures. These oceanic creatures surrounded Lin Feng and the three-headed viper. Whoosh, a divine stone that emitted a terrifying aura flew over. This was a powerful cultivator from the Palace of the Ocean Dragons. Lin Feng had seen this powerful cultivator sealed in the divine stone before. He came from the Palace of the Ocean Dragons. His status seemed to be extraordinary, and his combat ability was unusually strong. So many cultivators from the Palace of the Ocean Dragons had surrounded him. Obviously, it was because of Ao Shen. Ao Shen was killed by him. It was impossible to hide this from the Palace of the Ocean Dragons. Ao Shen might not be important, but the dignity of the Palace of the Ocean Dragons was extremely important. As one of the overlords of the vast sea world, the Palace of the Ocean Dragons had to do something when the ninth prince of the Dragon Palace was killed. If the Palace of the Ocean Dragons didn't respond, it would be a huge blow to their reputation. Brat. Did you kill Ao Shen? A cold voice came from the divine stone. That's right. It was me. That guy didn't have eyes. He was asking for death in front of me. So, I took care of that guy. The Palace of the Ocean Dragons should thank me. If I didn't kill that trash Ao Shen, with his arrogant personality, I don't know how many enemies he would have made for the Palace of the Ocean Dragons. Lin Feng said. Hearing Lin Feng's words, the corner of the mouth of the being in the divine stone twitched violently. He said coldly, Brat. You killed my clansman. How dare you boast so shamelessly? You're courting death. Take out the god-slaying spear formation and kill them. Yes. Grand Elder. The densely packed sea clan creatures answered, and then they all took out a supreme treasure. It was a very special spear. It was made from a strange ancient tree that grew in the deep sea world. Its penetrating power was very strong, and it could easily pierce through the void. It could unleash an incredible power. The Palace of the Ocean Dragons chopped down all the strange ancient trees and used them to make tens of thousands of spears. Now these cultivators threw the spears in their hands. The densely packed spears contained a power that could destroy the world. The terrifying power made everyone's hair stand on end. The power of those spears was absolutely horrifying. Any single spear was extremely powerful, let alone so many spears thrown together. Its power was unimaginable. Humph. Lin Feng couldn't help but snort coldly, and directly used the Space Stop Spirit ability. When this ability was used, the spears with extremely powerful penetrating power seemed to be imprisoned. His speed dropped drastically. Moreover, the power of those spears was also rapidly declining as the speed at which they were unleashed was decreasing. At this time, the three-headed viper spat out a dense amount of lightning and hailstones. Those attacks exploded in midair, and many spears were blown away. At the same time, the huge tail of the three-headed viper swept towards the merfolk creatures. Bang bang bang, countless sea creatures were swept away by the three-headed viper's tail. Poison wave, the three-headed viper's attacks were relentless. It opened its three ferocious mouths and spat out one ball of poisonous gas after another. Those balls of poisonous gas directly exploded in the midst of the oceanic species. In an instant, poisonous gas filled the air. Those oceanic species were poisoned after inhaling the poisonous gas. Many oceanic species were directly poisoned to death. Courting death. The existence in the God Stone couldn't help but roar angrily, and quickly rushed over, endless divine light gushing out. The divine light gushing out from the God Stone turned into a huge blade. That huge blade fell from the sky, and slashed towards the three-headed viper. Obviously, the existence in the God Stone didn't care about a young human cultivator like Lin Feng. His attention. It was all on the three-headed viper. No matter what. The three-headed viper. It was also an emperor-level powerhouse. The giant saber instantly tore through the void. Then, it slashed towards the three-headed viper. Swoosh! Lin Feng disappeared without a trace, hiding in the void. The three-headed viper faced the existence in the God Stone head-on, while Lin Feng lay dormant, preparing to launch a sure-kill attack on that existence. The existence in the God Stone sneered, and a power that could distort time and space gushed out from the God Stone. The void within 100 meters of the God Stone violently distorted. The existence in the God Stone wanted to use the distorted void to block Lin Feng. Even if the distorted void couldn't stop Lin Feng, in the eyes of the existence in the God Stone, if Lin Feng appeared inside the distorted void, he would instantly sense this situation. Then, when the time came, yes, against Lin Feng, launch a sure-kill attack. At this time, the three-headed viper used a powerful divine ability to block the attack of that huge blade. A huge energy light shield condensed. That energy light shield floated in front of the three-headed viper. When the huge blade slashed down, it directly hit the energy light shield, and was actually blocked by the energy light shield condensed by the three-headed viper. The three-headed viper had occupied the divine Tao Immortal Palace for so long, and this guy had obtained many divine ability inheritances from the divine Tao Immortal Palace. Perhaps, this was the main reason why the three-headed viper was so powerful. Of course, its own bloodline must have played an extremely important role in its growth process. The huge blade didn't dissipate, and the attack didn't break the energy light shield condensed by the three-headed viper. The existence in the God Stone continued to urge the huge blade to attack the energy light shield condensed by the three-headed viper. Clang! Clang, clang! Clang! One attack after another landed on the energy light shield condensed by the three-headed viper. 3 attacks in a row. Gotcha! Gotcha, finally. The energy light shield condensed by the three-headed viper could no longer hold on. In the end, it was shattered by the huge blade. However, the huge blade condensed by the existence in the God Stone also dissipated. He continued to condense new divine abilities to attack the three-headed viper. But at this time, Lin Feng appeared beside him. The distance between them was less than 1 meter. Lin Feng's Tao of space was incomparably mysterious. The existence in the God Stone was too confident in his methods. Therefore, he didn't think that Lin Feng could silently approach him. When Lin Feng arrived beside him, this existence discovered that Lin Feng was already beside him. Die. Lin Feng held the black dragon sword in his hand. He held the sword with both hands. He slashed out with all his strength. That tyrannical sword fiercely slashed towards the god stone. Clang, the powerful blow landed directly on the god stone. Kacha! Kacha, the god stone shattered. Then, Lin Feng activated the six-fold dragon elephant arm and punched towards the cracked god stone. Bang, rubble flew through the air. Then, Lin Feng's terrifying punch directly landed on the chest of the existence in the god stone. Die. Lin Feng's voice was cold as the battle sword in his hand slashed towards the creature. The life form within the godstone was an extremely old sea race life form. This sea race life form was covered in dragon scales, but it had a serpent tail. It was a creature that looked like a dragon but wasn't a dragon. It looked like a dragon but wasn't a dragon. Slash. After injuring that spirit, Lin Feng immediately rushed towards it. He was holding his black dragon sword in his hand and slashed towards that terrifying spirit. Kid! You deserve to die 10,000 times. The terrifying existence roared, its eyes bursting with boundless killing intent. An expert like him, high and mighty, was injured by Lin Feng. Naturally, he was incomparably furious. And he felt extremely aggrieved and even felt a great humiliation because of this. Other than that, his lifespan was already very little. He sealed himself in the divine stone and his lifespan stopped flowing. He could still live for many years. When he obtained a heaven-defying opportunity and broke through his cultivation again, he could break the divine stone and live like a normal person. But now, the timing wasn't right. He didn't obtain a heaven-defying opportunity and couldn't break through at all. Because he couldn't break through. Now, he returned to heaven and earth. It wouldn't be long before his lifespan ran out. He would die soon. At their age, all kinds of elixirs and miraculous medicines were basically no longer able to prolong their lives. So, being born in advance, this existence had no choice but to face the threat of death. Therefore, this existence gnashed his teeth in hatred towards Lin Feng. He couldn't wait to eat Lin Feng's flesh and drink Lin Feng's blood. Facing Lin Feng's attack, this existence's reaction was extremely fast. He opened his big hand, and suddenly, 18 black demonic dragons flew out and pounced towards Lin Feng. Feeling the terror of the 18 black demonic dragons, Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. He hurriedly retreated and at the same time, waved the black dragon sword and slashed towards the 18 black demonic dragons. Puff! 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 One by one, the black demonic dragons were killed by Lin Feng. That terrifying existence pounced towards Lin Feng, wanting to kill Lin Feng. However, at this moment, the three-headed viper turned into a black light. Like a peerlessly sharp spear, it instantly pierced through the void. They shot towards this terrifying existence. The terrifying existence had an indifferent look on his face. He directly condensed an illusory immortal mountain and pressed down on the black light formed by the three-headed viper. The three-headed viper, which had transformed into a black light, was immediately suppressed in midair. The three-headed viper transformed back into its original form. Then, it began to struggle. The illusory immortal mountain began to crumble. However, it would take some time for it to break through the suppression. Whoosh, with a wave of his hand, Lin Feng summoned a dozen powerful magic treasures. Lin Feng summoned them. Those powerful magic treasures hovered around Lin Feng, each of them exuding the power to distort space-time. That terrifying existence sneered and said, "Brat." He really had a lot of treasures on him. But it was useless. Your cultivation level is too low. No matter how many treasures you have, only death awaits you. The terrifying existence sneered and said. He waved his hands again and again. Suddenly, a huge whirlpool appeared in front of him. That huge whirlpool enveloped all of the magical treasures within. Lin Feng's magic treasures were actually unable to break free from the huge whirlpool. What a powerful cultivation, Lin Feng could not help but take a deep breath. This guy was already injured, but he was still so powerful. This was beyond Lin Feng's expectations. This guy's cultivation level was obviously very high. Now, he was probably in trouble. Lin Feng could not think of a way to deal with this guy for the time being. Brat. Are you ready to die? The terrifying existence looked at Lin Feng with a sinister smile. Right now, he only wanted to kill Lin Feng to vent his hatred. This terrifying existence quickly rushed towards Lin Feng. He wanted to kill Lin Feng. At this moment, a thought flashed through Lin Feng's mind. He thought of the Eye of Death. The Eye of Death could deprive others of their lifespan. Although the existence in front of him had a terrifying cultivation level, it was not without weaknesses. His weakness was that his lifespan was extremely short. Once the Eye of Death was activated, it might be able to deprive him of his lifespan in a very short period of time. Thinking of this, Lin Feng's face could not help but reveal a trace of joy. He began to activate the Eye of Death. Whoosh, the light of death shone towards the terrifying existence. The terrifying existence's expression was indifferent. He waved his hand and swept it towards the light of death. However, the light of death was extremely strange. It was not destroyed by this terrifying existence. Instead, the light of death wrapped around the terrifying existence's body. This terrifying existence's already short lifespan was instantly deprived of half of it. Ah, my lifespan! My lifespan! The terrifying existence cried out in horror. What he cared about the most now was his limited lifespan. He did not want to die. He wanted to live on, but his lifespan was already very short. He was originally worried about his short lifespan. But now, his lifespan was already extremely short, and Lin Feng had taken away another part of it. This almost drove this terrifying existence crazy. He quickly retreated, not daring to get close to Lin Feng. Lin Feng could deprive him of his lifespan. This was too much of a threat to him. Hee, let's see how much lifespan you have left to be deprived by me. Lin Feng chased after him with a sneer. Kid, the grudge between us is not that deep. How about we both take a step back? The terrifying existence shouted. Are you dreaming? Lin Feng sneered and did not back down. The terrifying existence turned around and fled. Lin Feng collected many treasures. The three-headed viper also broke free from the suppression. Lin Feng said, kill all of these people from the Dragon Palace. Leave no one alive. Yes. Great Master. After receiving the order, the three-headed viper quickly pounced on the cultivators from the Dragon Palace. Lin Feng, on the other hand, chased after the powerful existence that escaped. Whoosh. The powerful existence dived into the sea and quickly swam downwards. His speed was much faster than when he was in the air. However, Lin Feng's speed was also extremely fast. It was not easy for this guy to shake off Lin Feng. Kid. Do you really want to kill me? If I choose to self-detonate, we will die together. Shouted the terrifying cultivator furiously. Surprisingly, he was threatening Lin Feng with self-destruction. Self-detonation? Do you not value your life at all? Lin Feng sneered. He did not believe that this person would choose to self-detonate. He sped up and chased after the cultivator. The cultivator also sped up his escape. The Great Rift Valley exuded a sinister and terrifying aura. Lin Feng could not help but frown when he sensed the aura coming from the Great Rift Valley. It seemed that this Great Rift Valley was not as simple as it seemed. This terrifying existence had purposely lured him here. As he went deeper and deeper into the Great Rift Valley, Lin Feng saw many skeletons in the Great Rift Valley. These skeletons clearly belonged to cultivators who had died here due to various reasons. It was unknown how many years had passed since those cultivators had died. Therefore, their corpses had long decayed. The terrifying existence was still flying deeper into the Great Rift Valley. The Great Rift Valley was filled with powerful spacetime energy. Lin Feng saw huge rifts one after another. Those were spacetime rifts. The spacetime energy spewed out from the rifts. Large amounts of seawater were swallowed by the spacetime rifts. The strangest thing was that the spacetime rifts were not fixed. Those spacetime rifts were constantly moving. When Lin Feng arrived at the Great Rift Valley's depths, the spacetime rifts had sealed the way out. That terrifying existence stopped as well. He laughed sinisterly and said, Kid, you've really followed me. You've really chased after me. You're courting death, so don't blame me. Lin Feng laughed coldly. He wanted to see what this terrifying existence was up to. Immortal eating spiders, come out. The terrifying existence roared. At that moment, huge spiders crawled out from the spacetime rifts. These spiders were 4 to 5 meters tall. At their abdomens, there was a hideous human head. Hundreds of spiders crawled out. They all stared at Lin Feng as if they were staring at the most delicious food. These terrifying spiders clearly saw Lin Feng as their food. Foreign living beings. Lin Feng was shocked. These spider demons were actually a group of foreign living beings. Lin Feng had encountered foreign living beings before. He was more sensitive to their aura. He could confirm that these spider demons were foreign living beings. This was the first time Lin Feng had seen foreign living beings after coming to the great heavenly sage world. That's right. That's right. This brat's flesh and blood was extremely powerful. Tempering the sword. The prey you brought this time is pretty good. I hope you can bring us more prey like this in the future. A spider spirit said sinisterly. It seemed that the spider demons and the expert from Dragon Palace had known each other for a long time. They had even reached some kind of special agreement between them. Hee hee, everyone, don't worry. When the time comes, I'll definitely bring you even more delicious food. Now, enjoy this delicious meal to your heart's content, the expert from Dragon Palace called Ao Jian said. Eat him. A group of spider demons charged towards Lin Feng. Their auras were extremely terrifying. There were even emperor-level spider spirits among them, and there was more than one. Being surrounded by such a large group of spider demons was naturally very dangerous, but Lin Feng was not afraid. Whoosh, Lin Feng waved his hand. Instantly, the 3 pristine 8 trigrams diagram flew out. The 3 pristine 8 trigrams floated in the air. Waves of astonishing fluctuation surged out from the 3 pure 8 trigrams diagram. Then, golden light gushed out. It shone towards the spider demons. Streaks of golden light bombarded the bodies of the spider demons. Puff. Puff. Puff, ripping sounds could be heard. The bodies of the spider demons were pierced, and they died on the spot. Although the spider demons were powerful, they were restrained by the 3 pristine 8 trigrams diagram. The most terrifying thing about the 3 pristine 8 trigrams diagram was that it could restrain 6 different types of living beings. Now, the spider demons could not withstand the attacks of the 3 pristine 8 trigrams diagram. Run! Run quickly, the spider demons screamed in fear. They quickly fled towards the spacetime cracks. Apart from the dozens of spider demon corpses, the rest of the spider demons were trapped in the spacetime cracks. Lin Feng, on the other hand, looked at Ao Jian indifferently. The spider demons ignored Ao Jian. Ao Jian's expression turned ugly. He had not expected Lin Feng to have a treasure that could restrain the spider demons. This was troublesome. Ao Jian turned around and fled into the distance, wanting to leave this place as soon as possible. Schwa, however, at that moment, Lin Feng activated the Eyes of Death. A ray of death light shot out from the Eyes of Death and swept towards Ao Jian. The ray of death light swept across Ao Jian's body. No, no, no. My lifespan, Ao Jian could not help but scream. His lifespan was taken away once again. To Ao Jian, this was a fate worse than death. He fled madly, wanting to leave this place. However, he was unable to escape in the end. The second ray of death light flew over and swept across Ao Jian's body. Ao Jian's body. It could not withstand the power of the second ray of death light. All of his lifespan was instantly taken away by the second ray of death light. Why is this happening? Am I going to die just like that? I am not willing to accept this. Ao Jian smiled miserably. His corpse fell down from the sky. Lin Feng threw a punch and destroyed Ao Jian's corpse. Lin Feng then took Ao Jian's original strength and ring. Keek keek, suddenly, a sinister voice came from the spacetime cracks. It was as terrifying as the laughter of a malicious spirit. When Lin Feng heard the laughter, he frowned. He could not help but frown. Kid! Come in. We can talk. This is a negotiation that will greatly benefit both of us. A sharp and ear-piercing voice came from the cracks. It was a woman's voice. Who are you? Lin Feng asked. I am the king of spiders. Are you afraid after hearing my name? If you are, you can leave. I will not stop you from leaving. The existence continued. Trying to provoke me is useless against me. Lin Feng said indifferently, however, I am somewhat interested in you. I would like to see what kind of existence the so-called king of spiders is. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng flew towards one of the spacetime cracks. He entered one of the spacetime cracks. There were spacetime storms wreaking havoc in the spacetime cracks. Lin Feng held the hurricane pearl in his hand. Thus, the spacetime storms could not harm Lin Feng. There were also many spider spirits hibernating in the spacetime cracks. However, when they saw Lin Feng, they all fled far away. Clearly, they were extremely afraid of Lin Feng's 3 pure 8 trigrams diagram. In the endless spacetime, an indescribably huge existence was being chained up by numerous chains. A single claw of that terrifying existence was hundreds of thousands of meters long, perhaps even 1,000,000 meters long. It was impossible to know how big its body was. That existence was the king of spiders. A terrifying creature that had lived for who knew how many millions of years. It was a terrifying being that had come from the foreign realm to this epic universe. She was different from other spider spirits. The king of spiders had an extremely beautiful face. If one looked at her face alone, one would fall in love at first sight. However, when one looked at the king of spiders' body with that face, one would not fall in love at first sight. Instead, one would feel fear and horror. Why did you call me here? Lin Feng looked at the king of spiders and asked. What a handsome young man. Did you know? Actually, I like interacting with you humans the most. I remember meeting one of your ancestors in the past. That ancestor of yours is really powerful. The king of spiders could not help but sigh. Lin Feng frowned and asked, you know my origin? Of course. Do you think I'm trapped here? Can't I sense your bloodline? The king of spiders asked. That's not it, Lin Feng shook his head. He then asked, who is this ancestor you're talking about? I don't know his name. I remember a demon brought him into the Undying Realm's barren sky ridge. I met him there. Eh? Why do you still have that demon's aura on you? Let me take a closer look. The king of spiders' eyes turned into a demonic blood-red color, but they quickly returned to normal. The king of spiders said, so this guy is in one of your treasures. Lin Feng was surprised. He knew who the king of spiders was talking about. The demon she was talking about was the demon lord. In the past, he had an ancestor who had once shattered the Undying Realm's barrier with a single punch. The demon lord knew his ancestor, but he was unwilling to talk about his ancestor. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't get much information from the demon lord about the ancestor. You weren't imprisoned by my ancestor, were you? Lin Feng asked in surprise. Of course not. To be honest, I still have to thank your ancestor. It was all thanks to your ancestor that I was able to walk out of the desolate sky ridge. The king of 10,000 spiders said. What do you mean? Lin Feng asked. This matter is very complicated. Your ancestor. You helped me get out of the desolate sky ridge. Therefore, I am indebted to your bloodline. If you don't believe me, you can ask that monster. The king of 10,000 spiders said. Demon Lord, is what she said true? Asked Lin Feng telepathically. It's true. He is indeed your ancestor. To help her escape. Yao Jun said after a moment of silence. Lin Feng was surprised. According to normal reasoning, these foreign creatures were all things that everyone had the right to kill. Why, his own ancestor would help this foreign creature break free, this made Lin Feng feel very strange. He was also very puzzled. The king of spiders asked. If you have any doubts, feel free to ask me. Why would my ancestor help you leave the desolate sky ridge? Lin Feng asked. He had heard of the desolate sky ridge before. It was one of the most terrifying forbidden areas in the Undying Realm. Foreign creatures. There are good and evil. Not all of them were foreign creatures. They are all evil. The king of spiders said. So you're saying that? Are you one of the more righteous otherworldly creatures? Lin Feng frowned. The king of 10,000 spiders said, I don't know if I am a righteous foreign creature, but ever since I came to this universe, I have never killed the innocent. Oh? Is that so? That's really surprising. Then why did you come to this universe? Lin Feng asked. I am. The king of spiders' eyes revealed a look of reminiscence. Her originally cold and gloomy eyes had actually become gentle at this very moment. It was truly somewhat inconceivable. Back then, I was just a small spider. A very, very small spider. I wasn't very strong, nor did I have any talent for cultivation. Once in a while, I had the chance to eat a spirit herb and awaken my spiritual sense. My body began to change, and I became less and less like my own kind. I was ostracized and hunted down by my own kind. I almost died, but that day, I saw him. I climbed on top of him and hid. The spiders chasing me didn't dare to come forward, and I finally escaped. But how can we hide all this from him? He grabbed my body and placed me in his palm. I was really scared back then. I was worried that he would crush me to death, but he didn't do that. I will never forget his voice when he spoke to me for the first time. His voice was so gentle and warm. He asked me why I was being chased by a group of spiders. I couldn't speak. I wanted to talk to him, but I didn't know how to. He said that everything has a spirit. Even a spider has its own life. All lives are equal. He took me with him and let me recuperate at his place. He was looking for an extremely precious spirit medicine in the mountain forest. It seems that his mother was seriously ill and needed that spirit medicine. However, he searched many places and still couldn't find that spirit medicine. My injuries were healed. He let me go back to the forest. He was about to leave, and he needed to go somewhere else to find that herb. I wanted to leave with him, but I couldn't speak. I could only watch him leave. From then on, I cultivated as if my life depended on it. I cultivated as if my life depended on it. I risked my life to devour the heavenly treasures guarded by those powerful creatures. I even risked my life to hunt even more powerful beasts. I needed their flesh and blood to help me advance. I kept working hard. I wanted to transform into a human as soon as possible so that I could find him as soon as possible. I don't know how many years passed, but I finally transformed into a human. I left the ancient forest and went to find him. I searched for many years, but I couldn't find him. But I found his family. I found out from his clansmen that his mother had become a living dead, and he was still looking for that precious spirit herb. What happened after that? Lin Feng asked. The king of spiders said, I drifted in the space between the universes. The outside world was too mysterious for me, full of unknowns. Therefore, I didn't know where I drifted to. Until one day, I found myself in another universe. This universe. It was full of vitality, full of hope. It is the universe we are in now. I searched for him for a long time, but I couldn't find him. At this time, some foreign creatures came to this universe one after another. Some of them were very greedy. They wanted to continuously plunder the resources of this universe. They even wanted to enslave this universe. Therefore, conflicts arose, and a great war broke out. The war was too fierce. Apart from the otherworldly creatures, there seemed to be other races participating as well. The otherworldly creatures invited me to participate in the war, but I refused. I didn't want to obtain so many resources, nor did I want to enslave others. I just wanted to find him. However, by chance, I discovered a secret. Behind the scenes of this war, there seems to be a pair of black hands pushing all of this forward. Lin Feng was shocked when he heard this. The king of spiders had mentioned the dark hands behind the scenes. According to Lin Feng's knowledge, there was indeed a pair of dark hands behind the scenes, pushing everything forward. However, no one knew the origins of the dark hands behind the scenes. I seemed to have discovered a great secret, but I didn't want to delve too deeply into it. Because, if I knew that secret, I might not have a good ending. However, I underestimated the power of the dark hands behind the scenes. They seemed to have discovered me. Not long after, terrifying existences came to hunt me down. Those existences lingered in the darkness. I didn't know what they were. I fled all the way until I reached the barren sky ridge. Those terrifying existences didn't chase me into the barren sky ridge. At this point, the Spider King paused. Lin Feng frowned and pondered. The barren sky ridge was equivalent to the undying world's forbidden zone. The forbidden zones of every world were extremely terrifying. Furthermore, there were countless secrets hidden within. Clearly, the barren sky ridge was the same. Why didn't those terrifying existences dare to enter the barren sky ridge? This made Lin Feng very confused. You seem to be trapped in the desolate sky ridge? Lin Feng asked. It's like this. I'm trapped in the wasteland ridge. It was the terrifying existence in the desolate heaven ridge that suppressed me. The king of 10,000 spiders said. Lin Feng said in shock, is there such a powerful creature in the barren sky ridge? Why didn't he kill you? The wasteland ridge is much more terrifying than I imagined. As for why he didn't kill me, I don't know either. The Spider King said. I don't know how many years have passed. Your ancestor has entered the barren sky ridge. He wants to challenge the strongest existence in the undying world and fight against the ruler of the barren sky ridge. The battle between the two of them was too terrifying. Many seals were shattered, and that was when I escaped. Then, who imprisoned you here? Lin Feng asked doubtfully. It's a group of otherworldly beings. They want to kill me. However, my body is almost undying. They tried many times, but to no avail. In the end, they could only imprison me here. The Spider King said. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. He didn't know if the Spider King's words could be trusted. He had a feeling that the Spider King was hiding something. The Spider King wasn't telling the complete truth. Of course. That was just Lin Feng's guess. As for whether it was as he guessed, no one knew. What kind of cooperation do you want from me? Lin Feng asked. I want you to help me look for him. The Spider King said. Lin Feng knew who the king of the 10,000 spiders was talking about. The him she was referring to was the man she had been looking for all this time. Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. The world is so big. Where am I supposed to find him? Moreover, it's hard to say whether he's even in this universe. So, I really can't help you with your request. The Spider King said. I found some clues in the past. He should be in this universe, so I hope that you can help me find him. Do you think it's possible to find him with just your description? Lin Feng asked. The Spider King said. I have a keepsake here. As soon as she finished speaking, a ball of divine light flew out. The ball of divine light actually wrapped around a strand of hair. The keepsake the Spider King was talking about was actually a strand of hair. This is his hair. I've been carrying it with me for so many years. You can use it to find him. The Spider King said. Lin Feng said indifferently. What benefits do I have? There are naturally benefits. Back then, I saw a stone scripture. That stone scripture seems to have the same origin as a certain power in your body. The Spider King said. What? A stone scripture? Lin Feng's eyes couldn't help but widen. He felt his heartbeat quicken. He had a feeling that the stone scripture the Spider King was talking about was very likely the holy scripture passed down by the Heavenly Master's bloodline. It was the most precious treasure of the Heavenly Master's bloodline. At the same time, many unimaginable secret techniques were recorded in it. The core inheritance was also recorded in the stone scripture. All these years, Lin Feng had always wanted to find the stone scripture, but he hadn't been able to find any clues. Now, Lin Feng was very excited that he had obtained a clue about the stone scripture from the Spider King. That power of the same origin, is it this power? Lin Feng flicked his finger, and the Stone Emperor scripture condensed a special godly power. That's right, the Spider King said. Lin Feng took a deep breath. Sure enough. It was just as he had guessed. It really was the holy scripture of the Heavenly Master's bloodline. Where is the stone scripture? Lin Feng asked. So, you're planning to cooperate with me? The Spider King asked. Of course. Lin Feng nodded. The stone scripture is in a cave in the depths of the 7th mountain range. The Spider King said. Good. I'll do my best to help you find the person you're looking for. If there's any news, I'll send someone to inform you. Lin Feng said. Then, he flew outside. He quickly left the area. Great Empress, why do you want this person to help you find the whereabouts of that person? An emperor-level spider asked. Hum. Hum. Hum, 3 dragon-like cries were heard. In the distance, the 3-headed viper's huge body flew over quickly. Lin Feng sat cross-legged on the middle head of the 3-headed viper. Let's go to the dragon palace. Let's see what treasures they have. Lin Feng ordered the 3-headed viper. The palace of the ocean dragons was naturally very powerful. It was a giant in the sea world. But now, Ao Jian, the secret powerhouse of the palace of the ocean dragons, had died. The palace of the ocean dragons was much weaker now. Lin Feng guessed. Even if the palace of the ocean dragons still had a secret powerhouse. At most. There was probably only one of them. After all, it was just an overlord in the sea area. How could it have so many top-level powerhouses? Lin Feng planned to rob the palace of the ocean dragons. He wondered if there were any good things in the palace of the ocean dragons. Lin Feng guessed that there should be a lot of precious things in the huge palace of the ocean dragons. This was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. So, Lin Feng felt at ease when he robbed the palace of the ocean dragons. 3 days later. The 3-headed viper arrived at the sea area where the palace of the ocean dragons was. Then it carried Lin Feng directly. It flew quickly towards the underwater world. Soon, they arrived at the underwater world. They saw many magnificent palaces from afar. And those palaces. It was the palace of the ocean dragons. In the sea area, many sea creatures were patrolling with weapons in their hands. Those sea creatures were very powerful. They noticed the 2 uninvited guests, Lin Feng and the 3-headed viper. They all gathered around. The Dragon Palace is an important place. Leave now or we'll execute you on the spot. Some sea creatures shouted coldly, trying to scare off Lin Feng and the 3-headed viper. The 3-headed viper's thick tail swept out, and a large number of oceanic species creatures behind it were sent flying. At the same time, the 3-headed viper released the power of thunder and lightning. Water was conductive. So, it released the power of thunder and lightning in the sea. The power of the lightning would be greatly increased. The sea creatures in front of them were turned into charcoal by the 3-headed viper's lightning. Even though these sea creatures were extremely powerful, they were still extremely powerful. However, he was still too weak in front of the 3-headed viper. The 3-headed viper carried Lin Feng to the top of the dragon palace. Who are you? How dare you barge into our dragon palace? The Dragon King was alarmed. He flew out personally and shouted in a deep voice. Apart from the Dragon King, many creatures showed up in the palace of the ocean dragons. They glared at Lin Feng, who was sitting on the head of the 3-headed viper. Naturally, they could tell that the 3-headed viper was Lin Feng's mount. An Emperor Lord-level powerful creature was only the mount of a young human cultivator. This was indeed very inconceivable, but the world was so big that anything could happen. Ao Jian from the Palace of the Ocean Dragons. Ao Shen. It's all because you offended me. I've already killed him. If you don't want the Palace of the Ocean Dragons to be destroyed, then open your treasure vault obediently. I'm going to rob your treasure vault clean. Lin Feng said loudly. What? Both the Grand Elder and Ao Shen were killed? The cultivators of the Palace of the Ocean Dragons were shocked. They wouldn't be so surprised if Ao Shen was the only one killed. After all, Ao Shen was a 3rd-generation cultivator. However, even the Emperor Lord-level Ao Jian was killed. They couldn't accept that. You're talking nonsense. Could it be that you think you can kill old ancestor Ao Jian with just you and this low-level Emperor Lord mount? You're daydreaming. The Dragon King said coldly. What? You still don't believe me? I'll show it to you, and you'll believe what I'm saying. Lin Feng sneered and waved his hand. Instantly, many images appeared in the air. These were the images of Lin Feng taking Ao Jian's lifespan with the Eye of Death and killing him at the space-time crack. When they saw those images, everyone's faces couldn't help but reveal an aghast expression. Ao Jian, he was really dead. There's a limit to my patience. Open the treasure vault door quickly. Or else. I'll destroy the dragon palace now. Lin Feng said fiercely. Who's afraid of you? If we really fight, the dragon palace has thousands of troops. We might be able to kill the two of you. A higher-up of the dragon palace said fiercely. As the saying goes, ants can kill an elephant when there are enough of them. It seemed like this person belonged to the pro-war faction. Is that so? Then let's see how many people from the dragon palace will die under my battle sword. Lin Feng said coldly. With a flash, a battle sword appeared in Lin Feng's hand. It was the black dragon sword. The black dragon sword was surrounded by black smoke. A black dragon was formed and wrapped around the black dragon sword. It was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It was terrifying. Sir, please calm down. We can open the treasure vault. Let you take all the treasures in the vault. However, I hope that when the time comes, our feud, we can write it off. Dragon King said in a deep voice. Ha 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 ha, a wise man submits to circumstances. I always keep my words. I'll take all the treasures from the dragon palace. Naturally, I won't target the dragon palace. Lin Feng said with a laugh. On the side of the dragon palace, some experts looked gloomy. They wanted to say something but were stopped by Dragon King. The Dragon King obviously had more considerations than these people. Sir, please come with me. Dragon King said. He led the way. Soon, they came to the treasure vault of the dragon palace. There was a space inside the treasure vault of the dragon palace. There were all kinds of treasures piled up inside. Lin Feng was not in the mood to check those treasures. He would take them first. A large number of treasures were moved into time and space by Lin Feng. All kinds of treasures were piled up like a mountain. Finally, Lin Feng ransacked the treasure vault of the dragon palace completely. Then he rode the three-headed viper and soared into the sky, leaving the dragon palace. After Lin Feng left, one of the higher-ups of the dragon palace said with a long face, Dragon King beat him up. Why did he open the treasure vault for that guy? If we activate the formation, trap that guy, we might not be able to kill him. The blood-boiling ancestor is at the hidden latch of life and death. He can't be disturbed now. If he is disturbed, the loss will outweigh the gain. That little bastard. He killed the blood-boiling ancestor and Xianxia. He has an irreconcilable feud with the Dragon Palace of the Azure Sea. We won't let him go so easily. When the blood-boiling ancestor comes out of seclusion, that's when he will die without a burial place. Dragon King said eerily. When the time comes, we must grind that little bastard into ashes. Otherwise, it will be hard to vent the hatred in our hearts. The three-headed viper flew above the sea, heading straight for the Divine Crow Island. At this moment, Lin Feng's Divine will invaded time and space. He was looking at the treasures he got from the Dragon Palace. There were all kinds of immortal iron, divine stones, elixirs, heavenly treasures, and other treasures. What made Lin Feng happy was that he got a lot of insect materials from the Dragon Palace's treasury. There were a total of 45 insect materials to cultivate the primordial ancestral worms. There were a total of 18 insect materials to cultivate the Emperor Archaic. There were a total of 42 insect materials to cultivate the primordial demon refining worms. There were a total of 23 insect materials to cultivate the celestial devouring worms. These insect materials were all very precious. Usually, they were very hard to find. It was really not easy to find these insect materials. In addition to these precious insect materials, Lin Feng also found a bottle of demonic liquid of heaven and earth. It was rumored. This was a treasure born from heaven and earth. It was of no use to human cultivators. But to demon cultivators, it was the most precious treasure. Bibi, Xiaolong, Dragon Rabbit and the other two little fellows were excited. Their eyes were shining as they looked at the demonic liquid of heaven and earth. The three little fellows were all very extraordinary. They had already gained intelligence and could sense the great effect the demonic liquid of heaven and earth had on their bodies. They knew. If they could refine the demonic liquid of heaven and earth, it would be very important to their cultivation. So now the three little fellows were very eager to swallow the demonic liquid of heaven and earth. Lin Feng treated them equally. He divided the demonic liquid of heaven and earth into 3 parts. He gave them to the 3 little fellows. The 3 little fellows hurriedly swallowed the demonic liquid of heaven and earth. After swallowing the demonic liquid of heaven and earth, the 3 little fellows entered a state of deep sleep. They needed to sleep to absorb the energy of the demonic liquid of heaven and earth. By the time they woke up, their abilities would have been greatly improved. Lin Feng was looking forward to it. Lin Feng also found a bronze book. This book was called the Demonic Dragon Tome. It recorded many divine powers passed down from the Dragon Palace. However, most of them were draconic divine abilities. The dragon language divine ability was the most powerful when cultivated by the dragon race. Next were some races that were somewhat related to the dragon race. For example, the flood dragons, snakes, and pythons. Although the dragon language divine ability was not as powerful as the dragon race's divine ability, it could still release an extremely terrifying power. Lin Feng gave the magic dragon scripture to the 3-headed viper and told him to comprehend these draconic spiritual techniques. The 3-headed viper was known for having 3 heads. Therefore, he could do 3 things at once. His methods were also extremely terrifying. If he succeeded in cultivating these draconic divine abilities, he would be able to cultivate them. It could greatly increase its battle prowess. Eh? What's that? Lin Feng suddenly discovered a piece of broken wood. It was a piece of charred wood. It seemed to have been struck by lightning. However, that piece of wood still contained vitality, which made Lin Feng very surprised. Generally speaking, it was very difficult for lightning-struck wood to have any vitality left. However, clearly, this piece of thunderstruck wood was not ordinary. Lin Feng studied it carefully, but he was still unable to figure out what kind of tree this piece of thunderstruck wood was left behind. Lin Feng withdrew his mind and planned to study it in the future. After exploring these treasures, Lin Feng was still very satisfied. After exploring those treasures, Lin Feng planted the Grand Firmament Purple Thunder Bamboo in time and space, hoping that the Grand Firmament Purple Thunder Bamboo could grow faster. When the time came, Lin Feng planned to use the Grand Firmament Purple Thunder Bamboo to create a treasure. In fact, Lin Feng planned to use the Grand Firmament Purple Thunder Bamboo to create a second natal magic treasure. Of course, this was only Lin Feng's initial idea. Creating a natal magic treasure was no small matter. Lin Feng needed to observe the Grand Firmament Purple Thunder Bamboo first before making a decision. Half a month later, Lin Feng finally arrived at the Divine Crow Island. The Divine Crow Island was a cultivator settlement established by Divine Crow Daoist, one of the top 10 rogue cultivator experts overseas. There were many people coming and going here, and it was very lively. The 3-headed viper was sent back into time and space by Lin Feng, and then Lin Feng landed on the Divine Crow Island. After landing on the Divine Crow Island, Lin Feng inquired about the whereabouts of Nangongxian and Mu Liuxi in a few of the more high-end inns. Nangongxian and Mu Liuxi, a pair of great beauties, were the focus of attention wherever they went, so it was quite easy to inquire about their news. After inquiring about the two, Lin Feng asked someone to report. Not long after, the 2 women arrived, and after seeing Lin Feng, they were very excited. These days, the 2 women had not seen Lin Feng, and they did not eat or drink. Now that they saw Lin Feng, their mood became happy. 2 fairies, long time no see, you still look as good as before, Lin Feng said with a smile. The 2 women blushed slightly and rolled their eyes at Lin Feng. Nangongxian then said, please follow us, young master. Lin Feng nodded and followed behind Nangongxian and Mu Liuxi to their residence. Who is that brat? After seeing him, Nangongxian and Mu Liuxi's faces glowed. Don't tell me that the 2 fairies admire that brat? Damn. The 2 fairies are the most beautiful women in our vast ocean world, and they have never looked at a male cultivator before. Looking at the 2 fairies' expressions, it seems like they have really fallen in love with that brat. I'm so jealous. What did that brat do to make the 2 fairies fall in love with him? Thinking that the 2 fairies might be taken soon, my heart is bleeding. Many cultivators began to talk about it. All of them wished that they could replace Lin Feng. Lin Feng naturally didn't know what the cultivators were talking about. He followed Nangong Xian and Mu Liuxi to their residence and said, "Fairy Nangong, what do you need my help with? Can you tell me now?" "It's like this. In the past, my family suffered a calamity. Many of my relatives died tragically. Among my closest relatives, only my mother survived. However, because my mother was poisoned by a strange kind of poison, she fell into a coma. Fortunately, I found the prescription, but there are two spiritual herbs that I haven't been able to find. The first spiritual herb is called the Netherworld King Grass, and the second spiritual herb is called the Celestial Dragon Fruit. After asking around, I found out that there will be an auction on Divine Crow Island in half a month. At that time, someone will take out the Celestial Dragon Fruit for auction. As for the Netherworld King Grass, it is said that it can be found on the Netherworld Island in the depths of the Netherworld Sea region. That place is extremely dangerous, and with my cultivation, only death awaits me if I go there. Therefore, I want to ask young master to help me enter the Netherworld Island and find the Netherworld King Grass." Nangong Xianer said. "Of course, but I want to read the immortal scripture first," Lin Feng said. Because there was still half a month before the auction would be held. Therefore, Lin Feng planned to cultivate properly during this period of time. Lin Feng entered the time and space to cultivate. After breaking through to the Imperial Emperor realm, Lin Feng could already enter the 8th floor of the Chonglu Demon Palace. But he still hadn't entered. Lin Feng obtained the Divine Dao Immortal Palace. The inner hall of the Divine Dao Immortal Palace wasn't opened by the three-headed viper, so he didn't know what was inside. Other than that, Lin Feng still had the powerful divine ability of the 72 gods that he hadn't cultivated yet. However, Lin Feng planned to cultivate the divine ability of the 72 gods first. After he succeeded in cultivating this divine ability, he would consider entering the 8th floor of the Chonglu Demon Palace and exploring the Divine Dao Immortal Palace. It wasn't easy to cultivate the divine ability of the 72 gods, but Lin Feng's comprehension was strong. In addition, Lin Feng's comprehension of various Daos was quite profound. Therefore, for Lin Feng, it was much easier for him to learn the 72 godly skills than for other people. 2.5 months passed in the time and space. Lin Feng finally succeeded in cultivating the divine ability of the 72 gods. After he came out of seclusion, he found out that there were still 2 days before the auction. He could rest for a while before going to the auction. Lin Feng wasn't too interested in this auction. This was because there were very few things that could attract Lin Feng's attention. In such an auction, the chances of a top-notch treasure appearing weren't particularly high. At most, it was easier for some rare items to appear, such as the immortal dragon fruit that Nangong Xianer wanted to buy. It was a rare heavenly treasure. Before this, Lin Feng had never even heard of such a heavenly treasure. At night, Mu Liuxi and Nangong Xianer pulled Lin Feng to the Yuntai River to play. The Yuntai River was located in the interior of the island, and there were flower boats everywhere. This was a paradise for male cultivators. Therefore, many male cultivators liked to come here. However, this was also a place for men and women to date. On both sides of the river, the scenery was beautiful. Many people liked to rent a boat and travel on it. And today, it was the 15th of January. It was a day to admire the lanterns. Lin Feng seemed to have forgotten about these festivals. Because it had been too many years. They were all alone, and it was very difficult for them to stay in one place like ordinary people. When Lin Feng, Mu Liuxi, and Nangong Xianer arrived at the Yuntai River, they saw that both sides of the river were bustling with activity. In the Yuntai River, flower boats were intertwined. It was a magnificent sight. Many of the boats had gorgeously dressed women standing on them. They stroked their hair coquettishly, attracting passers-by. "These flower boats are simply an eyesore," Nangong Xianer said. Mu Liuxi smiled and said, "If it weren't for these boats, the Yuntai River wouldn't be so lively." The three of them rented a boat and boarded it. The boatman rowed the boat. The boat began to float on the Yuntai River. The three of them enjoyed the scenery along the river as they drank. This was a rare leisurely time. For Lin Feng, it was even a little extravagant. Because Lin Feng spent most of his time in cultivation. He rarely had time to be so leisurely. The boat drifted far away. Suddenly, the sound of a zither came from afar. The sound of the zither was elegant, like a spring breeze brushing past one's body. On an ancient boat in the distance, a woman sat at the bow. Two beautiful maids stood behind her to serve her. The woman was dressed in snow-white clothes. She was as otherworldly as a fairy from the ninth heaven, attracting many people's attention. But no one dared to disturb the female cultivator playing the zither. Or they didn't want to ruin such a wonderful atmosphere. When the song ended, many boats rowed towards the woman's boat. They probably wanted to strike up a conversation with the woman. The boat that Lin Feng and the other two took returned. They had already planned to go back and rest. The day of the auction arrived. People came and went, and it was very lively. Lin Feng and the other two came to the auction house, asked for a box, and then waited quietly. Many people came one after another. There were even many powerful figures who came. Every time a big shot came, it would cause a lot of exclamations and discussions. At this time, a woman in white arrived. The auction house was immediately in an uproar. Because the identity of the woman in white was extremely extraordinary. It was rumored. The woman in white came from the Undying Realm. This was also the reason why there was such a huge commotion. It wasn't that Lin Feng hadn't seen cultivators from the Undying Realm before. For example, that Tian Wuyao was a cultivator from the Undying Realm. It was just that he didn't know which force this woman in white was from in the Undying Realm. Some of the young geniuses from the big families in the Undying Realm would often choose to leave the Undying Realm and travel through space. And then use this to train themselves. There were more and more people like this. Because, after the appearance of the 5 decay of the celestial being, the originally declining world of cultivators began to flourish. Therefore, many heaven-defying opportunities appeared in many places. This was also the reason why those cultivators from the Undying Realm liked to travel. Who knows, they might be able to obtain a great opportunity somewhere. 2 hours later, the auction began. The one presiding over the auction was an old man called Tang Tianyang. This person was the vice president of the auction house. One after another, precious auction items were taken out for auction. Therefore, the competition was rather intense. Halfway through the auction, another auction item was brought up. It was a piece of brocade, and it looked very old and worn. One could vaguely see that there were some blurry words on the brocade. And the brocade itself still had a weak divine power. But this item didn't seem to be some amazing treasure. Tang Tianyang said. Everyone. The origin of this brocade is extremely extraordinary. Everyone should know that the human race also has a glorious history. In the history of the human race, there were 9 human emperors. Every human emperor was a stunning figure throughout history. And among the 9 human emperors, there was even an empress. And this empress was the 9th human emperor of the human race. The item that we are going to auction today is an imperial edict written by the 9th human emperor of the human race. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. When Tang Tianyang's voice fell, the surroundings immediately burst into an uproar. An imperial edict written by the 9th human emperor of the human race was too shocking. Of course. Perhaps there was nothing special about this imperial edict itself, but the information behind this imperial edict was too shocking. Perhaps, this imperial edict had something to do with the inheritance of the 9th human emperor of the human race. After the 9th human emperor of the human race fell, her inheritance had never appeared. The human emperor's edict had attracted a lot of people's interest. Therefore, it was foreseeable that many people would fight for it. And Lin Feng was determined to get it. The human emperor's edict, whether or not it was related to the orthodoxy of the 9th human emperor. Lin Feng was going to buy it. Because it was the legacy of the human emperor. It belonged to the human clan. It should be in the hands of the human clan. It could not fall into the hands of the other clans. Lin Feng would not tolerate it if it fell into the hands of the other clans. What's the starting price of this? Someone asked impatiently. They wanted to know the starting price of the human emperor's edict. The starting price is 10,000 immortal stones. Every bid. At least 100 immortal stones. Tang Tianyang said. Immortal stones were precious and rare. Therefore, it was not easy for cultivators to get a large amount of immortal stones. Even though Lin Feng had obtained all kinds of opportunities and the storage rings of many experts he had killed, he had only collected 4 to 5 million immortal stones at most. But now, Lin Feng had broken through continuously in a short period of time. Most of the immortal stones had been used up. However, Lin Feng had just robbed the Dragon Palace of the Azure Sea, so he had a lot of immortal stones now. He had about 30 to 40 million immortal stones from the Dragon Palace of the Azure Sea. This was the accumulation of the Dragon Palace of the Azure Sea over many years. It was unrealistic to ask a cultivator to take out so many immortal stones. 30,000 immortal stones. I'll pay 30,000 immortal stones. Immediately, a cultivator shouted his bid. He wanted to buy the human emperor's edict with 30,000 immortal stones. You want to buy the human emperor's edict with 30,000 immortal stones? You must be daydreaming. I'll pay 50,000 immortal stones. Someone continued to bid. Then, more and more cultivators joined the competition. 60,000 immortal stones, 70,000 immortal stones, 88,000 immortal stones, 100,000 immortal stones, the price kept rising. The human emperor's edict made many people extremely excited. Therefore, many cultivators were willing to pay a high price. They also wanted to get the human emperor's edict. If it had nothing to do with the orthodoxy of Renhuang, he could go to another place and send it to the auction house there for auction. In that case, even if he were to make a loss, it wouldn't be by much. Of course, it was also possible that they didn't make a loss. Instead, he would make a huge profit. If it was related to the orthodoxy of the human sovereign, it would be worth it no matter how many immortal stones he had to spend. The orthodoxy of Renhuang was a priceless treasure. In next to no time, the price soared to 500,000 immortal stones. And obviously, even though the price had reached 500,000 immortal stones, it was still not enough to extinguish everyone's burning desire. 500,000 immortal stones. 580,000 immortal stones. 600,000 immortal stones. 630,000 immortal stones. 650,000 immortal stones. The price continued to soar. As the price continued to rise, many cultivators began to withdraw from the competition. However, there were still many people participating in the competition. In a short period of time, those cultivators would not easily withdraw from this battle. 700,000 immortal stones, 730,000 immortal stones. 760,000 immortal stones. 800,000 immortal stones, 850,000 immortal stones. 880,000 immortal stones. 900,000 immortal stones. 950,000 immortal stones. 1 million immortal stones. When the price reached 1 million immortal stones, many cultivators who were still competing couldn't help but frown slightly. Those cultivators. In the end, they also chose to withdraw from the competition. Because the price of 1 million immortal stones was simply too high. Moreover, the final price would obviously be even higher. This price had already exceeded the budget of many cultivators and forces. If they continued to increase the price, it would definitely affect the original target of the auction. The remaining cultivators continued to participate in the competition. 1,050,000. 1,100,000. 1,500,000. 2 million immortal stones. The price continued to soar. When the price rose to 3 million immortal stones. After that, no one else made a new bid. After all, 3 million was indeed too high a price. 3 million immortal stones was enough for a top sect to operate for a long time. 3,500,000. At this moment, a voice rang out. It was the voice of a woman. It was none other than the white-robed female cultivator who had walked out of the Undying Realm. This white-robed female cultivator was indeed a cultivator who had walked out of the Undying Realm. She was really rich and overbearing. 4 million. At this moment, another voice rang out. The second cultivator made a bid. This was a young cultivator with a head full of blood-red hair. No one knew where he came from. He was also rich and overbearing. The white-robed woman couldn't help but frown slightly. She made a bid. 5 million. The white-robed woman raised the price by 1 million immortal stones. Obviously, she wanted to scare the other party away. 6 million. The blood-red-haired man was unmoved and continued to make a new bid. The white-robed woman frowned slightly. This price had already exceeded what she could afford. In the end, she didn't choose to continue bidding. Everyone. Is there anyone who wants to bid higher than 6 million? Tang Tianyang looked around. 6 million was definitely a sky-high price. Tang Tianyang had hosted the auction for more than 1,000,000 years. This was the first time such a high price had been offered. 6 million going once. 6 million going twice. 6 million going thrice. Just as Tang Tianyang was about to shout sold. Suddenly, a lazy voice rang out from one of the private rooms. 10 million immortal stones. I want this item. The cultivator who made the bid was none other than Lin Feng. When the cultivators in the auction house heard the words 10 million immortal stones, they couldn't help but gasp. Clearly, the person who made the bid was determined to get the human emperor's imperial decree. That was why he made such a shocking bid. The blood-red-haired cultivator originally thought that the human emperor's imperial decree was already in his bag. Therefore, he couldn't help but smile. However, when he heard the bid of 10 million immortal stones, his expression darkened. The fellow cultivator in this private room has raised the price to 10 million immortal stones. Is there anyone who wants to bid higher? Tang Tianyang couldn't help but sound a little excited. 10 million immortal stones could be said to be a huge milestone in the final price of an auction item. If the item could cross the threshold of 10 million immortal stones, it would definitely be an epic auction that would go down in history. Therefore, even the knowledgeable Tang Tianyang couldn't help but become extremely excited. 10 million going once. 10 million going twice. 10 million going thrice. Sold. After the hammer fell, the human emperor's imperial decree was sold for 10 million immortal stones. Not long after, the auction house's grand elder personally brought the human emperor's imperial decree to Lin Feng's private room. When the auction house's grand elder saw that the cultivator who bought the human emperor's imperial decree was so young, he was obviously shocked. However, he was not an ordinary person. Although he was shocked, he did not show it on his face. Young master. This is the human emperor's imperial decree. Please take a look at it. If there are no problems, we can proceed with the transaction now. The Grand Elder said. Lin Feng nodded and carefully looked at the human emperor's imperial decree. There were some ancient words on the human emperor's imperial decree, but Lin Feng did not know what they meant. It was an ancient human language that had been lost for a long time. There are no problems with the human emperor's imperial decree. Here are immortal stones. Lin Feng waved his hand, and a long river made of immortal stones flew out. There were 10 million immortal stones in the river. The auction house's grand elder kept all of the immortal stones. I won't disturb you any more, young master. The grand elder cupped his fists and took his leave. The auction continued on. One by one, the auction items were brought out for auction. Lin Feng did not participate in the auction. Lin Feng did not take a closer look at the human emperor's imperial decree because this was not a good place to do so. If there were any anomalies, he would be exposed. About 40 to 50 auction items were brought out for auction. At this moment, a maidservant walked over with a tray. On the tray was a white jade box. Everyone. Next up is a healing immortal herb. This healing immortal herb is different from ordinary immortal herbs. It's very rare. Not only can it be used as the main ingredient to refine healing pills, but it can also be used to refine many precious immortal pills. As his voice fell, Tang Tianyang opened the white jade box, and an immortal medicine appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It was a white immortal fruit that looked like a dragon. Immortal dragon fruit. Nangong Xianer's eyes lit up when she saw the immortal fruit. Is this the immortal dragon fruit? A cultivator exclaimed in shock. Clearly, there were people in the crowd who knew what was good for them. That's right, it's the immortal dragon fruit. Not even one immortal dragon fruit would appear in tens of thousands of years. This immortal dragon fruit. The starting price was 3,000 immortal stones. Let the bidding begin. Tang Tianyong said. 5,000, 10,000. Following that, many cultivators participated in the competition. The price of the immortal dragon fruit also soared, finally reaching a price of 300,000. Nangong Xian'er, who had yet to make a move, placed a bid of 400,000 immortal stones. She was determined to get the immortal dragon fruit. Because this was one of the elixirs that saved her mother's life. Immortal medicines were precious. However, the price of 100,000 immortal stones was already very high. Even if the immortal dragon fruit was an extremely rare immortal medicine, the reasonable price was between 200,000 and 300,000. Therefore, Nangong Xian'er's bid had already exceeded the value of the immortal dragon fruit by more than 100,000 immortal stones. Naturally, no one joined in and continued to compete with Nangong Xian'er for the celestial dragon fruit. In the end, the immortal dragon fruit was won by Nangong Xian'er. The auction continued, but Lin Feng and the other two no longer had any plans to participate. Lin Feng had obtained the human emperor's imperial decree from the auction, which could be said to be a pleasant surprise. Now, Lin Feng planned to go back and properly study the imperial decree. After Nangong Xian'er paid the immortal stones, the auction house gave the immortal dragon fruit to her. Both sides completed the transaction. Then, the three of them left the auction house. After returning to his residence, Lin Feng returned to his room and impatiently took out the human emperor's imperial decree. The silk cloth used to write the imperial decree wasn't a precious material. If it wasn't for the human emperor's power, the silk cloth would have been completely destroyed. Demon Lord. Do you recognize these ancient words? Lin Feng asked. This time, the Demon Lord actually became silent. He didn't answer Lin Feng. Inside the demon orb, the Demon Lord stood up from the lonely grave. His eyes flickered, and there was a slight uncertainty. No one knew what he was thinking. Demon Lord. Do you know? What do these ancient words mean? Lin Feng continued asking. The Demon Lord said, by the will of the heavens, the human emperor decrees. The heavenly dragon legion is to come to the imperial city as soon as possible. Lin Feng wasn't surprised that the Demon Lord could understand these ancient human words. Over the years, Lin Feng had discovered that the Demon Lord seemed to have studied all kinds of ancient words. When he heard the Demon Lord's words, Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. These words seemed to contain a lot of information. Could it be that the ninth human emperor is in danger? That's why he issued the imperial decree. He ordered the heavenly dragon legion to return to the imperial city as soon as possible. I wonder what kind of power the heavenly dragon legion is. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. The ninth human emperor was in existence from the era of titled gods. It was too distant. The matters of that era and the many powers of that era were shrouded in mystery to the people of the future. The Demon Lord said, the heavenly dragon legion. It should be a powerful knight legion, right? Lin Feng asked. Demon Lord. Do you know where the imperial city was built by the human emperor? The Demon Lord said, it's too distant. There's no way to investigate it. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. He had a feeling that the Demon Lord was hiding something. However, Lin Feng understood the Demon Lord very well. If the Demon Lord didn't want to say something, no matter how much he asked the Demon Lord wouldn't say anything. The Demon Lord still wouldn't say anything. Therefore, even though he felt that the Demon Lord was hiding something from him, Lin Feng didn't continue asking the Demon Lord. Lin Feng tried to use his divine will to sense the human emperor's edict. He hoped to find something. Time slowly passed by. Lin Feng felt that he was about to enter an ancient and vast world. That world seemed to be the era of the ninth human emperor. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt a light flash in front of his eyes. Then, he appeared in a great hall. In that great hall, a woman wearing an imperial robe and a crown was sitting on a dragon throne, writing an edict. It's her. When he saw that woman, Lin Feng's face suddenly revealed an extremely shocked expression. That woman should be the ninth human emperor. And that woman, Lin Feng had actually seen her before. That woman actually looked exactly the same as the Red World Fairy. Holy shit. am I seeing things? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. He rubbed his eyes and looked at the woman again. However, Lin Feng still remembered that when he saw the Red World Fairy fighting the Donghuang Bell, the son of Donghuang, and other existences, a female Holy Emperor appeared behind her. That female Holy Emperor seemed to be the ninth human emperor. Unfortunately, Lin Feng couldn't see her face clearly at that time because her appearance was very blurry. However, Lin Feng was sure that he hadn't seen wrongly. The ninth human emperor looked exactly like the Red World Fairy. Unfortunately, when Lin Feng wanted to confirm it, he could no longer see the ninth human emperor's face clearly. Whoosh, Lin Feng only saw a flash of light before his eyes, and he retreated from that world. That world wasn't real. It should be a spiritual world imprinted by the human emperor's imperial decree. Lin Feng happened to sense it and entered that spiritual world. Then, he saw an unbelievable scene. The Red World Fairy summoned the ninth human emperor before. Moreover, the ninth human emperor's shadow fused with the Red World Fairy. Now, I see that the ninth human emperor looks exactly like the Red World Fairy. What does this mean? Is it just a coincidence? Lin Feng's expression became uncertain because he knew that there was a huge secret hidden in this. He already had some guesses in his heart. If the truth was as he guessed, then, this was going to be shocking. The human emperor's imperial decree. The human emperor's imperial decree. Are you related to the orthodoxy of the ninth human emperor or not? Is the ninth human emperor related to the Red World Fairy? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He felt that perhaps he needed to find the orthodoxy left behind after the fall of the ninth human emperor to solve the doubts in his heart. Lin Feng pinned his hopes on the human emperor's imperial decree. However, Lin Feng hadn't been able to find any useful clues for now. This would take time. Of course, Lin Feng also knew that this couldn't be rushed. Lin Feng put away the human emperor's imperial decree. The next day, Lin Feng, Nangong Xian'er, and Mu Liuxi set off for the Nangong family's ancestral land. After the Nangong family suffered a calamity, a portion of the family members who were lucky enough to survive escaped to the Nangong family's ancestral land. The Nangong family's ancestral land was very hidden. If one didn't know its location, they wouldn't be able to find it. Because Mu Liuxi and Nangong Xian'er were there, Lin Feng didn't summon the three-headed viper. Instead, he boarded Nangong Xian'er's ancient ship with Mu Liuxi and Nangong Xian'er to head to the Nangong family's ancestral land. Not long after they left the Divine Crow Island, Nangong Xian's, they blocked their way. Nangong Xian stopped. It was a cultivator with blood-red hair. He was the same one who had lost against Lin Feng when he had tried to steal the imperial edict. Nangong Xian's Nangong. It Nangong Ong was in clan, however. This cultivator was not from the blood hair race. He was a human cultivator. However, Lin Feng did not know why his hair was blood red. Perhaps it was because of the mutation of his bloodline. Just like some mutated dire beasts. Since berserk beasts could mutate, in that case. Naturally, the human race could have mutated as well. Looks like this person came for me. You guys wait here, I'll go meet this person. Lin Feng said. Young master, be careful. Mu Liuxi and Nangong Xian'er asked with concern. It's fine. Lin Feng replied nonchalantly. Then, he walked out of the cabin and glanced at the blood-haired cultivator in front of him. Then, he raised his eyebrows. He said, Fairy, you don't have to continue hiding in the void. If you have something to say, you can come out and say it face to face. Whoosh, with a flash of light, a woman stepped out of the void. She was none other than Yi Shiwen. It was the woman in white. She was a powerful figure from the Undying Realm. She smiled and said, Before the auction, we seem to have met before. Young master once heard me play the zither. Fairy, you have a good memory. That's right. I heard you play the zither in Yuntai River, but I didn't expect you to remember so many people. Lin Feng said. I don't remember everyone, but I can remember extraordinary people. And young master happens to be such a person. The woman in white said. I heard that you are from the Undying Realm. How should I address you? Lin Feng asked. My name is Tan Xiaoya. What's your name? The woman in white looked at Lin Feng. "Ji. My name is Ji." Lin Feng replied. Then, he continued, "Are the two of you here for the human emperor's imperial decree?" "Yes." The blood-haired man and Tan Xiaoya nodded at the same time. "This thing belongs to me. You two can go back now," Lin Feng said lightly. "If you want to live, then hand it over. If you want to die, you can continue to keep it," the man in crimson hair said indifferently. His eyes were crimson, which was extremely strange. "Young master, it's better if you hand it over to avoid getting killed." "Of course, I can give you some compensation," Tan Xiaoya said. Neither the man in crimson hair nor Tan Xiaoya saw Lin Feng as someone who could rival them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have faced Lin Feng as if everything was under their control. Tan Xiaoya instinctively felt that Lin Feng might be extremely extraordinary. But so what, no matter how extraordinary he was still far from being able to compare to her. "I think the two of you are too arrogant," Lin Feng said. "You only have one chance. If you can't catch it, there won't be a second chance," the man in crimson hair said indifferently. "You should say that to yourself," Lin Feng said sarcastically. "Ignorant and stupid." The man in crimson hair looked indifferent. He took a step forward. The endless blood sea surged. The world of blood sea directly shrouded Lin Feng. The world of blood sea instantly swallowed Lin Feng. "God of blood sea! God of blood sea!" A low voice came from the world of blood sea. Then, the blood aura in the world of blood rolled. The blood aura directly condensed into a blood man. Those people were all covered in blood, they were all holding blood-red blades and were moving towards Lin Feng. The blood man was the god of blood sea. The god that was born in the world of blood sea. At the same time, Tan Xiaoya also attacked. Light of death. Then, Tan Xiaoya displayed a powerful technique as well. Rays of the light of the Grim Reaper began to condense. The rays of light of death were extremely terrifying. Anyone who was touched by the light of death would have their lifespan instantly taken away. This was an extremely overbearing superpower, which was somewhat similar to Lin Feng's eyes of death. The blood-haired man and Tan Xiaoya's attacks were very powerful. But so what, Lin Feng was not weak either. Facing the attacks of the two, Lin Feng also began to attack. Lin Feng walked in the void. God said, "Let there be light." So, between heaven and earth, there will be light. God said, "Let the light illuminate the world." So, light illuminates heaven and earth and dispels the darkness. God said that light represents justice and will defeat evil. So, when the light descends, the power of evil will be dispelled. Lin Feng's voice was low and sacred. It was like the godly voice of the heavenly Tao that came from endless time and space. His voice. When his voice fell, an ancient existence appeared behind Lin Feng. That ancient existence was surrounded by endless holy light. He was incomparably sacred and otherworldly. He was like the purest living thing between heaven and earth. It was a great radiant angel with 36 wings. This was the awakened great radiant angel of one of the 9 emperor clones. When the power of darkness and evil descended on the world, it would be dispelled by the righteous power of the great radiant angel. After Lin Feng summoned the great radiant angel, the light shone in all directions. The god of the blood sea, the light of the death god. These were the evil existence or evil power. They were destined to be suppressed by the great radiant angel. The gods of the blood sea turned into ashes one by one. The light of the death god dissipated. Even the huge blood sea that the blood-haired man had condensed turned into nothingness and disappeared without a trace. He came from beyond the heavens and can kill immortals with one sword. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He flew into the sky and then swooped down, turning into a ray of sword energy. Then, in midair, that ray of sword energy began to change continuously. In the blink of an eye, that ray of sword energy had become billions of rays. The densely packed rays of sword energy were endless and all of them were aimed at the blood-haired man and the woman in white. The blood-haired man and the woman in white frowned slightly. They originally looked down on Lin Feng and did not think much of Lin Feng. However, now, they realized that they had underestimated Lin Feng. Lin Feng's battle prowess was far more powerful than they had imagined. Massacre of all worlds. The blood-haired man's voice was cold as he condensed an extremely powerful spell. Endless killing light condensed and shot towards the sword aura that Lin Feng had transformed into. 10,000 flowers wither. Suddenly, Xianxia also displayed a powerful absolute art. Countless flowers appeared in the sky and bloomed in an instant. When they collided with the sword chi formed by Lin Feng, the flowers instantly withered. This was an extremely powerful divine ability that blocked the sword chi formed by Lin Feng. After the two divine abilities collided, it was hard to tell who had the upper hand. Lin Feng turned back into his real body and smiled icily. "You two are quite strong, aren't you?" But if that was all he had, only death awaits him today. Lin Feng's words were extremely domineering. He did not take the two of them seriously at all. Shameless boasting. The blood-haired man and Xianxia could not help but laugh coldly. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. Just as he was about to attack the two of them, Lin Feng suddenly saw a few cultivators flying over from afar. It was the son of Dong Huang, the Lord of the Undead, and the others. After seeing them, Lin Feng's expression changed drastically. These guys. They had actually walked out of the ancient battlefield. Could the ancient warship no longer restrain them? Let's go. Lin Feng no longer paid attention to the blood-haired man and Xianxia. Instead, he quickly flew towards the ancient warship in the distance. When Nan Gongxian and Mu Liuxi saw Lin Feng flying over, they both flew out of the ancient warship. Lin Feng took Nan Gongxian and Mu Liuxi and left through the void. This change was too sudden. The blood-haired man and Xianxia were caught off guard. When they came back to their senses, Lin Feng had already disappeared with Nan Gongxian and Mu Liuxi. Even if they wanted to chase after them, they did not know where to go. "It's that brat," a beautiful female cultivator said with a frown. This breathtakingly beautiful female cultivator was the transformation of the extremely ugly female cultivator from before. "We don't have time to deal with him. Let him go for now," the son of Dong Huang said. Then, the group of people walked towards the Divine Crow Island. They did not know why they had come to the Divine Crow Island. The crimson-haired man and Xianxia frowned as they looked at the group of people. They didn't know who they were. However, the blood-haired man and Xianxia felt that this group of people was extremely terrifying. They quickly left and did not return to the Divine Crow Island. Half a month later, Lin Feng and the other two arrived at a sea surrounded by white fog. This sea was called the Sea of Illusions. It was said that, within the illusory sea region, there were powerful natural illusory arrays everywhere. These natural illusory arrays could easily trap people to death. Therefore, very few cultivators would choose to enter this place. The ancestral land of the Nangong family was built in the Sea of Illusions. Nangong Xianer took out a bronze lamp. The bronze lamp floated in the air and brought the three of them to the depths of the Sea of Illusions. "A bronze lamp. It can break all illusions," Nangong Xianer said. The bronze lamp brought Lin Feng and the others through layers of illusions. 5 days later, Lin Feng saw an island in front of him. This island was the ancestral land of the Nangong family. The ancestral land of the Nangong family was hidden in the Sea of Illusions. Even if one knew about it, one would not be able to find it without a special method. Only Nangong Xianer and a few elders in the Nangong family knew about it. Ordinary people did not know about it. The three of them landed on the island. Seeing that Nangong Xianer had returned, people came to welcome her. When the Nangong family was at its peak, there were hundreds of thousands of direct descendants and side branches. But now, there were only 8 or 9 people left in the ancestral land of the Nangong family. So many of their clansmen had died in that calamity. To the Nangong clan, that catastrophe had left them with too much pain and grief. At the same time, they had engraved the hatred in their hearts. Seventh sister. Who was this little brother? Seventh sister actually brought him home. Could he be seventh brother-in-law? There was a girl among the people who came to welcome Nangong Xianer. This girl was called Nangong Xiaoyu, and she was Nangong Xianer's cousin. She asked mischievously with a grin. Hee, if seventh sister doesn't want me to say it, then I won't say it. I understand, the young girl said with a smile. Nangong Xian'er stretched out her right hand and tried to twist the young girl's arm. The young girl hurriedly ran away. She giggled and said, I'll go inform third grandfather and the others. Tell them that seventh sister has returned. The third grandfather she mentioned was the third elder of the Nangong clan. In the previous calamity, most of the upper echelons of the Nangong clan had died in battle. For example, Nangong Xian'er's grandfather, father, and uncles had all died in battle. Most of the elders were basically dead as well. Only a few elders had survived, and the one with the highest seniority was the third elder. Not long after, Lin Feng met the elders of the Nangong clan in the guest hall. The person in the lead was the third elder. The third elder had a tall and sturdy figure. His hair was white, but he had a righteous look on his face. These people obviously knew Mulyoshi. Therefore, their gazes did not linger on her. They all looked at Lin Feng. Although Lin Feng was young, his bearing was extraordinary. Even when he met these senior experts, he still had a calm expression on his face. The elders of the Nangong clan knew that Lin Feng was no ordinary person. I'm Nangong Yambo. How should I address you, little friend? Elder Nangong cupped his fists and asked. Senior, you can call me Ji, Lin Feng said. So it's little friend Ji. May I know where you're from? Who else is in the clan? Nangong Yambo asked. Nangong Xiaoya covered her mouth and giggled. This little girl should have just told the elders some of her guesses. Nangong Xian'er was the eldest daughter of the Nangong clan. When choosing a son-in-law, they naturally had to be careful. When they first met Lin Feng, the elders were quite satisfied. However, they still had to find out about Lin Feng's background. Nangong Xian'er knew that the elders had misunderstood. He hurriedly said, Elders, I'm sorry. Young Master Ji and I are only friends. It's not the kind of relationship you think we are. Nangong Xian'er glared at Nangong Xiaoya and said, Damned girl, what nonsense did you say in front of the elders again? Let's see how I'll deal with you. Nangong Xian'er's, Nangong Xiaoya's. Just friends? The elders looked at Nangong Xian's eyes. However, Nangong Xian'er's face they were all old foxes' they were old foxes' teat. However, the elders didn't mention any names. Nangong Xian'er continued, Young Master Ji's cultivation is formidable and he's proficient in formations. I invited young Master Ji here in the hope that young Master Ji can help me enter the underworld island and find the underworld king herb. Although Nangong Xian'er was only a junior, her cultivation had almost caught up with the elders. She actually admired the young master in front of them so much. The elders knew that Lin Feng was definitely not an ordinary person. Although he looked ordinary, that was only his outer appearance. In the world of cultivators, there were many people who looked ordinary but were incomparably powerful. Those people usually kept a low profile. The elders finally understood why Nangong Xian'er was so fond of Lin Feng. Nangong Xian'er didn't care about many geniuses, but she admired Lin Feng. This was enough to show how extraordinary Lin Feng was. Netherworld Island is filled with danger. If you enter, you must be careful. You must be careful. Nangong Yama said. Lin Feng said. Senior, thank you for your reminder. It's dangerous. I already know. And I'm already mentally prepared. Nangong Xian'er said. Xian'er agreed to let young Master Ji comprehend the immortal scripture that our family obtained. I hope that the elders will open the sacred land. When the time comes, Xian'er will bring young Master Ji into the sacred land to comprehend the immortal scripture. Of course. Nangong Yama nodded. There was no free lunch in the world. Lin Feng agreed to help, so the Nangong family had to pay him. Let's bring young Master Ji to rest first. Tomorrow, we can bring him to comprehend the immortal scripture. Nangong Yama said. Then Xian'er will take her leave. Nangong Xian'er said. Lin Feng cupped his fists. Mulyoshi also bowed to the elders of the Nangong family. Then, the three of them left. Perhaps Nangong Xiaoya was afraid that Nangong Xian'er would settle accounts later. Therefore, she didn't follow. The next day. Nangong Xian arrived at Lin Feng's residence and said with a smile, "The sacred land has been opened. Young master, follow me to comprehend the immortal scripture." "Alright, I'll have to trouble you to lead the way," Lin Feng said. He followed Nangong Xianer to the mountain behind the island. The mountain behind the island was the Nangong family's sacred land. Under normal circumstances, no one could enter this place without permission. In the depths of the mountain, there was a cave residence. The immortal scripture was in the cave residence. This place was originally shrouded in a restrictive spell. Now, the restrictive spell had been removed by the elders. Lin Feng followed Nangong Xianer into the cave residence. The cave residence wasn't very big. It was only about 40 to 50 square meters in size and 16 to 17 meters in height. There were many runes on the surrounding rock walls. The immortal scripture is on the rock walls. Those runes are the immortal scripture. However, even for my family, they can't arrange these runes correctly. Therefore, you have to comprehend it yourself. Everyone's comprehension is different. Therefore, the things that everyone can obtain are different. Nangong Xianer said. Hearing this, Lin Feng nodded. He had already prepared for this. Young master, you can comprehend it here. Xianer won't disturb you any longer. Nangong Xianer said and left. Lin Feng wandered around the cave and carefully looked at the runes in the cave. These runes were extraordinary and emitted a faint immortal force. Lin Feng guessed that these immortal scriptures should have been comprehended by a cultivator who was in seclusion in the past and casually imprinted them on the cave. Therefore, the immortal scriptures here were in a mess. But for the cultivator who imprinted these runes, these immortal scriptures were naturally very orderly. He was able to arrange these immortal scriptures in a complete manner. I wonder what kind of immortal scripture it is. Lin Feng muttered to himself. Even if he couldn't arrange these immortal scriptures properly, it didn't matter. As long as he could comprehend something useful from them, Lin Feng was already very satisfied. Of course, if he could comprehend some powerful divine abilities from them, it would be extremely perfect. Lin Feng sat cross-legged. He tried to integrate himself into this world. As time passed, Lin Feng gradually entered a state of enlightenment. Dragon. Soul. Never. Die. Will. Never. Extinguish, suddenly. Lin Feng vaguely heard a low voice resounding in his mind. When he opened his eyes, Lin Feng found that he was still sitting cross-legged in the cave. Not far away, a middle-aged cultivator was sitting cross-legged. This middle-aged man should be the one who created the immortal scripture here. Although he couldn't see what he looked like, he could sense that this person had an extraordinary aura. When he was comprehending the immortal scripture, he imprinted runes on the wall. Lin Feng watched as he imprinted runes one after another. Soon, Lin Feng noticed something different. Lin Feng discovered that the runes on the immortal scripture weren't completely correct. In other words, some of the runes imprinted on the wall were correct, while others were wrong. Although the runes on the wall could form the immortal scripture when combined together, there was one important point. The immortal scripture formed by the runes was only a draft. At most, it was equivalent to a first draft. The immortal scripture had to be simplified in order to obtain the real immortal scripture. As for how to simplify the contents, perhaps only this cultivator who had comprehended the immortal scripture in the past would know. However, Lin Feng didn't come out empty-handed. The immortal scripture imprinted on the wall contained some cultivation methods for divine abilities. Lin Feng comprehended a soul-type secret technique called the Myriad Dragon Divine Soul Dao. The Myriad Dragon Divine Soul Dao could help cultivators condense the souls of 10,000 dragons. The souls of 10,000 dragons could cause great damage to the souls of others. This was the terrifying aspect of the Myriad Dragon Divine Soul. Lin Feng liked this soul-type secret technique very much. Currently, Lin Feng only grasped one powerful soul-type secret technique, which was the Luya Stargazing chart. Now that he had obtained the Myriad Dragon Divine Soul Dao, it was a very good supplement. Lin Feng came out of seclusion. Soon, Nangong Xianer received the news and came to see Lin Feng with Mulioshi. Did young master gain anything? Nangong Xianer asked curiously. Lin Feng nodded. Congratulations, young master. Nangongxian and Mulioshi congratulated Lin Feng. They didn't ask Lin Feng what kind of secret technique he had obtained. However, no matter what secret technique he had obtained, they were sincerely happy for Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, "I'll rest for a day. Tomorrow, I'll go to Netherworld Island to look for the Netherworld King Herb. Have you prepared the map to Abyssal Island?" "It's ready. The map to Netherworld Island is imprinted in here." Nangongxian took out a jade tube and handed it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng probed the jade tube with his divine sense. There was a map inside the jade tube. It was the map to the Netherworld Island. "All right." Lin Feng accepted the jade tube. The next day, Nangongxian and Mulioshi personally sent Lin Feng off. "Young master, you must be careful. If it's too dangerous, please don't take the risk," Nangongxian said. Lin Feng said, "Fairy, don't worry. I'll be fine. Just wait for my good news." Then, Lin Feng flew towards the Netherworld Sea region. The Netherworld Sea region was located at the border between the vast ocean world and the illusory sea region. That sea region was extremely dangerous. It was said that ghosts often appeared there. Therefore, ordinary cultivators didn't dare to enter that sea region. Lin Feng summoned the three-headed viper. Lin Feng sat cross-legged on the middle head of the three-headed viper. The three-headed viper quickly flew towards the Netherworld Sea region. 10 days later, they arrived at the Netherworld Sea region. At night, the Netherworld Sea region was extremely gloomy and terrifying. One ancient ship after another drifted over, and each ship had a person sitting on it. They were the undead of the sea. They were about to be extradited to the Netherworld. They entered the path to the Netherworld. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. Ever since Lin Feng released the mummified old man, he had offended the Netherworld. Lin Feng's identity as the Netherworld Envoy, also known as the Ferryman of Souls, had been stripped by the Netherworld. If he entered the Netherworld, he would definitely be hunted down by the Netherworld. "I need to get out quickly. Or else, I'm afraid I'll be in big trouble." Lin Feng frowned. Those ancient ships couldn't be casually landed because they were the Netherworld ghost ships used by the undead. Those who sat on them would have their lifespan taken away. Of course, if Lin Feng was still the Netherworld Envoy, he naturally wouldn't be afraid of the Netherworld ghost ships. However, Lin Feng's identity as the Netherworld Envoy had been stripped away by the Netherworld. Where is the Netherworld Envoy hiding? Lin Feng couldn't help but squint his eyes and look at the surrounding sea region. Lin Feng knew that the Netherworld Envoy must be hiding nearby. However, the other party's methods were very strange, so it wouldn't be easy to find him. "Pentakill Steel, come out." Lin Feng waved his hand and summoned the Pentakill Steel. In the past, he had obtained the Pentakill Steel together with Panda Cat and the others. There were a total of 5 Pentakill Steels. They were written with the words suppress, kill, exterminate, slash, and rend. The Pentakill Steel had a mysterious connection. When Lin Feng became the Netherworld Envoy, it was Panda Cat and the others who recommended him. However, he hadn't seen Panda Cat and the others for many years. The Pentakill Steel Lin Feng obtained was the one with the word kill written on it. The Pentakill Steel had a special connection with the creatures of the Netherworld, especially the Netherworld Envoys. Lin Feng planned to use the Pentakill Steel to force out the Netherworld Envoy that was hiding nearby. Powerful magic power poured into the Pentakill Steel, awakening it. It directly attacked the void in front of it. Bang! The void exploded, and an existence shrouded in darkness flew out. "You found me?" That existence looked at Lin Feng with a gloomy expression. He was the Netherworld Envoy of this place. "Send me out. I'll spare your life. Or else, only death awaits you." Lin Feng looked at the Netherworld Envoy with an indifferent expression. He. The Netherworld emissary let out a sinister laugh. He sneered and said, "What an ignorant and foolish human. I'm the Netherworld Envoy. I'm an undying existence. How can you kill me?" If a Netherworld Envoy was a cultivator from the outside world, it was equivalent to a temporary worker. They didn't have an undying body. However, the Netherworld Envoys that were born in the Netherworld had an undying body. Of course, they couldn't be considered undying. They could be killed, but as long as a remnant soul could escape, they could be reborn in the netherworld. Lin Feng said with an indifferent expression. You're really arrogant. Today, I'll destroy your soul and make you disappear from this world completely. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng leaped out. In midair, he waved his hand and summoned the Bell of Hell King. Brat! Die! The Netherworld envoy sneered and directly used the Netherworld Ghost Claw to grab Lin Feng. Hell King's Bell. The treasure you took out is the Hell King's Bell. Who are you? The Netherworld messenger was very knowledgeable. When he saw Lin Feng's ancient bell break his divine ability, he carefully looked at the ancient bell carefully. He realized that the ancient bell Lin Feng took out was the Hell King's Bell. It was a treasure refined by the Hell King himself. The news of the Hell King's Bell being stolen had already spread throughout the underworld. Back then, the existence that no one dared to mention had awakened and headed to the underworld. When the existences in the underworld heard the news, how could they dare to stay? They all left. Before they left, some of the higher-ups of the underworld wanted to take the Hell King's Bell away. However, to the beings of the underworld, the Hell King's Bell was a sacred object. How could a sacred object be touched so easily? Therefore, although the other party wanted to take the Hell King's Bell away, they failed in the end and failed to take it away. When the existences in the underworld returned, they realized that the Hell King's Bell had disappeared. The higher-ups of the underworld even ordered them to search for the Hell King's Bell. Unfortunately, there were no clues. Therefore, many people thought that the existence that no one dared to mention had taken the Hell King's Bell away. Since the Hell King's Bell had fallen into the hands of that existence, even the higher-ups of the underworld did not dare to ask that existence for the Hell King's Bell. Lin Feng sneered and said, "A few years ago, I was also a netherworld messenger. I was escorting a wooden coffin to the underworld. The underworld wanted to destroy the corpse in the coffin. I felt that it was strange, so I broke the seal on the coffin. Then, a creature walked out of the coffin. It's you. It's you. You are the one who released that existence. You damned bastard. You are dead. You will become the enemy of the entire underworld." The netherworld messenger roared in anger when he heard Lin Feng's words. He was very agitated. This made Lin Feng very curious. Who was that mummified old man? Why were the beings of the underworld so afraid of him? He. Who is he? Lin Feng asked. It's someone who can't be mentioned. You released that person. He even stole the Hell King Bell. Brat. I don't need to kill you. There are countless people who want to kill you. The netherworld emissary looked coldly at Lin Feng and said. Immediately after, he turned around and flew into the distance, wanting to escape. Do you think you can escape? Lin Feng sneered and quickly chased after him using the 8-directional world. He activated the Netherworld King's Bell with all his might and attacked the Netherworld emissary. Dong dong dong, the Nether King Bell shook the void. A series of earth-shaking noises reverberated in the air. Every single sound. They all had extremely strong penetrative power, and this kind of penetrative power would cause great harm to the creatures of the underworld. The Hell King Bell was the nemesis of the underworld's creatures. It could suppress the underworld's creatures and cause great harm to them. Now that Lin Feng's cultivation had greatly increased, the might released by the Hell King's Bell was also getting stronger and stronger. The Netherworld King's Bell's attacks landed on the Netherworld emissary's body one after another. Kacha kacha, the Netherworld emissary's body began to crack. Ah! Wait for me to return to the underworld. I will report your whereabouts. Let's see how you will die then. The Netherworld emissary roared with hatred. His body was burning. As his body burned, his speed, it suddenly increased. The Netherworld emissary used some desperate secret techniques to increase his speed. Now, his speed, he had finally increased. The Netherworld emissary gradually left Lin Feng behind. What a fast speed. But you still can't escape. Lin Feng couldn't help but sneer. He began to use the space travel divine ability recorded in the Tao of Space. The 8-directional world and the space travel. Lin Feng's speed increased explosively, and the distance between him and the Netherworld emissary closed again. seeing Lin Feng chasing after him. The netherworld emissary's face was about to turn green. He shouted, "Kid! We can negotiate. I will let you go now. Return to the world of the living. But you have to let me live. But don't worry. I will keep your matter a secret and will definitely not report it. If you don't believe me, I can swear." Lin Feng sneered and said, "It's useless to swear. I only want your life now." He continued to activate the Hell King Bell. Swish, swish, swish. Under Lin Feng's activation, the Hell King Bell released an even more terrifying attack. Beams of light shot towards the fleeing netherworld emissary. Puff. 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 The beams of light slammed into the nether emissary's body and pierced through it. The netherworld emissary screamed as if he was about to go crazy. He was powerful and confident that he could kill Lin Feng. But he couldn't do anything about Lin Feng, who had the Hell King Bell. The pressure from the Hell King Bell was too great. It almost made him despair. He continued to flee. When he was close to the whirlpool that led to the underworld, he finally saw the hope of escaping. However, in the next moment, his hope was completely cut off. The power of the Hell King Bell was completely activated by Lin Feng. A phantom of the Hell King appeared from the Hell King Bell. That phantom of the Hell King pounced towards the netherworld emissary. When the phantom of the Hell King appeared, the netherworld emissary felt that his body was unable to move. No, the netherworld emissary screamed in horror. In the next moment, the Hell King Bell slammed into the netherworld emissary's body. Bang! Then, along with a violent explosion, the netherworld emissary's body exploded. Swish! A token flew towards the underworld emissary's netherworld token. It was the symbol of the netherworld emissary's identity. Lin Feng quickly flew over and grabbed the netherworld token. Then, he began to chant the Great Destiny technique. The Great Tao of Destiny. Let me take on the responsibility of this netherworld emissary and become the new netherworld emissary. As soon as he finished speaking, the power of destiny entered the netherworld token. In an instant, Lin Feng's aura was imprinted on the netherworld token. Lin Feng replaced it and became the owner of the netherworld token. Under the cover of the power of destiny, the upper echelons of the netherworld emissary hall didn't even know that a netherworld emissary had been killed. Moreover, that netherworld emissary's identity had been taken over by someone else. Eh? It's actually a purple gold grade netherworld token? When Lin Feng saw the netherworld talisman, he was astonished. The netherworld token was divided into ordinary, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, purple gold, dark gold, legendary, and mythical grades. The higher the grade, the higher the status of the holder, and the greater the authority they could wield. The purple gold grade netherworld token was the 6th grade among the 9 netherworld tokens. It was considered an extremely high-grade netherworld token. Now, Lin Feng was able to deceive everyone. He had become a netherworld messenger once again, and a high-level one at that. This made Lin Feng very happy because he could now use this new identity to enter the underworld. With this identity protecting him, it would be difficult for the people of the underworld to discover his true identity. Lin Feng kept the netherworld token and flew out of the waterway to the underworld. The 3-headed viper followed closely behind Lin Feng. Lin Feng once again sat cross-legged on the head of the 3-headed viper. The 3-headed viper quickly flew in the direction of the underworld island. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Lin Feng saw an island in the distance. The island was shrouded in black fog. This should be the underworld island. The surroundings of the underworld island were densely covered with large space-time rifts. These large space-time rifts sealed the underworld island. From time to time, space-time power would spurt out from the large space-time rifts. The space-time power was naturally extremely terrifying. Ordinary cultivators would not be able to withstand it. Of course, even cultivators who cultivated the Tao of space had to be careful. The space-time power was one of the most difficult powers to control in the world. This power was extremely terrifying and could easily cause people to get lost in it. Once lost in it, the result would be disastrous. Lin Feng noticed that cultivators were coming to this place one after another. Many of them were wandering around the outer area. After asking around, Lin Feng found out that everyone was here for the underworld spring. It was rumored that there was a spring on the underworld island. The spring water flowed from the underworld. Extreme death, extreme life. Therefore, the underworld spring contained endless vitality. It was rumored that if he drank the nether spring water, then his physical body would be thoroughly cleansed. Any hidden ailments or internal injuries on his body would all be swept away. In addition, it was said that the underworld spring could greatly awaken a cultivator's vitality and increase their cultivation talent. Of course, the most important point was that the underworld spring could help a cultivator open the underworld acupoint. The nether acupoint was one of the most important acupoints in the human body. The reason why it was called that was because it was one of the death acupoints of the human body. If the enemy's attack were to land on the nether acupoint, it would easily cause great damage to the cultivator. However, there was no way to open the netherworld acupoint, nor was there any way to cultivate. One could only rely on some natural treasures to open the netherworld acupoint. Treasures of heaven and earth that could open the netherworld acupoint were extremely rare. However, the nether spring was one of the treasures that could open the nether cave. It was rumored that there was a divine treasure within the netherworld acupoint. Although the netherworld acupoint was one of the death acupoints of the human body, the netherworld acupoint was a divine treasure. However, when a cultivator opened their nether acupoint, it was equivalent to opening a divine treasury. At that time, he would obtain some unimaginable abilities. Whether this legend was true or not was not clear, because there were too few people who had opened the netherworld cave. If someone really opened the netherworld acupoint, the news would not be leaked so easily. Other than the nether spring, it was said that there were many other hidden treasures on Nether Island. There were even rumors that Netherworld Island was the place where a certain Nether King was buried. Although this rumor had never been confirmed by anyone, many people believed in this rumor. One after another, cultivators took the risk to enter Nether Island. First, they had to pass through the area densely packed with space-time rifts. Some cultivators had extraordinary means, or they had amazing magic treasures on them. They successfully passed through the area densely packed with space-time rifts. Then they landed on Nether Island. However, there were also many cultivators who were eventually devoured by the space-time rifts. From time to time, screams could be heard coming from the rifts. The screams came from the cultivators who were devoured by the space-time rifts. It was likely that those cultivators had all suffered in the end. Lin Feng let the three-headed viper enter the space-time rift. Then, he flew in the direction of Nether Island. He flashed and moved, avoiding the numerous space-time rifts that swallowed him. In the end, Lin Feng also succeeded in landing on Nether Island. Roar. After landing on Nether Island, Lin Feng heard a series of dragon roars coming from the island. Then, he saw a huge dragon charging out of the island. The huge dragon was pitch black in color and had extremely thick hind legs. However, what was surprising was that the huge dragon had 4 front limbs. It was extremely strange. 4-winged demonic dragon. This is an extremely ancient earth dragon. It's basically impossible to see this kind of creature anymore. I didn't expect such a ferocious beast to actually live on this island. The demon lord said. Lin Feng asked, is this kind of 4-winged demonic dragon very powerful? Yes, of course. The demon lord nodded. The 4-winged demonic dragon rushed into the ocean. Next, the 4-winged demonic dragon stirred up huge waves that swept towards the cultivators in the void. It was already very difficult for those cultivators to avoid the space-time rifts in the void. Therefore, there was no need to even mention the fact that they had to dodge the towering waves. Many people were swept into the sea by the huge waves and then swallowed by the 4-winged demonic dragon. Lin Feng did not stop at the outer area. He directly entered the island. Inside the island, the roars of beasts and cries of apes could be heard. The ancient forest was very dense, and the ground was covered with very thick leaves. Walking on the leaves would make a rustling sound. Lin Feng walked all the way inside. After hearing the legend of the Nether Spring, Lin Feng could not help but feel a little interested in it. Therefore, Lin Feng planned to look for the Nether Spring after finding the Nether King herb. If he could obtain some Nether Spring water, it would be very beneficial to his body. Of course, what interested Lin Feng the most was that the nether spring could open up the nether acupoint. If that was the case, finding the nether spring would be a great opportunity. Roar, a roar came from the depths of the island. 1,000-meter-tall golden titan stood up. Next, another roar was heard, and a golden giant with 4 arms, who was also 1,000 meters tall, stood up. The golden titan and the 4-armed golden titan fought fiercely. Their battle shook the earth and the mountains. Good heavens! The golden titan and the 4-armed golden titan are both races that are rarely seen in the outside world. Why are these two terrifying existences fighting each other? Are they fighting over some kind of treasure? Lin Feng discovered that there were also cultivators scattered around the area of the battle. At this moment, they were all watching the battle between the golden titan and the 4-armed golden giant. Lin Feng stood on top of a large tree, looking towards the direction of the battle. He was looking for the reason why the golden titan and the 4-armed golden giant were fighting. But Lin Feng didn't find anything precious. He couldn't help but mutter, could it be that the truth was different from his guess? The battle between the golden titan and the 4-armed golden giant wasn't actually because of the treasure, but because of other reasons? Lin Feng didn't care about the reason for their battle. Lin Feng went around this area and rushed towards the depths. Brat! Die! A terrifying existence rushed out from the forest. It was a forest monster. This kind of forest monster had a huge body and terrifying strength. Its appearance was somewhat similar to a human's, but it was extremely ugly. The forest monster that attacked Lin Feng was about 100 meters tall. He stretched out his right hand and pointed directly at Lin Feng. He wanted to kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng directly hugged the forest monster's huge finger. Then he flung the forest monster away. Bang bang bang, a large area of ancient trees were smashed by the forest monster's huge body. The forest monster jumped up from the ground and continued to roar. Brat! Die! This time, he raised his right fist and punched towards Lin Feng. That terrifying punch was heavy and powerful. Its power was astonishing. It was extremely terrifying. But Lin Feng had an indifferent expression, facing the forest monster's punch. Lin Feng activated the 6 times dragon elephant arm and punched towards the forest monster. Bang! Accompanied by the earth-shaking sound of the collision, there was suddenly a sound. Lin Feng and the forest monster fiercely collided. The forest monster's huge body was directly sent flying several thousand meters by Lin Feng. Then, it crashed into a mountain peak. That mountain peak couldn't withstand such a powerful impact. It directly broke apart. As for the mountain peak after the fracture, it collapsed with a loud crash. Lin Feng quickly flew towards the mountain monster that was crushed under the rubble. He looked down at the mountain monster and said indifferently, "I'll ask you some questions. Answer me honestly. If you don't, I'll kill you immediately." The giant monster in the forest had activated its spiritual sense and was extremely intelligent. Now, it was no match for Lin Feng. Naturally, he didn't dare to resist Lin Feng. It got up from the ground and hurriedly nodded its huge head. "Is there any Hades king grass on this island?" Lin Feng asked. "There is netherworld king grass, but I've never seen it before, but I heard that it grows in the depths of the island on the 3rd Devil Mountain among the 9 Devil Mountains," the giant mountain monster said. "What about the netherworld spring? Do you know where it is?" Lin Feng asked. "It's said that the 9th Devil Mountain is an extremely dangerous place. Rumor has it that it's the burial ground of the Nether King. It's shrouded in a powerful magnetic field. Anyone who gets close to it will die without a corpse," the giant mountain monster answered honestly. "If it's so difficult to obtain the netherworld spring, why do so many cultivators come here to take the risk?" Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. "It's because the netherworld spring will fly out every once in a while. If you can grasp the opportunity, you might be able to obtain some netherworld spring." "Good. At least you're honest. I'll let you off today. However, you better keep your eyes open. You can't afford to offend just anyone. Not everyone is as benevolent as I am." Lin Feng glanced at the giant mountain monster indifferently, then soared into the sky and flew away. Seeing Lin Feng fly away, the giant mountain monster heaved a sigh of relief. Then, it said gloomily, "Of course I'm picking on the weak. Who would have thought that I would run into a wolf in sheep's clothing?" Lin Feng naturally couldn't hear the giant mountain monster's mutterings. He quickly flew into the depths of the island. Not long after, more than 10 cultivators rushed out of the mountain forest and blocked Lin Feng's path. There were both men and women among these cultivators. They seemed to be from large factions. Their auras were deep and powerful. The old man in the lead was especially unfathomable. After seeing the old man, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. That old man was actually an emperor-level expert. Moreover, his cultivation level wasn't low. "Brother, I'm sorry. We're cultivators from the Sacred War Alliance. We're planning to invite you to explore a secret place. When the time comes, if we obtain an opportunity, we'll naturally give you a share. You won't refuse, right?" A cultivator in golden clothes stepped forward and looked at Lin Feng as he spoke. Although his words sounded like he was discussing with Lin Feng, his tone wasn't one that sounded like he was discussing with Lin Feng. However, his tone was not one of negotiation. Instead, it was a tone that left no room for doubt. If Lin Feng dared to say no, he would definitely suffer a thunderous attack. Lin Feng naturally didn't believe that they were here to invite him to explore that secret place. These people obviously wanted to find a few cannon fodder to explore the way for them. This kind of thing was commonplace in the world of cultivators. This was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. So many times, even if you know that you're being forced to do something that might cost you your life. However, you can't refuse. If you're not strong enough, if you refuse, that's simply courting death. Lin Feng was quite interested in the secret place these people were talking about. He nodded and said, "Okay. I'm willing to join. I'll explore the secret place with everyone." "Ha ha ha ha, brother is really a straightforward person," the golden-robed cultivator said with a smile. Some cultivators passed by here one after another, but they were all stopped by this group of people. Then the golden-robed cultivator would go up and tell them why they were stopped. Many people's faces changed greatly, but they were afraid of the power of these cultivators from the Sacred War Alliance. They didn't dare to resist. They could only agree. But there were also cultivators who turned around and fled into the distance after hearing the golden-robed cultivator's words. Those cultivators who fled for their lives were all killed by the golden-robed cultivator with a golden snake sword. Seeing this scene, many people kept quiet out of fear. These cultivators didn't expect to get any opportunities, they just wanted to leave safely. In the end, these people from the Sacred War Alliance found a total of more than 20 people to explore the way for them. "Everyone, don't worry. We're not unreasonable people. If there's wealth, we'll get it together. If there's an opportunity, we'll get it together. We, the Sacred War Alliance, will not treat everyone unfairly," the golden-robed cultivator said. Many cultivators looked gloomy, but they didn't dare to refute the golden-robed cultivator's words. "There's no time to lose, let's go now," the golden-robed cultivator said. No one dared to hesitate and quickly followed this group of people. 6 hours later, they arrived at the side of a huge abyss. They saw that the abyss was pitch black, and grayish-brown gas was emitted from time to time. At the bottom of the abyss, there seemed to be some terrifying creature hibernating. The golden-robed man said, "Everyone. The place we're looking for is at the bottom of the abyss. Everyone, please explore the way ahead. If you encounter any danger, we'll quickly rush over to support everyone. So, you don't have to worry about your safety." After hearing the golden-robed man's words, many people couldn't help but secretly curse him for being despicable and shameless. He actually had the nerve to say such shameless words. In such a dangerous place, if they really encountered danger at the bottom, would anyone be able to escape with their lives? It was simply impossible for anyone to escape. In the end, they would die in the abyss. That was the most probable outcome. As for the golden-robed man's words about helping everyone if they encountered danger, no one believed him at all. If they really encountered danger, these people would naturally have enough time to escape with them following behind. However, even though they were gnashing their teeth in hatred, no one dared to refute the golden-robed man. Otherwise, only death would await them. "Everyone. Let's move now," the golden-robed man said. Everyone had no choice but to fly down. After everyone entered the abyss, the cultivators of the Sacred War Alliance also entered the abyss. These people pulled away from Lin Feng and the others by a distance. If there was any danger, the group in front of them would act as cannon fodder, and they would have enough time to react. This abyss was extremely deep. Originally, everyone was worried that they would be attacked by some unknown existence while hiding at the bottom of the abyss. However, what made everyone heave a sigh of relief was that the journey was rather smooth. They didn't encounter any danger. Everyone finally flew to the bottom of the abyss. Soon, the cultivators of the Sacred War Alliance also flew down. Fellow cultivators, let's go deeper and take a look. I'll have to trouble you to find a way, the golden-robed man said. Everyone had no choice but to continue flying deeper. Look, bones, someone pointed at some bones scattered on the ground. The bones here weren't as simple as one. Along the way, there were many bones scattered around. This caused many people's expressions to become solemn. Suddenly, a small bug flew to the neck of one of the cultivators. Next, it laid down on the cultivator's neck and lightly stung him. The cultivator reached out and grabbed the little bug. Then, he pinched it to death. As for the bug, green liquid flowed out. It was very disgusting. That cultivator took out a silk cloth, then used it to wipe his hand clean, then threw it on the ground. However, it didn't take long before that cultivator's body violently trembled. Seeing this scene, everyone's expression couldn't help but change. Brother, what's wrong with you? Someone looked at the cultivator and asked in confusion. However, that cultivator directly fell to the ground. His body twitched a few times before he completely stopped moving. He's died, said Lin Feng after inspecting it. Just now, I think I saw him being stung by a small insect, a cultivator said. Hearing this, many people's SSS's activated S's. When the defensive magic weapon was activated, everyone was enveloped by the light shield released by the defensive magic weapon. B. There. B. To be exact. There were simply too many of them to count. After seeing this scene, many people's faces changed greatly. Hurry, run. The cultivators didn't dare to stay and they quickly turned back. However, the green bugs were too fast. It didn't take long for them to catch up to the group of cultivators. The densely packed green bugs enveloped the defensive light barrier protecting the cultivators. Next, the green bugs began gnawing at the defensive light barrier protecting the cultivators. The green bugs were very strange. They seemed capable of devouring energy. Due to that, the defensive light barrier created by the magic treasures was gradually eaten clean by the green bugs. After gnawing away at the defensive light barrier, the green bugs immediately surrounded the cultivators. Screams rang out incessantly as the cultivators who were surrounded by the green bugs were quickly devoured clean. Insectivorous bird. Go eat the bugs. The golden-cloaked cultivator summoned a spirit bird. The spirit bird was covered in fiery red feathers. Its body was as majestic as an eagle's, but its mouth was flat like a duck's. It was a very strange spirit bird. Lin Feng had never seen the spirit bird before. The spirit bird let out a sharp, ear-piercing cry. Then, it opened its mouth and sucked. The bugs flew uncontrollably toward the spirit bird and were devoured by the spirit bird. However, half of the cultivators had already died under the attack of the bugs. You brought a spirit bird that can restrain the bugs. Why didn't you release the spirit bird in advance? Someone asked with a gloomy expression. His companions were among the dead cultivators. Now, he was burning with anger. The golden-cloaked cultivator said indifferently, "We didn't know there was such a strange bug here. If we did, we would have released the spirit bird in advance." Naturally, no one believed him. In the eyes of the cultivators of the Sacred War Alliance, they were just cannon fodder. Since they were cannon fodder, they were sent to die. If they released the spirit bird in advance, it might encounter other dangers. The other party didn't want to take the risk. Human lives were cheaper than grass. That was what it meant. The cultivator wanted to say something more, but he was stopped by Lin Feng. There's no need to argue. Otherwise, you'll lose your life here, Lin Feng said in a deep voice. The cultivator nodded and didn't say anything else. Everyone. The crisis has been resolved. Everyone, continue to lead the way. The golden-cloaked cultivator said. No one said anything and continued to walk deeper into the cave. Soon, a huge cave appeared in everyone's line of sight. These people are ruthless. When they come, they'll definitely attack us. Let's take advantage of the fact that they haven't come yet. Let's go in first and see if there's any opportunity. A cultivator said in a deep voice. Everyone nodded. Everyone rushed toward the cave in front. Soon, the cultivators of the Sacred War Alliance arrived at the depths. When they arrived, Lin Feng and the others had already entered the cave. Damn it! These people entered the cave in advance. The golden-cloaked cultivator said with a gloomy expression. Enter the cave and kill them all. Don't leave a single one alive. The Sovereign Lord Old Man said in a sinister voice. The cave was deep and serene. The group quickly moved towards the depths of the cave. Everyone was moving at an extremely fast speed. After an unknown amount of time, the narrow cave began to widen. The people from the Sacred War Alliance were all very cautious. Thus, Lin Feng felt that this place was definitely not as peaceful as it seemed. There might be other dangers. Not long after, they arrived at the belly of a mountain. There were many passages in the belly of the mountain, all of which led to the depths of the cave. Everyone stood in the belly of the mountain and observed, preparing to choose a passage to enter. However, at that moment, a series of deep roars came from one of the passages. Something seems to be coming. Everyone, be careful. Lin Feng couldn't help but remind everyone. Everyone took out their magic treasures and looked at the passage in the depths of the cave nervously. Not long after, a ferocious beast shrouded in darkness rushed out. The ferocious beast had the appearance of a swanee. It had dragon legs and a pair of wings on its back. It stepped on demonic fog and hovered in midair, not landing on the ground. What kind of monster is that? Everyone looked at each other. They had never seen such a creature before. Even the classic of mountains and seas didn't record such a creature. Roar. The creature with dragon horns and wings let out a deep roar and pounced on the group. A foul wind blew, and blood chi surged. The creature with dragon horns and wings was very powerful. It sent a dozen cultivators flying with a single slap of its claws. What a powerful force. Lin Feng was horrified. This creature was too terrifying. It wouldn't have been a big deal if it had sent others flying, but even he was sent flying. It was hard to imagine what kind of terrifying creature it was. At that moment, the sound of breaking wind came from the passage behind them. Clearly, the cultivators from the Sacred War Alliance had arrived. There was only one way out. Naturally, they couldn't turn back now. They could only go deeper into the cave. There might be some amazing opportunities waiting for them there. Let's go into the passage. A cultivator said as he rushed into the passage. Because they had to avoid the creature with dragon horns and wings, most of them spread out and rushed into different passages. Two cultivators rushed into a passage with Lin Feng. The creature with dragon horns and wings didn't pursue the three of them. Instead, he entered another passageway to pursue the other cultivators. This made Lin Feng and the other two let out a long sigh of relief. They quickly rushed towards the depths. Now that they had arrived here, there were pursuers behind them. Therefore, everyone wanted to enter the depths and see if they could obtain some opportunities there. Everyone's speed was extremely fast. As they continued to go deeper, they discovered that there were some forks in the road. However, Lin Feng and the other two followed a passage and headed towards the deepest part of the cave. When they arrived at the deepest part, they saw a cave. Profound Wind Demon Mansion. There was a plaque above the cave mansion, and the name of the cave mansion was written on the plaque. It seemed that this place was once the cultivation ground of a monster. As for the origin of the creature with dragon horns and wings that occupied this place, no one knew. The three of them quickly entered the cave mansion. When they entered the cave mansion, they saw 5 mysterious balls of light floating in the cave mansion. They didn't know what was inside. The other two cultivators looked at each other and attacked Lin Feng from both sides. Each of them threw a punch at Lin Feng. Lin Feng quickly retreated and dodged the attacks. What? The two of you want to take it for yourselves? Lin Feng sneered at the two of them. Not long ago, they were still in danger together. But now, the two of them wanted to kill him and take his treasures. The world of cultivators was indeed an extremely cruel world. To put it bluntly, the world of cultivators was a world where they could go through thick and thin together, but they couldn't share glory and glory together. That's right. We want to take these things for ourselves. The person on the left said coldly. Kid. Don't blame us for being ruthless. The world of cultivators has always been this cruel. To prevent you from leaking information and taking revenge on us in the future. Now, we can only kill you. The cultivator on the right couldn't help but sneer. The two of them rushed towards Lin Feng again, wanting to kill Lin Feng together. One of them used a move, Tiger Subduing Divine Fist. The other used a move, Mad Devil God Palm. The two of them cooperated very well. It was obvious that they had worked together for a long time to be able to have such chemistry. You don't know what's good for you. There are some people you can't afford to offend. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he slapped towards the two of them. A huge energy palm print condensed in the void. The energy palm print blasted towards the two of them. A terrifying aura spread out. The two of them felt the powerful pressure of the energy palm print and their expressions changed drastically. They felt that they were as weak as ants. Lin Feng was too young, so the two of them underestimated Lin Feng's cultivation. That was why they wanted to kill him and take his treasures. But now, the two of them realized how terrifying the existence they had offended was. Spare us. Spare us. We won't dare to do it again. The two of them begged for mercy loudly, hoping that Lin Feng would spare their lives. However, Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He sneered and said, "The two of you have ulterior motives against me. How can I spare your lives?" As soon as he finished speaking, the energy palm print condensed in the void had already blasted down. Facing the attack of the energy palm print, the two of them couldn't resist. Bang! Bang! Two consecutive sounds of violent collisions rang out and the two cultivators were instantly killed. As for Lin Feng, he collected 5 energy light masses. As for what was in the 5 energy light masses, Lin Feng didn't know. He had to leave and find out later. And now was not the time to find out what these things were. Lin Feng quickly left the cave residence and went outside. However, as soon as he came out, a group of cultivators from the Sacred War Alliance had already rushed over and surrounded Lin Feng. These people looked at Lin Feng with cold eyes. I didn't expect that in the end, you would get the thing inside. Hand it over. The golden-robed man said in an unquestionable tone, as if he was ordering his dog servant. Lin Feng glanced at the golden-robed man indifferently and replied indifferently, "Why should I give it to you? Who do you think you are?" After hearing Lin Feng's words, everyone was stunned on the spot. They couldn't even believe what they had heard. Killing intent appeared on the golden-robed man's face. He looked coldly at Lin Feng and said, "You reckless thing. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." As soon as he finished speaking, the golden-robed man rushed toward Lin Feng and slapped his palm toward Lin Feng. The golden-robed man's lifespan was about 3 million years, which wasn't particularly old. His cultivation base was at the Sage Emperor level. 3 million years old, a Sage Emperor level cultivation base was already extremely extraordinary. It seemed like this golden-robed man's status was also extremely high among the myriad races. After the fall of the 5 great ancestors of the Sacred War Alliance, the Sacred War Alliance no longer had any sovereign lord-level experts. Therefore, the true rulers were the Sage Emperors. Of course, things had changed during this period of time. During this period of time, some of the hidden experts of the myriad races had emerged. These hidden experts had sealed themselves in stones and generally wouldn't choose to take the initiative to come out. However, with the appearance of the 5 signs of decay, the world had changed drastically. These hidden experts also knew that the world had changed drastically. This was their last chance to fight. If they didn't come out now, they probably wouldn't have the chance to come out again. Although the golden-robed man's cultivation base was quite tyrannical, it was still too far away from Lin Feng. Lin Feng glanced at the golden-robed man indifferently as he faced the golden-robed man's attack. A terrifying aura emitted from Lin Feng's body. When that terrifying aura enveloped the golden-robed man's expression changed drastically. Lin Feng's aura was just too strong. It made him feel as insignificant as an ant. It made him feel like he was facing an immortal god king. Only now did the golden-robed man realize that he had made a big mistake. The young cultivator in front of him wasn't someone to be bullied at all. The golden-robed man thought of the idiom playing the pig to eat the tiger. Now, he really wanted to curse Lin Feng. However, the golden-robed man knew that his situation wasn't good. He shouted, "Ancestor, save me!" The sovereign lord-level old man was an expert who had walked out of the Godstone. He was one of the hidden experts of the myriad races. Now that he sensed the terrifying aura emitted from Lin Feng's body, the old man shouted sternly, "Kid! Let's see if you dare to attack." The old man shouted as he rushed toward Lin Feng, wanting to save the golden-robed man. "Why wouldn't I dare?" Lin Feng sneered. Then, a terrifying palm strike directly toward Lin Feng. The power of the palm strike was extremely powerful. It pierced the sky and instantly slammed into the golden-robed man's body. With a bang, the golden-robed man took on Lin Feng's attack. His physical body directly, and his body and soul on the spot. "You're courting death," said the great D-level old man, throwing a punch at Lin Feng. Lin Feng wasn't afraid. He slapped his palm towards the sovereign lord realm old man. When the palms of both sides collided, the surrounding void was directly shattered. Then Lin-robed man Linti they were evenly matched. "You're so young, but you can display the strength of an sovereign lord. Who are you?" The sovereign lord-level old man stared at Lin Feng, as if he wanted to see through Lin Feng. Lin Feng's strength was too shocking. It was hard for him to accept. However, this was Lin Feng's strength. The sovereign lord-level old man had no choice but to believe it. "Who am I?" "You don't have the right to know." Lin Feng looked at the sovereign lord-level old man indifferently. "Junior, you're too arrogant." The sovereign lord-level old man shouted angrily. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at Lin Feng. The magic energy in his body began to circulate, as if he wanted to attack Lin Feng. However, at that moment, a deep roar came from the tunnel. Then, the terrifying creature with dragon horns and wings rushed out from one of the tunnels. Halfway through its journey, the creature's body began to change. Its body became illusory. In the next moment, its body disappeared. Invisibility, many people couldn't help but show a horrified expression. This creature with dragon horns and wings was too strange. It knew how to hide itself. This was too unbelievable. Pooh! 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 With a series of tearing sounds, the cultivators of the Sacred War Alliance had huge wounds on their necks by sharp claw lights. Blood gushed out from the wounds. One by one, the cultivators of the Sacred War Alliance fell to the ground. Then, their bodies twitched violently a few times, and they died. "Let's go," the sovereign lord-level old man said in a low voice. He couldn't care less about Lin Feng now. The creature with dragon horns and wings knew how to hide itself. This method was too terrifying. If they continued to stay here, they would definitely die. He was very clear about this, so it was best to leave now. Whoosh! 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 Under the lead of the sovereign lord-level old man, the cultivators of the Sacred War Alliance rushed out of the tunnel. Pooh! 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 Before they entered the tunnel, a few more people's necks were torn by the terrifying creature. They fell to the ground and died quickly. Lin Feng also entered a tunnel. He had already obtained the thing here, so the most important thing now was to leave. Now, Lin Feng couldn't wait to see what was inside the 5 balls of light. However, when he rushed out, Lin Feng's heart was shrouded in a layer of shadow. This feeling was very uncomfortable. Lin Feng's expression became serious. The creature with dragon horns and wings was chasing after him. It must be that guy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such a feeling. Lin Feng opened his eye of origin, also known as the heavenly demon snake eye, and looked behind him. The eye of origin could see through all illusions. When Lin Feng turned his head, he saw that the terrifying creature with dragon horns and wings had already jumped up and pounced at him. After seeing this scene, Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. Fortunately, he opened his Eye of Origin in time to find the location of this existence. Otherwise, he would be in danger. This guy's ability to hide was too terrifying. It could kill its target silently. Lin Feng released his draconic elephant arm strength, which was 6 times stronger than normal, and threw a punch at the cultivator. Bang! Lin Feng's fist collided with the gigantic claw. Both of them were blown away. Lin Feng's dracophant arm strength was 6 times stronger than the gigantic claw. The gigantic claw and the gigantic claw collided. Both of them were blown away. Lin Feng had no interest in continuing the battle with this terrifying being. Killing this being didn't seem to bring him much benefit. Moreover, if a battle really broke out, it was hard to say who would be the one to kill who. Lin Feng felt that even if he used all his means, he wouldn't be a match for this terrifying being. Therefore, when the terrifying being circulated its demonic energy, Lin Feng once again rushed outside. World of 8 Directions and Space Traversal. Lin Feng's speed was raised to the extreme, instantly widening the distance between the two of them. The terrifying being with dragon horns and wings roared furiously. Its attack was about to succeed. However, Lin Feng had already escaped its attack range. Naturally, this made the terrifying being quite angry. The terrifying being roared and continued to chase after Lin Feng. The terrifying being's speed was extremely fast, but compared to Lin Feng's peak speed, it still seemed to be a little slower. In the end, Lin Feng rushed out of the cave. However, the terrifying being seemed to be restricted in some way. When it rushed to the entrance of the cave, it stopped. Then, the terrifying being roared furiously at the entrance of the cave. At this time, Lin Feng was already far away from the area. He quickly found a more secluded place, opened up a cave, and set up several concealment restrictions. Then, he entered the cave and took out the 5 balls of light. The 5 balls of light floated in midair, each of them emitting a shocking energy fluctuation. Although he didn't know what was inside these balls of light, Lin Feng felt that the things inside were definitely not to be underestimated. Lin Feng reached out and grabbed the first ball of light. The divine light receded, and a pill appeared in Lin Feng's hand. The pill was a milky white pill. It was obviously an immortal pill, surrounded by immortal energy. However, it was unknown what kind of pill it was. Demon Lord. Do you know what this pill is? Lin Feng asked. It seems to be the 9-spirit divine yang pill. It's an immortal pill that can heal the soul. The Demon Lord said. There were 2 types of injuries that cultivators feared the most. One was a Dao injury. One was the injury to the soul. These 2 kinds of injuries were difficult to cure with medicine. However, it didn't mean that all medicinal stones couldn't cure them. There were still some medicinal pills that could cure these 2 kinds of injuries, but these medicinal pills were extremely rare. Even if you had money, you couldn't buy it. Therefore, when Lin Feng heard the Demon Lord say that this pill was a pill that could heal the soul, he was shocked. This caused Lin Feng's face to involuntarily reveal a look of joy. Cultivators did indeed need medicinal pills to treat Dao injuries and soul injuries. Although it might not be used, it was better to prepare for emergencies. What he was most afraid of was that when he needed this kind of medicinal pill, he couldn't take it out. At that time, it would be a real tragedy. Lin Feng sealed the pill and put it away in his empty and time space. Then, he grabbed the item in the second light ball. The item in the second light ball was actually a jade pendant. The image of a man was imprinted on the front of the jade pendant, and a line of poetry was written on the back. The content was as follows. The wind and clouds of the world come from my generation. Once I enter the Jianghu, time rushes by. The imperial hegemony is a matter of conversation and laughter, but life is nothing more than a drunken stupor. The content of this short poem was quite domineering, but he didn't know who wrote this short poem. Lin Feng carefully studied this jade pendant, but he couldn't find anything special from the jade pendant. However, Lin Feng instinctively felt that this jade pendant wasn't ordinary. Lin Feng also put away the jade pendant, waiting to carefully study this jade pendant in the future. Then, Lin Feng grabbed the item in the third light ball. The item in the third light ball also appeared in front of Lin Feng's eyes. This thing turned out to be a crystal. This was a light blue crystal stone, half the size of a fist. It was magnificent, and he didn't know what kind of crystal stone it was. It seems to be a kind of time crystal. The demon lord looked at the crystal stone in Lin Feng's hand with some surprise and uncertainty. The time crystal, that was truly astonishing. It was able to help Lin Feng increase his time-space. The flow of time in Lin Feng's time-space was 5 times faster than the outside world, but if he continued to increase it, the flow of time would definitely increase again. However, now wasn't the time to increase his time-space. After the matters here were over, Lin Feng planned to go into seclusion. At that time, there would be many things to deal with. For example, checking what was in the 8th level of the Chonglu Devil Palace, trying to open the evil corpse ring, increasing his time-space, and so on. All these things were waiting for Lin Feng to do. Lin Feng kept the time crystal. Then, he took out the item in the 4th light ball. The item in the 4th light ball was actually a leaf. This was a leaf that was already yellowed, but this leaf actually had a trace of vitality lingering around it. This made Lin Feng extremely astonished, who knew how many millions of years ago this leaf was left behind, but it still contained vitality. This leaf's origin was extraordinary. What kind of tree did this leaf come from? Lin Feng asked the demon lord, but this time, even the demon lord couldn't see the extraordinariness of this leaf. Lin Feng kept the leaf. Then, he took out the 5th item. The 5th item was actually a bracelet. There were some small words engraved on this bracelet, but after so many years, they were too blurred, so he couldn't see what the words were. Lin Feng tried to use his divine will to sense this bracelet. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt as though he was being pulled into a certain spacetime. Big brother Yuan, will you marry me when I'm 16? Sure. Lin Feng vaguely saw a young man and a young girl. They were only 13 or 14 years old, the age when love first bloomed. The two grew up together as childhood sweethearts. Now, they were holding hands. The young man made a promise to the young girl. The young man was a genius, and countless people praised him as a genius that only appeared once every 100 million years. However, when he was 15, he accidentally entered a cave and found a black demonic pagoda inside. Isn't that the demonic pagoda that the Snow Clan suppressed? When he saw the demonic pagoda, Lin Feng's face was filled with shock. In the past, Lin Feng had helped the Snow Clan suppress the demonic pagoda. But in the end, the demonic pagoda still broke the seal and came out. The demonic pagoda had long been transformed into a powerful weapon cultivator, and its battle prowess was heaven-defying. The young man called Big Brother Yuan by the young girl. Ever since he obtained the demonic pagoda, his cultivation base had begun to fall. The young man discovered that the black demonic pagoda was the cause of his decline. He wanted to throw the pagoda away, but he couldn't do so. The black demonic pagoda had completely entangled the young man. This made the young man feel very helpless. The black demonic tower Lin Feng had seen back then was only a part of it because it had been split into 2. Of course, Lin Feng had seen the other part of the black demonic tower later on. Both parts had given birth to their own gods and were trying to devour each other. However, neither could do anything to the other. Regardless of whether it was the first or second part of the black demonic tower, their cultivation was extremely terrifying. It was even rumored that the death of his ancestor, the 5th-generation demonic master Sky-devouring demonic master and his son, the Sky-devouring demonic emperor, was inextricably linked to the demonic tower. Lin Feng didn't know whether this was true or not, but since there was such a saying, then there was no such thing as a groundless rumor. Lin Feng's cultivation was still not strong enough. Once it was strong enough, he would be able to find the demonic tower and ask about these things. What will it take for you to let me go? The young man looked helplessly at the demonic tower, but it didn't do anything, nor did it respond to him. The young man's cultivation continued to fall until he had no more magic power left in his body. He became a cripple, from a genius youth to a cultivation trash, and became the target of ridicule for many people. Even the young woman's attitude towards him underwent a 180-degree change. On this day, the young woman came with a group of people. This is the bracelet you gave me. I'm returning it to you. The young woman took out the token of love that the young man had given her back then and returned it to him. This was the reality of the world. Most of the time, it was so cruel that people were unwilling to accept what they saw. However, no one could change this cruel world. The young man smiled bitterly and accepted the bracelet. He didn't say anything because he knew that after becoming a cultivation trash, he and the young woman were destined to be in different worlds. A toad lusting after a swan will never happen. At least you know what's good for you. You made the right choice. A young man looked at the young man with a mocking expression. This young man was her new lover. This was a day filled with darkness for him. The girl who had been his childhood sweetheart had left him. This was a huge blow to him. He lay on a patch of grass and let the sun shine on his body. He really wanted to sleep like this forever and never wake up again. Brat. 8 or 9 out of 10 things in life don't go your way. Do you want to become stronger? If you want to become stronger, I can help you. A sinister voice resounded in the young man's mind. It's you. You're the one who made me like this. The young man took out the demonic pagoda and glared at it. The one who spoke was the spirit of the demonic pagoda. The demon pagoda's spirit said, I understand your anger, but you are still too young. The love affairs of this world, and even glory and wealth, are all ephemeral. Only immortality and supreme power are things that men should pursue. If you have the ability, what kind of woman can't you get? At that time, the peerless and magnificent fairies and goddesses of all ages will take the initiative to deliver themselves to my doorstep. How will you make me stronger? The young man asked. He had always had the temperament of an old man, especially after experiencing all kinds of mockery and ridicule over the years, which had caused him to change even more. Isn't it easy to make you stronger? I will teach you a tyrannical devil art. This devil art is called the heaven-devouring devil art. It is a supreme devil art passed down from a devil lord. The demon pagoda's spirit said. Is the devil lord very powerful? The young man couldn't help but mutter. The corner of the demon pagoda's spirit's mouth twitched. Then, he remembered that this young man came from a remote place and came from a small family. It was normal that he hadn't heard of the great devil lord. The young man then said, the devil lord should be a devil cultivator, right? Everyone has the right to kill devil cultivators. If people find out that I've cultivated a devil art, I'm afraid I'll die without a grave. The demon pagoda spirit said, you can choose not to cultivate it. Of course, if you are willing to be a piece of trash, you can choose not to cultivate it. The young man's expression was uncertain. Finally, he nodded and agreed. The young man was worried that cultivating a devil art would implicate his people, so he left a letter saying that he was going out to train. Then, he left with the demonic pagoda. After the young man cultivated the heaven-devouring devil art, he became unstoppable. At a young age, he became a supreme being and dominated the starry sky world. People called him, heaven-devouring devil saint, because the young man was a devil cultivator. He was called heaven-devouring devil saint. Many years later, heaven-devouring devil saint returned to the planet where he lived when he was young. The crowd surged and looked at heaven-devouring devil saint from afar. An old friend arrived. It was a woman dressed in white. She was lovely and moving. Many years passed. He saw her again. Brother Yuan, is that you? You're back. When she saw him again, she was very happy. Who didn't know of heaven-devouring devil saint's reputation now, back then? She found out that heaven-devouring devil saint was the young man who had sworn an oath of love with her when they were young but was abandoned by her in the end. She had a lot of regret in her heart. She went to his family, hoping to get in touch with him again through his family. However, his people had been taken away long ago. She originally thought that she would never see him again. Who would have thought that he would revisit this old place? Heaven-devouring devil saint was surrounded by the upper echelons of this planet. He looked at her from afar. His expression was a little dazed. Too many things had happened to him over the years. Just as the demon pagoda spirit said, when he became stronger. Naturally, countless fairies and goddesses would take the initiative to throw themselves at him. However, even so, he had never forgotten her. This kind of not forgetting was not because of love or hatred. Instead, it was because he missed those youthful days. Everyone only had one youth. Impudent. A mere lowly fox dares to offend Lord Heaven-devouring devil saint? Are you tired of living? Someone scolded coldly. She was so scared that she kept quiet out of fear. Because anyone who stood next to heaven-devouring devil saint had an unimaginable background and a frightening identity. She really regretted it. If she hadn't abandoned him back then, she would be standing next to him now. She would be an existence that countless people looked up to. This guy in front of her who dared to scold her must be just like a dog wagging its tail and begging for mercy. However, she was just like a dog in front of him now. "Let's go," heaven-devouring devil saint glanced at her and then said to the people next to him. Heaven-devouring devil saint did not want to acknowledge her. His youthful days were long gone. The sky-devouring overlord was almost invincible under the starry sky, until one day, someone came looking for him. The cultivator wore a wide, gray-colored robe and a bamboo hat, which completely covered his face. Due to that, it was difficult to get a clear look at his appearance. "Who are you?" The sky-devouring overlord looked at the newcomer. The gray-robed cultivator had managed to sneak up on him without alerting the guards. This was enough to show how powerful the gray-robed cultivator was. "Take this." The gray-robed cultivator immediately attacked the sky-devouring overlord. The gray-robed cultivator opened his arms and slapped at the sky-devouring overlord. The sky-devouring overlord raised an eyebrow slightly. He stepped forward and slapped at the gray-robed cultivator as well. Bang, along with a violent collision sound, the two attacks fiercely collided. A black hole appeared in the gray-robed cultivator's palm. It was about to devour the sky-devouring overlord. Demonic sky-devouring art. The sky-devouring overlord was shocked. He quickly circulated the demonic sky-devouring art as well. Their demonic sky-devouring art collided, and they were evenly matched in the end. The demonic sky-devouring art was a supreme demonic art created by Lin Feng's ancestor, the fifth demon lord. It was later passed down to his son, the sky-devouring demon emperor. The sky-devouring demon emperor perfected the demonic sky-devouring art, making it one of the greatest cultivation methods of this epoch. After the collision, neither side could do anything to the other. In the end, they both retreated. "You also cultivate the demonic sky-devouring art. Could it be you're from that lineage?" The sky-devouring overlord squinted at the gray-robed cultivator. The gray-robed cultivator took off his bamboo hat, revealing his face. His head was not a human head. It looked like a dragon, but it was neither a dragon nor an elephant. It was the head of a dragon elephant. "I'm not from that clan, but I have a deep relationship with them. I'm here on my master's orders to invite you over," the creature from the dragonesque elephant clan said. "Your master is from that clan?" the sky-devouring overlord asked. "Yes," the dragon elephant nodded. "Good. Give me 3 days to arrange everything. I will go with you to see your master," the heaven-devouring overlord said. "No problem," the creature from the dragonesque elephant clan replied. The image disappeared at this point, and Lin Feng's consciousness returned to the real world. Lin Feng found what he saw to be unbelievable. So the sky-devouring demon saint had such a relationship with his ancestor. Strictly speaking, the sky-devouring demon saint could even be considered his ancestor's disciple. After all, he had obtained the legacy of ancestor Lin Feng. What happened after that? Lin Feng could not help but mutter to himself. He really wanted to know what happened after that. He also wanted to know which ancestor of his was the expert that the sky-devouring demon saint met. Lin Feng guessed that it was most likely the ancestor who had punched through the Undying Realm's barrier. Lin Feng also wanted to know how the heaven-devouring beast sage had fallen. He was so powerful, so how did he fall? Something unknown must have happened after that. Because, later on, even the traces of the ancestor who had punched through the Undying Realm were hard to find. After countless years, too many truths had been buried. It was destined that the future generations would never be able to find out the truth. It must be fate to be able to obtain the items left behind by the sky-devouring demon saint. It's a pity that I didn't manage to find the legacy of the sky-devouring demon saint. Could it be that the cave abode was not where the sky-devouring demon saint had fallen? Could it be that it was just a cave abode that the sky-devouring demon saint had once cultivated in? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He felt that the possibility of this conjecture was quite high. Then, among the items I obtained, is one of them related to the legacy of the sky-devouring demon saint? Lin Feng muttered to himself. Among the 5 items, the 9-spirit divine yang pill and the time crystal might not be related to the legacy of the sky-devouring demon saint, but the mysterious page, the jade pendant, and the bracelet might be related to the legacy of the sky-devouring demon saint. Of course, Lin Feng would have to find out in the future to find out what was going on. Lin Feng put away the bracelet, then exited his seclusion and continued heading deeper. Along the way, danger lurked everywhere. He could often see some extremely terrifying beasts roaming about. Lin Feng was even attacked by a few powerful beasts. However, the journey was more daunting than dangerous. In the end, Lin Feng arrived at the 9 demonic mountains. The 9 demonic mountains rose and fell continuously. The deeper one went into the 9 demonic mountains, the more dangerous it was. When Lin Feng arrived, many cultivators had already gathered at the periphery of the 9 demonic mountains. After asking around, Lin Feng found out that the nether spring would fly out during this period of time. Therefore, cultivators had a chance to obtain a portion of the nether spring. This was also the reason why so many cultivators took the risk to enter the underworld island. Lin Feng was a little tempted. If the nether spring could fly out, he would find a way to obtain some of it. He wanted to see if the nether spring's effects were as good as the legends said. Master Yuan Kong has already deduced that the nether spring will fly out within 3 days. A cultivator said. Many people were excited when they heard that. Everyone seemed to be very convinced by Master Yuan Kong's words. That's great. The nether spring is finally coming out. This time, we must obtain a portion of it. A cultivator said. He was very eager for the nether spring. One after another, experts arrived. There were even sovereigns who came. On this day, a group of people arrived. The person in the lead was an extremely old cultivator. Shen Mingcong. He's an expert from the ancient God clan. Some people were very shocked when they saw the old man. He was definitely an extremely ancient existence. It was said that his cultivation had reached the peak of the sovereign emperor realm. However, his lifespan was almost exhausted. Therefore, he had sealed himself in the Godstone a long time ago. His lifespan seems to be almost exhausted. Why did he break out of the Godstone and come out? Asked someone. They didn't understand what was going on. Even Lin Feng didn't understand what was going on. A cultivator who was about to exhaust his lifespan should not have broken out of the Godstone and come out. Once he came out, he would be in a very bad situation. It was said that the life force of these sealed Godstones far exceeded that of ordinary people. For example, an ordinary person could live for 1,000 years. However, the life force that came out of the Godstone was different. This world was very unfair, but in some aspects, there would be some rules to limit this unfairness. Just like those living beings who crossed eras, their cultivation would become smaller and smaller as time passed. Another example, these living beings who sealed themselves in the divine stone, once they came out, their lifespan would decrease very quickly. These were some of the world rules that were born to limit this unfairness. At this time, a cultivator explained why Shen Mingcong would crack open the self-sealed divine stone and walk out. The cultivator said, I heard that after the appearance of the 5 decay of the celestial being, those divine stones that could seal cultivators all had a certain degree of cracks. The 5 decay of the celestial being has been around for a period of time. Now, those divine stones have all cracked. Whether they come out or not is no longer something that the cultivators sealed in the divine stones can decide. But they have no choice but to come out. I see. Many people nodded. Obviously, as those experts with a strong foundation walked out of the self-sealed divine stones, the world would become more chaotic. The world would become even more turbulent. With the emergence of so many experts, these experts would definitely try their best to increase their strength before the end of the era. How could they increase their strength? There were only a few ways. The first way. To increase their cultivation by a large margin. It was not easy to increase one's cultivation. Other than their own comprehension of the Great Tao, they also needed a large amount of cultivation resources. None of them could be missing. The second way. To obtain some powerful magic treasures. Magic treasures were also a part of a cultivator's strength. Therefore, magic treasures could greatly increase a cultivator's strength. Therefore, constantly collecting all kinds of powerful magic treasures could increase a cultivator's overall combat strength. The third way. Every time a cultivator successfully cultivated a new type of divine ability, it would be a form of accumulation for their own body. The more accumulated, the stronger. The stronger the combat strength. Therefore, cultivators had to constantly search for powerful divine abilities to cultivate. These three situations. No matter what the situation was, in the end, it would cause a storm of blood. This made many cultivators feel pressured. These powerful existences had come out. The opportunities that originally belonged to them might be snatched away by these powerful existences. Just like the netherworld spring here. The cultivator who walked out of the divine stone was definitely not Shenming Sung alone. There must be other experts, or they might be somewhere else. It was also possible that they were hiding in the dark, waiting for the nether spring to appear so that these experts would make a move to snatch it. The chances of these cultivators below the Emperor Lord level obtaining the nether spring were naturally much lower. Not long after, Lin Feng saw Master Yuan Kong. 10 halos appeared behind Master Yuan Kong. Every halo emitted a shocking energy fluctuation, and it was incomparably sacred. This Master Yuan Kong was definitely a monk of virtue and prestige. After about 2 days, waves of shocking energy fluctuations surged out from the 9th Devil Mountain. Many people were alarmed, and they all looked towards the 9th Devil Mountain. Not long after, a black spirit spring flew out. Roar. A loud dragon roar was heard, and an astonishing scene took place. That black spirit spring actually turned into a black dragon. The black dragon let out a series of dragon roars. The dragon's roar shook the 9 heavens. His voice reverberated throughout the world. Then, the black dragon quickly flew outside. The black dragon's speed was so fast that it was shocking. In just a few breaths' time, it rushed to the top of the 1st Devil Mountain. It's coming out. Many people couldn't help but get excited, and they were already prepared to attack the black dragon. However, when the black dragon reached the 1st Devil Mountain, it stopped, and a pair of cold eyes stared at the cultivators outside. Why did it stop? Hurry up and come out. Many cultivators became anxious when they saw the black dragon stop above the 1st Devil Mountain and not come out. Everyone was already prepared to attack the black dragon. Everything was ready, and they only lacked one crucial element. If the black dragon didn't come out, everyone's preparations would be in vain. After waiting for a while, the black dragon finally rushed out. Many cultivators became excited, and they were ready to attack the black dragon at any time. However, soon, these cultivators became depressed again. The black dragon rushed to the outer region of the Devil Mountain, and it was only a few dozen meters away from leaving the range of the Devil Mountain. However, the black dragon formed by the nether spring stopped again. Many people were completely dumbfounded. Roar. The black dragon let out a series of dragon roars, and then flew into the depths. Not good, it's running away. Many people's expressions changed abruptly. Everyone was still waiting for the black dragon to return to its original form. Who would have thought that the black dragon would turn around and fly into the depths of the Devil Mountain? If it flew back to the 9th Devil Mountain, they probably wouldn't have another chance to obtain the nether spring. It wasn't like this when it was born. A cultivator said with a frown. What was it like when the nether spring was born? Another cultivator asked. Back then, the nether spring was just a spring. It didn't turn into a black dragon. Moreover, the nether spring would fly out of the range of the Devil Mountain. Powerful cultivators could take advantage of this opportunity to obtain a portion of the nether spring. The cultivator said. The nether spring should have developed its own spirituality, so it turned into a black dragon, and it has intelligence. Master Yuan Kong said. Then this is going to be troublesome. Many people couldn't help but frown. If the nether spring had developed its own spirituality, then their chances of obtaining the nether spring would be even smaller. The black dragon that was the nether spring finally entered the 1st Devil Mountain and disappeared without a trace. It didn't particularly enter the depths of the 9 Devil Mountains. It only entered the 1st Devil Mountain. There's still a chance to obtain the nether spring. A cultivator said. Many people weren't willing to enter the Devil Mountain because the Devil Mountain was too terrifying. It was a place of death. Once one entered, it would be very easy to suffer a calamity. However, the experts that came out of the Godstones had different thoughts from ordinary people. Their lifespans were severely depleted, and they urgently needed a fortuitous encounter to break through. As for the Nether Spring, it was equivalent to a great opportunity. It was of great use to these experts. As expected, Xianxia couldn't hold back and stepped into the first Devil Mountain. After Xianxia entered the first Devil Mountain, a few more experts entered one after another. Some cultivators brought powerful treasures, wanting to borrow the protection of these treasures to enter the first Devil Mountain. Therefore, many cultivators entered the first Devil Mountain. Lin Feng decided to find the black dragon formed by the Nether Spring before entering the third mountain range. He wanted to see if there was any hope of obtaining the Nether Spring. When he entered the range of the Devil Mountain, Lin Feng felt a cold and terrifying aura engulfing his body. This feeling was quite terrible, and it made Lin Feng's heart tremble slightly. Perhaps the Devil Mountain was more terrifying than he imagined. However, thinking about it, the 9 Devil Mountains were the death zone of the sea. Naturally, danger lurked everywhere. There were dense restrictions here. Lin Feng saw some cultivators touch the restrictions and get attacked by them. The cultivators quickly brought out their powerful magic treasures to block the attack of the restriction. However, the restriction here was too terrifying. It directly destroyed the magic treasures of the cultivators. Then, the powerful restriction slammed into the bodies of those cultivators, killing them instantly. This was the path they chose, so they must have thought of the consequences before entering. However, they probably didn't expect to die here. Lin Feng continued to walk inside. He avoided many powerful restrictions and went all the way into the first Devil Mountain. The first Devil Mountain stretched for 20 to 30 miles. It was very huge. Because of the dense restrictions, Lin Feng didn't walk very fast. When he was about 4 to 5 miles into the Devil Mountain, more than 10 cultivators appeared in front of him. Lin Feng even saw 3 Emperor Realm experts. Those cultivators stopped at the periphery of a pool. Lin Feng was very curious. He didn't know what those cultivators were doing, so he walked over. When he came to the side of the pool, he saw the plants growing in the pool. Lin Feng was shocked. There were 3 golden spiritual herbs growing in the pool. Those golden spiritual herbs were slender and straight. They emitted a faint fragrance. God Soul Grass. Lin Feng's heart was in turmoil. The God Soul Grass was recorded in the mountain and sea scripture. It was a supreme treasure for the creation of a secondary primordial spirit. There were actually as many as 3 of them here. It was truly inconceivable. Right now, Lin Feng could multitask 6 times at once. If he continued to create secondary souls, he would be able to multitask 7 times at once, 8 times at once. Every time he created a secondary soul, Lin Feng's battle prowess would soar. There were restrictions around the pool, so those experts didn't make a move. Lin Feng was tempted and wanted to pick the 3 God Soul Grasses. If he succeeded, he would inevitably be besieged by these people, but Lin Feng didn't care at all. Although the other side had many experts, and there were even 3 ancient emperor-level experts. But in a place like the Death Impasse, Lin Feng was not afraid of anyone. That was because the legacy of the Celestial Master Taoist sect was too extraordinary. Lin Feng could even use the legacy of the Celestial Master Taoist sect to control many restrictions inside the Land of Death. When those restrictions were destroyed, the power that erupted was absolutely unimaginable. Don't be in a hurry to make a move. I have a feeling that there's something wrong with those 3 God Soul Grasses. Just as Lin Feng was about to make a move, the Demon Lord transmitted his voice to him. Something's wrong? What's wrong? Lin Feng asked, puzzled. I can't say for sure. It's just my intuition. Let's observe for a while first, the Demon Lord said. Lin Feng nodded and stood where he was. He didn't act rashly. The restrictions around the pool didn't show any signs of weakening. Therefore, it was extremely unrealistic to wait for the restriction in the pool to disappear before collecting the 3 God Soul Grasses. If he wanted to collect the 3 God Soul Grasses, he would have to rely on his own strength. Let me try. A cultivator stepped forward. A cultivator stepped forward. He was a Saint Emperor. Wang Kangmi. It's actually him. Someone recognized the identity of this cultivator and was very surprised. "Who is he?" someone asked. "An expert of the Earth Master Taoist sect," the cultivator said. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow when he heard that. He didn't expect the cultivator to be an expert of the Earth Master Taoist sect. It was different from the Celestial Master sect. The Earth Master Taoist sect had many branches. For example, back in the Tianwu continent, there were branches of the Earth Master Taoist sect in the 9 prefectures. Lin Feng heard that there were branches of the Earth Master Taoist sect in the Undying World. Now it seemed that there were branches of the Earth Master Taoist sect in the Heavenly Sage Great World as well. The Earth Master Taoist sect's influence was really huge. The Earth Master Taoist sect's methods are extraordinary. This person might be able to pass through the layers of restrictions and retrieve the 3 God Soul Grasses. Since he dared to make a move, it means that he has a way to leave this place. Later, seal the void so that he can't escape. Force him to hand over the God Soul Grasses. All right. We'll act according to the circumstances. Some cultivators had already reached an agreement with their divine sense in private. Wang Kangmi naturally knew that many people were plotting against him. He couldn't help but sneer as if he didn't care. It seemed that this person had some powerful methods. That was why he wasn't afraid of others plotting against him. One had to know that there were 3 Emperor Realm experts here. If Wang Kangmi dared to pluck the 3 God Soul Grasses, it could be seen how powerful his methods were. Wang Kangmi came to the side of the restrictions. His methods were indeed very powerful. He avoided the restrictions one by one. Those restrictions hadn't even awakened yet. Wang Kangmi was quickly approaching the 3 God Soul Grasses. Everyone exclaimed in admiration. Even the 3 Emperor Realm experts couldn't help but be shocked. Wang Kangmi's array techniques were too brilliant. They couldn't help but prostrate themselves in admiration. Just as Wang Kangmi was about to reach the 3 God Soul Grasses, the restrictions suddenly awakened. An earth-shattering attack blasted towards Wang Kangmi. Everyone was astonished. They didn't know how those restrictions awakened. Wang Kangmi was furious. He blocked the attacks of the restrictions. Lin Feng stood in the distance and stared indifferently at Wang Kangmi, who was blocking the restrictions. The one who did this was Lin Feng. The hatred between the Heavenly Master and Earth Master was too deep. Lin Feng naturally wouldn't let go of any chance to strike at the Earth Master sect. Just now, he had silently activated those powerful restrictions. With Lin Feng's array techniques, he was able to easily activate them. When he activated those powerful restrictions, even the 3 Emperor-level powerhouses didn't notice it. Wang Kangmi's attack was instantly destroyed by the restrictions. Wang Kangmi took out a Jade Cauldron-type defensive magic artifact and wanted to use it to rush out. However, he failed in the end. The Jade Cauldron was destroyed and Wang Kangmi was killed. He's dead. Wang Kangmi was about to succeed, but he still died. Many people took a deep breath. The power of the restrictions was too terrifying and couldn't be underestimated. After Wang Kangmi's death, the second cultivator stepped out. This time, it was one of the 3 Monarch Lords. This Monarch Lord had probably sensed the power of the seal. This cultivator was tall and sturdy. His background was extremely shocking. He was an expert from the Golden Saint Lion clan. This clan was one of the major powers in the Sacred War Alliance. Together with the Sacred God clan, the Ancient God clan, the Sky Devil clan, and several other top royal clans, they controlled the Sacred War Alliance. The Golden Saint Lion Sovereign Master walked towards the pool. Layers of seals enveloped this person. He wanted to kill this person just like how he killed Wang Dongchao. At this moment, the 3rd vertical eye on the Golden Saint Lion Sovereign Master's forehead opened. This vertical eye was extremely terrifying. Once it opened, it would release a power that would make one's heart tremble. Rays of light shot out. These rays of light collided with the seals. When the powerful seals collided with the rays of light, they were actually destroyed by the rays of light. Lin Feng knew how powerful the 3rd vertical eye on the Golden Saint Lion Sovereign Master's forehead was. And the one before him was in Sovereign Master. The power released by the vertical eye between his eyebrows was even more powerful. Therefore, when Lin Feng saw that the rays of light from the third vertical eye actually destroyed the seals, Lin Feng wasn't surprised at all. So strong. Many people couldn't help but exclaim. The Golden Saint Lion Sovereign Master's battle prowess was too terrifying. It wasn't something that sage emperors could match. The Golden Saint Lion race's Emperor Lord class experts were able to break through the powerful restrictions like crushing dry weeds. In the end, he came to the side of the 3 stalks of Divine Soul Grass. Everyone's eyes widened. Divine Soul Grass. A treasure that could drive people crazy. The other 2 Sovereign Masters were already preparing their divine abilities. They were prepared to snatch the Divine Soul Grass from the Golden Saint Lion Sovereign Master. Naturally, these 2 experts wanted a share of the loot. They wouldn't let the Golden Saint Lion Sovereign Master take all 3 stalks of Divine Soul Grass. Lin Feng also secretly communicated with many treasures. He wanted to snatch at least 1 stalk of God's Soul Grass. If he couldn't even get 1 stalk, it would be too depressing. The Golden Saint Lion race's Emperor Lord class expert plucked all 3 stalks of God's Soul Grass. However, at that moment, something terrifying happened. When the Golden Saint Lion Emperor level expert's right hand touched the God's Soul Grass, the Golden Saint Lion Emperor level expert was shocked. His right hand began to rot quickly, and it emitted a foul smell. Ah! My arm! This isn't a godly soul grass, the Golden Saint Lion race's Emperor Lord roared in horror. He hurriedly threw out the 3 poisonous herbs. His arm was still rotting, and it was quickly spreading to his body. Perhaps it wouldn't take long for his body to rot as well. When the time comes, they would die miserably and unwillingly. The Golden Saint Lion expert was a decisive person as well. He raised his left hand. He slashed out a beam of sword chi. Pooh! The sound of something being torn apart could be heard as an arm was chopped off in an instant. His face became incomparably pale. Even for an Emperor-level powerhouse, losing an arm was a huge blow. As expected, those 3 stalks aren't God Soul grasses, but soul-breaking grasses. The Demon Lord said. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. Fortunately, the Demon Lord had stopped him. Otherwise, he would have ended up like the Golden Saint Lion Emperor Lord. Even though the immortal divine body could regrow severed limbs, it was still very harmful to the body. This soul-breaking grasses are almost identical to God's soul grasses. It's too hard to tell them apart, Lin Feng said. Yes. However, their effects are poles apart. One can help a cultivator establish a secondary primordial spirit, while the other is a highly poisonous herb. Look at the Golden Saint Lion Emperor Lord. Even though he managed to chop off an arm in time to stop the poison from spreading, some of the poison still managed to enter his body. The Demon Lord said. Lin Feng looked at the Golden Saint Lion Emperor Lord. He saw streaks of black aura appear on his face. Clearly, the black aura was the poison that had invaded his body and hadn't been neutralized. Whoosh! The Golden Saint Lion Emperor Lord quickly flew into the distance. Right now, he was severely injured. Moreover, he had been poisoned. He didn't dare to stay here any longer. If he continued to stay here, the other 2 Emperor Lords might kill him and steal his treasures. Lin Feng walked toward the 3 stalks of soul-breaking grasses. These 3 stalks of soul-breaking grasses were good stuff. Lin Feng planned to use the soul-breaking grasses to cultivate the white jade toad. The white jade toad was a huge help to Lin Feng. It had helped Lin Feng avert danger many times. The white jade toad had devoured a portion of the poison from the poisonous bug that had killed my Wu Yuan. As a result, it had completed its 3rd evolution. However, after the 3rd evolution, the white jade toad's body had developed a strong resistance to the poison of that poisonous bug. Therefore, it no longer absorbed the poison. This was the same principle as when a cultivator refined many heavenly treasures. After refining some heavenly treasures, the body would develop a resistance to them. Refining more would no longer have any effect. The white jade toad's evolution was very similar to a cultivator's bloodline awakening. The white jade toad's 2nd evolution was equivalent to a cultivator's bloodline awakening at a deeper level. The 3rd evolution was equivalent to a cultivator's 3rd bloodline awakening. The white jade toad obtained a new ability during its 3rd evolution. It was called Poison of 10,000 Poisons. Poison of 10,000 poisons was a type of poison condensed by the white jade toad. It was very terrifying. The white jade toad could use poison of 10,000 poisons to attack its enemies. It could also use poison of 10,000 poisons to suppress other types of poison. The condensation of poison of 10,000 poisons could be said to be a major evolution for the white jade toad. The soul-breaking grasses were very poisonous. Lin Feng felt that 3 stalks of soul-breaking grasses might be able to help the white jade toad evolve again. If the white jade toad evolved again, it would break through to the 4th level. If the white jade toad evolved again, it would definitely be able to awaken a new ability. Lin Feng put the 3 stalks of soul-breaking grasses into the time-space. The white jade toad immediately cried out in excitement and began to devour the 3 stalks of soul-breaking grasses. For others, soul-breaking grasses were a deadly poison. But for the white jade toad, soul-breaking grasses were a great supplement. Kid, hand over the soul-breaking grasses. At this time, an emperor-level expert looked at Lin Feng and said coldly. This emperor-level expert was an expert from Wanzhong Mountain. Wanzhong Mountain was a top force among the thousands of races. It was said that there were several top clans living in Wanzhong Mountain. The emperor-level expert from Wanzhong Mountain was called Wan Hongxiang. He looked down at Lin Feng with a condescending gaze. Of course, he was indeed powerful. An emperor-level faction was not in existence that anyone could afford to offend. Just because you asked for it, I have to give it to you? Why should I? Lin Feng couldn't help but mock. Wan Hongxiang's face instantly darkened. A young human cultivator actually dared to ignore his request. And now, he even dared to question him. Wasn't this looking down on him, a dignified emperor realm expert? Wan Hongxiang's face was as ugly as it could be, and his eyes flashed with a sinister light. Everyone else also looked at Lin Feng in astonishment. No one had expected Lin Feng to say such words to an emperor-level expert. Wasn't this courting death? Brat. Do you know what you're saying? Wan Hongxiang looked at Lin Feng with a dark expression. Lin Feng said indifferently. Don't you understand human language? When everybody heard Lin Feng's words, they burst into an uproar. In their eyes, Lin Feng was truly audacious. He dared to be so arrogant in front of an emperor-level expert. What a strange story. Many people had lived for a long time, but they had never seen such a thing. They couldn't understand why Lin Feng dared to say such words in front of an emperor-level expert. After all, Lin Feng was too young. No one believed that Lin Feng could fight against an emperor-level expert. Suddenly, someone thought of a possibility. Could it be? Did this brat have something to rely on? Was that why he dared to ignore an emperor-level expert? Die. Wan Hongxiang's face darkened. He sent a palm strike at Lin Feng. That terrifying palm strike contained the power to destroy heaven and earth. In the blink of an eye, it blasted towards Lin Feng. Its might was so strong that it shook people's hearts. The attack of a sovereign master was naturally extraordinary, but Lin Feng remained indifferent in the face of Wan Hongxiang's attack. He also threw a punch at Wan Hongxiang. Now that Lin Feng's cultivation had greatly increased, ordinary emperor-level experts would find it difficult to injure Lin Feng. Although Wan Hongxiang was strong, Lin Feng felt that his cultivation level was only around the 3rd firmament monarch master realm. An emperor lord of this level could hardly threaten him. Bang! Wan Hongxiang and Lin Feng collided, causing the earth to shake violently. After the collision, both of them couldn't help but take a few steps back. Heavens, am I seeing things? One by one, the cultivators cried out in shock, unable to believe their eyes. The battle prowess that Lin Feng displayed was too strong. He was so young, but he was already able to fight a sovereign master head-on. However, the spectators soon collected their thoughts. In their opinion, it was impossible for Lin Feng to be using his own strength. They assumed that Lin Feng must have borrowed some powerful artifact. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to display such terrifying strength. Lin Feng obviously wouldn't explain anything to them. Is that all you've got? If that's the case, I'm quite disappointed. With your strength, you're barely qualified to be my slave. Today, I'll convert you and make you my slave. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng stepped toward Wan Hongxiang. Lin Feng executed the divine ability, a thought-blooming flower, dominating the world. It was as if he had turned into an immortal monarch. A terrifying aura spread out from him. Sensing the aura emitted from Lin Feng's body, the crowd was astounded. In everyone's eyes, Lin Feng seemed to have turned into an immortal demon emperor. Kid! You're too arrogant. Die for this seat. Wan Hongxiang looked at Lin Feng with a gloomy expression. He was being looked down upon by a junior like Lin Feng. It made Wan Hongxiang go crazy. Wan Hongxiang couldn't wait to tear Lin Feng into pieces. He looked like he was gnashing his teeth. He also executed a powerful attack. The divine ability that Wan Hongxiang executed was called the Undying Holy Fist. Endless holy light surrounded his fist. The invincible punch was aimed at Lin Feng. Bang! The two attacks collided. Wan Hongxiang's strength wasn't bad. He was evenly matched with Lin Feng. However, at this moment, the three-headed viper charged out of the space and flapped its wings. It swept its gaze toward Wan Hongxiang. Wan Hongxiang had just exchanged blows with Lin Feng. Therefore, facing the three-headed viper's sudden attack, he was a little flustered. It was too difficult to quickly execute a powerful divine ability to block the three-headed viper's attack. Therefore, Wan Hongxiang planned to quickly dodge the attack. However, he didn't manage to completely dodge the three-headed viper's attack. The three-headed viper's wings fiercely swept across Wan Hongxiang's body. The three-headed viper's wings were its weapon. They were as sharp as blades. After sweeping across Wan Hongxiang's body, a tearing sound could be heard. A huge wound appeared on Wan Hongxiang's body. An emperor rank mount. Everyone present couldn't help but be startled, including the other emperor lord. His face revealed an incomparably shocked expression. Lin Feng, a young cultivator, surprisingly had a great D-level ferocious beast as a mount. How incredible! Today, it seems like you're destined to become my slave. Lin Feng looked at Wan Hongxiang indifferently. Then, he charged toward Wan Hongxiang. He wanted to take advantage of Wan Hongxiang's injury to suppress Wan Hongxiang. The three-headed viper let out a deep roar and charged towards Wan Hongxiang. Naturally, the two of them working together to suppress the injured Wan Hongxiang wasn't too big of a problem. Is Wan Hongxiang really going to be suppressed? He's injured now. Maybe he really will be suppressed. If an emperor-level expert really becomes someone else's slave, it would be a fate worse than death. Who the hell is this kid? He's so young, but he has an emperor rank mount. I don't know him. I've never seen him before. However, he's a human. Could he be an expert from the Immortal Gods Alliance? The Immortal Gods Alliance doesn't have such a young human expert. Maybe he's a cultivator from another realm? The surrounding cultivators couldn't help but discuss. At this moment, Wan Hongxiang waved his hand. Immediately, a dense swarm of purple insects flew out and pounced on Lin Feng and the three-headed viper. This guy was actually raising a swarm of insects. Die, die. Wan Hongxiang's face was filled with a sinister expression. When the purple insects flew over, Lin Feng finally saw what they were. Poisonous insects like the 1,000 poison spiders were extremely powerful. You couldn't let them get close to you. If you were bitten, it would be extremely harmful. Therefore, when he saw the 1,000 poison spiders flying towards him, Lin Feng waved his hand. The black god-devouring flame immediately flew out, covering the sky and enveloping the spiders. Sizzling sounds of burning could be heard as a large number of spiders were burned to ashes by the heavenly fire. Wan Hongxiang's expression turned ugly when he saw this. He turned and fled into the distance, ignoring the spiders. Right now, his top priority was to escape from Lin Feng. After the spiders were burned to ashes, Wan Hongxiang had already fled. Wan Hongxiang had already escaped without a trace. It was a pity that he couldn't convert Wan Hongxiang. Lin Feng had the three-headed viper return to the spacetime continuum, where it would suddenly appear when he was in the middle of a great battle. It would often have a miraculous effect. I am Sun Yudao. I am a cultivator from the Immortal Gods Alliance. How should I address you, little friend? Another emperor-level expert cupped his fists, taking the initiative to greet Lin Feng. Lin Feng was slightly surprised. There were 3 big shots of the human race in the Immortal Gods Alliance. Lin Feng had a good impression of the Immortal Gods Alliance. This old man should be one of their hidden experts. He was someone who had broken the Godstone and walked out of it. Fellow Taoist, you can call me Ji. Lin Feng said. The others looked at Lin Feng enviously. A young cultivator was actually addressing an emperor-level expert as fellow Taoist. He really made others envious. Lin Feng said, so it's fellow Taoist Ji. If you have the chance in the future, you can come to the Immortal Gods Alliance. When the time comes, I will definitely welcome you with open arms. Welcoming someone with open arms was an extremely high form of etiquette. Sun Yudao could tell that Lin Feng was extraordinary, so he wanted to make friends with Lin Feng. Alright. If I have the chance, I will definitely go to the Immortal God Alliance. Lin Feng cupped his fists. I look forward to your arrival, Sun Yudao said with a smile. The two of them exchanged a few words before parting ways. Originally, I wanted to participate in the competition before entering the Myriad Tribe's divine palace through my connections with the three giants of the human race in the Alliance of Immortals. But now, it seems that I can participate in this competition through Sun Yudao's connections. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes as he pondered. He did not know much about the three human cultivators from the Alliance of Immortals, so he did not know if they would help him. However, Sun Yudao was different. Now that Sun Yudao was interested in befriending him, Sun Yudao would definitely not refuse if he proposed this matter. At this time, Lin Feng found that the white jade toad had already swallowed the three soul-breaking grass. The soul-breaking grass was gradually being absorbed by the white jade toad. A large amount of poison gushed out of the white jade toad's body. As for those poisons, Lin Feng was very happy after seeing this scene. This was because the white jade toad was finally going to evolve again. Lin Feng was looking forward to the fourth evolution of the white jade toad. He wondered what kind of ability the white jade toad would obtain. However, no matter what kind of ability it obtained, the white jade toad's strength would increase tremendously every time it evolved. The more the white jade toad's strength increased, the more help it would be to him. Not long after, night fell. The Demon Mountain looked extremely terrifying under the night sky. It was also the most dangerous time. Woo! 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 Within the Demon Mountain, a series of eerie sounds rang out. It was as though a malicious spirit was weeping. When Lin Feng heard the cries, he could not help but frown slightly. Lin Feng glanced around and saw a white silhouette which caught his attention. Lin Feng saw that the white figure disappeared from the spot as if it had teleported. The next time it appeared, it was already 1,000 meters away. That white silhouette was moving towards Lin Feng, which made Lin Feng's facial expression change drastically. Lin Feng quickly ran away, but the white figure appeared in front of Lin Feng in the next moment. Her back was facing him, and her clothes were as white as snow. Her hair was loose, and looking at her back, she was really a goddess. However, Lin Feng did not feel the slightest bit of charm. This was because the white figure was not a living creature, but an undead spirit. Lin Feng felt a strong aura of death from the white figure. The aura of death emitted from the white figure made Lin Feng's hair stand on end. The white-cloaked female ghost, the demon lord said. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. Was this a godly attack? Don't tell me what this existence in front of me is, okay? Young master, are you afraid of me? The white-cloaked female ghost asked Lin Feng with her back facing him. No. Lin Feng said. Really? The white-cloaked female ghost asked. Lin Feng wanted to say that it was true, but in the end, he said helplessly. No. I don't want to take people's lives. If young master allows me to absorb some of your primordial yang qi, then I will let you go. The white-cloaked female ghost said. Lin Feng was speechless. Primordial yang qi was the foundation of a man. If it was absorbed, even if he did not die, he would lose half his life. Moreover, it would be very harmful to the body. Lin Feng naturally would not let the female ghost absorb his primordial yang qi. He took out the Buddhist treasure Xianxia, and then the Buddhist treasure Xianxia floated above him. Endless Buddhist light fell down, protecting Lin Feng. The female ghost turned around. Because her hair was loose, it was impossible to see her face clearly. The female ghost stretched out her right hand and pointed at Lin Feng. A gust of ghost energy rushed over. That gust of ghost energy swept over Lin Feng's protective Buddhist light. The protective Buddhist light was shattered. Lin Feng was blown away by the wind. Lin Feng looked at the female ghost in horror. She was too terrifying, wasn't she? She was so powerful that it made people pale with fright. This was the Buddhist treasure Xianxia, and it was broken in an instant. It was hard to imagine how terrifying this female ghost was. Lin Feng quickly summoned the holy monk's skeleton. It's his skeleton. The female ghost looked at the holy monk's skeleton in shock. She actually knew the holy monk's skeleton. Something that Lin Feng could not believe happened. After the holy monk's skeleton sensed the female ghost's aura, he actually took the initiative to return to the Chonglu Devil Palace. He did not dare to fight with the female ghost at all. What's going on? The holy monk's skeleton is so powerful, but he is so scared by the female ghost that he does not dare to fight. Who is this female ghost? Lin Feng's face was filled with shock. He took out the Bell of Hell King, hoping to use the Bell of Hell to intimidate the female ghost. However, the female ghost stretched out her hand and grabbed the Bell of Hell King. The Bell of Hell King kept shrinking. In the end, it became the size of a bell and was caught by the female ghost. Lin Feng had seen a lot of Yin spirits and ghosts, but he had never seen such a powerful Yin spirit or ghost. The female ghost in front of him was too powerful. The battle prowess she displayed had deeply shocked Lin Feng. It was not because Lin Feng's Buddhist treasure Xianxia, holy monk's skeleton, or Hell King's bell could not restrain these Yin spirits and ghosts. It was because this female ghost was too powerful. She directly ignored the power of these treasures. It was really hard to imagine that a female ghost's cultivation could be raised to such a terrifying level. Now, Lin Feng's heart had sunk to the bottom. This female ghost was so terrifying. How could he fight against this female ghost? For the time being, Lin Feng couldn't see any hope of fighting against the female ghost. Such a terrifying existence simply made people despair. Beauty. Let's talk. Can you not hurt me? Lin Feng said with a smile. The female ghost said gloomily, do you think it's possible? As her voice fell, the female ghost stretched out her pale ghost claws and grabbed at Lin Feng. Lin Feng turned around and ran, but a terrifying power directly imprisoned his body, making him unable to escape. In the next moment, Lin Feng found that his body was flying towards the female ghost behind him. This made Lin Feng reveal an aghast expression. The current situation was too dangerous. It seemed that he could not use any means. Lin Feng felt that perhaps he could ask the Demon Lord for help. He had a feeling that the Demon Lord should have recovered quite well these years. His cultivation should have increased a lot. If the Demon Lord made a move, he could summon the three-headed viper. Adding his own strength, even if he could not defeat the female ghost. However, perhaps he should be able to escape. Thinking of this, Lin Feng was about to communicate with the Demon Lord, hoping to persuade the Demon Lord to help him. But at this moment, the female ghost let out a cry of surprise. It was unknown what she had discovered. The female ghost stretched out her hand and touched Lin Feng's dantian. Suddenly, Lin Feng's three bloodlines automatically revolved. It's really, the female ghost stared at the revolved bloodlines in Lin Feng's body and took a deep breath. The undying god blood and destiny bloodlines fell silent. Only the sovereign bloodline continued to revolve. Lin Feng's 5 devouring martial spirits merged into one. From the devouring black hole formed by the devouring martial spirits, a cultivator walked out. It was an illusory shadow. It was one of Lin Feng's ancestors. Lin Feng's ancestor looked at the female ghost, but his face was too blurry. Lin Feng didn't know which ancestor he was. In the end, Lin Feng's ruler's great imperial blood also disappeared. The female ghost waved her right hand. Lin Feng, who had been restrained, was instantly flung away. Scram, the female ghost shrieked. At this moment, her hair parted. Lin Feng was surprised to see the female ghost's appearance. He had thought that the female ghost with disheveled hair would have a pale face, a drooping tongue, and green eyes. There were even 2 streams of blood flowing out of her eyes. Only that would fit the image of a female ghost. But the real female ghost's appearance astonished Lin Feng. This female ghost was too beautiful. If it wasn't for the sinister and terrifying aura on her body, who would believe that she was a female ghost? She should be a goddess. You're really letting me go? Lin Feng looked at the female ghost and asked. He found it unbelievable that the female ghost would let him go of her own accord. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. Could it be that this female ghost knew one of his ancestors? Woo woo woo. The female ghost squatted on the ground and wept. She didn't pay attention to Lin Feng. He didn't know what she was thinking, but she was crying so sadly. No matter what the reason was, the female ghost let him go. Lin Feng didn't plan to stay here any longer. That was because that place was simply too dangerous. What if the female ghost changed her mind? Lin Feng quickly ran away. After leaving the area where the female ghost was, Lin Feng could finally let out a sigh of relief. He took out the stone robe and put it on. The stone robe could block the senses of some terrifying creatures in the land of death. It was extremely useful in the land of death. Lin Feng wore the stone robe and leaned against a tree to rest. In the latter half of the night, a gust of cold wind swept through the world. After feeling the cold wind, Lin Feng woke up. He felt all the hair on his body stand up. There seemed to be some terrifying existence hidden in the cold wind. It made Lin Feng feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Lin Feng was secretly glad that he was wearing the stone robe. Otherwise, he would definitely be discovered by that terrifying existence. 2 hours later, violent fluctuations and dragon roars came from the depths. Someone must have found the black dragon transformed from the nether spring, and was besieging it. This is crazy. If you want to make a move, you should do it during the day. Lin Feng stood up and looked towards the depths. The land of death at night was like a place where the gates of hell had opened. It was filled with danger, just like the female ghost he had encountered before. These terrifying creatures usually wouldn't come out during the day. Only at night would they come out to wander. Then, looking for a target. Therefore, after entering the land of death, staying obediently at night was the best choice. Lin Feng had entered the land of death many times, so he was now wearing the stone robe and staying in one place, waiting for the arrival of the day. But obviously, the others weren't like that. They didn't suppress the greed in their hearts. Therefore, even if night fell, they were also looking for the black dragon. And they really found the black dragon. The fluctuations in the depths lasted for more than an hour before disappearing. Lin Feng didn't know what the result was. The next day, the sun rose. There was finally some life in the Demon Mountain. Lin Feng took off the stone robe and walked towards the area where the battle had taken place last night. When Lin Feng arrived at the area, he saw more than a dozen corpses lying on the ground. Those corpses had been cut open by an unknown creature. Their internal organs had disappeared, as if they had been eaten by an unknown creature. However, their flesh and blood were extremely well preserved. What the hell ate their internal organs? Lin Feng frowned. This was definitely not the black dragon's doing. It should be the work of the terrifying creatures that had been attracted over during the battle yesterday. Lin Feng discovered that the storage rings of these cultivators were still there. He took off their storage rings and stored them in the time-space. This was the wealth of the dead. Lin Feng felt at ease. Return my heart, return my liver, return my spleen and stomach. Lin Feng was shocked when he saw the cultivator charging towards him. It was none other than the sovereign lord of the Golden Saint Lion race. This person had mistaken the godly soul grass for the soul-breaking grass. After plucking the soul-breaking grass, he had lost an arm due to poison. But now, he was in an even worse state. His body had been split open from his chest to his abdomen. His heart, spleen, stomach, and all his other organs had been dug out by someone. Those saint emperors had all died tragically after losing their organs. But this sovereign lord of the Golden Saint Lion race did not die immediately after losing his organs. That was because he was simply too strong. His life force was extremely tenacious. That was why he had managed to survive. He had been waiting for a chance. He wanted to be reborn. Now, someone had finally arrived. The sovereign lord of the Golden Saint Lion race opened his palm and charged towards Lin Feng. Even though this person's fighting strength had dropped drastically, his cultivation realm was still there. He was still very strong. I'm afraid you've picked the wrong target. Lin Feng could not help but laugh coldly in the face of the Sovereign Lord's attack. He was not afraid at all. He sent a palm strike towards the Sovereign Lord of the Golden Saint Lion race. The Sovereign Lord of the Golden Saint Lion race was hanging on by his last breath. If Lin Feng still could not kill him in such a terrible state, he would not be able to survive. Bang, the two attacks collided violently. A terrifying force spread out in all directions, causing the ground to crack open. The Sovereign Lord of the Golden Saint Lion race was sent flying by Lin Feng's attack. Ah! He roared and opened the third eye between his brows. When his third eye opened, Lin Feng instantly felt a dangerous aura. It was a pair of eyes that caused one's heart to palpitate and despair. It possessed an unimaginably terrifying attack power. The power of destruction shot out from it, heading straight for Lin Feng. Facing the attack of this eye of destruction, Lin Feng did not dare to be careless. He took out his sovereign armor. He used this supreme treasure to protect his body. As Lin Feng's cultivation base increased, the power unleashed by the ruler's armor also increased. Be it in terms of defense or attack power, it was the same. If he didn't use the ruler's armor, Lin Feng wouldn't have a problem dealing with second or third heaven Emperor Lord realm cultivators. Even if he couldn't kill the other party, he should be able to fight on par with the other party. If Lin Feng used the ruler's armor, his battle prowess would increase by at least 3 levels. Lin Feng quickly leaped through the void, dodging the beams of light of destruction that shot towards him. Of course, Lin Feng couldn't completely avoid the destructive light. Some of the light still hit Lin Feng. However, the terrifying power contained within the light beam was basically neutralized by the ruler's armor. The power that hadn't been neutralized by the sovereign's armor was neutralized by Lin Feng. Lin Feng continued to approach the Golden Saint Lion Emperor Lord. Right now, this person's cultivation base, reaction speed, attack speed, movement speed, and so on were all nonsense. He was no match for Lin Feng. Soon, Lin Feng arrived in front of the Golden Saint Lion Emperor Lord. Then, he grabbed the head of the Golden Saint Lion race's Emperor Lord level expert and pulled his head off his neck. I'm actually going to die here. I can't accept this. I can't accept this, the Golden Saint Lion race's Emperor level expert roared furiously. Your life force is really strong. You're still alive. But that's fine too. I can use a soul search on you. Let's see what you went through yesterday. Lin Feng sneered. Next, he used a soul search on the Golden Saint Lion Emperor Lord's soul. Lin Feng saw many scenes. Dozens of cultivators were attacking Black Dragon. Black Dragon's body began to crumble. The crumbling pieces of his body turned into nether spring water, which was snatched away by many cultivators. In the end, Black Dragon broke through the sky and escaped. Many Emperor Lords obtained the nether spring water. Some of the stronger Sage Emperors also obtained the nether spring water. Just as these cultivators were about to leave, terrifying existences appeared from Devil Mountain. And there was more than one of them. These cultivators were attacked by the terrifying existences from Devil Mountain. Many of them fled into the distance. The terrifying existences from Devil Mountain spread out and chased after the fleeing cultivators. A gust of wind swept over a dozen cultivators. These cultivators were the Sage Emperors and the Emperor Lord of the Golden Saint Lion race who had died in the forest. When Lin Feng saw that gust of wind, he felt a lingering fear. He had a deep impression of that gust of wind because it had passed by him last night. However, he was wearing a stone robe and had concealed himself. Thus, the terrifying existences in that gust of wind didn't discover him. What surprised Lin Feng was that the Golden Saint Lion Emperor Lord's memories told him that he had obtained a portion of the nether spring water yesterday. The nether spring water was sealed in a spatial porcelain bottle. As for that spatial porcelain bottle, it was kept in this fella's storage ring. Lin Feng had heard of the miraculous effects of the nether spring water. Now that he had obtained the nether spring water from the Golden Saint Lion Emperor Lord, he was very happy. Lin Feng planned to continue searching the Golden Saint Lion Emperor Lord's soul. This time, Lin Feng planned to search for the core secrets and supreme sacred art inheritance of the Golden Saint Lion race. However, just as Lin Feng was about to come into contact with these contents, a powerful energy surged out from the depths of the Golden Saint Lion Emperor Lord's soul. That powerful energy was extremely terrifying. It instantly destroyed the Golden Saint Lion Emperor Lord's soul. That should be the power of restriction. Once the core secrets of the race's cultivators were forcefully searched, the power of restriction would explode. The power of the restriction would explode, and then the power of the restriction would destroy the opponent's soul. Lin Feng was a little depressed. However, he had thought of this before, so he wasn't particularly disappointed. He casually tossed the head of the Golden Saint Lion Clan's Emperor Lord onto the ground. Then, he took the person's storage ring and quickly left the forest. Lin Feng found a secluded cave and sealed it with some deployment spells. Lin Feng swallowed the nether spring water and started to use the Archean Dragonesque elephant art to refine the nether spring water. The nether spring water was quickly broken down and turned into the purest energy, which was absorbed by Lin Feng's body. The nether spring water could treat hidden injuries, improve one's talent, and open the nether acupoint. The effects were really amazing. Of course, these were just rumors. Nobody knew if it really had such magical effects. They would have to wait until Lin Feng completely refined the nether spring water to find out. Under Lin Feng's refinement, the nether spring water turned into pure energy, which was gradually absorbed by Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng realized that as the pure energy was refined, his body became much more relaxed. The immortal divine body could indeed heal the body's injuries, but cultivators often had some hidden injuries. Those hidden injuries were very strange and difficult to treat. To treat those hidden injuries, one would need very special elixirs or treasures. The recovery of hidden injuries could be sensed, but the improvement of one's talent could not be seen. He could only slowly discover it during his cultivation in the future. Lin Feng began to try to open the nether acupoint. This acupoint was on the lower left side of the lower abdomen, 3 inches away from the acupoint. This was one of the death acupoints of the human body, and also one of the most important acupoints of the human body because it was located in the abdomen. Therefore, there was a very mysterious connection between it and the dantian. A large amount of nether spring water flowed into the nether acupoint. There was an obvious barrier in the nether acupoint that prevented the nether spring water from entering. It was rumored that there was a divine treasure hidden in the nether acupoint. As for what kind of divine treasure it was, only those who had opened the nether acupoint would know. In this world, cultivators who could successfully open the nether acupoint were extremely rare. Many cultivators might not be able to open the nether acupoint even if they obtained the nether spring water. Under the impact of the nether spring water, the nether acupoint was slowly opening. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. After 3 days, Lin Feng finally successfully opened the nether acupoint with the help of the nether spring water. Next, Lin Feng's spiritual force entered the nether acupoint. Lin Feng's face revealed an extremely shocked expression. That was because he discovered that there was actually an enormous door of darkness in his nether cave. That huge door of darkness exuded a gloomy aura. He didn't know where the huge door of darkness led to. Lin Feng had a feeling. Behind that huge door of darkness, there must be a mysterious world that was connected to it. There is a divine treasury in the nether cave. Could that door of darkness be the divine treasury in the nether cave? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. He couldn't be sure, but Lin Feng felt that there might be such a possibility. He decided to ask the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord was experienced and knowledgeable. Perhaps he had some understanding of the divine treasures in the Netherworld cave. Demon Lord. A door of darkness appeared in my Netherworld cave. In the Netherworld cave of the other cultivators. Is it also a portal of darkness? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask curiously. The Demon Lord said, no, the divine treasury in everyone's Netherworld cave is different. Lin Feng asked curiously, why is there a divine treasury in the Netherworld cave? This is too inconceivable. The Demon Lord said, the human body is very mysterious. The human body itself is a divine treasury. And the human body's acupoints. Perhaps it is the space that hides these divine treasures. Therefore, it is not surprising for a divine treasury to appear in the human body. Why do you think so many races like to transform into human form? It is because when their bodies transform into human form, they also seem to obtain some of the special abilities of the human race. For example, some of the special acupoints of the human race contain divine treasures. Therefore, it is not without reason that the human race is the greatest race. Lin Feng said. The demon lord was silent and didn't answer Lin Feng. Lin Feng's divine sense continued to sense the portal of darkness. The portal of darkness was densely covered with mysterious divine runes. Every divine inscription emitted a shocking wave of energy. These divine runes were too mysterious. Lin Feng had never seen them before. He asked the demon lord. The demon lord had never seen them before. Lin Feng wanted to open the portal of darkness. He wanted to see what was behind it. Was it really as he had guessed? Was there really a mysterious world behind the door of darkness? Lin Feng tried to open the portal of darkness. However, Lin Feng soon discovered that the portal of darkness couldn't be opened at all. The portal of darkness was surrounded by endless power of darkness. It was full of mystery, but it was still tightly shut. Perhaps my cultivation is not enough, or perhaps it is not the right time, the demon lord said. Lin Feng nodded. Although he wanted to open the portal of darkness, Lin Feng also knew that this couldn't be rushed. Haste makes waste. Lin Feng's divine sense retreated from the netherworld cave. His face was filled with joy. Successfully opening the netherworld cave and discovering the portal of darkness was a major discovery. Perhaps, after opening the portal of darkness in the future, he would discover some shocking things. Lin Feng came out of seclusion and continued towards the third demonic mountain. Dangers lurked everywhere in the demonic mountain. He had to be careful. Lin Feng usually chose to travel during the day and put on the stoneclad cultivator at night. 2 days later, Lin Feng finally arrived at the third demonic mountain. The third demonic mountain was even more dangerous. When Lin Feng arrived there, he had the feeling that something was staring at him. Lin Feng had the feeling that something was staring at him. His hair stood on end. He looked around with a serious expression, but he didn't find anything strange. Lin Feng frowned. He felt that danger was approaching, but he didn't know what it was. Before the sky turns dark, I'll go and pick the netherworld king grass. After that, I'll leave immediately. Lin Feng couldn't help taking a deep breath. He increased his speed and headed towards the depths of the third demonic mountain. Previously, Lin Feng had inquired about the location of the netherworld king grass from the forest monsters. Therefore, Lin Feng had a clear goal. As for the netherworld king's tomb in the 9th demonic mountain, Lin Feng was very interested in it. However, he didn't plan to explore the tomb. That place was too dangerous. If he entered it, he would have a 90% chance of dying. Lin Feng found the netherworld king grass in a valley in the third demonic mountain. There were more than 10 stalks of netherworld king grass growing here. The netherworld king grass lingered in the darkness. Its leaves were wide, flat, palm-sized, and completely black. Lin Feng's expression changed when he felt the chilling wind. This chilling wind was too familiar. Previously, he was wearing the stone armor. When he felt the chilling wind, he also discovered the terrifying existence within. However, the terrifying existence didn't notice him. Lin Feng originally thought that the existence within the chilling wind was the terrifying existence from the first Devil Mountain. However, he now knew that the existence within the chilling wind was actually the terrifying existence from the third Devil Mountain. Now, Lin Feng finally understood why he had the feeling that someone was watching him when he had entered the third Demon Mountain. It turned out that he was being watched by the existence within the chilling wind. Previously, he thought that the feeling was a mistake, but now he knew that it wasn't a mistake. He was really being watched by a terrifying existence. Lin Feng waved his hand and grabbed more than a dozen underworld king herbs before keeping them. Then, he quickly rushed outside. However, the chilling wind became stronger, and Lin Feng was pushed back into the valley. Lin Feng's expression suddenly sank. It seemed like this battle was unavoidable. He took out the ruler's armor. The ruler's armor appeared and wrapped around his body. At the same time, Lin Feng made contact with more than a dozen treasures. He could take out more than a dozen treasures at any time to deal with the terrifying existence in front of him. Gigi. Kid. You've got guts. How dare you come here to steal the underworld king herbs? A black shadow appeared within the chilling wind. The black shadow let out a sinister voice as a pair of sinister eyes stared at Lin Feng. This existence, it was the terrifying existence hidden within the chilling wind. Lin Feng finally saw the appearance of this terrifying existence. Cough cough. I'm here to borrow the Underworld King herbs. I'll return them in the future. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Lin Feng smiled embarrassedly. The terrifying existence within the chilling wind looked at Lin Feng indifferently and sneered. Kid, do you think you can escape now? Lin Feng smiled bitterly. This terrifying existence had locked onto him. It was indeed too difficult for him to leave. However, Lin Feng felt that this terrifying existence didn't seem to want to kill him immediately. Otherwise, he would have already made his move. There was no need for him to speak so much. You must have another purpose. Can you tell me? Lin Feng asked as he looked at the terrifying existence. The terrifying existence said, I was planning to use you to return something. Use me to exchange for something? What do you mean by that? Asked Lin Feng. He didn't understand. Hee, you'll know soon enough. The terrifying existence said. As soon as he finished speaking, the terrifying existence opened his hand and grabbed at Lin Feng. A huge claw condensed and grabbed at Lin Feng. Go to hell, Lin Feng coldly shouted. More than a dozen powerful magical weapons were summoned by Lin Feng. These powerful magical weapons all rushed towards the claw condensed by this terrifying existence. Bang! More than a dozen powerful magical weapons collided with the claw condensed by the terrifying existence. Instantly, a violent collision sound rang out. Something that made Lin Feng's hair stand on end happened. The powerful magical weapons were all sent flying when they collided with the claw. This terrifying existence was simply too strong. There was no way to fight against it at all. The claw shook the void. The power of the magical weapons was scattered and flew back into Lin Feng's body. Kid! Your struggle is futile. The terrifying existence said sinisterly. In the next moment, the claw grabbed Lin Feng. Then, a gust of cold wind swept through the world. Lin Feng was wrapped up by the terrifying existence and flew towards the depths of the place. Where are you taking me? Lin Feng couldn't help but shout. He didn't know where this terrifying existence was taking him. According to this fellow, he wanted to use him to exchange for something with a certain existence. What did he want to exchange for? Lin Feng wanted nothing more than to punch this despicable fellow to death. He actually wanted to use him to exchange for something with someone else. What kind of person did this fellow think he was? How despicable, he. Kid! You should rejoice. If you weren't related to that fellow, you would have been a dead man by now. The terrifying existence said with a sinister smile. His speed was extremely fast. Soon, he brought Lin Feng to the 9th Devil Mountain. After arriving at the 9th Devil Mountain, Lin Feng was extremely shocked. He didn't expect this fellow to bring him here. He didn't know what this fellow's goal was. Soon, they arrived at the depths of the 9th Devil Mountain. There was a huge tomb in the depths of the 9th Devil Mountain. There was a tombstone in front of the tomb. However, there were no words on the tombstone. It was a blank tombstone. Lin Feng suddenly thought of a rumor. It was said that a Nether King was buried in the 9th Devil Mountain. As for which Nether King it was, Lin Feng wasn't sure. Is that the Nether King's tomb? Lin Feng asked. That's right. That's the Nether King's tomb. The existence buried inside is a genuine Nether King. Lin Feng took a deep breath. It was really the Nether King's tomb. Nether King. The ruler of the Netherworld. The Nether King was actually a title from the era of conferred gods. Furthermore, the Nether King title was much stronger than ordinary conferred gods. The Netherworld was one of the 3 supreme realms, and the Nether King was the ruler of the Netherworld. Therefore, even in the era of conferred gods, the Nether King was one of the strongest existences. Lin Feng didn't expect this fellow to want to use him to make a deal with the Nether King. Nether King. Come out. Perhaps we can have a talk. The terrifying existence said. However, there was no movement in the surroundings. The mysterious Nether King didn't appear. Nether King, I know that you have awakened. Are you really not coming out? Look at this brat beside me. If you don't come out, I can only kill him. The terrifying existence continued. Using Lin Feng to threaten the Nether King? Lin Feng didn't understand. He didn't know the Nether King at all. Why was this fellow using him to threaten the Nether King? However, this terrifying existence seemed to have miscalculated. The Nether King still didn't come out. Fine. Nether King. If you don't want to talk, then today's meeting is over. I want to kill this brat. The terrifying existence said as it stretched out its claws to grab Lin Feng. However, at this moment, the void distorted, and a figure appeared. After a long wait, the Nether King finally appeared. Lin Feng also saw the Nether King. When Lin Feng saw the Nether King, he was in disbelief. The Nether King was actually that female ghost. It was simply unimaginable how powerful and terrifying that female ghost was. Who would have thought that the female ghost was actually the Nether King? You are really disgusting. The Nether King looked indifferently at the terrifying existence in the cold wind. Your Highness. Of course, you can hate me, but you have to admit one thing. Even if you hate me, you can't do anything to me. Speaking of which, I woke up much earlier than you. The terrifying existence said in a sinister voice. No wonder this fellow dared to threaten Lin Feng. It turned out that he was so confident. The Nether King was no longer the Nether King of the past. The current Nether King was just a ghost formed after the Nether King died. To be precise, the current Nether King was just a ghost. He did not have the strength he had in the past. If the Nether King still had the strength he had in the past, how would this fellow dare to behave so atrociously in front of him? Wasn't that courting death? The Nether King was not someone that anyone could provoke. What do you want? The Nether King asked indifferently. The Water of Fate. I know you have the Water of Fate. An existence like you. After death, it is impossible for a Yin spirit to appear. However, you managed to create a Yin spirit. This Yin spirit even awakened some of the memories of its previous life. I know that this is because of the Water of Fate. Now, give me the Water of Fate and I will hand this brat over to you. The terrifying existence said. You know quite a lot. The Nether King looked coldly at the terrifying existence. Of course I know a lot. Because of what I did to you in your previous life. I have some understanding. You have been chasing after someone's footsteps. But in the end, you could not catch up. In the end, you died with hatred. That person looked back and realized what he had missed out on. He built this ancient tomb for you and used the 6 paths of reincarnation to change your fate. He also left behind the Water of Fate, hoping that you would be able to return one day. The terrifying existence said. Shut up. Nether King suddenly screamed. Of course I can shut up, but you'd better consider my proposal quickly, because my patience is limited. The terrifying existence said. Whoosh, a light flashed in the Nether King's hand, and an energy ball appeared. There seemed to be some liquid floating within the ball of energy. This liquid was very likely the Water of Destiny that this terrifying existence had mentioned. I'll give you the person, and you'll give me the item. The terrifying existence said. The Nether King flicked his finger, and the energy ball flew towards this terrifying existence. This terrifying existence lightly patted Lin Feng's back. Lin Feng flew towards the Nether King. Soon, he landed beside the Nether King. Lin Feng was so touched that tears streamed down his cheeks. It seemed that the Netherworld King had once had a relationship with his ancestor. Fortunately, this Netherworld King still remembered their old friendship and saved his life. She was really beautiful. The kind-hearted Nether King. Ha 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 ha, Hades. I have no intention of offending you. But I also need the Water of Destiny. The terrifying existence collected the ball of energy and then laughed heartily. He did not stop and turned around to fly out. However, at this moment, the Nether King stepped out. He sneered and said, since you're here, don't think of leaving. Nether King heaven-shattering technique. The Nether King made his move, and he turned into a black light ball that flew towards this terrifying existence. Nether King. You think you can keep me here? What a joke. If we really fight, I'm not afraid of you. This terrifying existence sneered as he started to prepare powerful divine ability. Myriad gods shattering the firmament. 10,000 gods appeared behind this existence. These gods were all titled gods, and each of them was stronger than the other. They were so terrifying that it was shocking. The 10,000 gods quickly pounced towards the Nether King. Bang, accompanied by an earth-shaking explosion, the attacks of the two sides collided. Neither of their attacks could do anything to the other. In the end, they were evenly matched. Lin Feng was shocked. This terrifying existence was indeed powerful. Just as he said, he was not afraid of the Nether King. Therefore, it would be extremely difficult for the Nether King to defeat him. I know your origin. I also know what kind of person you were in your previous life. You want to use the water of destiny to break free from your current shackles, but the one thing you should never should have done was to target me. The Nether King's voice was cold as he walked towards this terrifying existence. You know my identity? This terrifying existence was very surprised, and he frowned slightly. He did not expect the Nether King to know his identity. However, he quickly sneered. So what if I target you? The current you. To me, you're not a threat at all. This existence was very confident in his own strength, and he did not respect the Nether King at all. I'll let you have a taste of my ultimate skill. The Nether King sneered. 6. Paths of Reincarnation. Following that, a low voice came from the Nether King's throat. As his voice fell, 6 huge black holes appeared behind the Nether King. Every black hole was distorting the void. The 6 huge black holes seemed to be connected to the 6 paths of reincarnation. The 6 huge black holes were mysterious, ancient, immortal, and gave off an ancient aura. 6 paths of reincarnation. It was actually the 6 paths of reincarnation. This was the supreme ultimate skill of the human race. Human cultivators who knew the 6 paths of reincarnation were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. 6 paths of reincarnation. You actually know the 6 paths of reincarnation. How is this possible? Didn't they say that only humans could cultivate the 6 paths of reincarnation? Other races. It's impossible for them to cultivate the 6 paths of reincarnation. The terrifying existence cried out in horror. Although I was a member of the Nether King clan in my previous life, my mother was a human. A portion of the human race's blood flows in my veins. Naturally, I can cultivate this divine ability. The Nether King's voice was cold. The 6 black holes headed straight for the terrifying being. Run, 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 the terrifying existence quickly fled into the distance. He did not have the courage to fight the Nether King at all. He used his speed to the extreme. However, he still could not escape. The 6 black holes created by the 6 paths reincarnation were too terrifying, and the 6 black holes slammed into the terrifying existence's body. What a powerful ability! Yi Futian murmured. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. He knew how powerful that terrifying existence was, but under the attack of the 6 paths of reincarnation, it couldn't even withstand a single blow. It was simply too shocking. Previously, Lin Feng had seen Duguya use the 6 paths of reincarnation. However, Duguya wanted Lin Feng to walk his own path, so he didn't impart this ability to him. This was definitely one of the strongest abilities in the history of the human race. I'm not willing to die like this. I'm not willing to die like this. I've already died once. It wasn't easy for me to condense a Yin spirit body. If the Yin spirit body I condense dies again, then I'll really die. Heaven and earth. No one will be able to save me. Furthermore, I won't be able to condense a new Yin spirit body. After his body exploded, the terrifying existence didn't die. He continued to roar as his body split into millions of clones. Those millions of clones rushed out together. As long as one clone escaped, he wouldn't die. However, at this moment, the 6 black holes formed by the 6 paths of reincarnation emitted an extremely terrifying devouring power. The powerful devouring power directly enveloped the tens of thousands of doppelgangers formed by the terrifying existence's body. Those millions of clones were all devoured by the 6 black holes. Following that, the 6 black holes disappeared. The ball of energy that enveloped the water of destiny flew back into the Nether King's hand. Following that, a ball of soul origin energy flew back into the Nether King's hand. Take it. Scram, the Nether King tossed the ball of soul origin energy to Lin Feng and said coldly. "Thank you very much, Your Excellency King of Hell," said Lin Feng, hastily putting away the original strength of his soul. Woo woo woo. The Nether King actually squatted on the ground and cried. She cried very sadly. Her cries were heart-wrenching. "What's wrong with you?" Lin Feng asked. Scram. 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 The Nether King stood up, her face full of tears. She waved her sleeves, and a powerful force wrapped around Lin Feng's body, sending Lin Feng flying. Lin Feng's body flew out of the Devil Mountain uncontrollably. "I won't be able to see him again. I won't be able to see him again," the Nether King's voice was filled with sorrow. Plop. Lin Feng fell into the forest. "Ouch. It hurts. Bitch," cried Lin Feng. He hastily stood up and rubbed his buttocks. He had fallen into the 8 Devil Mountain. Lin Feng heard some light footsteps in the forest. Lin Feng immediately became vigilant. This place was a land of death, so they couldn't be careless with even the slightest movement. Otherwise, he might lose his life in such a dangerous place. Soon, 4 terrifying creatures emerged from the forest. "Why are you guys here?" Lin Feng looked at the 4 terrifying creatures in shock. These 4 existences. They were none other than the 4 Netherworld messengers that Lin Feng had met a long time ago. Panda, the overlord of the 3 beasts, Zhuyan, and Hell Demon. Back then, he was able to become a Netherworld messenger because he followed Panda and the others to escort spirits into the underworld. Panda recommended him to become a Netherworld messenger. Of course, Panda and the others didn't become Netherworld messengers because they liked the position. Instead, these guys wanted to enter the underworld to steal some treasures or excavate some ancient tombs in the underworld. Previously, when Lin Feng entered the underworld with the 4 of them, he took advantage of the battle between the Black Hell Demon King and the Skeleton Evil King to sneak into their lair and steal their treasures. Now, the Black Hell Demon King and the Skeleton Evil King were still looking for Lin Feng and the other 4. Panda said, "We are here to do a mission. I heard that you are wanted by the underworld." "What a pity. We can't enter the underworld to do missions together." It seemed that Panda and the others had also heard that he was wanted by the underworld. "Did I implicate you guys?" Lin Feng asked. After all, it was Panda and the others who recommended him to become a Netherworld messenger. Panda said, "We were investigated and monitored for a while, but there are no problems now." Lin Feng said. "That's good." Then, he laughed and said, "Actually, I can still enter the underworld to do missions." "Oh? What do you mean?" Panda and the others looked at Lin Feng in confusion. Lin Feng flicked his finger and a purple gold Netherworld token flew out. "Hey, you actually have such a high-level Netherworld token on you? This is a Netherworld token. It is not given to a soul ferryman. It is only given to Netherworld messengers from the underworld." Zhu Yan said in shock. Lin Feng said, "Previously, I killed a Netherworld messenger and snatched his token. Then, I used a special method to imprint my information on this token. I replaced him and became the new Netherworld messenger. Kid, your methods are really brilliant. I'm impressed." Panda immediately gave him a thumbs up. Then, he said, "This is not the place to talk. Let's leave this place first." Lin Feng nodded and left this land of death with Panda and the others. They arrived outside the land of death. "You seem to be related to the 8th Netherworld King?" Panda asked curiously. "The 8th Netherworld King? That female Netherworld King is the 8th Netherworld King? My ancestor is related to her," Lin Feng said. "So that's how it is." Panda nodded. "How much do you know about the 8th Netherworld King?" Lin Feng asked curiously. Panda said, "The 8th Netherworld King is said to have a partial human bloodline. That's why she was rejected by the underworld. However, she received the support of the previous Netherworld King. She even inherited the position of Netherworld King. However, I don't know what happened after that. The 8th Netherworld King disappeared without a trace. It seems like she has fallen. However, in the underworld, there is also the ancient city where the 8th Netherworld King used to live. That ancient city is now in ruins. Moreover, it seems to have been cursed. Therefore, even the beings of the underworld do not dare to casually approach that ancient city. Lin Feng said, "Can you bring me to that ancient city to take a look? I plan to enter it and find out what happened between her and my ancestor." Panda said. "Of course, no problem. 3 days later, we will enter the underworld again." Next, the few of them rested in a valley. Lin Feng trusted Panda and the other three very much. Therefore, in front of them, he could let down his guard. Lin Feng took out the soul origin that the Netherworld King had given him. Lin Feng's soul had been hovering at the peak of the boundary Emperor realm. It was too difficult for him to break through to the Emperor realm. Lin Feng had been trying to break through but failed in the end. But now, Lin Feng saw hope. Lin Feng had obtained the original soul of that terrifying existence. That terrifying existence belonged to the Yin spirit attribute. It didn't have a physical body and naturally didn't have a great Tao origin. Lin Feng realized that the Nether King treated him quite well. He even gave that fellow soul origin to him. It seemed that the Nether King and his ancestor truly loved each other. Lin Feng began to refine that terrifying existence's soul origin. A large amount of soul origin was refined by Lin Feng. Lin Feng's soul power began to increase. This increase naturally made Lin Feng ecstatic. Lin Feng felt that perhaps he could use this opportunity to push his soul power to the Emperor realm in one fell swoop. Now that Lin Feng's physical body had reached the Emperor realm, if his soul power also reached the Emperor realm, it would be a huge improvement for Lin Feng. Actually, the hardest thing for a cultivator to improve was the soul. Next was the physical body. Finally, it was one's own realm. There was a reason for this. Because there were too few treasures that could help Lin Feng improve his soul power, most people relied on their own cultivation to improve their soul power. It was the same for the physical body. There were many things that could improve one's realm. For example, immortal stones, various heaven and earth origins, treasures and so on. If Lin Feng's soul power could quickly reach the Emperor realm, then Lin Feng's own realm would improve much faster. Moreover, unlike others, he wouldn't encounter a realm barrier. After cultivating for 2 days, Lin Feng's soul power finally broke through to the Emperor realm. In the end, it stopped at the 5th heaven of the Emperor realm. Lin Feng was extremely happy. This time, he had gained a lot of benefits from practicing cultivation. After waiting for another day, everyone set off for the underworld. This time, Panda and the others were escorting an ancient corpse that had just been born from one of the 9 demonic mountains. The origin of this Yin spirit was extremely great. It was said that it had a close relationship with one of the big shots in the underworld. Therefore, after this Yin spirit was born, it was asked to be sent to the underworld. Because this Yin spirit had just been born, it was full of killing intent. He still doesn't have the ability to think. If I send him to hell, perhaps the bigwigs of hell will have a way to help this terrifying Yin spirit recover some of his memories. Of course, these things were not the concern of Cat Bear and the others. They had completed their task after sending the Yin spirit back. Let the subsequent events unfold as they please. The Yin spirit was sucked into a gourd by Panda Cat. The Yin spirit couldn't break out of the gourd, so keeping it inside would save Lin Feng and the others a lot of trouble along the way. Lin Feng, Panda, and the others entered the passageway to the underworld. This passageway was near the Death Impasse. In recent years, the Netherworld has also changed a lot. Many of the forces in the underworld had self-proclaimed experts. However, those self-proclaimed experts have now come out of the Divine Stones. Panda Cat said. This situation was the same as in the world of the living. The appearance of the Deva's decay forced those self-proclaimed experts to come out. The emergence of those experts was bound to cause unrest. Is the underworld getting more and more chaotic now? Lin Feng could not help but frown slightly and ask. Yes. The underworld is indeed getting more and more chaotic now. Many of the major forces are fighting for territory and resources. Some of the major forces have even been wiped out. There are many powerful forces in the 33 layers of the underworld. Since the first Underworld King, the 32 layers of the underworld have been in a state of being sealed. However, after the appearance of the Deva's decay, the seal of the 32 layers of the underworld has been broken. Panda Cat continued. Why seal the 32 layers of the underworld below? Lin Feng asked, puzzled. The Hellfiend Beast knows more about this than I do. Panda Cat said. The Hellfiend Beast said, this matter is related to some secrets. At the very beginning, some extremely terrifying living beings resided in the netherworld, and there were numerous lost races and otherworldly beings amongst these living beings. This is because some of the nomological forces in the underworld can help the lost races of the epoch resist the weakening of their strength by the new era. The reason why so many otherworldly creatures appear in the underworld is because many places in the underworld are connected to the otherworldly spacetime. Those otherworldly creatures often appear in the underworld from the otherworldly spacetime, and then enter other worlds from the underworld. Therefore, the first underworld king joined forces with many experts to seal the other 32 layers of the underworld. He sealed the lost tribes of the epoch and the otherworldly creatures so that they couldn't come out and wreak havoc in the universe. The sealing of the 32 layers of the underworld was not successful. Many experts fell. It is said that even the fall of the first underworld king was related to the sealing of the 32 layers of the underworld. Even now, the seal of the 32 layers of the underworld is still there. It is just that part of the seal has been destroyed. However, now that the end of the world has arrived, the underworld does not intend to continue strengthening the seal because the people of the underworld want to enter the other layers of the underworld to search for more opportunities. Lin Feng nodded. The underworld's actions were understandable. This was because once the apocalypse arrived, the number of people who could survive would be few and far between. Therefore, at this time, the key was to seize resources, magic treasures, orthodoxies, and so on to improve one's strength. Only when one was strong enough could one survive the end of the world, Lin Feng said. All the major forces have started to prepare for the end of the world war. Panda Cat said. Yes. We have to prepare early because no one can say when the end of the world will come. It could be 100 years later, or 1,000 years later. However, it could also be tomorrow. No matter when, there is one thing that can be confirmed. The end of the world. It is not far away. It will not come again in tens of thousands of years or even hundreds of thousands of years. Lin Feng said, everything has to be prepared for a rainy day. Or else. When the time comes. If we are not prepared. When the time comes, we will be powerless. One day later, Lin Feng's group of 5 entered the underworld. Since he was wanted by the underworld, Lin Feng had not come to the underworld again. Now, he finally came to the underworld again. The 5 of them flew quickly in the underworld. They planned to go to the underworld to complete their mission first. Then, they would go to the ancient city where the 8th generation underworld king lived. Not long after, Lin Feng and the others heard earth-shaking shouts that resounded through the clouds. 2 armies were engaged in a great battle. The sky was dark, and there were underworld cultivators everywhere. Roar! A loud dragon roar resounded through the clouds. It was a bone dragon. Now that it had soared into the sky, its aura was shocking. There was a skeleton cultivator standing on top of the bone dragon. It was actually the skeleton evil lord. In the other camp, a terrifying creature with a human body, a dragon tail, and a scorpion head soared into the sky. It fought with the skeleton evil lord who was riding the bone dragon. The sky darkened, and the sun and moon lost their light. Lin Feng had some understanding of the skeleton evil lord, but he didn't know anything about the other existence. That existence was probably an overlord-level existence. The underworld was originally very chaotic, and now those experts who were sealed in the God's Stone had come out. The underworld was even more chaotic. Lin Feng and the others bypassed this battlefield and continued to travel deeper. Along the way, Lin Feng constantly used the ghost-raising jar to devour all kinds of evil spirits and ghosts to nurture the 2 ghost emperors. The underworld was definitely the best place to nurture the 2 ghost emperors. Here, the 2 ghost emperors could quickly increase their realm. Half a month later, Endless Ghost Chi appeared in front of him. In the Endless Ghost Chi, a terrifying ghost was besieging a woman. To be more precise, the woman was also a ghost. However, she was extremely beautiful and did not match the ugly ghosts that were usually seen. Along the way, Lin Feng and the others saw many battles, so they were already used to it. The powerful creatures of the underworld devoured each other. In order to completely transform and evolve, So, there were often powerful creatures of the underworld who would engage in life and death battles. This was different from the world of the living. The experts of the world of the living were divided clearly. If there was no grudge, there would rarely be a life and death battle. Lin Feng and the others naturally followed the principle of the less trouble the better. They did not intend to get involved in this matter. However, when Lin Feng saw the female cultivator of the underworld being besieged, a surprised expression appeared on his face. Female Ghost King. It was the female Ghost King. This female Ghost King had appeared when Lin Feng and the Empress were searching for Nuwa's orthodoxy. The female Ghost King was also a pitiful person in her previous life. She was originally a peerless beauty with countless pursuers. Later on, she fell in love with a man. Who would have thought that that man was just using her? Because of that man, she even broke away from her family. But after that man had used her, he dug out her heart. After her death, her resentment did not dissipate, and she eventually became the female Ghost King. The female Ghost King gave off a cold, bloodthirsty, and cruel vibe. However, Lin Feng had interacted with the female Ghost King a few times, so Lin Feng knew that the female Ghost King was actually very kind. However, she needed to intimidate other living beings, so she had to be very ruthless. Otherwise, a living being like her would easily become the prey of others. I met an old friend. The person being besieged is an old friend of mine. Let's go help her. Lin Feng said. TSK. It's such a coincidence to meet an old friend in this godforsaken place. She seems to be a female ghost, and she's quite pretty. Panda Cat said with a smile. Zhu Yan teased him. Boss Panda, there's a deeper meaning to your words. Are you trying to say that Lin Feng's taste is so extreme that he won't even let a female ghost go? Lin Feng immediately rolled his eyes. These guys could not say anything good, and each one was more sarcastic than the other. Of course, Lin Feng had long gotten used to the way they interacted with each other. Although these guys had nasty mouths, they were all very nice people. They were also very friendly with Lin Feng. Lin Feng's group of 5 quickly flew toward the female Ghost King. The female Ghost King, who was being besieged by a group of underworld beings, was not in a very good situation. It was difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 hands, not to mention that there were so many of them. The female Ghost King tried to break out of the encirclement several times, but she failed every time. At that moment, the female Ghost King saw Lin Feng and the others, and her eyes immediately lit up. Panda Cat, Zhu Yan, the Hell Demon Beast, and the 3 overlords of the ferocious beasts. The female Ghost King did not know the 4 of them, but she knew Lin Feng. Soon, Lin Feng's group of 5 joined the battle. After the 5 of them joined the battle, the situation immediately changed. The group of underworld beings besieging the female Ghost King was somewhat unable to withstand the attacks of Lin Feng and the others. 5 underworld envoys. We are from the Thousand Ghost Mountain Range. This place has nothing to do with you. Leave quickly. Or else disaster will befall you. The leading cultivator roared furiously. Lin Feng had heard of the Thousand Ghost Mountain Range. It was a powerful force in the first heaven of the underworld. This force was extremely terrifying and even dared to challenge the underworld. So what if it's the Thousand Ghost Mountain Range? You will be the ones to be annihilated. Lin Feng sneered. Activate the 5-kill tablet and kill these guys. Panda Cat shouted in a deep voice. Swish. Swish. Swish, there was a flash of light. The 5-kill tablet was activated. When the 5-kill tablet was combined, it formed a cycle of 5 elements, and its power would increase crazily. Moreover, the 5-kill tablet itself was extremely harmful to the underworld beings. Under the activation of Lin Feng and the others, the power of the 5-kill tablet increased crazily again. Therefore, the underworld beings could not withstand the attacks of Lin Feng and the others. Bang, bang. 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 Along with a series of violent collisions, the 5-kill tablet slammed into the bodies of the underworld cultivators. In an instant, the bodies of the underworld cultivators exploded. The underworld cultivators were annihilated on the spot. Run. The leading underworld cultivator roared in a deep voice and wanted to escape with the others. However, it was too late. Lin Feng, Panda Cat, and the other three activated the 5-kill tablet together. The 5-kill tablet enveloped them and merged into one in midair. Its power increased again. The 5-kill tablet fell from the sky and killed the underworld beings. Bang, bang. Bang, one by one, the bodies of the underworld beings exploded. The leading underworld being roared in resentment, "Even if you are the underworld envoys, you will die for interfering with the affairs of the Thousand Ghost Mountain Range." As soon as he finished speaking, the 5-kill tablet had already smashed into his body, and the underworld creature's soul was scattered. Then, Lin Feng and the other four retrieved their 5-kill tablets. Lin Feng said, "I killed a netherworld emissary and used his identity." Hearing this, the female ghost king revealed an expression of disbelief. She then rolled her eyes and said, "You're still as bold as ever. Why are you in the underworld? Didn't you go looking for that heartless guy? Did you find him?" Lin Feng asked. "A sea of people. It wasn't easy to find that guy. However, I obtained some clues. That guy seems to be in the underworld, so I thought of a way to come to the underworld. A few days ago, when I passed by the 10,000 Ghost Mountain Range, I saw 9 purple lights descending from the depths of the 10,000 Ghost Mountain Range. Those 9 purple lights vaguely transformed into 9 fruits. It seemed to be the legendary purple brilliant immortal fruit. I wanted to explore it to see if it was the real purple brilliant immortal fruit, but I was discovered by the people of the 1000 Ghost Mountain Range. I had no choice but to run away, but those people chased me all the way. Thank goodness you guys are here. Otherwise, I'd be dead," the Ghost King said with lingering fear. Lin Feng asked, "Purple brilliant immortal fruit? What kind of fruit is that?" "Rumor has it that it's a kind of immortal fruit formed by the fusion of the underworld's origin energy with the purple brilliant energy born from the sun. After refining it, it can greatly increase one's cultivation. It's an extremely rare treasure of heaven and earth." Hearing that, Lin Feng could not help but be delighted. The purple brilliant immortal fruit was a treasure of heaven and earth that could increase one's cultivation. Such a treasure of heaven and earth was extremely rare. Lin Feng now needed some opportunities to help him continue to break through. If he could obtain the purple brilliant immortal fruit, he might be able to complete the breakthrough. "Snatch their purple brilliant immortal fruit," Zhu Yan said. Panda Cat raised his eyebrows and said, "It's not that easy to snatch their purple brilliant immortal fruit. The 1000 Ghost Mountain Range is full of experts. I heard that 7 or 8 experts who sealed themselves in godstones walked out." Lin Feng was shocked. 7 or 8 experts who sealed themselves in godstones walked out. The 1000 Ghost Mountain Range was too powerful. Actually, the 1000 Ghost Mountain Range doesn't have such experts guarding it anymore, the Ghost King said. "Oh? Why is that?" Panda asked in surprise. The female Ghost King says, "This is because some of the top powers in the underworld have joined forces to besiege the underworld. They want to enter the 18 levels of hell and explore its secrets. The 18 levels of hell were one of the greatest secrets of the netherworld. It was rumored that the 6 paths of reincarnation were located in the depths of the 18 layers of hell. To the people of the mortal realm, the 18 levels of hell, the 6 paths of reincarnation, and so on were all myths and legends. Actually, to the creatures of the underworld, this was also a myth and legend. Ordinary people would not be able to come into contact with things like the 18 layers of hell and the 6 paths of reincarnation. Has hell already weakened to this extent?" Lin Feng said. The female Ghost King said, "Actually, the underworld is reaping what it sowed. When the 32 underworld seals are loosening, hell can reinforce the seals. But the underworld didn't do that, because the underworld was eyeing the resources of the 32 underworlds below. Some of the seals in the 32 layers of the underworld are beginning to shatter. As a result, some of the forces below began to appear in the first layer of the underworld. For the first few years, everyone was living in peace. The underworld also gained a lot of benefits from the 32 layers of the underworld. But as time passed, problems began to arise. Some of the forces in the first layer of the underworld went to discuss with some of the forces in the 32 layers of the underworld a plan to explore the 18 layers of hell. In the end, this plan was approved by some of the forces. So these forces joined forces and planned to attack hell. The Thousand Ghost Mountain Range was one of the participants. Other than the 3 experts guarding the Thousand Ghost Mountain Range, the other experts all went to hell. I see. Lin Feng and the rest nodded. The current situation in the underworld was so chaotic that everyone was in danger. Even the top forces of hell had people who dared to besiege them. How audacious, they wondered if hell would be destroyed by these forces. Lin Feng was not concerned about this. Lin Feng's only concern was that they were now heading to the Thousand Ghost Mountain Range. With the strength of Lin Feng and the rest, it was indeed possible for them to snatch the brilliant purple immortal spiritual fruits. Let's go. Let's go to the Thousand Ghost Mountain Range. Lin Feng said. Panda Cat and the rest naturally agreed to this suggestion. In the past, Panda Cat and the rest loved to snatch some treasures or excavate some ancient tombs. The reason why Panda Cat and the rest's cultivation had improved so quickly was because they had obtained so many good things in the underworld. Moreover, they were not afraid of offending the major forces of the underworld because they were underworld envoys. If they offended the major forces of the underworld, they could just leave the underworld. After all, it was very difficult for the forces of the underworld to enter the world of the living. Therefore, even though the forces of the underworld were gnashing their teeth in hatred, they could do nothing to Panda Cat and the rest. When Lin Feng and the rest arrived at the Thousand Ghost Mountain Range, they found that the mountain range was filled with Yin spirits and evil spirits. However, these Yin spirits and evil spirits were more like rogue cultivators of the underworld. Why are there so many ghosts here? Lin Feng asked, puzzled. The female ghost king said, the underworld is in chaos. Wars are everywhere. Especially after those experts sealed in the divine stones came out, it became even more chaotic. I think the Thousand Ghost Mountain Range is trying to recruit more underworld cultivators. They should form an army of underworld soldiers in the Thousand Ghost Mountain Range. The female ghost king's analysis was very reasonable. Lin Feng also felt that it was very possible. Let's force our way in, Lin Feng said. Hee, I like to do things that are a little pretentious. Panda Cat grinned. Whoosh. 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 Following that, a group of people soared into the sky, and a terrifying aura spread out. Hey, look! Aren't those underworld envoys? They look like underworld envoys of the mortal world, not our underworld envoys. There seems to be a female ghost mixed in with these underworld envoys. What kind of team is this? The underworld is being attacked by 18 armies. As underworld envoys, they actually dare to appear so openly. Aren't they courting death? The flesh of these underworld envoys smells so good. I can't wait to have a taste of their flesh. The terrifying existences let out eerie voices as they looked at Lin Feng, Panda Cat, and the rest of the 5 underworld envoys. Their eyes were filled with endless malevolence. Screech, many ghosts screeched as they charged toward Lin Feng and the rest. You don't know what's good for you, Lin Feng and the others made their move. With a wave of their hands, divine light surged, and huge energy palms formed in the air. They charged towards those terrifying existences. Bang! 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 Suddenly, a series of violent explosions were heard. The ghosts that pounced on Lin Feng and the others exploded, their souls dissipating on the spot. When the other monsters saw how powerful Lin Feng and the others were, they trembled in fear, not daring to move. Lin Feng's group and the female ghost king quickly flew toward the Thousand Ghost Mountain Range. Who dares trespass on the Thousand Ghost Mountain Range? Are you tired of living? A cold voice rang out from the Thousand Ghost Mountain Range. Hundreds of underworld cultivators flew out from the Thousand Ghost Mountain Range. The one who spoke was the leader, an emperor-level cultivator. However, he was only a first heaven emperor-level cultivator. The Emperor of Yen Mountain is here. The Emperor of Yen Mountain is here personally. Those guys are dead for sure, that's right. They'll become food for the Emperor of Yen Mountain, the crowd of underworld cultivators said. In the eyes of the underworld cultivators, Lin Feng and the others were doomed. Anyone who dared to cause trouble in the Thousand Ghost Mountain Range would die. There was no chance of survival. Where's the brilliant purple immortal fruit? Hand it over and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, I'll kill you again. Lin Feng looked at the Emperor of Yen Mountain indifferently. When Lin Feng said that, the atmosphere suddenly became deathly silent. The densely packed cultivators of the underworld thought that they had misheard. A young human cultivator dared to be so impudent in front of the Emperor of Yen Mountain. Was there something wrong with this guy's brain? So what if he was an underworld envoy? He was still as weak as an ant in front of the Emperor of Yen Mountain. You're courting death. You're courting death. You're courting death. Emperor Yen Shan was so angry that he was trembling all over. A powerful existence like him had been humiliated by a young human cultivator. This was a great humiliation. Emperor Yen Shan. How could he endure such humiliation? The Emperor of Yen Mountain's murderous intent towards Lin Feng soared to the heavens. The Emperor of Yen Mountain glanced coldly at the female ghost king. Clearly, he recognized her identity. Then, he looked at Lin Feng and sneered, "A few ants who don't know the difference between life and death. Today, all of you will become my food. Let's start with you. It's been a long time since I've tasted human flesh." The Emperor of Yen Mountain flew towards Lin Feng as soon as he finished speaking. Then, he opened his hand and slammed it towards Lin Feng. "Ant-like thing. How dare you be impudent in front of me?" Lin Feng looked coldly at the Emperor of Yen Mountain. Lin Feng also made his move, and similarly struck out with his palm. A giant energy palm formed in the void and blasted toward the Emperor of Yen Mountain. Emperor Yen Shan's fist collided with Lin Feng's energy palm. Then, the Emperor of Yen Mountain was sent flying as if he had been struck by lightning. When they saw this, the densely packed underworld cultivators revealed looks of disbelief. The Emperor of Yen Mountain was a terrifying existence who stood at the pinnacle of the underworld. A powerhouse that countless people looked up to. But he couldn't even take a single hit from that young human cultivator. This was too unbelievable. What cultivation level was that young human cultivator at? What shocking background did he have? One question after another floated in everyone's mind, leaving them puzzled. Everyone wanted to know Lin Feng's identity. But no one knew Lin Feng's background. After sending the Emperor of Yen Mountain flying with a single blow, Lin Feng immediately used the 8 divine seals. Countless formation runes began to materialize, and all of them began to wrap around the Emperor of Yen Mountain. The Emperor of Yen Mountain wanted to dispel the Emperor runes, but it was easier said than done. In the end, the Emperor of Yen Mountain was sealed by Lin Feng's 8 divine seals. Lin Feng took out the ghost cultivation jar and threw the Emperor of Yen Mountain inside, allowing the 2 ghost emperors to devour him. Strong. He's too strong. Everyone looked on in shock. Lin Feng's battle prowess had deeply shocked everyone present. Lin Feng and the others continued to fly deeper into the Thousand Ghost Mountain range. No one dared to stop Lin Feng and the others. Soon, Lin Feng and the others arrived at the deepest part of the Thousand Ghost Mountain range. "Who are you people?" 2 cultivators flew out, shrouded in ghostly qi. One was dressed in gray robes and the other in green, but it was impossible to see what they looked like. However, their auras were much stronger than the Emperor of Yen Mountains. They were probably the other 2 Emperor-level powerhouses overseeing the Thousand Ghost Mountain range. "We're the Netherworld messengers," Lin Feng said calmly. The 2 Emperor-level powerhouses looked gloomy. They knew that the identity of the Netherworld messengers was just a cover. Lin Feng did not want to tell them his true identity. Panda said, "Hurry up and hand over the purple brilliant immortal fruit. We don't have the patience to waste time with you. If you don't hand it over, we'll kill the 2 of you together." Shameless boasting. If we really fight, it's hard to say who will win. The 2 Emperor-level powerhouses said gloomily. The 2 Emperor-level powerhouses had a high cultivation level. Moreover, they relied on the restrictions of the Thousand Ghost Mountain range and the army of Netherworld soldiers stationed there. Therefore, they were not afraid of Lin Feng and the others. Said Lin Feng, smiling coldly. "I know what you're thinking, but what you're relying on is useless against us." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng waved his hand. Suddenly, a shocking scene occurred. The restrictions of the Thousand Ghost Mountain range were all activated. Surprisingly, Lin Feng was the one who controlled those deployment spells. Lin Feng could control the restrictions of the Thousand Ghost Mountain range. These restrictions could withstand the attack of the army of Netherworld soldiers. Lin Feng and the others could besiege the 2 Emperor-level powerhouses. The 2 Emperor-level powerhouses of the Thousand Ghost Mountain range obviously understood this. Heaven-seizing technique. You're the successor of the Celestial Master sect. The gray-robed emperor said with a gloomy face. You're really knowledgeable. You even know that I'm the successor of the Celestial Master sect. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. Here, take it. The green-robed emperor took out 6 purple brilliant immortal fruits and handed them to Lin Feng. The other 3 had been refined by the 3 emperor-level powerhouses overseeing the Thousand Ghost Mountain range. Let's go. After Lin Feng took the purple brilliant immortal fruits, he left the place with Panda Cat, Female Ghost King, and the others. Damn it, damn it. These people are trying to extort us. The gray-robed emperor roared angrily. His face was extremely ugly. The green-robed emperor said, after the 3rd ancestor of the Earth Master sect fell, he awakened his spiritual consciousness. He turned into a zombie. Moreover, he's one of the top 10 zombie experts in the underworld. His strength has been close to that of an immortal for a long time. We can tell the 3rd ancestor of the Earth Master sect about this kid. After leaving the Thousand Ghost Mountain range, Lin Feng and the rest quickly flew towards the depths. On the way, Lin Feng distributed the 6 purple brilliant immortal spiritual fruits to everyone. It was just nice that the 6 of them had one each. Refining the purple brilliant immortal spiritual fruit would definitely bring great benefits to their cultivation. However, they would only know how much their strength would increase after refining the purple brilliant immortal spiritual fruit. The 6 of them found a mountain range and opened up a cave abode. Then, Lin Feng sealed the cave abode with a restriction. Then, the 6 of them entered. Now, Lin Feng's realm had stopped at the 9th heaven of the Imperial Emperor realm. One more step and he would reach the 10th heaven of the Imperial Emperor realm. If he could break through to the 10th heaven of the Imperial Emperor realm, Lin Feng would start accumulating his strength. Breaking through from the Imperial Emperor realm to the Emperor realm was a rather difficult step. It was very difficult to break through. Therefore, at this time, he needed to constantly accumulate his strength. However, before that, he would only be able to accumulate his strength if he wanted to break through to the 10th heaven of the Imperial Emperor realm. Lin Feng ate the purple brilliant immortal spiritual fruit. Then, Lin Feng began to circulate the archaic dragonesque elephant art. Lin Feng gradually refined the medicinal power of the purple brilliant immortal spiritual fruit. The powerful medicinal power was helping Lin Feng to break through to a higher realm. 3 days later, Lin Feng finally completed his breakthrough. His realm had broken through from the 9th heaven of the Imperial Emperor realm to the 10th heaven of the Imperial Emperor realm. Lin Feng was extremely satisfied that a purple brilliant immortal spiritual fruit could achieve such a breakthrough. Next, it was time to accumulate his strength. Panda Cat and the rest were still cultivating. Lin Feng did not disturb them. In the next few days, Panda Cat and the rest also came out of seclusion one after another. Everyone had gained a lot of benefits, so everyone was overjoyed. The Hell Demon Beast said, "Now that the 18 armies are surrounding the underworld, are we still going to get involved?" Panda Cat said, "It's good to go and watch the show." Lin Feng nodded. He also planned to watch the battle. Lin Feng wanted to see if the underworld would be destroyed by the 18 armies. Everyone quickly came to an agreement and continued to fly in the direction of hell. After about 10 days, Lin Feng and the others finally arrived at the underworld. When they arrived, they saw a black mass of cultivators that blotted out the sky. Under the leadership of the emperors, the 18 armies had already gathered outside the underworld. They surrounded hell so tightly that not even a drop of water could pass through. There were still some cultivators from the Netherworld realm watching the battle in the outer regions. There were also Netherworld envoys like Lin Feng and company. They were all paying attention to the situation in the Netherworld realm. Woo 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 woo, the sound of the bugle horn resounded through the heavens and the earth as the 18 armies charged forward. This is already the 36th charge. Hell has been holed up all this time. I don't know what they're doing. The underworld under the rule of the 10 kings of hell is unable to withstand the might of 18 armies. Looking at the current situation, they probably want to defend to the death. The 10 kings of hell were also titled gods, but the current 10 kings of hell were pseudo-titled gods. This was because they were not the 10 kings of hell that were conferred by the investiture of the gods. They were merely cultivators of the underworld who had inherited this title. Their combat strength was naturally far inferior to those titled gods. The 18 armies charged forward once again. Numerous hell trolls that were 10,000 meters tall arrived outside the underworld realm's defensive walls with giant hammers in their hands. They swung their giant hammers and hammered at the defensive walls one after another. Numerous magic treasures bombarded the defensive walls one after another. Although the defensive restrictions on the defensive walls were powerful, after blocking more than 30 attacks from the 18 armies, they were on the verge of collapsing. Kacha-kacha sounds could be heard. The restrictions on the defensive walls began to shatter. Ha 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 ha, the restrictions are about to be destroyed. If we put in more effort, we will be able to destroy the restrictions and slaughter our way into the underworld. Once we destroy the underworld, we will destroy the 6 paths of reincarnation. In the future, all of us will be immortal. We won't have to suffer the pain of the 6 paths of reincarnation anymore. Loud laughter suddenly rang out. The experts of the 18 armies were boosting the morale of the army. After being encouraged by these experts, the morale of the 18 armies rose, and the strength of their attacks became even more ferocious. Boom! 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 Earth-shaking shockwaves swept through heaven and earth. The terrifying attacks shook the void, as though they could shatter billions of universes and destroy billions of worlds. Finally, the restrictions on the defensive walls of the underworld realm could no longer withstand the attacks of the 18 armies. Kacha! Kacha, the restrictions shattered. The restrictions are destroyed. Kill! Slaughter our way into the underworld realm and massacre the underworld, the experts of the 18 armies roared. The 18 armies consisted of several top forces from the first layer of the underworld, as well as some powerful forces from the 32nd layer of the underworld. These forces included otherworldly beings, remnant races of the epic, and other races of the underworld. There were more than 120 imperial lords. Many of them were experts who had broken through the godstones and walked out of the sealed godstones. Their cultivation bases were extremely heaven-defying. There were even a few who were close to immortality. Kill! Earth-shaking battle cries resounded through the clouds as the 18 armies charged into the underworld realm. The cultivators of the underworld realm also charged out and engaged in a fierce battle with the 18 armies. The outermost area of the underworld realm was an ancient city. The 10 Yama palaces were located in the deepest part of the ancient city. The forces of the underworld realm were unable to withstand the attacks of the 18 armies. Under the lead of 120 imperial lords, the 18 armies charged straight into the underworld realm. The ground was littered with corpses, and fresh blood dyed the underworld realm red. You actually set up an altar? What are you doing? Suddenly, an angry roar came from the depths of the underworld realm. Great son of the Lord of the Underworld, please awaken. You will once again rule the underworld. Please punish these lowly beings who betrayed the underworld. Deep in the ancient city, 10 pious voices could be heard. These pious voices seemed to be the voices of the 10 Yama kings. They were awakening the son of the Lord of the Underworld. Lin Feng was very surprised. He didn't know which Lord of the Underworld's son the 10 Yama kings had awakened. The 9th Lord of the Underworld was from one of the 5 great underworld clans. Moreover, it was said that the 5 great underworld clans weren't particularly harmonious. Their internal conflicts were fierce. Where there were people, there would be conflicts. The underworld realm was the same. The internal conflicts here were even more intense than the outside world. However, no matter how fierce the internal conflicts were, the son of the underworld lord that the 10 Yama kings had awakened clearly had the support of the underworld realm. Quick, stop them, the imperial lords of the 18 armies shouted anxiously. However, it was too late. A destructive aura came from the depths of the underworld realm. Who is calling for me to awaken? Then. O great underworld child, you are the new 10 kings of hell. We are calling for you to awaken. The 10 kings of hell's voice was filled with sincerity. In the next moment, the altar in the depths of the underworld cracked open, and a powerful being flew out from the altar. It was the underworld child. Lin Feng had seen another young cultivator who called himself the underworld child before. The underworld child was young, but his combat strength was heaven-defying, and he was extremely talented. However, Lin Feng wasn't sure if the underworld child was the real underworld lord's son. If he was the Underworld Lord's son, which Underworld Lord's son was he? The Underworld Child. The Underworld Child has awakened. The sovereigns of the 18 armies looked at the awakened Underworld Child in horror. The Underworld Child was the son of the Underworld Lord. His bloodline was infinitely close to the Underworld Lord's. One could imagine how terrifying his combat strength was. Even though the Underworld Child looked young and had been in a deep slumber for many years, his combat strength must have decreased greatly. However, these sovereigns were still very wary of the Underworld Child. Because, compared to their peak, the combat strength of these Emperor-level experts had decreased significantly. However, they had the advantage in numbers. There were 120 sovereigns, while the Underworld only had 10 sovereigns. Only the 10 kings of hell were left. Don't be afraid. He's just the Underworld Child. He's not the Underworld Lord. We have the advantage in numbers. Can't we deal with him alone? A peak Emperor realm expert sneered. The Monarch Lord's words made the surrounding Monarch Lords feel a lot more at ease. That's right, they had 120 sovereigns on their side. What kind of power was this? There was no need to fear the Underworld Child. A bunch of ants trying to overthrow the Underworld. Who gave you the courage? The Underworld Child looked at the group of Monarch realm experts indifferently. He stepped forward. With him as the center, the void around him distorted violently. Attack together. Kill him. Kill. The group of Emperor realm experts roared. The Monarch-level experts all made their moves. The combined attack of 120 Monarch-level experts was naturally an attack that would cause people to turn pale with fright. All kinds of treasures and divine abilities gathered together and attacked the Underworld Child. Humph. The Nether Child snorted coldly. He lightly pointed at the attacks of the 120 Monarch Masters. In an instant, the attacks of the 120 Monarch Lords were instantly shattered. Many of the Dharma treasures were also destroyed. After seeing this scene, everyone's face turned pale with fright. The Underworld Child's attacks were too powerful and terrifying. Underworld Child's Underworld Child Underworld Child's Underworld Child's Underworld Child Underworld. However, it made people feel that it was inconceivable. Underworld Child muttered to himself. He took a step forward in the void, and a deep voice suddenly resounded between heaven and earth. Lowly creatures, you have blasphemed against the traditions of the Underworld. You are destined to be exterminated by the order of the Underworld. As soon as the Underworld Child finished speaking, the power of the Order laws descended from the sky and blasted towards the 120 martial emperors. Break, the Sovereign Lord level experts roared loudly. They attacked at the same time, wanting to destroy the Underworld Child's attack, but it was useless. The Underworld Child was too powerful. His attacks were simply unstoppable, destroying everything that stood in his way. If a god blocked his path, he would kill a god. If a Buddha blocked his path, he would kill a Buddha. The Underworld Child's attack broke through the Emperor Lord level cultivators' sacred arts and defensive magic treasures before landing on their bodies. Bang bang bang, then, a scene that made everyone turn pale with fright appeared. One by one, the bodies of the Monarch realm cultivators exploded and they died on the spot. Those sovereign masters were so weak in front of the Underworld Child. They couldn't even withstand a single blow. Really? It was unbelievable. Underworld Child should be at the Immortal Realm, right? Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. The Immortal Realm had surpassed the Martial Emperor Realm. Lin Feng didn't know much about the classification of immortals, but he had heard that there were true immortals and false immortals. The false immortals seemed to include the heaven, earth, man, and scattered immortals. The Underworld Child might be a false immortal. Spare us. Great Underworld Child. We are willing to submit. Please spare our lives. Some of the stronger Emperor Lords weren't killed, they were only injured. These Emperor Lord level experts all knelt down and begged for mercy. The Emperor level experts knew that they were no match for the Underworld Child with their cultivation bases. They wanted to escape, but they couldn't. They could only beg the Underworld Child for mercy to save their lives. Submitting to someone stronger was a very common thing in the world of cultivators. It wasn't something to be ashamed of. Swear an oath. Give your soul to me. I will spare your lives. The Underworld Child looked at the 50 to 60 sovereign masters who were still alive and said, Yes, yes, yes. We will swear an oath immediately. The group of sovereign masters hurriedly said. We are willing to give our souls to Lord Underworld Child and swear on our souls that we will recognize Lord Underworld Child as our master. We will never betray Lord Underworld Child. If we dare to betray Lord Underworld Child, we will die a horrible death. The group of sovereign masters immediately swore an oath. In an instant, a mysterious connection was formed between these sovereign masters and the Underworld Child. They gave their souls to the Underworld Child, and from then on, they would become the Underworld Child's slaves. They couldn't have any thoughts of betraying the Underworld Child. If they dared to have such thoughts, they would definitely die. Good. Lead the army and retreat outside the Underworld for now. Listen to my orders at any time. The Underworld Child said. Yes. Master. Many Monarch Realm experts replied. Just as these people were about to lead their subordinates out of the city, a young man stepped through the air and arrived outside the city. It was a young man who looked to be about 16 or 17 years old. He had red lips and white teeth. He was very beautiful. If one looked closely, one would realize that this young man wasn't actually a young man. Instead, it was a woman disguised as a man. She had some small bells hanging from her waist. They seemed to be accessories. When she walked, they jingled. It was very pleasant to the ears. The Red World Fairy, Lin Feng's pupils contracted. It was the Red World Fairy. She had actually come here. The Red World Fairy. Who are you? How dare you trespass into the underworld? One of the Yama lords shouted coldly, looking at the Red World Fairy with an indifferent expression. However, the Red World Fairy ignored the Yama lord's question. She continued walking towards Underworld Child. It seemed that the Red World Fairy's target was Underworld Child. Lin Feng already knew that the Red World Fairy had entered the underworld because the Red World Fairy seemed to be searching for something in the underworld. Now that he saw the Red World Fairy, Lin Feng was shocked because the Red World Fairy was searching for something in the underworld. You're courting death. Being ignored by the Red World Fairy made the Yama Lord very angry, and he sent a palm strike towards the Red World Fairy. A huge energy palm condensed in the void and blasted towards the Red World Fairy. The Red World Fairy waved her sleeve lightly, and the energy palm was instantly shattered. Even the Yama Lord who had attacked the Red World Fairy was sent flying. Both of them were sent flying by venerable red dust. The two of them were not on the same level at all. That Yama Lord was like an ant in front of the Red World Fairy. The 10 Yama Lords are all peak emperors, yet they couldn't even withstand a single blow from that woman. That woman's cultivation is so strong. The female Ghost King couldn't help but exclaim. Her eyes shone with envy. How she wished that she could be as strong as the Red World Fairy. Unfortunately, that was only her wishful thinking. Of course, anything could happen in life. She couldn't reach the Red World Fairy's level of cultivation now, but who knew if she could in the future. The Red World Fairy looked at Underworld Child and asked calmly, Are you the one in charge? Underworld Child frowned. He looked at the Red World Fairy and said, I am. Who are you? Who am I? You don't need to know. I need you to take me to a place. The Red World Fairy said. She spoke in an unquestionable tone. She was very domineering. Even when facing an expert like Underworld Child, her domineering attitude didn't change at all. This was the Red World Fairy. She had always been like this. Be my woman. As long as you agree. Where do you want to go? I can take you there. Underworld Child said. He stared at the Red World Fairy with a burning gaze. He seemed to have taken a liking to the Red World Fairy. This bastard actually dares to snatch young master's woman? Lin Feng's ******* is ****** Lin Feng star. He wanted nothing more than to trample Underworld Child beneath his feet and tell him about it from above. How dare you snatch young master's woman, but for now, Lin Feng could only dream about it. Underworld Child was too terrifying. Lin Feng and Underworld Child's cultivation were still quite far apart. You don't have the right to be my man. The Red World Fairy didn't give Underworld Child any face as she spoke with an indifferent expression. Whether I'm qualified or not, we'll know after we fight. You're a domineering woman. As for me, I'm the only son of the fourth underworld king, Underworld Tianzu. I love subduing domineering women like you. It gives me a great sense of accomplishment. Underworld Child said with a smile before walking towards Immortal Venerable Hong Chen. This guy even revealed his background. He was actually the fourth generation Hell King. It seemed that he wasn't from the same clan as the 8th Underworld King. The 8th Underworld King and the 7th Underworld King were from the same clan. However, the 8th Underworld King's clan seemed to have disappeared without a trace. Take a palm from me. Underworld Child said with an indifferent expression. He sent a palm strike towards the Red World Fairy. That terrifying palm strike contained the power to destroy heaven and earth. The Red World Fairy wasn't afraid at all. She sent out a palm strike as well. Bang! In the next moment, the Red World Fairy and Underworld Child's palms collided. That powerful attack caused the void to fluctuate violently. After the collision of palms, both sides retreated. The Red World Fairy is already so powerful? Lin Feng's face was filled with shock. Underworld Child was so powerful that he seemed to have the strength of an immortal. The Red World Fairy was actually able to contend with Underworld Child. That was unbelievable. Lin Feng recalled that he had seen the 9th Human Emperor and the Red World Fairy look exactly the same. Lin Feng always felt that the Red World Fairy's background was extremely shocking. That was why her cultivation was able to increase at an incomprehensible speed. Now, Lin Feng increasingly felt that the Red World Fairy's background was related to the 9th Human Emperor. This place isn't suitable for us to fight. Otherwise, this place will be destroyed. Come with me. I will subdue you and make you my woman. Underworld Child looked at the Red World Fairy and laughed. This guy was really asking for a beating. He quickly flew into the distance. The Red World Fairy quickly chased after him. Many people were discussing who the Red World Fairy was. She was actually able to contend with a terrifying existence like Underworld Child. Lin Feng and the rest entered the underworld to hand over the mission. Panda Cat used the Underworld Envoy token to summon the cultivator in charge of handing over the mission. In the previous battle, most of the cultivators in the underworld had died. That was why Panda Cat did not recognize the cultivator who came out to hand over the mission. He guessed that the cultivator in charge of handing over the mission had already died in the previous battle. This cultivator needed to check everyone's Underworld Envoy token. When he saw Lin Feng's purple gold Underworld Envoy token, he was shocked and quickly greeted Lin Feng. This kind of high-level Underworld Envoy token was either owned by the higher-ups of some of the top forces in the underworld or by some extremely powerful cultivators in the underworld. That was why when the cultivator in charge of handing over the mission saw Lin Feng's purple gold Underworld Envoy token, he naturally misunderstood Lin Feng's identity. Panda Cat released the Een Spirit. The Een Spirit took out 5 Hell Nether Stones and handed them to the 5 of them. This was their reward. Then, Lin Feng and the rest left with the female Ghost King. How strange. Why would this lord be with the underworld envoys in the Yang realm? The cultivator in charge of handing over the mission could not help but mutter. However, he did not think too much about it and returned to the underworld. After Lin Feng and the rest left, they went straight to the ancient city where the 8th Underworld King used to live. 1.5 months later, they arrived at that area. That area was extremely eerie and terrifying. Even though this was the underworld. To the living beings of the underworld, this was a place that they did not dare to set foot in easily. It was said that something terrible had happened here in the past. The 8th Underworld King. He had died tragically here. Moreover, the 8th Underworld King had cursed before he died. Whoever dared to enter this area. Lin Feng had come to this place to find out what had happened between the 8th Underworld King and his ancestor. In fact, Lin Feng really wanted to know which ancestor the 8th Underworld King had a connection with. Previously, the image was blurry and Lin Feng had not seen the ancestor's face clearly. Now, Lin Feng hoped to find some clues about that ancestor. Then, he would know who that ancestor was. In fact, the main reason was that there were too many powerful ancestors in the Sovereign Emperor clan. If there were only 1 or 2 powerful ancestors, it would be too easy to guess their identity. Wait for me outside. I'll go in and explore. Lin Feng said. Let's go in together. If there's any danger. We can take care of each other. Panda said. Lin Feng said, you don't have to worry about me. I have many treasures to protect me. I won't be in any danger. Panda and the others nodded. Then, Lin Feng flew into the depths of the ancient city. Not long after, he arrived outside the ancient city. The ancient city was huge and majestic. There was no sign on it, and even the name of the ancient city had been forgotten. The 8th Underworld King had been buried by his ancestor in Heavenly Sage Great World. However, the Underworld said that the 8th Underworld King had died in this ancient city. I wonder if this rumor is true. Could it be that after the 8th Underworld King had fallen in this place, his ancestor had taken his corpse away and buried it in Heavenly Sage Great World? Perhaps. That was possible. However, with such a long history, many things were difficult to find out. Lin Feng pushed open the door and entered the ancient city. After entering the ancient city, Lin Feng felt a cold and terrifying aura from the ancient city. That gloomy and cold chi made Lin Feng's hair stand on end. Moreover, Lin Feng indeed felt the power of the curse hidden in the void. The Tao of Curse was the strangest Tao among all the great Taos. It was a great Tao that made people pale when they talked about it. Now that this place was filled with the power of the curse, it seemed that the 8th Underworld King's curse was not unfounded. There was nothing in the ancient city. Lin Feng didn't even see any corpses. He was walking alone on an ancient street when a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Upon closer inspection, that figure was a woman. Lin Feng was shocked. How could a woman appear in this ancient city? It was too strange. Lin Feng increased his speed. He quickly rushed towards the woman, wanting to see who she was. However, the woman quickly disappeared without a trace, which made Lin Feng extremely puzzled. Lin Feng rushed to the place where the woman had originally appeared. After arriving here, Lin Feng suddenly felt the world around him spin. All sorts of hawking sounds could be heard. The originally empty and deserted ancient city became extraordinarily lively. This is... Lin Feng looked at the bustling ancient city in shock. Here. It was as if the ancient city's prosperity had been recreated. Illusion. Lin Feng knew that he had fallen into an illusion. He had entered the ancient city's illusion. However, Lin Feng didn't encounter any danger. He planned to take a good look at the ancient city's scenery in the past. This shouldn't be the Netherworld, right? The Netherworld doesn't look like this. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He suddenly thought of another matter. Lin Feng remembered that the 8th Underworld King's mother was a human, and her father was the 7th Underworld King's son. Could it be, here? Was this the ancient city where the 8th Underworld King's mother lived? Lin Feng felt that it might be possible. That is... Lin Feng's pupils contracted violently. He saw a father and son walking over. The father was a very young man. His face was as clear as jade, and he was extraordinarily handsome. The son looked to be around 6 or 7 years old. He was very cute. Daddy, what is this place? What are we doing here? The little boy asked. Daddy is going to do something important, so I'll leave you with a good friend of Daddy's for now. Once Daddy is done with that important matter, Daddy will come and pick you up. The man said as he rubbed the little boy's head. The little boy raised his head and looked at his father. He nodded but didn't say anything. Although he was young, he seemed to be used to being separated. I hope I won't be gone for too long this time. The little boy said after a long time. Don't worry. I won't, the man said gently. A family of 3 walked over from afar. The man was dressed in black, and he was very handsome. The woman was as beautiful as a fairy. They had a daughter. She was around 3 or 4 years old. She was very pretty. Brother G. Hope for the stars. Hope for the moon. You're finally here. The black-clothed man was very excited when he saw the little boy's father. They had met when they were young, and they had gone through life and death together. They were good friends who had gone through thick and thin together. Big Brother G. The little girl's mother clearly knew this Brother G as she bowed slightly towards this Brother G. Brother Ming. Sister Nangong. It's been many years since we last met. Are you all doing well? The Brother G said. His name was Ji Bufan, and he was an ancestor of the sovereign emperor clan, Lin Feng. The man Ji Bufan addressed as Brother Ming was called Ming Dong. He was the son of the seventh underworld king. The seventh underworld king had 3 sons. Ming Dong was the third son, and he was the one with the greatest talent. However, Ming Dong had left the underworld to gain experience when he was young, and he had met his current wife, Nangong Wan Er, and they had given birth to his daughter, Ming Xiuqing. As such, he did not want to return to the underworld and only wanted to enjoy his family in the mortal world. We're doing well. This isn't the place to talk. Let's go home and talk, said Ming Dong. All right. Ji Bufan nodded. Ming Xiuqing, who was in Ming Dong's embrace, looked at the little brother standing beside Ji Bufan with her big black eyes. She said sweetly, "My name is Ming Xiuqing. What's your name?" The little boy glanced at his father and saw him smile. The little boy said, "I'm Ji Zixu." Zixu wasn't a particularly rare name. In this world, there were quite a few people with that name. However, the most important thing about Ji Zixu's 3 names was the surname. Ji. In this epic, it was the greatest surname. However, it was clear that the little boy didn't know how great the Ji surname was. Brother Zixu, we're good friends from now on. Ming Xiuqing giggled. The little girl was very lively. Ji Zixu had been traveling with his father when he was young. He was a bit of a loner, so he didn't respond to Ming Xiuqing. This little guy has quite a personality, said Nangong Waner with a smile. Late at night, Ming Dong and Ji Bufan had a long conversation. You want to leave Zixu with me? Could it be that you're going to do that thing? Ming Dong seemed to know what Ji Bufan intended to do, so he spoke. He wanted to speak but hesitated as if he wanted to persuade Ji Bufan. Yes. Ji Bufan stood up and gazed at the moon outside the window. He had his hands behind his back, and his gaze was deep. No one knew what he was thinking. It's too dangerous, said Ming Dong. I can't wait any longer. I have to act, said Ji Bufan. I'll go with you, said Ming Dong. No. It's better for me to go alone. Moreover, you have to take care of them, so you can't go. Don't worry, if I know that I can't complete that thing, I'll definitely leave in time. I won't put myself in danger. Only by staying alive can I complete that thing, said Ji Bufan. That's for the best, said Ming Dong. After a moment of silence, Ji Bufan said, It seems like you have to make a decision as soon as possible. Staying in the mortal dimension won't do you any good. You have to realize the position you're in is too sensitive. Perhaps you want to enjoy the happiness of a family, but it's a different story if others will allow you to do so. If you don't possess sufficient strength, then it's easy for things to happen that none of us are willing to see, said Ming Dong. The netherworld isn't suitable for Waner. Xiuqing is still young, so she's even more unsuitable for a place like the netherworld. Yes. But for their safety, you have to make a decision as soon as possible. Just because they're unsuitable doesn't mean they can't live there, said Ji Bufan. I'll think about it carefully, said Ming Dong. Ji Bufan nodded. The next day, Ji Bufan left. At practically the same time that Ji Bufan left, the passageway to the netherworld opened, and powerful beings of the netherworld appeared. And the target of those netherworld beings was Nether Movement. He's in this ancient city, Master said. Kill him if you see him. Kill him immediately. We'll act at night, said the terrifying beings. Danger was approaching, but Ming Dong didn't notice it. Darkness descended, and the terrifying beings flew towards the ancient city. Boundless darkness shrouded the ancient city, and the power of death permeated the ancient city. Many of them had their lifespan plundered and died in their sleep. There were also many who had not slept and had their lifespan plundered rapidly as well. It didn't matter if the person was asleep or awake. None of them could resist the power of death. Soon, the entire ancient city turned into an ancient city of death. At this time, Ming Dong finally realized that something was wrong. He quickly got up and saw the darkness outside. Ming Dong was shocked and quickly went back to his room to wake up his wife. Then he woke up Ming Xiuqing and Ji Zixu. Mother, I'm afraid. Ming Xiuqing was still young, and when she saw the endless darkness that enveloped the world, she revealed a terrified expression. She could feel that something extremely terrifying was staring at her from the darkness. Don't be afraid. Father and mother will protect you. No one will hurt you. Nangong Waner patted Ming Xiuqing's head. Ming Xiuqing nodded and buried her head in Nangong Waner's bosom. Zixu. Good child. There are uncles and aunties here. Don't be afraid. Nangong Waner looked at Zixu and said. I'm not afraid. Zixu said. Do you know what you'll face after accepting this mission? Ming Dong said coldly. A voice sounded from the darkness. Third Prince. We have no choice. We won't kill you. It's not just us. Our clansmen. I'm afraid they'll die without a grave. So. We can only kill the third prince and his family. Then, we'll report back. Another voice sounded from the darkness. There's no need to say anything else. Let's just kill them. Next, endless darkness enveloped them. I'll hold them back. You take the 2 children and leave first. Ming Dong said. Monstrous magic power surged out and enveloped Nangong Waner, Ming Xiuqing, and Zixu. Brother Dong. You must come and find us. Nangong Waner said worriedly. Don't worry. These people can't do anything to me. Ming Dong said. The magic power that enveloped Nangong Waner and the others tore through the void and left. Terrifying beings from the underworld wanted to chase after them, but they were stopped by Ming Dong. Kill him with all your might. A cold voice sounded from the darkness. The terrifying beings from the underworld began to attack Ming Dong madly. Ming Dong was the son of the Nether King. His cultivation was naturally terrifying. Therefore, even if those terrifying beings attacked him together, they still couldn't defeat him. They were still unable to defeat Ming Dong. Instead, they were killed by Ming Dong one after another. Ming Dong was about to kill all the underworld beings in one go to find his wife, daughter, and Zixu. Suddenly, a war spear stabbed out from behind Ming Dong without any warning. The spear was too sudden. It was as fast as lightning, and its power was terrifying. There was no way to dodge the incoming spear. At this extremely dangerous moment, Ming Dong still turned his body and grabbed the incoming spear. However, the power of the battle spear was too great. It instantly shook off Ming Dong's palm. Then, the terrifying spear pierced Ming Dong's chest with a poochie sound. 9 Underworld's demonic spear. 9 Underworld's demonic spear. Big brother, I don't want the position of Nether Lord. But you want to kill me. Ming Dong was bleeding from his 7 orifices, and he had an extremely sorrowful expression on his face. A silver-haired man appeared. He looked at Ming Dong with an indifferent expression and said, My good little brother. Actually, I don't want to kill you. I can't bear to kill you. But your natural talent is too formidable. You're so much younger than me. Your cultivation is about to catch up to mine. Father. He also hopes that you can inherit his position as the Nether King. I have no choice but to kill you. Please don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, then blame yourself for being reincarnated as the son of the Nether Lord. But don't worry, you won't die alone. Very soon, your wife and daughter will die with you. The silver-haired man laughed gloomily. Let's die together. Tears of blood flowed from Ming Dong's eyes when he heard this. His body swelled up, and he wanted to explode. He wanted to drag his big brother down with him. However, the silver-haired man didn't give him the chance to do so. When Ming Dong's body swelled up, the silver-haired man held the war spear in one hand and flicked Ming Dong into the air. His hand that was holding the war spear suddenly shook. Chase after them. Don't let that woman and the 2 children escape. The silver-haired man said coldly. Yes, master. Master. The others hurriedly nodded and then quickly left. They went to look for Nangong Waner, Ming Xiuqing, and Zixu. Not long after, Nangong Waner and the other 2 were caught up. Nether Movement is dead. I'll send you to meet Nether Movement now. The terrifying existence in the darkness said coldly. Nan Gongwaner almost collapsed when she heard this. Ming Shuiqing burst into tears. Although she was young, she knew what the word death meant. From then on, she would no longer have a father. Nan Gongwaner was so overwhelmed with grief that she almost fainted. However, she knew that she had to stay strong. She could die, but she had to let the two children live. Nan Gongwaner had a powerful treasure on her. With this treasure, she managed to escape with the two children from the nether realm. However, these nether realm beings were simply too powerful. Nan Gongwaner tried to escape several times, but she was caught up by them every time. Nan Gongwaner was once again caught up by the netherworld creatures, and a group of them began to besiege her. Nan Gongwaner fought against them. Swoosh, right at this moment, an arrow pierced through the void and pierced through Nan Gongwaner's chest. Nan Gongwaner looked at the arrow that pierced through her chest and smiled bitterly. With great difficulty, she turned around and looked at Ming Shuiqing and Ji Zixu. Nan Gongwaner was unwilling to accept this. After all, she had failed to protect the two children and escape. Now, she was dead. What about the two children? Pooh, in the next instant, another arrow was shot. This time, it pierced through Nan Gongwaner's head. Nan Gongwaner's corpse fell to the ground. She died with her eyes wide open. Mother! Ming Shuiqing cried out. After witnessing her mother's tragic death, Ming Shuiqing immediately rushed over and lay on top of Nan Gongwaner's corpse. She kept shaking her mother's body. She kept calling out to her dead mother. How she wished that her mother could see her again. Only these two little bastards are left. A sinister voice sounded from the darkness. That little slut is the underworld Quake lady. Who is this little bastard? The second voice sounded. Clearly, the other party was very curious about Ji Zixu's identity. There's no need to care about who he is. Just kill him. A third voice sounded. More than 10 terrifying existences stepped out from the darkness, wanting to kill Ji Zixu and Ming Shuiqing. Father said, my blood. It can exterminate all the evil spirits in the world. In the face of such danger, Ji Zixu was surprisingly calm. It was hard to believe that he was only a 6 or 7-year-old child. Little bastard, you already know how to brag at such a young age. If this little bastard grows up, who knows what kind of disaster he will become. Hee, but this little bastard won't have the chance to grow up. The group of black-clothed men said sinisterly. Just as they were about to attack, Ji Zixu raised his right hand and used his finger as a blade to lightly cut his left wrist. His blood immediately spurted out. The blood flew towards the group of men in black. The group of men in black frowned. They felt that the situation was indeed a little strange, so they quickly retreated, trying to avoid Ji Zixu's blood. However, they couldn't dodge. Ji Zixu's blood splattered on their bodies. Sizzle! Sizzle, sizzle! Their bodies started burning. The terrifying existences all let out shrill cries of agony. Ji Zixu's blood had caused them great harm. They tried their best to suppress the damage caused by Ji Zixu's blood, but in the end, they still failed. We actually died at the hands of this little bastard. I can't accept this. One by one, the terrifying existences roared in unwillingness. However, no one could change their fate. Very soon, their bodies were incinerated into ashes. Ji Zixu's face turned extremely pale. Then, his body fell to the ground with a thump, motionless. No one knew if he was dead or alive. Woo-woo, brother Zixu, what happened to you? Ming Shuiqing gently shook Ji Zixu's small body. At this moment, an old woman appeared in the forest. Aren't those people from the underworld? Why are they chasing after them? It seems like their identities aren't simple. The old woman couldn't help but say. Then, the old woman quickly flew toward the little girl and grabbed Ming Shuiqing. Seeing the old woman who looked like a ghost, Ming Shuiqing trembled in fear. Little girl, what are you afraid of? This old woman doesn't eat people. This old woman is here to save you. The old woman said. In the distance, darkness surged. More underworld beings had arrived. The old woman quickly flew away with Ming Shuiqing. Granny, please save my mother and brother Zixu. Ming Shuiqing looked at the old woman with pleading eyes. The old woman laughed strangely and said, "Little girl, it's not that this old woman doesn't want to save them. It's that they're already dead." Then, the old woman quickly left with Ming Xueqing. Darkness surged. A terrifying underworld being inspected Nangong Wan and Ji Zishu's bodies. Then, it said, "They're already dead. Where's that little bitch? Could she have been taken away by the people who came here first?" The second terrifying being asked. "Perhaps, there's really such a possibility." The third terrifying being said. "Burn the corpses of these two people." The fourth terrifying being said. The first terrifying being stood up and nodded. Then, with a flick of his finger, a ball of ghostly fire flew out. The ghost fire covered Nangong Wan'er's corpse and ignited it in an instant. In the blink of an eye, it was reduced to ashes. The first terrifying being then flicked his finger, and the second ball of ghostly fire flew toward Ji Zishu. However, something shocking happened. When the ball of ghostly fire landed on Ji Zishu's body, the ball of ghostly fire was actually absorbed by Ji Zishu's body. In the next instant, 6 distorted black holes appeared in Ji Zishu's dantian. The 6 distorted black holes emitted an extremely terrifying devouring power. How is this possible? Retreat quickly. The underworld beings in the darkness seemed to have recognized the 6 black holes, and they immediately cried out in horror. They quickly retreated, but they were unable to do so. The powerful devouring power enveloped those terrifying underworld beings. Those terrifying underworld beings were directly devoured by the 6 black holes. The 6 paths of reincarnation reappear in the world. Faintly, an ethereal voice came from Ji Zishu's body. That voice seemed to come from his bloodline. In the next instant. Why is the 6 paths of reincarnation so similar to the devouring black hole? Is there a connection between the 6 paths of reincarnation and the devouring black hole? Lin Feng couldn't help but feel puzzled. He had a feeling that there was a connection between the two, but he couldn't say for sure what the connection was. No matter what the connection was, it had to be shocking. But very quickly, Lin Feng thought of another possibility. The 6 Tao of reincarnation was a peerless technique of the human race. Could it have been created by the ancestors of the imperial clan? This was just Lin Feng's guess. He couldn't prove it. After all, the 6 paths of reincarnation had appeared countless years ago. Now, it was already the end of an era. However, Lin Feng felt that there was a possibility. Lin Feng was very interested in the 6 paths of reincarnation. However, it wasn't easy to obtain it. Lin Feng still didn't know how to obtain it. Lin Feng could only wait and see. If the opportunity came in the future, he might be able to obtain the 6 paths of reincarnation. Ji Zishu crawled up from the ground. He didn't see Nangong Wan or Ming Xueqing. He frowned. Auntie Nangong was killed. Where's Sister Xueqing? Where is she? Ji Zishu was destined not to know Ming Xueqing's whereabouts. He dragged his weak body through the forest. For many years, Ji Zishu wandered alone. He hoped to see his father again. However, Ji Bufan never appeared again after he left. Ji Zishu was still young. He had experienced too much suffering and too much of the fickleness of human nature. However, no matter how difficult the situation was, Ji Zishu never gave up on himself. He never gave up on himself. Year after year passed. Ji Zishu gradually grew up, and his cultivation grew stronger. After his bloodline awakened, his cultivation grew by leaps and bounds. Moreover, from his bloodline memories, he knew where the sovereign clan's ancestral land was. Ji Zishu went to search for the sovereign clan's ancestral land. He successfully found it and went into seclusion for 100 years before coming out. After Ji Zishu came out of seclusion, he wandered the starry sky world. As he trained, he searched for his father. It had been years since they last met. Ji Zishu still remembered the promise he made with his father. His father had said that he would come back earlier, but he still hadn't returned. Did something happen? Sometimes, Ji Zishu would feel lonely. There were countless races and creatures in this world, and there were even many heavenly goddesses who loved him. However. So what? He had no relatives or clansmen. He began to be cynical. Perhaps he wanted to use this personality to hide the emptiness in his heart. In the end, Jizishu was still unable to find his father. He already had some guesses in his heart, but he wasn't willing to believe it. On this day, Jizishu flew over a star. Little guy, die. A huge palm reached into the starry sky world from the huge star, and then the huge palm extended a finger towards Jizishu. The owner of that finger. It was actually a dragon elephant. This boundless star was called the Draco Elephant Star. It was the star where Draco Elephant Sovereign cultivated. Ever since Draco Elephant Sovereign defeated the ninth Thunder God, he had become a near-invincible overlord of the starry sky world. There were no cultivators in the mortal world who were his match. Even in the three supreme realms, the number of cultivators who could defeat him could be counted on one hand. Therefore, even the powers of the three supreme realms wouldn't provoke Draco Elephant Sovereign. Furthermore, no one dared to enter the star field where Draco Elephant Sovereign cultivated. Now that Jizishu had appeared here, Draco Elephant Sovereign would naturally see it as a provocation. Jizishu directly slapped out in the face of Draco Elephant Sovereign's attack. Draco Elephant Sovereign's expression changed drastically when he sensed the terrifying power of Jizishu's attack. Jizishu's attack was simply too powerful. Sovereign Draconic Elephant's attack, which had been aimed at Jizishu, quickly changed into a fist that shot towards Jizishu. Bang! When Draco Elephant Sovereign and Jizishu collided, Draco Elephant Sovereign felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His magic power almost dissipated. If not for his powerful physical body, he wouldn't have been able to withstand Jizishu's attack. Draco Elephant Sovereign's star was unlucky. It was instantly destroyed by the shockwaves. The entire star was shattered. Lin Feng was shocked when he saw this. Now, he already knew who this ancestor who had gone through so many hardships in his youth was. He was the ancestor who had punched through the Undying Realm. So this ancestor's name was Jizishu. Lin Feng finally knew this ancestor's name. You're too weak, Jizishu glanced at Draco Elephant Sovereign with disdain, then walked off into the distance. Draco Elephant Sovereign's body returned to the size of a normal person. He hurriedly chased after Jizishu, then knelt in front of him and shouted, "Sir, please accept me as your disciple. Young master, please accept me. I can do a lot of things for you. Do you think a piece of trash like you is qualified to be my disciple?" Jizishu curled his lips. Then, he quickly flew off into the distance, leaving Draco Elephant Sovereign far behind. However, Draco Elephant Sovereign's methods were quite extraordinary. Not long after, he caught up to Jizishu again. He was like a dogskin plaster, completely sticking to Jizishu. It seemed like he wouldn't give up until Jizishu became his disciple. Jizishu was helpless against Draco Elephant Sovereign, so he had no choice but to accept Draco Elephant Sovereign as his disciple. "Master, I heard that the old Underworld Lord is dying. Since the Underworld is in chaos now, why don't we head to the Underworld and steal the heart of hell from the 18 layers of hell?" Draco Elephant Sovereign urged. Although the old Underworld Lord's health had deteriorated in recent years, he still couldn't be underestimated. The old Underworld Lord was definitely the strongest existence in the myriad worlds. In the past, Draco Elephant Sovereign had challenged the old Underworld Lord but was defeated. Thus, Draco Elephant Sovereign was urging Jizishu to head to hell to steal the heart of hell. In Draco Elephant Sovereign's opinion, if Jizishu made a move, even the old Underworld Lord wouldn't be his match. That's right. That's the heart of hell. It's a treasure that countless people yearn for even in their dreams. However, no one has ever been able to obtain it. If Master is able to obtain the heart of hell and use it to cultivate, then his cultivation will definitely rise once more. Sovereign Dracophant said. Alright. Let's make a trip to the Netherworld. Jizishu said. After entering the Netherworld, the two discovered that it was extremely chaotic. The various factions led by the two Underworld children were vying for the position of the new Underworld King. They were killing each other. Jizishu and Sovereign Dracophant entered the 18 layers of hell, but Lin Feng's vision was completely dark. He couldn't see the scene in the 18 layers of hell clearly. When Jizishu and Sovereign Dracophant came out, a young female cultivator chased after them. Bastard, how dare you snatch the heart of hell? Are you tired of living? The female cultivator said angrily. Girl, you're not my match. don't provoke me again. Otherwise, I'll suppress you and carry you to the forest. Jizishu glared at the female cultivator. Anyone who dares to be so rude to me, Ming Shuiqing, is already a dead man, the female cultivator shouted angrily and charged at Jizishu. Ming Shuiqing? You're Ming Shuiqing? Jizishu looked at Ming Shuiqing with a strange expression. Then, he turned around and ran away. Clearly, Jizishu had already recalled the little girl from his youth. However, Ming Shuiqing didn't recognize Jizishu. The scene ended there. No one knew what happened after that. Jizishu and Ming Shuiqing's reunion was only the beginning. Many things must have happened after that, including Ming Shuiqing becoming the 8th Underworld King, her death, and so on. Lin Feng couldn't see those scenes. His divine sense returned to the real world. He found himself standing in the desolate ancient city. A woman with disheveled hair stood not far away. More accurately, it was more appropriate to call her a female ghost. Her face was rotten and extremely ugly. A pair of sinister eyes sized up Lin Feng, causing Lin Feng's hair to stand on end. Who are you? Lin Feng looked at this terrifying existence warily. Previously, Lin Feng felt that the illusion he had fallen into was caused by this existence. It's been a long time since anyone has entered this place. Everyone who has entered this place has turned into an undead, the woman said sinisterly. Right after he said those words, the originally empty street was suddenly filled with countless undead. Those undead were simply too numerous to count. They surrounded Lin Feng. Lin Feng hurriedly summoned the holy monk skeleton. The holy monk skeleton floated above Lin Feng, shining with Buddhist light. All of a sudden, the surrounding undead all let out mournful cries. They didn't dare to move forward at all. Some of the undead at the front were turned into ashes after being illuminated by the Buddha's light. However, that female cultivator was not afraid of the holy monk skeleton. Not only did she not retreat, but she also quickly rushed toward Lin Feng and slapped her palm at Lin Feng. Lin Feng couldn't actually control the holy monk skeleton to fight against his enemy. When the holy monk skeleton was summoned, it would automatically release Buddhist light to suppress the evil spirits and ghosts when it sensed their auras. However, if his opponent wasn't a Yin spirit or ghost, then the holy monk skeleton wouldn't be able to cause any harm to her. Lin Feng originally thought that the female cultivator was a Yin spirit or ghost. Only now did he realize that she wasn't a Yin spirit or ghost. She was actually a cultivator with flesh and blood. This greatly shocked Lin Feng. Lin Feng quickly threw a punch at the female cultivator. Bang! Along with the sound of the violent collision, there was a loud bang. Lin Feng was sent flying by the female cultivator. Countless cracks appeared on Lin Feng's body. It was like a piece of porcelain that suddenly cracked. If Lin Feng's body wasn't strong enough, the female cultivator's attack would have already killed him. Lin Feng's life was already in danger. What a powerful cultivation. You're a living being from the Yang realm, but you actually came to the netherworld. Looking at you, you should have lived here for many years. Who are you? Why are you living in the ancient city left behind by the 8th Underworld King? Lin Feng quickly retreated. At the same time, he put away the holy monk skeleton. Then, he took out the heavenly drum, stone sword, bell of the Underworld King, and many other supreme treasures. Who I am isn't important. What's important is that you dared to trespass into the ancient city left behind by the Lord Underworld King. You'll die here. The female cultivator said. She let out an ear-piercing shriek and pounced on Lin Feng again. Lin Feng was multitasking. More than 10 powerful treasures were sent flying at the female cultivator. The female cultivator sent Lin Feng's treasures flying with a palm strike. The female cultivator's strength was too terrifying. It was so terrifying that it made people despair. Lin Feng was shocked. He hurriedly circulated his sovereign blood and activated the Blade of God. The Blade of God flew out quickly. It pierced through the void and slashed at the female cultivator. However, in the face of Lin Feng's attack, the female cultivator only flicked her finger. The blade of the ruler was instantly shattered. Lin Feng's expression changed. The female cultivator was too terrifying. He had to escape. Otherwise, he would definitely die at her hands. Lin Feng put away his treasures and turned to flee. At this time, the female cultivator shouted, "You're from the sovereign imperial clan. You're from the sovereign imperial clan." Lin Feng was shocked. The female cultivator actually recognized his identity. In the next instant, the female cultivator disappeared. When she reappeared, she was already in front of Lin Feng, blocking his path. Lin Feng was horrified. He quickly retreated. "If my guess is correct, you should be related to the 8th Underworld King, right? In fact, you two are very close." Lin Feng took a deep breath and said, "You guessed right. Back then, I followed the young miss from the mortal realm. When she came to the netherworld, I still followed her," the female cultivator said. Lin Feng said with a grin, "Cough, cough. We're family. The 8th Underworld King was deeply loved by my ancestor, Jizishu." "Nonsense. Jizishu is an extremely detestable person. He betrayed young mistress's love for him. He doesn't deserve young mistress's love for him. Back then, young mistress wanted to catch up to him, so she madly cultivated, even risking her life to enter another world to search for the Indian fruit and complete an extremely important transformation. Isn't the alien world too dangerous? The Underworld King was so powerful, but he actually died in the alien world." Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim. The female cultivator said angrily, "We're not talking about whether the alien world is dangerous or not. We're talking about the young miss's death. It's all because of your ancestor, Jizishu." Lin Feng said with a bitter smile, "You can't blame my ancestor for this. His cultivation was so powerful. His cultivation rose so quickly. It's all because of his talent. My ancestor couldn't have stopped cultivating just because the Underworld King raised his cultivation, right?" The female cultivator said angrily, "How can you not blame your ancestor? If your ancestor had accepted the young miss's love, perhaps the young miss wouldn't have worked so hard. Perhaps the young miss wouldn't have died so tragically. It's all Jizishu's fault. He harmed the young miss." Lin Feng said, "No one knows what happened back then. Although my ancestor became a little cynical, I know that he was actually very kind. Moreover, he had many things to do. Perhaps it was because he had to do some important things that he missed the 8th Underworld King. These are all excuses. Your ancestor wasn't a good person, and you aren't a good person either," the female cultivator said coldly. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. What did this have to do with him? My ancestor built an ancient tomb for the 8th Underworld King. It's clear that my ancestor still has the 8th Underworld King in his heart," Lin Feng said. The female cultivator's expression was gloomy. She didn't reply to Lin Feng's words. Perhaps in her heart, she also believed what she said. Actually, Jizishu also had Ming Shuiqing in his heart. However, during that era, Jizishu might have had his own difficulties. When he was young, he played around, but when he became serious, he realized that there was something very important that he had to do. He couldn't promise the 8th Underworld King anything. He couldn't tell the 8th Underworld King too clearly. Or perhaps the 8th Underworld King knew some of the reasons, so she wanted to become stronger so that she could help Jizishu. These were all very likely things. Even if this female cultivator had always been by the 8th Underworld King's side, there were many things that she didn't know. "No matter what happened in the past, I only know that my young miss died because of your ancestor. I will kill you and offer you to my young miss." The female cultivator's eyes were filled with killing intent as she looked at Lin Feng. Once again, she rushed towards Lin Feng. What a crazy woman. Lin Feng howled and turned around to flee. However, this existence was simply too terrifying. There was simply no way to escape from the pursuit of this existence. Die. The female cultivator's palm shot towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng could feel the aura of death enveloping his entire body. He quickly used the heaven patching technique to avoid the female cultivator's attack. This female cultivator went completely crazy. She didn't care about the truth of the past. She only wanted to kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng also knew this, so his complexion was very ugly. "You can't escape. Even if my cultivation has dropped a lot over the years, it won't be a problem to deal with you." The female cultivator was very crazy. Her ugly face was like a malicious spirit. It was unknown who had ruined her appearance back then. This female cultivator's figure was really good. She was probably a beauty in the past. However, her heart seemed to be a little too black. Lin Feng knew that he had to think of a way to get rid of this female cultivator. Otherwise, only death would await him. At this moment, a light flashed in front of Lin Feng, and the demon lord actually flew out. "It's you." After seeing the demon lord, the female cultivator screamed. Then, she cursed loudly, "You're actually not dead yet? The heavens are really blind. It seems that the resentment in your heart over the years is really too deep." The demon lord said. "I can't help it. The young Miss's tragic death. It made my hatred overflow." The female cultivator screamed angrily. Her eyes were filled with incomparable resentment. The demon lord said, "You don't know what happened back then. I followed Lord Ji for a long time. I know what Lord Ji experienced back then. He couldn't accept the love of the 8th Underworld King at that time because it would only put the 8th Underworld King in danger. But who knew that the 8th Underworld King actually knew what Lord Ji wanted to do? She wanted to help Lord Ji secretly go to the foreign world to seek a breakthrough. This was also the beginning of the brewing tragedy. When Lord Ji knew that the 8th Underworld King went to the foreign world, Lord Ji immediately went there. However, by the time Lord Ji found the 8th Underworld King, everything was already too late. Lord Ji was also powerless to reverse the situation. However, the 8th Underworld King didn't regret her actions. She finally understood Lord Ji's intentions. She also finally knew that the man she had always loved was her brother Zishu when she was young. She died in Lord Ji's arms in a very peaceful manner. As for Lord Ji, he was also in great pain. In a fit of anger, Lord Ji buried the foreign world. The countless living beings in the foreign world were all buried together with the 8th Underworld King. After that, Lord Ji took the 8th Underworld King's corpse to find a burial place for her. I'm sure you've heard of Lord Ji's constitution. Lord Ji. He has two constitutions. The first is the sovereign imperial body, and the second is the 6 paths of reincarnation. Lord Ji opened the 6 paths of reincarnation to allow the 8th Underworld King to come back to life at some point in the future. For the sake of the 8th Underworld King, Lord Ji took a risk and went to a place he shouldn't have gone to. He paid a heavy price by taking out the Stone of Eternal Life and forging the Coffin of Eternal Life. He placed the 8th Underworld King's corpse in the coffin so that it would never be damaged until the 8th Underworld King reincarnated. The Demon Lord said. "No. You're lying to me." The female cultivator roared. She didn't believe the Demon Lord's words at all. That heartless person, how could he do so many things for the 8th Underworld King? Lord Ji suffered a calamity because he was injured when he took the Stone of Eternal Life. Lord Ji had something very important to do, but because of this injury, his countless years of hard work were all for naught. Do you know the pain in his heart? The Demon Lord's voice was cold. What matter is more important than the 8th Underworld King? The female cultivator roared furiously. Lin Feng's face was filled with shock. He hadn't expected his ancestors' actions to be so grand. What a pity. What a pity. He had almost succeeded, but in the end, he had failed. However, even if he had failed, he should have greatly delayed the arrival of the Armageddon War. Is what you said true? The female cultivator looked at the Demon Lord in disbelief. She didn't want to believe what the Demon Lord had said, but a voice in her heart told her. What the Demon Lord had said was true. Of course it's true. The Demon Lord said calmly. Now that your young Miss corpse has given birth to a Een spirit and has remembered some things from her previous life, what are you still doing here? Why aren't you going to see your young miss? Where is my young miss? The female cultivator asked. Heavenly Sage Great World. The 9th Demon Mountain of the 9 Demon Mountains in the depths of Netherworld Island is where your young miss is buried. The Demon Lord said. Swoosh. Hearing this, the female cultivator quickly flew outside. The ancient city fell silent again. Lin Feng looked at the Demon Lord. It seemed that the Demon Lord had followed his ancestor Jizishu for a long time, just like the Dracophant Sovereign. Or else, the Demon Lord wouldn't know so much about his ancestor. Demon Lord. Can you tell me something about my ancestor, Jizishu? Lin Feng asked. He had too many questions in his heart. What had Jizishu experienced in his life? The demon lord had said that if Jizishu succeeded, the 5 decays of heaven and man would no longer occur in the world, and the era would no longer collapse. What had Jizishu done? All of this made Lin Feng very curious. The demon lord knew all of this, and he wanted to know the answer from the demon lord. No. The demon lord said calmly, mercilessly rejecting Lin Feng without any room for negotiation. Swoosh. There was a flash of light. The demon lord then disappeared. He returned to the demonic orb. Lin Feng was speechless. He really wanted to punch the demon lord a few times. This guy had so many secrets, so it was fine if he didn't tell him. She asked about the ancestors, but this guy still refused to tell her. This made Lin Feng extremely depressed, but Lin Feng couldn't do anything to the demon lord. If the demon lord didn't cooperate with him, there was nothing he could do. In the end, they could only talk in vain. Lin Feng intended to head to the residence where Jizishu stayed when he was young. He wondered if it was still there. There were traces of his ancestors there, and he wanted to take a look. Lin Feng walked towards the mansion and soon arrived. When Lin Feng arrived at the mansion, he was surprised to find that everything was well preserved and very clean. That's right, that female cultivator used to live here, right? Lin Feng couldn't help but think of that powerful female cultivator. Her cultivation was unfathomable. She was very loyal to Ming Xueqing, so after Ming Xueqing died, she didn't leave this place. Lin Feng guessed that the legend of the curse of the 8th generation underworld king was spread by this female cultivator. It wasn't true at all. Of course, this ancient city was indeed shrouded in faint curse power. However, the curse power that lingered in this ancient city should have been cast by this female cultivator, and not the curse of the 8th generation underworld king. The reason this place became a forbidden area wasn't because of the curse, but because that female cultivator was too powerful. Any cultivator who came to explore this place was killed by her. So, as time passed, more and more people believed in the legend of the curse. Lin Feng rummaged through this place, hoping to find something valuable. However, Lin Feng couldn't find anything, which made Lin Feng quite depressed. Of course, the harvest from this trip was also great. He finally knew who the ancestor who punched through the undying world was. He also knew the sacrifice that ancestor had made for this era. Sometimes, Lin Feng felt a little sad. If that ancestor had chosen not to do that thing, if he had chosen to live with the 8th generation underworld king, perhaps, they would have lived happily together. Lin Feng finally left the ancient city. Outside the ancient city, he met up with Panda Cat, Female Ghost King, and the others. We plan to leave the underworld. What are your plans? Lin Feng looked at Female Ghost King and asked. Female Ghost King pointed at the bloody hole in her chest and said, I want to find that heartless person. Then, just like how he dug out my heart back then, I want to dig out his heart too. If that person can live until now, he must be very terrifying. You must be careful. Lin Feng said. Don't worry. I'll be fine. We'll meet again someday. Female Ghost King waved her hand at Lin Feng. Then, she left. Lin Feng, Panda Cat, and the others returned to the world of the living. I'm looking forward to our next reunion. Panda Cat said. All good things must come to an end. Lin Feng, Panda Cat, and the others only gathered together when they were doing missions. Everyone dispersed and Lin Feng returned to the Nangong family's ancestral land. Seeing that Lin Feng had returned, Nangong Xian and Mu Liushi were very happy. They could finally relax. This is the underworld king grass. You can start refining the pill now. Lin Feng took out a stalk of underworld king grass and gave it to Nangong Xianer. After seeing the underworld king grass, Nangong Xianer was very excited. After exchanging a few words with Lin Feng, she took the underworld king grass and left. She probably went to find the elders in the family to refine the pill. Lin Feng's alchemy skills had long been abandoned. Therefore, he couldn't help Nangong Xianer much. While the elders of the Nangong family were refining the pill, Lin Feng planned to go into seclusion. He had many things to deal with. For example, He wanted to see what was in the 8th floor of the demonic palace and try to open the evil corpse ring. There were many things that he needed to do in seclusion. Lin Feng told Nangang Xian and Mu Liuxi before he went into seclusion. He summoned the Chonglu Devil Hall and entered the 7th level of the Chonglu Devil Hall. Master. You're here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Black Bear Sage said. Open up the 8th floor. I want to see what's in there. Lin Feng said. Yes. Master. Black Bear Sage replied and opened up the 8th floor. Then, Lin Feng and Black Bear Sage entered the 8th floor. Initially, the Black Bear Sage had told Lin Feng that the Chonglu Devil Hall only had 7 levels. But in reality, the Black Bear Sage had been holding back. Back then, cultivation was at a low ebb, which was equivalent to the degenerate era. Very few people had become emperors. Therefore, the Black Bear Sage had only said 7 levels. After all, even if the 7th level was opened, the Immortal Emperor would still be at the Immortal Emperor realm. All of them wanted to cultivate to the Immortal Emperor realm. This seemed somewhat unreachable. It would be even more difficult to break through to a higher realm. The Black Bear Sage had been holding back. He had more or less underestimated Lin Feng. After all, the Black Bear Sage was in existence with the Chonglu Devil Emperor back then. He was an experienced and knowledgeable person. Lin Feng had coincidentally become the new owner of the Chonglu Devil Hall. The Black Bear Sage naturally looked down on Lin Feng. There were many things that the Black Bear Sage had held back. But as Lin Feng's cultivation level increased, the Black Bear Sage had already prostrated himself in admiration of Lin Feng. The Black Bear Sage had also told Lin Feng all the secrets in his heart, including the secrets of the Chonglu Devil Hall. It was the same. And now, Lin Feng stood in the 8th level of space and looked at everything in front of him in disbelief. The reason why he was so shocked was because Lin Feng had placed something in the 8th level of space. A piece of chaos stone. That's right. A chaos stone had appeared here. The chaos stone was a type of stone that was formed from the constant accumulation of chaos chi. Even during the initial stages of the epic. The chaos stone was also an extremely rare treasure. But now, there was actually a complete chaos stone here. This chaos stone was 2 meters long, 1.5 meters wide, and 1 meter thick. The chaos stone was perfectly preserved. The most shocking thing was that there were actually divine patterns on the chaos stone. Those divine patterns weren't carved by humans. Instead, the chaos stone had fused with heaven and earth. The laws of heaven and earth were imprinted on the chaos stone. A rare treasure. It is truly a rare treasure. Lin Feng looked at the chaos stone with burning eyes. The value of this chaos stone was definitely unimaginable. The chaos stone was the best treasure for forging magic treasures. However, it was very difficult for anyone to find such a huge chaos stone that was branded with heavenly Tao divine runes. For Lin Feng to have obtained such a chaos stone, this was definitely a heaven-defying opportunity. Previously, Lin Feng had planned to use the Grand Firmament Purple Lightning Bamboo to forge his second lifebound magic treasure. Now, Lin Feng had planted the Grand Firmament Purple Lightning Bamboo sapling in the spacetime continuum. He still needed some time to successfully cultivate the Grand Firmament Purple Lightning Bamboo. Now, Lin Feng planned to forge the Chaos Stone into his second natal magic treasure. The Chaos Stone itself was very much like a magic treasure. Moreover, it was branded with densely packed heavenly Tao divine patterns. Therefore, it was rather easy to forge a magic treasure from the Chaos Stone. Later, Lin Feng only needed to use his dermic powers to refine the Chaos Stone and then set up the divine runes on the Chaos Stone. Those divine runes merged with the heavenly Tao divine runes imprinted on the Chaos Stone. When the time comes, the Chaos Stone was successfully forged by Lin Feng. As for the final shape of this magic weapon, Lin Feng felt that it would be good to keep it like this. Congratulations, Master, for obtaining a treasure like the Chaos Stone. Not long after, Master will obtain a new lifebound magic treasure. The Black Bear Sage hurriedly congratulated Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Ha ha ha ha, this time's harvest is indeed not bad. When I have time, I will refine this Chaos Stone into my own lifebound magic treasure." Immediately after, Lin Feng left the demon palace and took out the evil corpse ring. He continued to break the restrictions on the evil corpse ring. There were only 9 beasts left in the evil corpse ring that had yet to be broken. Sky-splitting hoe, scarlet flame golden swanny beast, ice-armored horned demon dragon, 8-clawed fire centipede, 9-winged heavenly dragon, thunderbat dragon, blue-winged sea dragon, sea-splitting mysterious dragon whale, kuei cow. The runes formed by these 9 beasts were incomparably powerful, and it was extremely difficult to break them. However, as Lin Feng's cultivation increased, the evil corpse ring began to gradually break down. Lin Feng was gradually breaking the talisman. This time, Lin Feng spent 3 days to break the talisman's talisman. There were still 8 beasts left. Lin Feng continued to try to break the other 8 beasts. However, it was difficult to break the other beasts' runes. Currently, with my cultivation, it seems that I can only break the sky-splitting roar rune. Lin Feng couldn't help but slightly raise his eyebrows. Right now, he was still unable to break the other beasts' runes, but as the saying goes, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. The first beast rune had already been broken by Lin Feng. Lin Feng believed that as his cultivation increased, the other 8 beasts' runes would also be broken very quickly. At that time, he would be able to open the evil corpse ring. Once the evil corpse ring was opened, the secrets within the evil corpse ring would be revealed to Lin Feng. After Lin Feng kept the evil corpse ring, he immediately entered the Divine Tao Immortal Palace. The reason why the 3-headed viper could become so powerful was all thanks to the Divine Tao Immortal Palace. However, the Divine Tao Immortal Palace was divided into layers of halls. Previously, the 3-headed viper had only opened the first hall. Now, Lin Feng planned to open the other halls to see what was inside. Since it was an immortal palace, the things inside must be extremely shocking. Lin Feng arrived in front of the second hall. If he wanted to open the second hall, he would need to break the restrictions on the door of the second hall. Lin Feng tried to break the restrictions on the second door, but he was shocked to find that he was actually unable to break the restrictions on the second door. It's really a palace left behind by an immortal. Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim. Many cultivators liked to name their own palaces with the words Immortal Palace in order to give their own palaces a more resounding name. However, Lin Feng knew that these palaces weren't immortal palaces at all. They were real immortal palaces. They were cultivation palaces left behind by immortals. And this Divine Tao Immortal Palace didn't disappoint Lin Feng. It was a genuine immortal palace. Moreover, those restrictions were added by immortals. Wanting to break them was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Stone Scripture. If I can find the Stone Scripture, and learn the higher-level formation rune techniques of the Heavenly Master lineage as well as the higher-level Stone Emperor Scripture, breaking these immortals' formation runes would be a piece of cake. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. Lin Feng had only obtained a portion of the Heavenly Master lineage's inheritance, including the Stone Emperor Scripture and various formation rune techniques. The core inheritance was on the Stone Scripture, and the Stone Scripture was in the Undying Realm. He needed to wait until Lin Feng entered the Undying Realm to find the Stone Scripture. Lin Feng had obtained a time crystal previously, which could be used to upgrade the time-space. Lin Feng took out the time crystal and began to refine it. The time crystal was much rarer than the space crystal. It was definitely one of the most precious treasures. The time crystal contained an unimaginably strong power. This power was strong enough to change the rules of time. Lin Feng began to refine the time crystal. Under Lin Feng's refinement, the time crystal began to decompose gradually. Soon, the time crystal was completely decomposed. Then, the power of the decomposed time crystal quickly integrated into Lin Feng's time-space. With the integration of the power of the time crystal, Lin Feng's time-space began to transform. This was a transformation of the rules. Originally, 1 day in the outside world was equivalent to 5 days in the time crystal. Soon, 1 day in the outside world was equivalent to 6 days in the time-space. As the time crystal continued to fuse with him, the transformation continued. Lin Feng spent 5 days to completely integrate the majestic energy formed by the melting of the time crystal into the time-space. And the time-space had completed a major transformation. The flow of time had increased from 1 to 5 to 1 to 10. In other words, one day in the outside world was equivalent to 10 days in the time-space. The upgrade of the time-space made Lin Feng extremely excited. This was because the upgrade of the time-space had a great effect on Lin Feng. It could greatly reduce the time Lin Feng needed to cultivate. After successfully refining the time-space, Lin Feng entered the time-space. After the upgrade of the time-space, the growth of various spiritual herbs in the time-space would speed up, including the grand heaven purple thunder bamboo seedlings that Lin Feng planted. Lin Feng took out the chaos crystal and immediately began to refine it. Forging a natal magic treasure required a lot of patience. There must not be any mistakes. Once there was a mistake, it would affect the power of the natal magic treasure. It might even destroy these precious materials. Therefore, when Lin Feng was forging his natal magic treasure, he was very careful. Lin Feng imprinted divine runes on the chaos stone. Those divine runes intertwined with the original heavenly Tao divine runes on the chaos stone, forming a very mysterious connection. Through the connection between the divine marks, Lin Feng gradually established a connection with the chaos stone. When the divine mark was successfully imprinted, Lin Feng dripped his blood on the chaos stone. A portion of the blood that Lin Feng had dripped onto the primal chaos stone was devoured by the primal chaos stone itself, while the other portion was devoured by the divine patterns. After those divine runes devoured Lin Feng's blood, they immediately turned into blood-colored divine runes. The divine runes that Lin Feng had set up completely fused with the divine runes of the heavenly Tao that had already been imprinted on the primal chaos stone. This made Lin Feng very happy, because the better the fusion of the divine runes, the stronger his control over the primal chaos stone would be. After successfully refining the primal chaos stone, Lin Feng roughly estimated the grade of the primal chaos stone. Because the material of the primal chaos stone itself was too shocking, the grade of the primal chaos stone that had just been forged would definitely have reached the emperor grade. However, Lin Feng couldn't determine the specific grade now. He would need to use the primal chaos stone in the future to roughly estimate what the final grade of the primal chaos stone was. Lin Feng kept the primal chaos stone in his dantian and nurtured it. The primal chaos stone was a magic treasure that leaned towards attacking and could play a huge role. As he had just successfully refined it, Lin Feng needed to nurture it for a period of time before he could use the primal chaos stone to fight. After forging the primal chaos stone into his natal magic treasure, Lin Feng planned to properly comprehend some of the top divine abilities that he had recently obtained. He had been in seclusion for 3 years in time and space, but only 3.5 months had passed in the real world. After Lin Feng came out of seclusion, he found out that Nangong Xian'er's mother had woken up. Nangong Xian'er's mother found out from Nangong Xian'er that Lin Feng had taken the risk to enter the underworld island to search for the underworld king grass and gather the last main ingredient to refine the antidote saint pill that saved her life. Therefore, Nangong Xian'er's mother asked Nangong Xian'er to introduce her to Lin Feng so that she could thank him in person. Lin Feng met Nangong Xian'er's mother. She was a beautiful woman who looked to be in her 30s. She was graceful and had a beautiful face. Her cultivation was in the boundary emperor realm. Although she wasn't particularly strong, she still had a lifespan of several million years. Nangong Xian'er's mother had only lived for 30,000 years. She still had a very long lifespan. After this beautiful woman saw Lin Feng, she grew more and more fond of him. She was experienced, and from her daughter's words and actions, she knew that her daughter had fallen in love with Lin Feng. The beautiful woman looked at Lin Feng as if she was looking at her son-in-law. "Where are you from? Do you have anyone else in your family?" the beautiful woman asked. "Mother." Nangong Xian'er's face turned red. Nangong Xian'er's face flushed red. Her mother had asked Lin Feng such a question so directly. Everyone knew what her mother meant. Although Nangong Xian'er had feelings for Lin Feng, she was still a woman. Naturally, she couldn't express her feelings so directly. Nangong Xian'er's mother sighed in her heart. She felt that her daughter didn't understand people's hearts. In her opinion, an outstanding man like Lin Feng needed to be properly grasped. Who knew how many women would yearn for such an outstanding man? Even Mu Liuxi looked at Lin Feng with eyes full of affection. The beautiful woman knew that her daughter's close friend had also fallen in love with Lin Feng. "If you don't take the initiative, your man will be snatched away by another woman." Lin Feng said, "Some unforeseen events have happened in my family. Therefore, there are some things that I can't disclose. I hope Auntie can forgive me. When the beautiful woman heard Lin Feng's words, she knew what Lin Feng was planning. She didn't ask any more questions and left after exchanging a few words with Lin Feng. Nangong Xianer didn't think too much about it. She was still deeply in love with Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't plan to stay in the Nangong family any longer. He still had many things to do. Previously, he had promised Gong Sunyi that he would go to the Hundred Swords sect to deliver the sacred heart fruit to Gong Sunyi's father. Previously, Lin Feng had no choice but to escape to the gloomy ancient forest because he was wanted by the Immemorial sect and many other top forces in the bitter cold state. Now that Lin Feng's cultivation had increased, he was no longer afraid of the Immemorial sect and other forces. Unless the Immemorial sect had extremely terrifying experts, they wouldn't be able to threaten Lin Feng. The Hundred Swords sect was located in the southeast of the bitter cold state. It was quite far from the gloomy ancient forest. 3 months later, Lin Feng arrived at the Hundred Swords town, which was about 50 kilometers away from the Hundred Swords sect. Although the Hundred Swords sect could not be compared to the 9 great factions of the bitter cold state, it was still a famous sect. Therefore, there was an endless stream of people who came here to learn. Many of the people who came here were young cultivators. Some came in groups, while others came under the escort of their families. He saw the hopeful looks on the faces of the young men and young women. Lin Feng seemed to see the scene of his youth when he joined the Blue Cloud sect. At their age, they were in the prime of their youth and were filled with dreams. Lin Feng found a restaurant and ordered some food and wine, planning to enjoy himself. Lin Feng could endure hardships, but when it was time to enjoy himself, he would also enjoy himself. He did not want to be an ascetic monk. Life was short, so he had to enjoy himself. Not long after, 2 young cultivators arrived. The 2 cultivators were a man and a woman, and they looked somewhat similar. They were probably a pair of siblings. The 2 of them looked around and found no seats. Suddenly, the female cultivator saw Lin Feng sitting alone and eating. She pulled her brother and came to Lin Feng. There are 100 supreme-grade origin crystals here. It's enough for you to buy 1,000 tables of good wine and food. Give this table to me, and these origin crystals will belong to you. The female cultivator looked at Lin Feng condescendingly. Lin Feng was a young human cultivator, so the female cultivator planned to use origin crystals to send Lin Feng away. In fact, this was extremely rude behavior. The female cultivator did not dare to do this to the guests at other tables, but she dared to do this to Lin Feng. This was because the status of humans in the heavenly sage great world was relatively low. If a male cultivator dared to be so rude to him, Lin Feng would have slapped him. However, Lin Feng could not be bothered to argue with a female cultivator, so he ignored her. When the female cultivator saw that Lin Feng was ignoring her, she became angry and said coldly, "I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear me?" Lin Feng glanced at the female cultivator and said coldly, "Scram." The female cultivator was clearly from an aristocratic family. It could be seen from her clothes and the various Dharma treasures and accessories hanging on her body. When the female cultivator heard Lin Feng tell her to scram, she was furious. She immediately pulled out her sword. "Sister! Don't be rude." The male cultivator hastily stopped his sister and looked at Lin Feng apologetically. "Brother, I'm sorry. My sister is spoiled. Therefore, I might have been a little impulsive. I apologize to you on behalf of my sister. Brother, please don't hold a grudge against me. Forgive her." The female cultivator was naturally extremely unconvinced. She wanted to say something, but after being glared at by her elder brother, she shut her mouth and didn't say anything. Seeing that the other party was apologizing so sincerely, Lin Feng waved his hand and ignored the 2 of them. The male cultivator pulled his sister away. "Brother, why are you apologizing to that guy? Could it be that he was afraid of that fellow? He's just a young human cultivator. How dare he offend me? He really doesn't know what's good for him." The female cultivator said with anger still lingering. The male cultivator reprimanded her. "Nonsense. You don't know how dangerous the world of cultivators is. You can't judge a book by its cover. That person gave me an extremely unusual feeling. He might have some tricks up his sleeve. Making enemies out there is no different from digging our own graves. I shouldn't have brought you out. Otherwise, we wouldn't have caused all this trouble. The female cultivator pursed her lips, clearly disapproving of her brother's words. After Lin Feng finished eating, he rested for a while before flying in the direction of the Hundred Swords sect. Along the way, all kinds of flying ships and beasts were flying and galloping. There were cultivators sitting on the backs of the birds and beasts. Clearly, those people were heading towards the Hundred Swords sect. Lin Feng did not summon his three-headed viper. If he did so and rode an emperor-level mount to the Hundred Swords sect, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. Usually, Lin Feng kept a rather low profile. When he arrived outside the Hundred Swords sect, he saw 4 gigantic golden swords stabbed into the ground like mountains. They were majestic and heavy with a torrential sword chi. A large number of cultivators were gathered in the square outside the Hundred Swords sect. Everyone was waiting for the Hundred Swords sect's recruitment ceremony to officially begin. The aura of the Hundred Swords sect is extraordinary. It's no wonder why they're one of the top factions in Bitter Cold Prefecture that's second only to the 9 major factions. Lin Feng could not help but mutter to himself. Right then, a pair of siblings soared into the skies and flew towards the Hundred Swords sect's entrance. Stop right there. Anyone who dares to trespass into the Hundred Swords sect without permission will be killed without mercy. The brother and sister were immediately stopped by more than a dozen mountain guarding disciples. Those mountain guardian disciples were powerful and the siblings trembled in fear when they sensed the coldness from their bodies. That brother and sister were none other than the brother and sister Lin Feng had met before. The male cultivator hurriedly took out a letter and handed it to the leading mountain guardian disciple. Then, he said respectfully, "Sir, this is our recommendation letter. We're here to join the Hundred Swords sect under Sir Yuan's recommendation." The leading mountain guardian disciple opened the recommendation letter and read it before saying, "So, it was senior brother Yuan Chuan who recommended you guys. However, it's not time for the assessment yet. Wait outside. When it's time for the assessment, I'll inform you in advance. If you can pass the assessment, you'll naturally be able to join the Hundred Swords sect as outer sect disciples. If the 2 of you fail, I'll recommend you to become menial disciples on account of senior brother Yuan Chuan." "Thank you, sir." The siblings hurriedly thanked him and retreated to the periphery to wait for the assessment to begin. Now that the Hundred Swords sect was so mighty, it was indeed worthy of being a top sect. They were deeply shocked. Whoosh. Right at that moment, another cultivator soared into the skies and headed towards the Hundred Swords sect's entrance. "It's him." The male cultivator recognized Lin Feng and was extremely surprised. Could this guy have a recommendation letter as well? The female cultivator revealed an incredulous expression. She looked down on Lin Feng and felt that Lin Feng was not worthy of having a recommendation letter. The mountain guardian disciple looked at Lin Feng and shouted, "Halt! Hundred Swords sect master! Hurry up and welcome the esteemed guest. Is that brat crazy? He actually dared to ask the Hundred Swords sect master to welcome him? Crazy! Crazy! He's definitely crazy. Otherwise, why would he dare to say something like that? How dare he behave so atrociously in the Hundred Swords sect? That brat is dead for sure." When Lin Feng's voice spread in the air, many people were stupefied at first, and then the crowd burst into an uproar. Lin Feng was a young cultivator, yet the Hundred Swords sect master had personally come out to welcome him. Did he not know how to spell the word death? Brat. How impudent. The dozen disciples of the Hundred Swords sect looked glum. In their opinion, Lin Feng was provoking the Hundred Swords sect. The guards were disciples of the Hundred Swords sect. Naturally, they were sword cultivators. They were all sword cultivators, and their swordsmanship was extremely high. They unsheathed their swords and charged at Lin Feng. They seemed to want to kill this person who dared to provoke the Hundred Swords sect. Humph. Lin Feng couldn't help but snort coldly. The guards looked as if they had been struck by lightning. Their bodies fell uncontrollably into the forest. Plop. Plop, more than a dozen people fell into the forest and fainted. Heavens! What did I just see? The cultivators cried out in disbelief. Lin Feng had only snorted, but the guards were unable to endure it. It was hard to imagine how terrifying Lin Feng's cultivation base was. How dare you? Who are you? If you think you can act impudently in the Hundred Swords sect just because you have some cultivation base, then you're gravely mistaken. At that moment, more than 10 elders flew over. Each of them had a powerful aura. There were even emperors among them. Even emperors are here. That brat is done for. A cultivator said. Where's the Hundred Swords sect master? Lin Feng asked indifferently. He could have ignored Gong Sunyi's request. However, Lin Feng had seen that Gong Sunyi was a good person, so he had agreed to deliver the medicine. The journey was far, far away. Lin Feng naturally had to receive the grandest reception. Unless the sect master of the Hundred Swords sect personally appeared, Lin Feng would not enter the Hundred Swords sect. Brat, the sect leader is not someone you can meet whenever you want. The leading elder was a great emperor-level expert. He reached out his hand to grab Lin Feng. A huge energy handprint condensed in the void and grabbed at Lin Feng. In many people's opinion, a young human cultivator like Lin Feng wouldn't be able to withstand the attack of a great emperor no matter how powerful he was. At this moment, Lin Feng stepped forward. In a flash, a terrifying pressure emerged from Lin Feng's body and filled the atmosphere. The energy palm formed by the great emperor realm elder crumbled instantly. A terrifying pressure pressed down on the bodies of the elders. Unable to withstand the impact, the dozen or so elders all fell to the ground. Then, they all fell to their knees one by one. Even the great emperor realm elder was unable to withstand the pressure from Lin Feng's body. He directly knelt on the ground. Ants and dogs. How dare you jump around in front of me? If it weren't for my relationship with the Hundred Swords sect. You people. You'd all be dead by now. Lin Feng stood with his hands behind his back and looked down at the Hundred Swords sect's elders. He actually dared to say such words to a group of elders of the Hundred Swords sect. He was truly arrogant. But now, no one thought that Lin Feng was arrogant. Because, the combat strength that Lin Feng had displayed. It was simply too terrifying. Everyone couldn't help but be aghast. Who are you? The great emperor realm elder looked at Lin Feng in horror. You have no right to know. Lin Feng said indifferently. The corners of many people's mouths twitched violently. That was a high and mighty great emperor. However, he didn't even have the right to know the identity of the young human cultivator. What they saw and heard today, it deeply shocked everyone's heart. Young friend, you didn't come to our Hundred Swords sect to show off, right? The void trembled and a thin middle-aged cultivator stepped out. He looked at Lin Feng and said. Sect master. Save us. The group of elders looked at the Hundred Swords sect master. Oh my god, the Hundred Swords sect master actually came out. I wonder if the Hundred Swords sect master will deal with that kid. The surrounding cultivators discussed animatedly as they looked at the two people in the sky excitedly. Lin Feng did not answer the Hundred Swords sect master. Instead, he said, let me ask you. Am I worthy of you personally welcoming me into the Hundred Swords sect? The Hundred Swords sect master could not help but frown slightly. He did not know what Lin Feng was up to. Although Lin Feng was young, the Hundred Swords sect master did not dare to underestimate Lin Feng. He said, young friend, of course you're qualified. Young friend, please come in. The Hundred Swords sect master turned to the side and gestured for him to enter. Lin Feng flew towards the Hundred Swords sect. The Hundred Swords sect master followed behind Lin Feng. Soon, the two of them disappeared from everyone's sight. The elders also got up one after another. However, at that moment, their expressions were extremely gloomy. They soared into the sky and flew towards the depths of the Hundred Swords sect. New Mountain Guardian disciples flew over and carried away the dozen or so unconscious Mountain Guardian disciples. Everyone was still in a state of deep shock. The scene before them was too unbelievable. A young cultivator. He came to a top sect like the Hundred Swords sect and humiliated the disciples and elders of the Hundred Swords sect. In the end, he was even politely invited into the Hundred Swords sect by the Hundred Swords sect master. It was like a fantasy story. If they did not see it with their own eyes, they would not have believed it. Brother, who exactly is that person? He's actually so powerful," the female cultivator said with a trembling voice. When she thought of how rude she was to Lin Feng in the restaurant, she felt a lingering fear. That expert, in the blink of an eye. He could have taken her life. Fortunately, that expert did not make a move. The female cultivator's brother was also feeling lingering fear. He said, "Fortunately, that young master is a magnanimous person. Otherwise, the two of us would have died in the restaurant. In the future, remember not to be arrogant when you're outside." Now that the female cultivator had completely regained her memory, she nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice. At that moment, Lin Feng and the Hundred Swords sect master had already arrived in the living room. Both parties sat down as guests of honor. "Young friend, how should I address you?" the Hundred Swords sect master asked with cupped fists. "What? The corpse of my son, Gong Sunny." The sect master of the Hundred Swords sect stood up, his face full of shock. Great powers like the Hundred Swords sect had their own Yuan spirit lamp palace. Therefore, the Hundred Swords sect must have known about Gong Sunyi's death a long time ago. It was just that they couldn't find Gong Sunyi's corpse. As for the sect master of the Hundred Swords sect, although he was in great pain, he had already accepted the cruel reality. Now that Gong Sunyi's body had been delivered to them, they could finally bury their son's body. Lin Feng waved his hand and Gong Sunyi's corpse flew out. When he saw Gong Sunyi's body, he was shocked. The sect master of the Hundred Swords sect strode over quickly. He squatted down and held Gong Sunyi's body in his arms. For a moment, he cried bitterly. Lin Feng could understand the pain of sending off a loved one. He stood to the side and watched quietly. He did not interrupt, waiting for the sect master of the Hundred Swords sect to calm down. After crying bitterly for a while, the sect master of the Hundred Swords sect finally stopped crying. Then, he stood up and cupped his fists. "Thank you for bringing my son's body back. I'm here because of a promise that Gong Sunny made." "Sect master, you don't have to thank me. This was the sacred heart fruit that Gong Sunny had exchanged his life for. Please accept it." Lin Feng handed the white jade box containing the sacred heart fruit to the Hundred Swords sect master. The Hundred Swords sect master opened the white jade box and saw the sacred heart fruit inside. He thought about how his son had died because of this sacred heart fruit. Grief welled up from the bottom of his heart, making it difficult for him to control himself. But life had to go on. She couldn't keep immersing herself in sorrow. The sect master of the Hundred Swords sect said, "My young friend, you've had a long journey. I'm sure you're exhausted. Go rest in the inner court for a while. I'll come visit you when the time comes." "All right." Lin Feng nodded. Now that Gong Sunyi's corpse had been delivered, the Hundred Swords sect's sect master still had many things to do. The master of the Hundred Swords sect called over the servant waiting outside, telling her to take Lin Feng to the inner courtyard to rest. Lin Feng cupped his fists and left. He was arranged to stay in a courtyard with beautiful scenery. There were rockery and grotesque rocks, a small bridge with flowing water, hundreds of flowers in full bloom, and willows dancing in the wind. It was really a magnificent and beautiful scenery. Lin Feng stayed for the time being. He planned to leave the Hundred Swords sect after Gong Sunny was buried. The next day, someone knocked on the door. Lin Feng went out and opened the door. He found a servant standing outside. The one who knocked on the door was this servant. Behind this servant stood a female cultivator in a purple robe. This female cultivator had a graceful figure, fair skin, and a beautiful face. She was truly a rare and peerless beauty. Lin Feng was puzzled. He didn't know who this person was. At this moment, the maidservant said, "Young Master Ji. My young miss has some questions that she would like to ask young Master Ji. Is it convenient for you?" Lin Feng asked, "Who is your miss? I don't seem to know your young miss." The woman was beautiful, but Lin Feng didn't know her. This was his first time meeting her. The purple-robed woman bowed slightly to Lin Feng and said, "I am Morong Rong. I am Gong Sunyi's deceased wife." Lin Feng was very surprised. He didn't know that Gong Sunny had a wife. Of course, it wasn't surprising that Gong Sunny had a wife. Gong Sunyi's wife was a first-class beauty. She was young, but she was already a widow. It was really a pity. "Fairy, please come in." Lin Feng invited Gong Sunyi's deceased wife in to avoid gossip. Therefore, Lin Feng left the door open. Lin Feng naturally didn't care if rumors spread. However, as a woman, Gong Sunyi's deceased wife cared a lot about her reputation. The two of them took a seat in the living room. Moro Rong opened her red lips and asked, "I wonder if young Master Ji can tell me what happened back then so that I can know how my husband passed away?" Moro Rong was born beautiful and moving. Moreover, she had a delicate temperament. That kind of delicate temperament made people want to protect her. Moro Rong who had a sad expression, was even more pitiful. "Of course, no problem," Lin Feng nodded. As Gong Sunyi's deceased wife, Moro Rong naturally had the right to know how Gong Sunyi died. Lin Feng told Moro Rong everything from when he first met Gong Sunyi to when he saw Gong Sunyi being killed by a beast. Moro Rong's tears dripped down like raindrops from a broken string. Even her long eyelashes were covered with tears. "I've embarrassed myself in front of you, young Master Ji," Moro Rong said, a little embarrassed. Lin Feng said, "Not at all. Fairy, you're just being honest. I won't disturb you any longer. I'll take my leave now," Moro Rong said, then stood up. Lin Feng sent off Gong Sunyi's deceased wife. On the third day, Gong Sunyi was buried. Lin Feng watched Gong Sunyi's burial and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Sometimes, a human's life was extremely fragile. The 100 Sword sect master arrived and said, "Young master, I'm really grateful that you sent my son's body and the sacred heart fruit here. There's a 10,000 swords mountain in the depths of the 100 Swords sect. There are many peerless divine swords there, but those divine swords have spirits. I wonder if you like to use swords? If you like using swords, you can try your luck there. Who knows, you might be able to obtain a peerless divine sword." "Oh? 10,000 swords mountain? I'm interested, very interested. My favorite weapon is swords," Lin Feng said hurriedly. He did prefer using swords, but it wasn't entirely true that the magic treasure he used the most was swords. However, even if Lin Feng didn't use swords, he wouldn't reject the offer. Who wouldn't want to obtain a powerful magic treasure? Moreover, to survive the Armageddon battle, Lin Feng needed to collect all kinds of magic treasures. That way, he could increase his foundation. With enough magic treasures, he could deal with all kinds of dangerous situations. "Young master, come with me," said the 100 Swords sect master. He personally led the way, bringing Lin Feng to the 10,000 Swords Mountain. The 10,000 Swords Mountain was located in the depths of the 100 Swords sect. The mountain was about 3,000 to 4,000 meters tall. It wasn't too tall, and the mountain was filled with treasured swords. Many of the treasured swords contained peerless sharpness. It was called the 10,000 Swords Mountain. However, Lin Feng estimated that there were more than 10,000 swords there. There might even be 100,000 swords there. Some of these treasured swords were left behind by our ancestors, and some were collected by our ancestors. They're all in the 10,000 Swords Mountain. It seems that the 100 Swords sect has collected quite a number of good swords," Lin Feng said as he looked at the 10,000 Swords Mountain. He could sense the extraordinariness of the peerless swords on the mountain. There were indeed some extremely powerful swords, but these swords had their own spirits. To obtain these swords, one had to gain the recognition of the swords. Otherwise, it would be impossible to obtain them. The ancestors of the 100 Swords sect went deep into various dangerous places to collect these peerless divine weapons. In order to collect these peerless divine weapons, many of our ancestors even fell. The sect master of the 100 Swords sect sighed and said, "However, our ancestors also laid the foundation for the 100 Swords sect. Our ancestors' hard work forged the glory of the 100 Swords sect. Every time an outstanding disciple of the 100 Swords sect is born, he can enter the 10,000 Swords Mountain to search for his own peerless divine sword." After a pause, the sect master of the 100 Swords sect continued, "My young friend, you should also enter and sense it. I hope you can obtain a peerless divine weapon that suits you." "Thank you." Lin Feng cupped his fists and walked towards the 10,000 Swords Mountain. He arrived in front of the 10,000 Swords Mountain and closed his eyes to carefully sense the aura of the swords. Gradually, Lin Feng formed a connection with the swords. Each of the swords seemed to be able to think. Lin Feng tried to find a sword that satisfied him. Ordinary swords did not catch Lin Feng's attention at all. Lin Feng took a fancy to a few swords, but he realized that they did not want to be taken by Lin Feng. Therefore, they refused to have any connection with Lin Feng. This made Lin Feng very depressed. He could only try to take the other swords. At that moment, something shocking happened. Lin Feng realized that the 3 stone swords that he had refined were fluctuating violently. This shocked Lin Feng. The stone swords rarely fluctuated on their own. However, now, the 3 stone swords were fluctuating on their own. What was the reason? Could it be because Lin Feng suddenly thought of a possibility? He could not help but take a deep breath. If it was really as he thought, then it would be too shocking. Lin Feng's face revealed an excited expression. He quickly summoned the 3 stone swords. Buzz, the 3 stone swords floated above Lin Feng, shaking the void. Every time they shook the void, there would be violent waves in the void. This was the void sword ripple, a special kind of summoning. The 3 stone swords seemed to want to use this void sword ripple to sense their companions. Buzz. Soon after, a special pulse appeared from the Myriad Swords Mountain. This pulse was exactly the same as the pulse from Lin Feng's 3 stone swords. There really is a stone sword here. Yi Futian murmured. Lin Feng was ecstatic. The stone sword was definitely one of the most mysterious magic treasures since ancient times. The most terrifying thing about the stone sword was the damage it could inflict on the lost races of the epic. Once the stone sword was used, it could easily kill the epic remnant race. The stone sword seemed to be a supreme treasure that was created to deal with the lost races of the epic. Of course, this was apart from the fact that it was extremely destructive to the lost races of the epic. The stone sword itself was also extremely powerful. For example, Di Wudao, who had betrayed Lin Feng's father, controlled 9 stone swords. When the 9 stone swords were combined, their power would stack. Therefore, when Di Wudao's 9 stone swords were used, even immortal-level magic treasures would be instantly destroyed by the 9 stone swords. Of course, Lin Feng had only collected 3 stone swords. Naturally, their power could not be compared to the 9 stone swords controlled by Di Wudao. Other than the number of stone swords, the cultivator's cultivation base also affected the power of the stone swords. The higher the cultivation base, the more the stone sword's power could be fully unleashed. Lin Feng's 3 stone swords formed a connection with the stone sword in the Myriad Swords Mountain. The stone sword. It was the king of swords. The king of 10,000 swords. When the stone sword in the Myriad Swords Mountain began to vibrate violently, a shocking scene happened. The densely packed swords on the Myriad Swords Mountain seemed to have awakened. They began to vibrate violently. The sound of swords humming could be heard. Myriad Swords chime. What's happening? The cultivators of the 100 Swords sect were alarmed. They all flew into the air and looked in the direction of the Myriad Swords Mountain. The Myriad Swords Mountain was a forbidden area of the sect. Without orders, no one was allowed to casually step in. Therefore, the cultivators of the 100 Swords sect could only watch from the periphery of the Myriad Swords Mountain. Myriad Swords chime. Is a peerless sword about to be born? The sect master of the 100 Swords sect was also extremely shocked. Many elders arrived and looked at Lin Feng, who was standing proudly in the void outside the Myriad Swords Mountain. Their eyes flickered. A peerless sword will definitely be born. Sect master. How can we let our sect's peerless sword fall into the hands of others? An elder said. He did not want Lin Feng to obtain the stone sword. The sect master of the 100 Swords sect said in a low voice, a gentleman's word is a promise. A promise cannot be taken back. If he can really obtain a peerless sword, it will be young friend Ji's own opportunity. The sect master of the 100 Swords sect was a rather upright person. He did not seem like someone with bad intentions. The elders naturally did not dare to go against the sect master's wishes. They nodded repeatedly and did not say anything else. Come, Lin Feng shouted in a deep voice. Through the connection of the 3 stone swords, he was trying his best to summon the 4th stone sword. Buzz, a peerless sword light shot into the sky. The 4th stone sword rushed out from the Myriad Swords Mountain. The fourth stone sword shook the void. Billions of sword chi swirled around the fourth stone sword. When he saw the fourth stone sword, Lin Feng's eyes immediately lit up. The fluctuations of the fourth stone sword were too powerful. It should be one of the closest stone swords. After all, there were differences in strength among the 36 stone swords. It's actually a stone sword. That's a stone artifact. Some people's eyes flickered. They were extremely interested in the stone sword. However, the stone sword already had an owner. They had no way of taking it away from Lin Feng. Did you guys notice? This stone sword has formed a connection with the 3 stone swords beside that brat. Could it be a set? A cultivator asked. The stone swords themselves are incomparably powerful. The stone swords form a set? If that's the case, how terrifying would the power of these magic treasures be? Someone exclaimed. The billions of sword chi swirling around the fourth stone sword quickly surged into the sword. Lin Feng waved his hand. Monstrous magic power surged out and enveloped the fourth stone sword. The powerful magic power surged into the fourth stone sword. In an instant, the fourth stone sword was refined by Lin Feng. Swoosh. Next. Heavenly Brave Sword. So it's the Heavenly Brave Sword, the 5th stone sword among the 36 stone swords. Lin Feng mumbled to himself as he sensed the stone swords. Before this, Lin Feng had obtained the Sky Burst Sword, 34th among the 36 stone swords, the Sky Sin Sword, 29th among the 36 stone swords, and the Sky Meteor Sword, 30th among the 36 stone swords. As for the remaining 33 stone swords, Tian Kuei Sword, Tian Gang Sword, Tian Ji Sword, Tian Xian Sword, Tian Yong Sword, Tian Xiong Sword, Tian Meng Sword, Tian Wei Sword, Tian Ying Sword, Tian Ying Sword, Tian Gui Sword, Tian Fu Sword, Tian Man Sword, Tian Gu Sword, Tian Xia Sword, Tian Fu Sword, Tian Man Sword, Tian Gu Sword, Tian Xia Sword, Tian Li Sword, Tian Jia Sword, Tian Wu Sword, and Tian Xiao Sword. Lin Feng did not obtain any. 9 of the stone swords were in Di Wudao's hands, so there were still 24 stone swords outside. However, Lin Feng had heard that some of the 36 stone swords had been lost in the past, and some had entered the future. In that case, there were less than 24 stone swords in this spacetime. Now, Lin Feng had obtained the Heavenly Brave Sword, and it was the 5th stone sword among the 36 stone swords. This was a great harvest. Although the Heavenly Brave Sword was not as powerful as the top 4 stone swords, Tian Kuei Sword, Tian Gang Sword, Tian Ji Sword, and Tian Xian Sword, its power was unimaginable. Especially when the 4 stone swords were combined together, they would become even more powerful. Lin Feng put the 4 stone swords away and immediately left the palace. Congratulations, young friend, for obtaining a stone sword. The sect leader of the 100 Swords sect cupped his fists and said with a smile. Lin Feng had obtained such a heaven-defying treasure, so he was naturally heartbroken. However, the sect leader of the 100 Swords sect was a righteous person. Therefore, he was actually happy for Lin Feng. As for those elders, it was very difficult for them to congratulate Lin Feng. I have to thank the sect leader for letting me try my luck here. I still have some matters to attend to. I will no longer stay in the 100 Swords sect. Lin Feng said. Then I won't keep you any longer. In the future, young friend, you can come to our 100 Swords sect anytime, anywhere. No matter when you come to our 100 Swords sect, young friend, you will always be an honored guest of our 100 Swords sect. The sect master of the 100 Swords sect said sincerely. The two of them chatted briefly before Lin Feng left the 100 Swords sect. He planned to go to the capital of the Kingdom of Despair to take a look. He wondered if Zhong Haimei and Nangong Lingbing were still waiting for him there. Back then, Lin Feng had promised to help them go to the Evil Spirit sect, one of the 9 great powers, to rescue their master, Fairy Fanzhen. Fairy Fanzhen had obtained a mysterious treasure that seemed to have something to do with condensing qi. That was why Lin Feng had agreed to help Zhong Haimei and Nangong Lingbing. If he could rescue Fairy Fanzhen, the treasure would be his. At that time, Fairy Fanzhen would have no choice but to agree. On the night that Lin Feng left the 100 Swords sect, a group of extremely strong cultivators arrived. Those cultivators were all wearing black clothes. The reason why they were dressed like that was to hide their identities. Is the news reliable? one of the black-clad men asked. It's reliable. That old thing from the 100 Swords sect was injured when he was looking for that item. Another black-clad man said. In that case, we'll kill everyone in the 100 Swords sect. Leave no one alive. The first black-clad man said. Attack. Then, he waved his hand and about 3,000 to 4,000 black-robed men attacked the 100 Swords sect. The 100 Swords sect's defenses were instantly torn apart by the black-clad men. Their cultivation bases were unimaginably strong. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The mountain guards shouted when they noticed the uninvited guests. Pooh! 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 Ripping sounds could be heard as the mountain guards were killed one after another. The 100 Swords sect's members were startled awake. The sect master of the 100 Swords sect led many elders into the air and glared at the cultivators. Who are you people? No one answered him. The black-clad men were too strong. They were like tigers in a flock of sheep. They began a one-sided massacre of the 100 Swords sect's cultivators. You're courting death. An angry roar could be heard as an old man charged out from the depths of the 100 Swords sect. He was an imperial emperor and was extremely strong. Previously, Gong Sunny had taken the risk to search for the Saint Heart fruit because of this old man. This was the 100 Swords sect's hidden expert. He was a high-level imperial emperor. Old thing. Where's the item? The leader of the black-clad men asked coldly. The 100 Swords sect's patriarch narrowed his eyes and said coldly, Who do you think you are? I don't know what you're talking about. Then we can only capture you and search your soul. Let's attack together and kill this old thing. The black-clad man said with a cold smile. Following that, another 4 black-clad men soared into the sky and joined forces with the first black-clad man to attack the 100 Swords sect's patriarch. The 5 black-clad men were all imperial emperors. While fighting the 5 black-clad men, the 100 Swords sect's patriarch glanced at the 100 Swords sect master. The 100 Swords sect's patriarch understood and quickly left the battlefield. He rushed to the inner courtyard, where the women lived. The restrictions there had yet to be destroyed. However, many black-clad men were destroying the restrictions. They would probably be able to charge in very soon. Many women looked at the battle outside in fear. The 100 Swords sect's patriarch found Moro Rong and handed a storage ring to her. He said solemnly, Child, take this storage ring with you. There's something inside. However, don't look at what it is. Someone will come and take it away from you. Eunuch. Did the other party come for this item? If so, we should hand it over. Otherwise, the 100 Swords sect will be massacred. Morong Ronger said. It's too late. Since these people know about this item, they won't let the 100 Swords sect go. Come with me quickly. I'll activate the Grand Formation and send you all away. The 100 Swords sect's patriarch said in a low voice. Then, he walked toward the inner courtyard where there was a teleportation Grand Formation. Moro Ronger and the other women followed behind him. As soon as they arrived, the inner courtyard's restrictions were destroyed. Earth-shattering cries of war resounded through the sky. Currently, the void in the outer region had long been sealed. Ordinary teleportation arrays could not teleport people out. Only special teleportation arrays could forcefully break open the sealed void and teleport people out. The teleportation array in front of them was a special teleportation array. It was very powerful and integrated with the power of time and space. It could teleport people out. However, such teleportation arrays had their weaknesses. For example, the teleportation array in front of them could not be compared to other teleportation arrays. Other teleportation arrays could easily teleport hundreds or thousands of people at once. Some large-scale teleportation arrays could even teleport hundreds of thousands of people at once. However, the teleportation array in front of them could only teleport 40 to 50 people at most. However, there were thousands of old, weak, women, and children here. Therefore, only a small number of people could be teleported out. Rong quickly enter the teleportation array, said the sect leader of the 100 Swords sect. Morong Rong entered the teleportation array. Then, a few talented young men and women entered the teleportation array. The sect leader of the 100 Swords sect activated the teleportation array with all his might. Swoosh, the teleportation array was activated and Morong and the others were teleported out. At this moment, a group of black-clothed men had already pounced on them. They began a one-sided massacre. Cries and screams could be heard endlessly. This place had become a purgatory on earth. In the forest, Lin Feng sat cross-legged. Every time he rested, Lin Feng would carefully comprehend the few powerful divine powers that he had cultivated. For example, the 72 gods' divine powers was definitely an extremely heaven-defying divine powers. However, Lin Feng's comprehension of this divine powers was not particularly deep. While he rested, he could continue to study this divine powers. Cultivation required hard work. Most of the time, Lin Feng was actually comprehending these divine powers when he rested. Late at night, the roars of beasts could be heard from time to time in the forest. While Lin Feng was comprehending the 72 gods' divine powers, the three-headed viper was resting nearby. The ferocious beasts in the forest were very sensitive to the aura of danger. Therefore, no ferocious beasts dared to barge into the area where Lin Feng was. Perhaps, those ferocious beasts also knew that there was an existence that they could not afford to provoke. The three-headed viper was very intimidating to those ferocious beasts. "Brat. We can sit down and have a good talk. Perhaps we can come up with a satisfactory result." While Lin Feng was studying the 72 gods, a voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind. "Lady Whitesnake." It was her voice. She transmitted her voice to Lin Feng. Now that Lady Whitesnake had been taken into Lin Feng's gourd of creation, she had become Lin Feng's prisoner. Since Lady Whitesnake was the strongest in the ancient cloud forest, Lin Feng naturally hoped to convert her. If he could convert her, then the entire ancient cloud forest would be under Lin Feng's control. There were a few Emperor Realm experts in the Cloud Swamp ancient forest. There were also many Saint Emperor Realm beasts. Such a huge force, Lin Feng naturally spied on it endlessly. Now, you only have two choices. One is to take the initiative to acknowledge me as your master, and the other is to be converted by me. Lin Feng opened his eyes and said. You. Lady Whitesnake's expression was extremely ugly. She was a high-level Emperor Realm existence and was extremely powerful. How could she take the initiative to acknowledge Lin Feng as her master? This was worse than killing her. It would make her feel even worse. Lin Feng cut off his connection with Lady Whitesnake. He knew that Lady Whitesnake would definitely not take the initiative to acknowledge him as her master. Since that was the case, he could only forcefully convert Lady Whitesnake. It was very difficult to convert Lady Whitesnake. Lin Feng had tried many times and failed. Now, Lin Feng had imprisoned Lady Whitesnake in the gourd of creation and was slowly depleting her spiritual energy. This was because Lady Whitesnake could not absorb the energy of heaven and earth within the gourd of creation. Therefore, when her spiritual energy was almost depleted, and the treasures that could replenish her spiritual energy were also almost depleted, Lin Feng would be able to convert her. Lin Feng would be able to convert Miss Whitesnake. When he converted her, his chances of success would be much higher. At this moment, the three-headed viper lifted its huge head and looked into the distance. Lin Feng also looked into the distance. There were violent fluctuations coming from that area. It seemed like a great battle was happening. Let's go. Let's go and take a look. Lin Feng stood up and leaped up, landing on the middle head of the three-headed viper. The three-headed viper spread its wings and flapped them violently. Then, it quickly flew in the direction of the great battle. From afar, Lin Feng saw hundreds of black-clothed people surrounding a group of cultivators. Most of the cultivators were women. There were also some men who were very young. Poof. 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 Poof, ripping sounds could be heard. Those people were young. Although they were talented, their talents had not been realized. The difference in their cultivation level was too great as compared to the black-cloaked people. Therefore, people were constantly being killed. They wanted to break out of the encirclement, but after several attempts, they failed in the end. More and more people died. It would not be long before they were all wiped out. Lin Feng was shocked. He saw a female cultivator in the crowd. It was Gong Sunyi's late wife. Had the strongest cultivation level among these people. She had been trying her best to protect the people around her. She wanted to lead them out of the encirclement, but she failed every time. Moreover, Morongrong's body was already stained with blood. Her injuries were not light. These people are from the 100 Swords sect. Lin Feng frowned. He ordered the three-headed viper to speed up and fly toward the battlefield. Swoosh, another sword chi slashed out and instantly rushed in front of Morongrong. Morongrong was unable to dodge the terrifying sword chi. Her body was penetrated by the sword chi. Her body flew backward and was caught by a few girls behind her in time. Because her injuries were too severe, she fainted. Go to hell, the group of black-cloaked people laughed sinisterly and attacked the last dozen cultivators who were lucky enough to survive. Just as these people were about to be killed, a sword chi suddenly slashed out from the void. The sword chi instantly destroyed the attacks of the group of black-cloaked people. Then, the sword chi's power did not diminish. It pierced through the bodies of the black-cloaked people. In the blink of an eye, 30 to 40 black-cloaked people were killed. The rest of the black-cloaked people's expressions changed drastically. They quickly retreated. At this moment, the three-headed viper flew over. Lin Feng stood on the head of the three-headed viper and looked at the group of black-cloaked people indifferently. It's him, young Master Ji, please save us. Someone recognized Lin Feng and started begging for his life. It doesn't matter who I am. What I'm curious about is who you are. What grudges do you have with the 100 Swords sect? How dare you act so viciously? Lin Feng said indifferently. Kid. There are some things that you don't have the right to meddle in. If you know what's good for you, you should leave. Otherwise, you'll end up getting yourself involved. The Emperor-level expert said coldly. An Emperor-level expert was naturally extremely powerful. Who would dare to provoke an expert of this level? This was an existence that stood at the peak of the heavenly sage great world. Although Lin Feng had displayed extraordinary combat strength, this Emperor-level expert didn't think much of him. What truly made this Emperor-level expert feel apprehensive was the three-headed viper. The three-headed viper was obviously Lin Feng's mount. For a young cultivator like Lin Feng to have such a mount was inconceivable. However, this Emperor-level expert guessed that Lin Feng might have already subdued the three-headed viper before it had matured. If the three-headed viper had already matured into an Emperor-level existence and Lin Feng had only just subdued it, then it was too unrealistic. Regardless of the situation, Lin Feng's mount was so powerful that this Emperor-level expert naturally didn't want to completely fall out with Lin Feng. A bunch of reckless fools, especially you. A piece of trash. How dare you be so rude to this young master? Did you eat a bear's heart or a leopard's gall? Lin Feng looked indifferently at the leader of the black-robed men who had spoken. His words were filled with mockery and disdain towards the leader of the black-robed men. The group of black-robed men looked at Lin Feng as if they were looking at a madman. Lin Feng's words were too arrogant, especially when Lin Feng was only a young cultivator. This made many people feel incredulous. They felt that Lin Feng was courting death. Brat. Do you think you can be so arrogant in front of me just because you have an emperor rank mount? I gave you face, but you didn't want it. Since that's the case, I'll send you to the Yellow Springs. The black-clothed leader's expression turned cold. Being humiliated by Lin Feng like this, the black-clothed leader was completely enraged. Now, he couldn't wait to kill Lin Feng. Trash, since you've taken the initiative to seek death, then fine, I'll fulfill your wish. Lin Feng sneered and rushed towards the leader of the black-clothed men. As for the three-headed viper, it charged towards the other black-clothed men. The three-headed viper was simply too powerful. It immediately started a massacre. Lin Feng, on the other hand, summoned his sovereign's armor. The sovereign's armor wrapped around Lin Feng. After activating the ruler's armor, Lin Feng's battle prowess would increase substantially. He was probably comparable to an expert at the 5th or 6th heaven of the monarch realm. Go to hell, the black-cloaked leader looked coldly at Lin Feng. Then, he sent a palm strike towards Lin Feng. That terrifying palm strike contained the power to destroy heaven and earth. The black-cloaked leader didn't use any divine ability to attack. He only circulated his magic power. In his opinion, he didn't need to use any divine ability to deal with a young cultivator like Lin Feng. If he used any divine ability, it would be an insult to him. Lin Feng sneered. Many people looked down on him because of his young age. Lin Feng quite liked the feeling of being looked down on. That was because it was beneficial for Lin Feng to catch his opponent off guard. In a battle between cultivators, only the result mattered, not the process. The one who survived to the end was the one who had the last laugh. Lin Feng, on the other hand, used a thought-blooming flower, Sovereign's Descent, a peerless technique. When a lion hunts a rabbit, it attacks with all its might. Lin Feng remembered this saying. Therefore, whenever he attacked, he would never underestimate anyone. This divine ability was a peerless and invincible divine ability. When Lin Feng used this divine ability, the black-clothed leader felt that something was wrong. The aura emitted by this divine ability. It made his heart palpitate. The black-clothed leader knew that he had underestimated Lin Feng's strength. Although Lin Feng was extremely young, he was extremely powerful. The black-clothed leader wanted to dodge Lin Feng's attack, but it was already too late. He had already been locked onto by Lin Feng. He had no choice but to take Lin Feng's attack head-on. Lin Feng's extremely powerful attack instantly collided with the black-clothed leader. Bang, accompanied by the sound of an extremely violent collision. The black-clothed leader was immediately sent flying as if he had been struck by lightning. Crack, crack. His arm. It was directly broken. Even his bones were exposed. It was extremely tragic. The black-clothed leader roared in anger. He had never suffered such an injury. Now that he was injured by a junior, he was simply mad with hatred. I want you to die a horrible death. The black-clothed leader roared. Then, he began to quickly chant an incantation. The leader of the black-robed men unleashed an extremely powerful divine ability. Suddenly, a loud rumbling sound came from the void. Then, a blinding light shone out. A huge divine sun appeared. That divine sun was like the sun from the 9 heavens. The light that shone out was enough to melt everything. The divine sun descended from the sky and suppressed Lin Feng. Humph. Lin Feng snorted coldly. Facing the attack of the divine sun, he directly turned into a sword chi and slashed towards the divine sun. He came from the heavens. One sword could kill an immortal. The sword chi that Lin Feng turned into instantly split the divine sun and then quickly slashed towards the black-clothed leader. The black-clothed leader wanted to dodge the sword chi attack, but it was already too late. Pfft. The sound of something being torn apart suddenly came out. The black-clothed leader's body was instantly torn into 2 halves. But soon, Lin Feng felt that something was wrong. The black-clothed leader's body was torn into 2 halves, but there was no blood flowing out. Soon, the torn body turned into a puppet. The leader of the black-clothed men appeared several thousand meters away. Puppet technique. This person had actually used the puppet technique. Kid. Just you wait. You won't have a good ending. The black-clothed leader glared at Lin Feng with hatred. After threatening Lin Feng, he directly tore through the void and quickly escaped. The distance was too far. Lin Feng couldn't chase him in time. At this time, the 3-headed viper had already killed all the other black-clothed men. Young Master Ji. Please save Big Sister Ronger. Big Sister Ronger is dying. The dozen or so people who were lucky enough to survive pleaded. Lin Feng went to Murong Ronger's side and checked her injuries. We can't stay here for long. Collect the corpses. Let's leave this place quickly. Lin Feng said. The others nodded and quickly collected the corpses. Lin Feng held Murong Ronger in his arms. Although the beauty was in his arms, Lin Feng did not have any romantic thoughts. His magic power was continuously channeled into Murong Ronger's body. Lin Feng used his magic power to protect Murong Ronger's heart meridian so that she would not die from the failure of her heart meridian. Murong Ronger's biggest problem now was the injury to her heart. Of course. Lin Feng had many precious healing pills, so that kind of injury wasn't a big deal to him. Lin Feng took out a pill and fed it to Murong Ronger. Murong Ronger's injury slowly recovered. They found a valley. Lin Feng asked a young girl to help Murong Ronger change into clean clothes and clean her wound. Murong Ronger's wound was on her chest. Lin Feng could not help her clean it. Young Master Ji. please save our clansmen. Only you can save them. A group of people knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Lin Feng. What's going on? Lin Feng asked with a frown. A young boy said, we don't know what happened. A large group of black-robed men came to our 100-sword sect and started a massacre. Only a few dozen people escaped using the teleportation formation. However, they were soon caught by a group of black-robed men who also used the teleportation formation. After a great battle, only a dozen of us were left. Fortunately, young Master Ji appeared. Otherwise, even we would have been killed by those black-robed men. I don't know what's going on with the 100-sword sect. Please help us, young Master Ji. The group of young boys and girls looked at Lin Feng with pleading eyes. Lin Feng had obtained the 4th stone sword from the 100-sword sect. In addition, he had a good impression of the sect master of the 100-sword sect. Therefore, Lin Feng decided to help the 100-sword sect. He said, you guys stay here and take care of Morong. I'll go take a look at the 100-sword sect. The group immediately thanked Lin Feng profusely. Meanwhile, Lin Feng and the 3-headed viper quickly left. When Lin Feng arrived at the 100-sword sect, he saw a raging fire. Countless corpses in the 100-sword sect had already been burned to ashes. The battle here was over, except for the dozen people he had saved. Everyone had already fallen. To think that such a powerful sect like the 100-sword sect would be annihilated just like that. It truly made one sigh. The 100-sword sect's foundation is still lacking. If it was strong enough, they wouldn't have ended up like this. The Demon Lord said. Indeed, I don't know which group is targeting the 100-sword sect. This is the Bitter Cold Province. The 3 alliances of the 10,000 races have never been able to do anything here. So, the ones who are attacking must be from the Bitter Cold Province, right? Lin Feng couldn't help muttering to himself. The most powerful force in the Bitter Cold state was none other than the Despair Divine Nation. After that, it was the 9 Saints Immortal Sect, the Hell Protector Immortal Sect, and the rest of the 9 Great Powers. Obviously, it was impossible for a group on the same level as the 100-sword sect to be wiped out in such a short period of time. In that case, the ones who destroyed the 100-sword sect should be the Divine Nation of Despair or one of the 9 Great Powers. Massacring an entire sect was something that rarely happened in the world of cultivators. Unless it was a blood feud, everyone would leave a way out. Lin Feng used the downpour water technique and summoned a torrential downpour. The rain fell. The 100-sword sect that was engulfed in flames began to diminish. Not long after, the flames were completely extinguished. Lin Feng entered the 100-sword sect and didn't find any special clues. The corpses had already been burned to ashes. The 100-sword sect was completely finished. Lin Feng left the 100-sword sect and returned to the valley. Young Master Ji. How's the situation at the 100-sword sect? A young girl asked. More than a dozen people looked at Lin Feng with eager eyes. Lin Feng said, no one was spared. Hearing this, more than a dozen people immediately cried. The world of cultivators was a cruel one. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't try to persuade them. Everyone needed to grow. Late at night, Morong woke up. She saw Lin Feng sitting not far away. The others had already fallen asleep, only Lin Feng hadn't. Lin Feng looked at Morong and said, you're awake. You've recovered quite a bit. It seems that you've survived the danger. Thank you for saving me, young Master Ji. Morong was very intelligent. When she saw Lin Feng, she guessed that Lin Feng had saved her, so she quickly thanked Lin Feng. You're welcome, fairy. Lin Feng said. 100-sword sect, how is it? Morong asked. Other than the dozen of you, everyone else is dead. Lin Feng said. Morong immediately shed tears. Why did these people destroy your 100-sword sect? Lin Feng asked curiously. Although a force like the 100-sword sect wasn't a top force, it still had an Emperor realm expert. Therefore, to destroy such a force, the price to pay was definitely not small. Most people wouldn't do that. The other party must have a motive, and it must be a relentless one. Morong's eyes flashed slightly, and she said, I'm not very clear about this matter. Lin Feng's senses were very sharp. Morong-Rong-Er's subtle movements, even the change in her expression, couldn't escape Lin Feng's eyes. Therefore, Lin Feng knew that Morong-Rong-Er wasn't telling the truth. Since she didn't want to say more, Lin Feng wouldn't ask any more. Rest well, Lin Feng said and then closed his eyes. Morong-Rong-Er looked at Lin Feng, as if she wanted to tell Lin Feng the truth, but in the end, she hesitated. The next day, Lin Feng said, "Everyone, let's part ways here. Everyone, be careful." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng and the three-headed viper quickly left. Morong-Rong-Er sighed as she watched Lin Feng leave. She felt that Lin Feng must have discovered something, so his attitude became much more distant. "Sister Rong-Er, what are we going to do next?" someone asked. "Revenge. We must take revenge," someone else said. Morong-Rong-Er didn't know what to do next. Her sect had been destroyed, and she was at a loss. Lin Feng sat cross-legged on the three-headed viper's head. The three-headed viper flapped its wings and quickly flew into the distance. 2 hours later, a cloud of demonic fog flew towards them. There seemed to be a few terrifying creatures entrenched in the demonic fog. Those terrifying creatures looked at Lin Feng with sinister eyes. "Ant-like thing. You're courting death." A terrifying existence in the demonic fog roared angrily after hearing Lin Feng's words. Then, a huge claw reached out from the demonic fog. Then, it grabbed at Lin Feng. Swoosh! Lin Feng, who was sitting cross-legged on top of the three-headed viper's head, instantly disappeared. When Lin Feng reappeared, he was shocked. He was already above the huge claw. Holding the black dragon sword, he slashed at the huge claw. Pfft! Fresh blood spurted out. The huge claw was instantly cut down by Lin Feng. "My arm," Yi Futian murmured. The existence immediately let out an incomparably shrill roar and retracted half of its arm. What powerful strength! In the mortal world, there are actually such young experts among the human race. How unexpected, a voice came from the demonic fog. The person who spoke had an indistinct aura. If one didn't sense it carefully, one wouldn't be able to sense the aura emitted from the other party's body. This was definitely a terrifying existence. It was much stronger than the one who had attacked them. Lin Feng roughly estimated the realm of the creature who attacked. It should be at the first or second level of the Emperor realm. As for the person who spoke, it was unfathomable. Even so, Lin Feng wasn't afraid of these people. So what if they had the advantage in numbers? He couldn't beat them. At most, he would just run away. "You're not from the mortal world? Who are you?" Lin Feng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and ask. The leading creature didn't answer Lin Feng. "Lord, kill this child," the creature whose claw Lin Feng cut off said. It hated Lin Feng to the bone. The leading creature looked deeply at Lin Feng and said, "We have more important things to do." Hearing that, the creature whose claw Lin Feng cut off could only nod. They did indeed have more important things to do. These existences quickly left and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Lin Feng, on the other hand, couldn't help but be puzzled. Just what world were these guys from? Generally speaking, only the 3 paramount realms and the Undying Realm would call other places mortal realms. Needless to say, the 3 paramount realms belonged to the higher planes and were equivalent to high-level worlds. The Undying Realm was also a secondary higher plane. "They are from the Undying World," the Demon Lord said. The Demon Lord used to be the boss of the Undying Realm, so it was normal for him to be able to sense that those beings were from the Undying Realm. Lin Feng was puzzled. These creatures from the Undying World have actually gathered here. Moreover, they seem to have come with a mission. Just what is their objective? Thinking of this, Lin Feng decided to follow and take a look. Once again, he sat cross-legged on the head of the three-headed viper. Then, he ordered the three-headed viper to chase after them. The three-headed viper let out a sharp and ear-piercing cry. Then, it flapped its wings and gave chase. Morong-Rong-Er and the others flew through the forest. Currently, the group was led by Morong-Rong-Er. Morong-Rong-Er planned to find a place for everyone to settle down temporarily. She still remembered what her father-in-law had said. When the time came, someone would come looking for her to take away the things in her storage ring. It seemed that the things in the storage ring were very important. Ronger originally wanted to tell Lin Feng about the storage ring. However, she held back in the end. Ronger was looking forward to meeting those people. At that time, she could ask them to avenge the 100 Swords sect. Swoosh. At this moment, the demonic fog flew over and hovered above Ronger and the others. Sister Ronger, look up there. There seems to be some monster in the demonic fog. A girl said with a fearful expression. Don't be afraid. Sister Ronger is here. Ronger said. In truth, she was also very worried. She did not know who the other party was. However, Ronger was the backbone of everyone. Therefore, even though she was very worried, she had to appear very strong at this moment. A cold voice rang out from the demonic fog. Are you people from the 100 Swords sect? The person who spoke was the leader of the group. He was a creature with a human body and a crocodile head. He was very terrifying. The group was slightly stunned. Then, they quickly shook their heads. Ronger said, we are not from the 100 Swords sect. You have the wrong person. After the 100 Swords sect was destroyed, they naturally did not dare to casually admit that they were from the 100 Swords sect. What if the other party was an enemy of the 100 Swords sect? At that time, wouldn't they die without a burial place? We are not enemies of the 100 Swords sect. We are the power behind the 100 Swords sect, the crocodile head creature said. What? The power behind the 100 Swords sect? There is a power behind the 100 Swords sect? A girl exclaimed. Soon, she realized that she had let the cat out of the bag, and her face turned pale. The crocodile head creature continued, it seems that you are indeed the lucky survivors of the 100 Swords sect. That's right. We are the lucky survivors of the 100 Swords sect. Lords, are you really the power behind the 100 Swords sect? Ronger asked. Of course. The crocodile head creature continued. Let me ask you. Do you have something special on you that you need to hand over to us? Ronger said, my lord, there is indeed something that we need to hand over to you. Oh? Where is it? The crocodile head creature's eyes lit up. Ronger said, I don't have it on me at the moment. It is placed somewhere else. Clearly, Ronger was holding back, afraid that something would happen if she handed it over. Bring us to get it, the crocodile head creature said. Ronger said, my lord, our 100 Swords sect was destroyed because of that thing. Countless people died tragically. I hope that my lord can avenge our 100 Swords sect. If my lord agrees to avenge our 100 Swords sect, I will immediately retrieve that thing and give it to you after we have avenged our 100 Swords sect. The crocodile head creature sneered. The 100 Swords sect is merely a mundane power. It is fine if it is destroyed, but a lowly ant like you actually dares to negotiate with me? You truly don't know the meaning of death. As soon as he finished speaking, the crocodile head creature flicked his finger. Shwa, streaks of sword chi flew out. Pooh. Pooh, pooh. Sounds of tearing could be heard. The dozen people around Ronger were instantly dismembered. Only Ronger survived. The next moment, the crocodile head creature instantly disappeared from the demonic mist and appeared in front of Ronger. He reached out and grabbed her neck. End of chapter 39:23. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.